The story opens on a sky thick with black clouds, rain falling like a drizzle onto the dilapidated, ruined house. Outside the manor stood a group of men looking imposing. "Is the master of the house here? May we trouble you for a moment?" The rain showed no sign of stopping, and large puddles gathered, reflecting the gray sky. From inside, a skinny boy with a soaking body slowly stepped out. The people outside paused for a moment when they saw him. Leading them was a middle-aged man who kept a stern gaze on Soryang, showing no intention of advancing. Jialson frowned, thinking to himself, in a ruined place like this temple, could there really be people? He spoke calmly, "Young hero, may we take shelter here for the night to avoid the rain?" The boy fell silent and stared at the group outside. Soryang hesitantly wondered, who exactly are these people? Although I'm young, they performed a salute with hands clasped and spoke so formally. Do they really think I'm a little Taoist priest minding this ruined temple? He silently judged them. They didn't look like bad people. After a moment of thought, Soryang clasped his hands and replied, "I only came to watch over this ruined temple a few years ago. You may rest wherever you wish. However, that main hall is where I am using, so please don't disturb it. Kindly choose another place to rest." Jialson smiled slightly. "Thank you, young hero. You look young but are very polite. We will do as you say." He turned to instruct the disciples behind him. Everyone heard that. "Move quickly, don't approach the young hero's hall. Find another place to shelter from the rain." "Understood," the group answered in unison. "Yes, housemaster." Very quickly, the group dispersed throughout the desolate temple. He glanced over their clothing. Tang clan. So they were all from the same family. I'm a bit curious what kind of people they are. But Soryang withdrew his gaze, bowed to Jialson once. There were more important matters now. He turned and reopened the door into the main hall. Soryang strode to the center of the room. It was time for the children to have dinner. He couldn't help but break into a bright smile, unable to hide his excitement. Soryang hopped over with a spring in his step, radiating joy. "My loves, it's mealtime." Sealed jars were neatly arranged in the middle of the room, and he couldn't contain his curiosity and opened a lid. Inside were full of insects chirping loudly. Soryang hugged the jar and whimpered softly. "Almost late, everyone's hungry, right?" He reached out to open the lid of another jar. Inside that one was a black ground tiger, the tarantula species living in Hainan, China. This is a large spider that can grow up to 20 cm with markings that evoke a black tiger. Soryang carefully picked up the insect and brought it over. "Black one, eat up. If it weren't for you lot, who knows what would become of me," he said with a teasing tone. It quickly started nibbling the food, making Soryang inwardly pleased. Good reaction. On the first day, it was only the size of a fingernail, but now it's molted twice and grown this big. Big brother is truly delighted. He turned his head toward the corner of the room. It had already eaten its fill. Soryang slowly moved to the shelf. Next up was, he opened a small drawer right in front of him. Inside was a dominant lizard species, a chameleon gecko. This is also a native species here. Its distinctive feature is the striped pattern on its body and tail. Soryang grinned from ear to ear. "In my past life it was so hard to buy you because there was no supply, yet here you're everywhere if I just step outside. Big brother really lives for the joy of looking at you lot." Suddenly, the lizard jumped up to nibble the cricket, but bit Soryang's hand instead. He panicked and shook his finger violently, screaming in pain. "Should I call it a past life, meaning before I had this body, I used to be a streamer. With the glory of a streamer with millions of followers, specializing in fierce faber creatures." The main topic was insects and venomous animals. The thing is, that was a live stream held to celebrate reaching 1 million followers. The content of that stream was the 10 most dangerous venomous snakes in the world. Comments suddenly rolled in like waves. "Where's the black mamba? Why can't we see it?" Among them, this one was famous as the most dangerous for its aggressive nature. Traveling all the way to Africa to find a black mamba became a disaster. He waved his hand in exasperation. "There's nothing, really nothing. The black mamba isn't a stray cat on the corner of the street. Let me think a moment and I'll keep looking." Everyone quickly replied, "You rest, we'll really wait here. Hurry and keep searching." Soryang sighed, exasperated. Why won't it show up already? Meanwhile, a snake was coiled on top of the fridge. "Then I got bitten in the blink of an eye." He screamed in panic. The whole group was stunned for a moment. "Bitten? What number do you call in Africa instead of 119? Soryang's vision blurred as he collapsed to the floor. "I'm dead immediately." Back when he fed the lizard, Soryang thought he hadn't seen any sign of it while searching, yet it hid on top of the fridge. Jialson stood silently outside his room. After a while, he slowly spoke. "Young hero, are you inside?" The boy, startled, left the lizard and closed the drawer. Soryang cautiously poked his head out and asked, "What's the matter?" Jialson smiled. "We are truly grateful for being allowed to take shelter from the rain. Would the young hero like to join us for dinner?" "We just hunted a deer," he said. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. A deer. Tears welled in Soryang's eyes. Meat, I'm sorry you lot, I've only been eating snakes and lizards all this time. He jumped up excitedly. If you can spare some for me, I'll be very grateful to eat. The man smiled and led the way. Then let's go. The persistent rain finally eased, revealing a bright moon behind the dark clouds. Everyone now sat together by the fire, waiting for the venison to cook. Soryang's eyes were fixed on the slab of meat, desire obvious on his face. Cheolson glanced at the boy's hunger with some awkwardness. He lowered his voice and asked, "It'll need a bit more time to cook. While we wait, may I ask you a few questions?" Soryang replied shyly, "I was staring so long I nearly lost my soul." "Yes, elder, please ask away." Cheolson began, "You live alone in the Hainan Mountains, right? How old are you this year?" Soryang thought for a moment and said, "About 14 or 15, sir." He frowned, somewhat puzzled. "About that, you say?" Soryang quickly offered an excuse. "Ever since I got a head injury when I was small, I don't clearly remember earlier memories, so I always have to make up stories like that." Cheolson sighed, "What a misfortune." "So you've been living here alone all this time?" He smiled casually. "Yes, since I don't have any special skills, I live here catching snakes, skinning them, and selling them to make a living." He looked pitying, a young hero risking himself to catch snakes. Soryang waved his hand calmly. "I'm used to it, so it's fine." Just then, an old man slowly approached. "I've brought my cooked portion ahead of time, take this first." Seeing the young hero looked very hungry, he said so. The boy couldn't contain his excitement. "Thank you, elder." Soryang held the slab of meat in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been so long since I've had real meat." No sooner said than done. He opened his mouth and bit off a huge chunk. Soryang looked utterly satisfied. This is true happiness. Seeing that, the old man laughed in approval. "The young hero sure eats heartily." Cheolson cleared his throat softly. "Young hero, listen to me while you eat." His expression also grew serious. "We're looking for something. Have you noticed anything strange around here?" He asked blankly. "Strange, you mean?" Cheolson hesitated, unsure whether to say it. At that moment, the old man chimed in with intent. "House master, this young hero has shown us a small kindness. Could we tell him? If he unknowingly runs into danger, that's risky, and since he lives alone, he probably wouldn't tell anyone anyway." He nodded in agreement. Indeed, the elder's words were very apt. Having spoken, Cheolson's eyes narrowed. We are looking for a peacock centipede with blue spots on its body." Soryang gaped. "A peacock with blue spots? A peacock centipede is a centipede?" he asked. The man replied wryly, "Yes, it's called the azure-striped peacock centipede. It's quite large, so you may have seen one before." He thought to himself again, "Large, huh?" Soryang cautiously asked, "If large, how large?" Cheolson considered for a moment and said, "If it's fully grown, then it might be big enough to swallow a young hero whole with ease." Soryang froze at that. He had thought it was just like going back a few hundred years. Who would have thought there could be such gigantic centipedes? So from the start, this was another world. The man worriedly looked over. The young hero seemed terrified. The old man stroked his beard calmly. "Don't worry, we're here to catch it." He grew a bit curious. "Are you planning to catch it to keep as a pet?" Both men exclaimed in surprise. "Keep it as a pet?" He pressed his lips together, his shoulders trembling slightly as if trying to swallow back a laugh. Finally, the old man couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Keep an azure-striped peacock centipede? Sounds amusing, doesn't it?" Cheolson cleared his throat. "This young hero is quite entertaining." He explained grandly, "How could we possibly keep such a thing? We intend to use it to make medicine." Soryang looked crestfallen. "What? Thought you were business partners, but turns out you're medicine traders. Do you really intend to do that?" The old man spoke gravely. "It may be so. My granddaughter is bedridden with a serious illness. Only the centipede's inner core, the centipede nacre, can save my granddaughter, so I'm trying to find it." He seemed to realize, "If it's your granddaughter, then." He answered in a low voice, "Yes, she is my daughter." Soryang thought to himself, "The child is at death's door, so they'll try anything. Even if a centipede isn't medicine, a parent's heart knows no bounds. Poor creature, killed for divine species, but since we've been invited to eat, I'll help." When Cheolson heard that, he immediately looked up. "Have you ever seen one?" He replied, "No, I've never encountered one." Cheolson sighed, "I see." Soryang added without thinking, "However, even though I don't know what an azure-striped peacock centipede is." He curled a smile at the corner of his mouth, a confident grin as if he had it all figured out. Soryang spoke neither fast nor slow. "I can guess where it is." with the experience accumulated in my past life, even though I died after being bitten by a snake. I'm more confident in my knowledge of venoms than anyone else. Out of roughly 8.7 million living species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous. I've stored all that knowledge in my head, each species one by one, and the peacock centipede is no exception among those creatures. As for the venom, it's right here in the palm of my hand. Saryang focused his mind and turned to the thick book before him. Page after page flipped at his will. After a moment, Saryang finally closed the book. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled, announcing, "Found it. So if it's a large centipede, I think I know where it is." Chialson was amazed. What, really? The old man grew a little anxious. If so, where could it be? Saryang pondered a bit over locations around the forest and asked, "Which areas have you searched and at what times? Could you tell me?" He answered, "We've searched the north and east around here, mainly during the day. To the north, we mostly searched along the riverbank." Saryang nodded as he took in the information. "No wonder you couldn't find it. Then of course you couldn't detect it." He looked puzzled. "What, of course? Can you tell me why?" He smiled and answered, "All right. About centipedes, they belong to the arthropod class, subphylum Myriapoda, order Chilopida. They have wide activity ranges and are poikilothermic animals. Therefore, they need shelters to maintain stable temperature and humidity. Interestingly, unlike most insects that have a waterproof membrane, centipedes have a weak waterproofing layer. With breathing holes on their exoskeleton surface, they actually don't like places with too much water. While they need a high humidity environment, they avoid areas with excessive water. Conversely, without humidity, they cannot survive long. This is a unique trait of centipedes. Therefore, the large azure-striped peacock centipede is unlikely to dwell in dense jungle or riverbanks." The old man frowned, shook his head. "I can't believe it. So the places centipedes prefer aren't rotting log crevices after all." Saryang nonchalantly said, "Some small centipedes can be found in such places, but you surely mean a large centipede, right? If its body is huge, fallen trees in the forest or rocks by the river won't be suitable. There's nowhere for it to hide there." After hearing that, the old man and Chialson involuntarily exchanged nods. He softened his voice, "If we find it where you indicate, we will certainly reward you." Saryang gave a slight warm smirk. He reached out and pointed to the mountain across to the west. Saryang suggested, "You should try searching the rocky western mountain instead. Centipedes usually rest during the day under sun-warmed rocks and only emerge at night." Late that night, the bright moonlight bathed the silent forest. On the cliff face, the Tang clan party spread out and searched everywhere. At a nearby summit, Chialson fell briefly silent, staring into the distance. He looked pensive, as if mulling something over. At that moment, a subordinate ran up and asked suspiciously, "Master, could the young hero be wrong?" Chialson muttered, "Is that so?" He replied, then ordered from beside them, "We'll rest here today. Fire a signal arrow to call the search teams back." The subordinate acknowledged, "Yes, master." A signal arrow was quickly shot up, lighting up the night sky. People sat by the small fire sighing, "Oh my, I'm half asleep. Hopefully the young hero is right." One of them wondered, "Why hasn't that damned thing shown up yet?" The man beside him nodded, "Yeah, really. That young hero did seem rather clever." The two glanced anxiously at the opposite Chialson, his face full of anguish. Sichuan, the girl hailed as the greatest genius in Tang clan history. Could it be that heaven has truly abandoned me? Just then, a subordinate announced, "The retired patriarch has returned." Everyone stood up at once. "He's back." The old man strode over to Chialson. He asked, "Did you find anything today?" Chialson replied softly, "Yes, father." "Did father find anything either?" The old man nodded, "No. Huyen can only hold on for at most 3 more months. I don't know if we'll find it within the next 10 days. The two men fell silent, saying nothing more, their faces full of bitterness. Chialson wasn't ready to give up. "Father, what if we try searching to the south tomorrow, since no traces had been found?" He sighed, "All right." Suddenly the old man went still, eyes wide as if he'd thought of something. "Nothing at all." He slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. "Of course, so that's it. How did I not realize it?" "Yes, right here," he frowned. "Father, did you just discover something?" The patriarch shook his head. "No, just as you said, I couldn't find any trace or sense of it at all." Chialson looked bewildered. "Indeed." A corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk, "Because there was nothing at all. That's precisely why I have the feeling it's here." "In the past 3 days, have you found any traces on this rocky mountain?" Chialson looked around the peak and answered, "No, we haven't found any traces." No droppings from beasts or territorial marks were detected. Hearing that, he was slightly startled. Could it be? The old man was excited. Yes, how could there be no sign of animals on such a vast rocky mountain? Chialson clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This is its territory. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes, so all the nearby beasts either fled or became prey for the centipede. The patriarch stepped forward and patted Chialsen's shoulder to reassure him. He spoke in a firm tone, certain the azure-striped peacock centipede is here. Now Huiyan can be saved. He seemed to have found a slender thread of hope at last. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Everyone looked around on alert. What is that? The subordinates cried out in alarm. What on earth is this? The small spark beneath was growing larger and larger. Before anyone could react, it suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Chialsen and the patriarch stared in astonishment. What is that? Suddenly a huge claw burst up from below, tearing through the earth. Everyone recoiled in fright, putting distance between themselves and the creature. The soldiers were terrified, their faces pale and speechless. That thing. They watched in horror as the silhouette emerged. The patriarch's breath seemed to catch. It was sharp centipede legs flailing wildly against the rock. A long, sinuous body with hard armored segments slowly twitching. The azure-striped peacock centipede had fully revealed itself to everyone, bringing a heavy sense of menace. At the same time, in Soryang's hall, he lazily shouted, "Everything's in chaos now. How big is that centipede to make everyone panic like this? We said just go look, and it turned the whole mountain upside down." Soryang was a little amused. Could a centipede big enough to swallow me exist? He couldn't contain his excitement. I'm really too curious. The mountain night was bitterly cold, wind whistling through the cliffs. The Tang clan people stood around the azure-striped peacock centipede, lying flattened on the ground. The patriarch carefully opened the box. This is the centipede's inner pellet. He couldn't hold back his emotion. Now Huiyan could be saved. Chialsen stepped forward and said, "Father, please lead the uninjured warriors to Sichuan first." The patriarch frowned in surprise. What do you mean by that? He glanced into the distance. Debts of gratitude must be repaid, grievances avenged. Grudges are etched into blood, loyalties into stone. Isn't there still business to be done here? He gave a weary clap. I nearly made a grave mistake by only thinking of Huiyan. The patriarch carefully put away the inner pellet. Right, we should treat that young hero as an honored guest. If there's anything he desires, we must fulfill it. Chialsen smiled. Yes, let the wounded warrior stay in the village to recuperate. In the meantime, I'll go meet the young hero. Perhaps the young hero is, as I suspect, eager to hear our news. Soryang was now being swarmed by the little centipedes. What am I supposed to do with this? After just one night, I had become the father of the azure-striped peacock centipede. He gazed thoughtfully at his cherished jars. Soryang thought to himself, once home, I'll clean the egg and put it right beside my pillow. Waking up in the morning, I suddenly saw the little ones had already hatched. The little centipedes looked extremely obedient and adorable. Soryang sighed. I expected this, but I didn't think they'd hatch so fast. He glanced and saw one of them sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Soryang shifted slightly. Hey, you lot, move over a bit. The thing is, I don't know if these little ones think I'm their mother. They cling to me and won't budge an inch. Last night in a crevice at the mountain summit. Could this divine bug really be big enough to swallow someone like me? If I can't stand this, where's my fierce Faber spirit? At the hidden lair of the azure-striped peacock centipede that I went to, inside the deep, chillingly cold cave, he jumped and shouted, what the hell is this? What kind of beetle is fist-sized like this? The torch in his hand dropped to the ground because of that. Soryang bent over, panting, trying to steady himself. He was drenched in sweat. Luckily, after all, 3 eggs were still safe. Good thing the rain had stopped, otherwise we might not have saved any. Soryang seemed to think of something. He decisively jumped to his feet. No time to dawdle, I must hurry back and clean the eggs. Soryang tightened the pouch at his waist. All right. My little centipedes, wait a moment. Brother will give you a proper wash soon. He sighed wearily, although he hadn't seen a live centipede. Saving these eggs was still very fortunate. Soryang grew impatient. Hey you lot, aren't you going to leave me? I know you don't need to eat until your second molt, so I needn't worry about feeding you, but clinging to me like this is really awkward. He instinctively thought if he got into the water, they'd probably let go on their own. Saying that, Soryang curled his lips into a sly smile. His crafty look making the little centipedes recoil in fright. Then off to the bath you go. Early the next morning, Chialsen appeared at the Taoist hall. He slowly strode into the main chamber. Standing at the door, Chialsen called loudly, young hero, are you in there? Receiving no reply, he called again, young hero. Chialsen fell silent and waited calmly outside the door for a long while. Finally, unable to help himself, he gently pushed the door open. Chialsen cautiously stuck his head in. Young hero, may I come in? He glanced around the room at the herbs, jars, and medicine pouches. Chialsen frowned in puzzlement. Could the young hero be skilled in medicine? What are all these things? He suddenly hesitated. No, entering an occupied room like this without permission would be rude, wouldn't it? Then Chialsen turned to leave. I'll come back later. As he was about to turn away, sounds suddenly came from behind him. Chialsen turned back in puzzlement. The sound was. He realized the noises had come from the large jars in the corner. Chialsen fell silent and couldn't help stepping closer to them. He slowly reached out and cautiously lifted the jar's lid. Jialsen's expression turned grave. His eyes widened in astonishment. Jialsen looked at the large spider in the jar, Kaiju. Then his gaze shifted to the medicine cabinet as he muttered, "No way." Jialsen reached in and pulled open one of the drawers to look. Inside was a huge rock gecko lizard. He gave a start, stepped back a few paces, and steadied himself. One jar held brown beetles, while another jar contained strangely shaped eggs. Another compartment held the dried bodies of snakes. Cold sweat broke out all over him. It was unbelievable. Jialsen could hardly believe it. Could he be raising poisonous creatures and breeding them? Even the Tang clan, famed for their mastery of poisons and venomous creatures, only handled and extracted toxins. They wouldn't know how to coax them to breed like this. Jialsen went out and closed the room door. By a small twist of fate, I saved my beloved daughter's life. So the real twist of fate was this young hero after all. Zoryang's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Elder. Jialsen started and replied, "Young hero, you rushed here in worry. How did your arm end up like that? Are you hurt anywhere else?" He smiled to reassure him, "It's nothing serious. Rather, what I should say is..." Suddenly Jialsen froze. What is this? Behind Soryang, a dense wave of black chi had appeared before anyone noticed. Outside the door, a figure emerged from within that haze. An Anyang with a massive frame, radiating heavy killing intent. He curled his lips into an excited grin as if he'd found prey. Jialsen hurriedly shoved him aside. "Young hero, get out of here." Soryang looked puzzled. "Elder." The Anyang lowered his center of gravity and swung his huge arm. A moment later, he lunged toward Jialsen. The Anyang's eyes were filled with ferocity. Barring sharp teeth, his muscles coiled as force gathered in his arm. The Anyang struck aggressively, but Jialsen quickly blocked it. He parried the blow, but it worsened his internal injuries. Without a moment's hesitation, the Anyang swung another palm that made everything explode. A fierce pain surged, throwing Jialsen off balance, and he collapsed to the ground. His trembling hand wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "A master on par with my father, young hero, run." No sooner had he finished speaking than Soryang was grabbed by the throat by the Anyang on the other side. He faintly called out for his elder. Seeing this, the Anyang laughed excitedly. He arrogantly said, "I heard those damned Tang clan came to Hainan, so I came to take a look. But their Venom Lord's son is injured and alone like this." Jialsen's breathing was ragged. "Who is this elder? Why bully that young hero and me?" He curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. "You'll know something when you look at this face and my red hand. Your father made me this way. I am Tak Eun-yang, the blood-handed killer." He frowned. Word had it Tak Eun-yang was poisoned in the head and fell off the coastal cliff. Apparently he survived. Jialsen spoke anxiously. "That young hero has nothing to do with us. Release him, and I'll trade my life for that boy's." Eun-yang snorted coldly, the power in his hand growing stronger. "I don't like it. You touched me, even a bit, and you'll die." He ground his teeth in anger. "That which finally shows that you don't intend to let the young hero go." Meanwhile, Soryang was being choked until he could scarcely bear it. He burst into arrogant laughter. "Die." Exhausted, the boy struggled to spit out, "Please, save me." No sooner had he spoken than countless red eyes flared in the dark. Soryang's little centipedes quickly darted out. They bit one strike after another into Eun-yang's huge arm. He stared in astonishment at those tiny creatures. "What centipedes? Well. Centipedes that seem capable of hurting me." Eun-yang. Within a second, he staggered to the ground, coughing up blood unceasingly. Eun-yang only had time to curse twice before his whole body collapsed. Soryang recoiled in panic. He stared in shock at the motionless man before him. Soryang trembled slightly. "My god, he's dead." He kicked Eun-yang with his foot. "This guy's a villain, right?" Jialsen stood with his mouth agape in astonishment. A moment later, he broke into a grin. "Isn't this a distinguished guest, this young hero?" Soryang carefully watched Eun-yang's movements. "Is he really dead? You had no idea." Jialsen silently resolved to become a member of the Tang clan. At the deserted Taoist hall, a few days after Eun-yang fell, a weary sigh echoed through the old room. Soryang was tending to the injured Jialsen on the bed. He murmured softly, "Thank you, young hero." The boy replied, "We can't delay. If you tell me where you live, I'll go have a look." "No, leaving you here alone isn't right, but I also can't call a doctor." Jialsen smiled at that. "I'm fine, don't worry, rest a few days and I'll recover." Soryang couldn't help but marvel. This old man has lost so much blood and still speaks so calmly. He recalled how Jialsen had coughed blood yet still reassured him. "I'm fine." Soryang was a little worried. "Please don't say that your condition is very serious." The dry, tear-streaked lips of the old man moved slightly. "I'm all right. I'm a man of the martial world." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Soryang asked suspiciously. "A martial man, you mean?" "You mean martial artists, those who can leap and use battlefield techniques." Jialsen laughed. "Not everyone can, but you could say that's right." He secretly marveled. Wonderful, this world really is different here. Otherwise, a centipede the size of a house makes no sense. He added, anyway, thanks to the young hero, I kept my life. It's a great life-saving favor. Though a bit impolite, allow me to properly greet you. I am Tang Chiolson, head of the Sichuan Tang clan. The boy nodded quickly in reply. I am Wei Soryang. Chiolson pondered. Soryang means little dragon. What a nice name. Moreover, I have many questions to ask. May I? The boy replied hesitantly. Yes, please ask. He spoke cautiously. The venomous creature you're carrying is a wugong, right? Soryang nodded slightly. Yes, it's wugong, the larva of the azure-banded wugong. Hearing this, Chiolson sprang up. You say you've tamed the larvae of the azure-banded wugong? The boy startled him. Elder, please lie down first. Chiolson kept asking, where, how did you tame them? While waiting for you, I observed. Are these venomous bugs here also raised by you? The boy asked hesitantly. So it seems the story might be a little long. Do you want to hear it? Chiolson excitedly cleared his throat. It's all right, go on. Soryang thought for a moment, then said, then I'll start with the breeding of the azure-banded wugong. Here's how it went. Outside the Taoist hall, it was so quiet you could only hear the wind howling. After a while, he frowned in surprise. Wait, do you mean you collected the eggs yourself and raised them? The boy answered seriously. Yes, that's right. I can estimate the day the eggs will hatch. Chiolson thought to himself, you can tell when the eggs will hatch. How? Soryang cut across his thoughts. Please wait a moment, elder. Having said that, he went to a cabinet and pulled it open. Soryang brought out a collection of his creatures. Here, would you like to take a look? Soryang introduced enthusiastically, this is a common cave lizard. It has yellow bands on its body and white bands on its tail. He then brought out another. And here, those with large white bands on their tails were selected to pair, and the result produced these two characteristic colors. Chiolson gaped in disbelief. Could it be? He shouted, you mean you created these colors? Soryang nodded excitedly. Yes, aren't they beautiful? His throat went suddenly dry. Chiolson swallowed softly. He asked doubtfully, so if you only pair the most venomous ones, could you breed an even more venomous species? The boy looked puzzled. Soryang pondered quietly. In theory it's possible, he said calmly, if you know which one's venom is stronger. Then of course you could. That's the hard part. Chiolson excitedly cut him off. What, that's really possible? He then adopted a serious expression. You should join my family. If you join our Tang clan, all our martial secrets will be taught without reservation. Rare herbs, spirit plants, and any poisons you want will be within reach. If it's you, you might even capture or raise one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains that the Jianghu talks about. If that still doesn't move you. Not to boast, but one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains is my daughter. The boy interrupted hurriedly. Wait, Soryang rushed forward excitedly. Did you just say that? Chiolson laughed with delight. You're young but still a man, eh? My daughter, one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. The boy shouted, no, not that kind of bargaining. The 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains, are they on par with the azure-banded wugong? He affirmed sardonically. Yes, of course they are. The azure-banded wugong is formidable, but it's still a low-tier venom compared to the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. From centipedes as big as a house to frogs that gleam like gold, whatever you imagine, reality will far exceed it. Chiolson fell silent, unable to help but marvel. Truly a strange matter. He saw Soryang's barely contained excitement. It seems I have managed to persuade him. 2 days later, at Soryang's abandoned Taoist hall, Chiolson's subordinates had also learned of the matter and were extremely anxious. You say the blood-handed Lasat Tak Anyang has reappeared. He nodded. It was indeed a near miss. Who would have thought he had secluded himself to cultivate, now reaching a realm close to his father's? The whole group stammered in disbelief. That one man in the group seemed to recall something. Wait, so did the clan head have him killed already? Have you reached the myriad poisons realm? Those beside him rejoiced. Congratulations, congratulations, clan head. Chiolson shook his head in rebuttal. Not at all. The one who killed him was not me, but this young hero here. His subordinate's eyes widened in surprise. It was this young hero. Saying that, he turned and gripped Soryang's hand. Isn't that right, young hero? The group began to chatter. We thank the young hero for saving our Sichuan Tang clan head. Might you be an enlightened master who never ages? The boy was startled. What? Never aging? What are you on about? Chiolson cut in. Young hero, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Could you show us directly? Soryang hesitated for a moment at that, then agreed. Kids, come out now. The curious subordinate peered at the thing wriggling inside Soryang's robe. A moment later, the little wugongs jostled and poked their heads out, chittering. He gasped in alarm. Aren't those wugongs? Chiolson explained. They're larvae of the azure-banded wugong. These are the ones that defeated Tak Anyang. Gupi couldn't help exclaiming, what? Are their venom safe? The man beside him rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, "You tamed the azure-banded Wugong, a young hero with such talent." He then spoke up, "Therefore I've decided to recruit this young hero into our clan." The young hero said he wished to think it over. The man was excited. "Young hero, this is truly a great opportunity." Jialson cleared his throat softly, and the group turned to him puzzled. Jialson clenched his fist. "Perhaps I should rise. Seems there's no time to delay." Soryang asked anxiously, "Elder, is there anything else you wish to look for?" He fell into thought, his gaze fixed on the void. After a moment, Jialson spoke seriously. "The blood-handed Lasat Tak Anyang, his martial art is the blood-hand poison claw. It's a horrific heretical art that requires human blood and marrow to advance one's level." Hearing this, the boy flinched. "Insane, what kind of mad art is that?" He added, "If he left behind a manual or disciples, they must be dealt with to prevent future calamity. We cannot allow such cruel heresy to reappear in the Jianghu. And if anyone's been captured, shouldn't we help them?" Gu Pi nodded in agreement. "Of course, clan head Young Hero." Jialson looked to him and asked, "Young Hero, can you lend us a hand? You know Hainan's terrain after all, it's the island we speak of." Soryang remained silent and did not answer. He sank into thought. Maybe joining the Tang clan would mean a lifelong job. Interns usually observe the company vibe and while they're at it, size up the boss's character too, right? After a moment, Soryang spoke slowly. "I understand. Once you recover, I'll assist with everything I can." He praised him. "Young hero, you made the right choice." The boy smiled politely. "Saving lives is something I must help with, of course." Soryang smugly thought, "On this trip I must carefully find out what the Sichuan Tang clan is really like. Talented people usually turn the interview around on you, after all." 3 days have passed since old Jialson restored his body. Because we want to find Bloodhand Lasat Tak Anyang's hideout, we stopped by the village near the deserted Taoist hall to ask whether anyone has gone missing. The village chief looked a little worried. "Are you referring to the missing people?" "In the past year there have been 1 or 2 people who disappeared into the forest. However, there hasn't been a pattern of regular disappearances." His face was calm, as if pondering something. Then Jialson clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for telling us, village chief." He smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's an honor to assist the famed head of the Sichuan Tang clan." He nodded. "Then we take our leave." The village chief bowed, wishing them a safe journey. Unfortunately, we couldn't gather any more information and they continued on their way. At that, Soryang spoke up, "This village isn't any different either." Jialson frowned, looking at the fact that he discovered us and showed himself. "I assumed he'd be hanging around here. Searching is really not easy." He also thought to himself that it was strange. How could there be no trace left at all? Soryang recalled when Anyang attacked him. What did he say then? Suddenly something occurred to him, and he let out a shout. "Elder, do you remember what he said when he appeared?" He replied doubtfully, "I don't remember clearly. How about you?" Soryang tried to recall. At that time he was hit and knocked away, so. "Didn't he say that the Tang clan had gone to Hainan Island, right?" Jialson was curious, so. He went on, "In other words, someone must have known the Tang family entered Hainan Island and informed Tak Anyang, right?" Jialson, taking his words, grew somewhat suspicious. "Perhaps so." Soryang smiled. "Then it's simple. We only need to verify the places the Tang clan passed through on Hainan Island based on appearance. Yes, if we use a description of their faces to inquire, we'll find them." Jialson and his men looked at each other in disbelief. He exclaimed, "I hadn't thought of that. Brilliant. If Bloodhand Lasat Tak Anyang said so, then he must have heard the news from someone who saw us." Jialson quickly ordered, "Then it's easy, move out at once." They quickly arrived at a village, but the atmosphere there was extremely gloomy. The group swiftly entered the village. A subordinate spoke up, "Clan head, according to what was heard at the port on Hainan Island, it might be that village." He nodded. "It seems to be the village where the women live. Let's go to the village and see. According to the young hero, the women here may not be too hostile toward us." The group replied in unison, "Yes, clan head." A heavy mood settled over them. The whole village seemed to be sighing. No one smiled, only a lingering solemnity showing in their eyes. They bowed their heads, faces showing silent resignation. Jialson slowly spoke, drawing the villagers' attention. "Is anyone here?" The Tang clan members stood silently, waiting for a reply from the villagers. A low, deep voice sounded. "What business do Han people have coming to a village of women?" The speaker was an elder leading a little girl who slowly stepped forward. Jialson clasped his hands in greeting. "I am the head of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Jialson. The reason we come to this place is..." Soryang glanced at them while they discussed. He glanced around, the village looked truly lifeless, and the children seemed utterly fatigued. Soryang suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. He watched those hollow-faced people with curiosity. What is wrong with them? Those blank, lifeless expressions, could they all have been poisoned? At that moment, the village chief's voice rang out. I don't know about any disappearances. Nothing's wrong with our village. He said sternly, go back. Chialson spoke cautiously, nodding. There seemed to be fewer people in the houses. The village chief snapped angrily. This isn't something you Han people should interfere with. Leave. He and Soryang were momentarily stunned by his attitude. Chialson murmured in doubt, young hero, but I heard the women here are very friendly to Han people. The boy awkwardly scratched his cheek. Yeah, so. The little girl beside the village chief suddenly lurched, swaying as if she couldn't stand. A second later, she collapsed unconscious to the ground. He cried out anxiously, Mi-jin, you startled me, have you fallen? The village chief panicked. Oh my god, Mi-jin, no, you're my only remaining family. How could even you be stricken with this monstrous illness? Hearing this, Chialson stepped forward. Elder, I know some medicine, might I help? The chief frowned. Medicine from the Central Plains. He nodded. Yes, I'm no great physician, but I have some medical knowledge. May I examine the child? The village chief, with no other choice, sighed and turned to him. His gaze was hollow, as if all hope had run dry. In fact, for some time, a strange pestilence had been appearing in the village. Children had been dying one after another, and adults were growing weak and debilitated. Chialson reassured him, all right, let me take a look. The village chief bowed his head. Thank you very much. Please hurry inside. What are you waiting for? Bring the physician and the group in at once. The group hurriedly followed the village chief indoors. Soryang couldn't help asking Gu Pi, Elder, you also know medicine? He replied, indeed. Our Tang clan's martial arts deal with handling poisons, so we're also skilled in pharmacology. Moreover, martial arts begin with understanding the body, so some medical knowledge is necessary. He thought to himself that he had assumed they were merely an assassination group specializing in poisons. If he joined the Sichuan Tang clan, besides learning a fearsome poison art, learning medicine wouldn't be bad. Gu Pi grinned slyly. Of course, sometimes we capture someone to badmouth them, then inject poison to study the reaction. Soryang was startled. Experiments on people. That was a bit much indeed. They were truly terrifying people. The village lay eerily silent under the gray sky. At an old, dilapidated house that carried a sense of decay, Mi-jin lay motionless, her whole body emitting strange auras. Chialson explained, first, I have transmitted internal energy into her, stopping her breathing from failing. The village chief bowed, thank you. She is my only remaining granddaughter, please save her. To Soryang's astonishment, he hesitantly said, by the way, her meridian pulses are unstable, it's very strange. Has the child's heart been weak since birth? He replied gloomily that the illness had only worsened starting half a year ago. Not only his granddaughter, but many others had begun to suffer from debilitating weakness. We call it a malignant illness. The reason I told you to turn back at the village gate earlier was because of that. He blurted it out. Chialson spoke calmly. Elder, first I'll prescribe a good tonic for the heart. Please gather everyone in the village for me, will you? Let's try the medicine. The village chief couldn't hold back and sobbed. Thank you, sir. He looked toward the gentle man. I am truly grateful. Even Soryang was a bit surprised by Chialson's actions. Night slowly fell, covering the silent village. Men followed closely behind, clan head. You've worked hard treating everyone, he smiled. Thank you, Gu Pi. Asked tentatively, how are the patients doing? Chialson fell into a brief reverie. It's truly strange. Symptoms include debilitation and swollen, puffy eyes, unstable meridian pulses, accompanied by a slight fever. The symptoms vary, but those severely ill all have heart problems. By the way, what about the young hero? Gu Pi replied, because he seemed exhausted after helping everyone, he fell asleep. I've laid him to rest in a room. He sighed softly. His body hasn't trained in martial arts yet, so he's easily fatigued. Young hero, are you all right? The young hero did his best. And I should stop by to check his complexion. He quickly said, let me guide you, clan head. Very soon they stood before Soryang's door. He reached out and pushed the door gently. Soryang slept like the dead, unaware of anything around him. Chialson just cracked the door open to observe Soryang from outside, with no intention of entering. Suddenly he frowned and thrust the door wide open. Chialson strode in quickly, his steps hurried. He swung his arm hard, the limb cutting the air toward the boy. Chialson's hand came down decisively without hesitation, carrying an unavoidable weight. A sharp slap landed on Soryang's cheek, the dry crack echoing. He stared bewildered and clutched his now burning cheek. Soryang looked puzzled at Chialson's darkened, stern face. Elder, why all of a sudden? Soryang clutched one swollen cheek, gritted his teeth and blurted out, this. What's happening? Senior, oh it hurts so much, I'm sorry. Jialsin hurriedly explained. I only tried to catch the bug crawling on your cheek. What do you mean a bug? He interrupted. Listen to me first. I just dropped by to visit the young hero for a moment before resting. And suddenly a bug flew and landed on your face. You see, on Hainan Island there are many venomous insects we don't know about, so it's pretty dangerous. So I instinctively swatted it. Look at it, the bug is this big. Soryang gaped at what Jialsin held. Wait a minute, why is this bug here? A thought flashed through his mind. Soryang asked Senior, although the patients had different symptoms, they all had abnormal pulses, right? He confirmed. Yes, you might be able to identify the cause of this strange disease spreading in the village. As being caused by this, Jialsin panicked. What? Soryang revealed the kissing bug. This is an insect of the Reduviae family. It's called that because it often feeds around the eyes or lips of sleeping people. This species is so quick and eerily effective at sucking blood that it's faster than a mosquito, so it's also called a vampire bug or assassin bug. The bug itself isn't venomous, but its gut is full of harmful parasites. So when it bites, people get infected through its waste. The disease it causes is trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease. It's dangerous, ranked 7th among creatures that have caused the most human death. You asked the village chief whether the dogs in the village were panting or showing symptoms like the people. He replied yes. Could it really be because of this bug? Soryang reached a conclusion. Yes, it's probably certain. The chief worried, if so, can my granddaughter be saved? You hesitated. If there's an antidote, it's possible. But suddenly Jialsin burst out laughing. He asked Gupi, how do you think I view you? He smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, now I truly see the value of the young hero. You're bewildered, why are these people like this? Jialsin made an offer. Young hero, join our Sichuan Tang clan. I mean join our Sichuan Tang clan. You were wary, wondering why. He recounted that there's a thing called the goo relic, called neck parasite or neck poison. This parasite is bred by evildoers in the Central Plains. Those villains force people to swallow the parasite, periodically inflicting pain or using it to control people at will. Soryang was stunned. Control people? That's horrifying. Jialsin continued, although it's formidable, many in the martial world have died because of that goo. Sometimes people kill their own kin, self-destruct, or betray family and clan to become slaves to evil men. The village chief behind him cried even louder. Oh heavens, me Jin, oh my. Jialsin, exasperated, said that for a long time the martial world strived to create an antidote for that goo. An antidote that could expel the goo from the body or dissolve it. Soryang still couldn't believe it. No way. He concluded, all right, if the martial world made such an antidote, where would they make it? Of course, in our Sichuan Tang clan, we have a medicine that can dissolve even a fist-sized tumor in the body, so those tiny microorganisms are nothing. He added with a wink. The Vo C letter 1ED1 dung dissolving pill, just a few of these pills are enough. Vo C letter 1ED1 dung dissolving pill. He was shocked. The name sounds like a parasite-killing miracle. Jialsin comforted him, so don't worry, old sir. Your granddaughter can be saved. As a result, starting with the village chief's granddaughter, the villagers gradually recovered. The chief hugged his daughter and cried, oh me Jin, thank goodness, what a relief. The villagers' warm welcome was an extra reward. Judging by their bright faces, it seems the rumors about the women's optimism were true. Sitting at the banquet table, Jialsin patted his shoulder. If the young hero hadn't found the cause, it would have been hard. So the benefactor isn't me, but this young hero. Everyone clasped their hands together and said in unison, thank you, young hero, thank you so much. You are the savior of our village. Even though the Tang clan's medicine treated them, Lord Jialsin credited you with all the merit. Seeing Soryang appreciated by everyone made him as pleased as if it were his own deed. He smiled brightly in thanks and glanced at him, very touching. They cheered and lifted Soryang up. After a while, everyone was still sitting at the table. The village chief whispered about that matter, the words he said at the village gate. Jialsin was curious. What was that about? He reminded them that people were searching for the village where people had gone missing. He recalled it was indeed so, but why ask? The chief said mysteriously, I wanted to repay your kindness, so I looked into it and heard a strange story. In our village, there's a girl who married in from another village, her parents' village. A few years ago, a strange phenomenon occurred. People in the village gradually disappeared one by one. Jialsin's heart jolted, a clue at last. He hurriedly asked, so where is that place? The chief replied, there's a small village to the west. So they went to the place he indicated, and found what appeared to be corpses there. The scene was dreadful. Jialsin gaped in horror and shouted, what is this? Looking at the skeletal corpses on the ground, he felt chills down his spine. There was even a centipede under the earth. Pass it by. Gupi panicked, there are poisons too. Chills down my spine. Don't let the young hero see this. Soryang snapped, I've seen it all already. Someone stopped and said, there's something over there. A set of talons from some bird reaching down into the earth. Its beak snatched up the head of a snake, then raised its neck to peck at that head. One of their companions wouldn't stand for the insult. No, that bird can't be allowed to further disgrace the dead. He threw a stone. Shoo, get out of here. Jialson tried to stop him, but it was too late. Hey, wait. The stone thrown at it was dodged. The bird's claws slammed heavily into the ground. It radiated murderous intent and glared at the man who had attacked it. He cursed, damn it. Someone patted his shoulder. Stop, something's not right. The bird spread its wings wide and took flight. Dark murky air billowed out. Soryang stood frozen, stunned as he watched the scene. The black mist spread over the skeletons below. He was shocked. No way, it's melting. A hand quickly clamped over Soryang's mouth. They all stepped back at once. Everyone move away quickly. That's the origin of that bird was revealed. The TR letter 1E7M bird. They returned to their quarters to confer with one another. Jialson revealed that when its wings are spread they can reach 5 zhang. Its beak is bright copper-colored and as sharp as a needle. Its body is covered in deep purple plumage. When enraged and it spreads its wings, everything around is blackened to death, then turns into poison. A golden crown sits atop its head, majestic and worthy of an emperor. People call this creature the TR letter 1EA7M or TR letter 1EA7M bird. Soryang hesitated and blurted out, could it be? Was that just now one of the 10 deadly poisons? It is the top of the 10 deadly poisons, hailed as the emperor of all poisonous creatures. TR letter 1EA7M bird, monarch of the 10 deadly poisons. His heart trembled, truly terrifying, overwhelmingly deadly. Poisonous insects and snakes on Earth seem almost cute in comparison. This place is literally a biological weapon flying around everywhere. Jialson guessed it had been lured here by a pack of venomous snakes. They say the TR letter 1EA7M bird only eats the heads of the most highly venomous snakes. Gu Pi worried, is this an omen? He affirmed, surely, one might not see a TR letter 1EA7M bird in a lifetime. It's so rare you might glimpse it only once in 100 years. Soryang couldn't help but utter an ah. Jialson was suspicious. What's wrong, young hero? Do you intend to catch it? Want to try to catch it? Young hero, you admitted it. Yes, but its venom is so potent. Jialson looked at him with a probing gaze. He hinted, kid, you seem really interested in the 10 deadly poisons, huh? If so, there's a way. He was astonished. Really a way. Jialson analyzed, if you master the Tang clan's poison arts, your body becomes immune to 100 poisons and can even resist the TR letter 1EA7M bird's toxin. In this world, only our Tang clan's martial art can counter that poison. But what can be done? The Tang clan does not teach its family techniques to outsiders. Even if I wanted to help you, as clan head I cannot break clan rules. Soryang accepted immediately. If I become of the Tang clan, can I learn? And if I reach the realm of immunity to 100 poisons, can I truly resist the TR letter 1EA7M bird's venom? Jialson tempted him. Of course, if the young hero decides now, I will teach you without hesitation. Naturally, arrangements will be properly made. But if you hesitate too long, I must think it over carefully as well, right? Soryang was forced to choose. He ground his teeth and cursed. Damn it. I agree to become one of the Tang clan. I hope for your instruction. Senior elder, no, clan head, he said. The man was delighted he'd persuaded him. Really? Good. From now on you are forever a member of the Tang clan. At the residence of the Blood Hand, Lasat Takanyang. Footprints appeared on the ground. Gu Pi stepped forward to report the situation to the clan head. It lies deep inside the cave. Jialson opened the book to inspect it. The characters written in blood were indeed the secret manual of the Blood Hand poison sect. Soryang was surprised. Writing with blood. He turned and left. Let's head back. You wondered, are you going to Sichuan? Jialson sighed. We have to. We've already obtained Than Ban and Go Gong's inner pill and the manual. Soryang pleaded, could we stop by the monastery for a bit? I want to free a few friends. He agreed, all right, I'll also prepare supplies for you. They all departed together. Then let's get going. A sound from behind made you turn around. Seeing light coming from the cave, Soryang pointed toward it. There's something there. Gu Pi frowned. What do you mean? The three of them bent down to look. This is a feather of the TR letter 1EA7M bird. They stood and stared at the feather as it radiated power. Jialson put on gloves and picked it up to examine it. He placed it in a box. Consider this a welcome gift for becoming one of the Tang clan. It seems you're quite taken with it. Soryang was thrilled. Thank you, elder, no clan head. Jialson turned back to caution him. Everything's fine, but I don't much like that form of address. Let's change how we address each other after the oath ceremony. You wondered, an induction ceremony is it? At the same time, at Sichuan Tang clan, the Grand Elder Tang Museong, who had left earlier, finally arrived. Museong hurriedly asked, "Quick, how is Huyen?" The servant answering him said, "She is still alive, sir." Museong urged, "Hurry to Huyen's side." The door to Huyen's room opened. He anxiously called for Huyen. The attendant by her bed bowed to the Grand Elder. The madam stepped forward and said, "Father, Museong has brought news. Daughter-in-law, I've brought the medicine. This is the inner pill of Than Ban and Go Gong," she sobbed with emotion. "You succeeded." He sat down beside where she lay. He took out the inner pill. She looked extremely weak. Museong called out, heartbroken, "Huyen, you were almost lost. Fortunately, I rushed back in time." The madam urged, "Father, give her the medicine quickly." The inner pill was brought to her lips. A stream of green light emanated around Huyen. He took her hand to regulate the qi within her. Museong closed his eyes and pressed his fingertips into his granddaughter's palm. The madam beside them pressed her lips together and prayed inwardly, "Wake up soon, Huyen." She no longer looked as uncomfortable as before. Meanwhile, Soryang was being carried aloft by Ku Bai. Inwardly he marveled, "I've heard the central plains are vast, but I didn't expect them to be this huge." He added a mental, slightly odd chuckle. From Hainan they sailed to Hangzhou, past Nanjing, completing a month-and-a-half journey. And finally they arrived in Sichuan. Before them stood the sign of the Tang clan. Gu Pi introduced, "This is Sichuan Tang clan." The young hero was stunned. "This is it." They slowly proceeded inside. Someone explained that the whole mountain belongs to the Sichuan Tang clan, so it's called Tang Clan Mountain. Soryang stood in awe at the vastness of the place. People inside rushed out and startled him. Soryang couldn't believe it. Were all these people members of the Sichuan Tang clan? Seeing their numbers, he froze, an overwhelming crowd. Rapid footsteps thundered. Jialsin was stunned when he heard a familiar call, "Father." Huyen, overcome with emotion, burst into tears and ran to him. She rushed to where Jialsin stood. Soryang's cheeks flushed when he saw Huyen. He asked happily, "Huyen, are you recovered?" She hugged Jialsin tightly. "Father, I'm sorry," he asked. "Huyen, is your body all right? My heavens." Soryang was moved. "Is this beauty for real? In a past life I worked with celebrities, but even so. Truly, this is the first time I've seen someone give off such an aura." Jialsin told his daughter, "I have someone I want you to meet." He stepped forward to introduce, "Soryang, this is my daughter, Tang Huyen. I recall you said something. What was it?" "What did you say?" Soryang blurted. "The smell of grass, a grassy scent." She wondered skeptically. Grass. He suddenly remembered. Right, wild grass, wasn't it? Jialsin ruffled his daughter's hair. "This is wild grass." Their eyes met. At that moment he recalled what the man had once said. "My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains." Soryang quickly denied it, "Not just some wild grass. She is the rare flower Tang Huyen, the sole woman of the Sichuan Tang clan. Since childhood she has carried burdens few can understand." Previously she had heard elders say her talent wasn't yet clear. Wasn't her appearance outstanding enough to be called one of the 3 beauties of the martial world? They only needed to pick a suitable nominal husband. They even suggested taking more concubines. She didn't understand why the clan head objected. From then on she resolved, no, mother and father were not wrong. Tang Huyen wanted to prove her worth to the clan elders. By perfecting the clan's martial arts, even without being male, she could contribute greatly to the family. There's a saying, haste makes waste, impatience only leads one astray. That impatience created a demon of the mind. That mental demon became an obstacle and led her into demonic possession. On that day, after absorbing the inner pill, Huyen finally woke. Everyone around had been waiting for this moment. The madam announced emotionally, "You survived." Huyen replied, "Mother, what should I do now?" Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Huyen burst into tears. "I'm sorry, mother," she thought in despair. "It's over. I once wanted to be useful to the clan. I've lost all my inner power." Museong spoke, "This little girl. Are you remorseful for causing suffering to your father and family? You've reached the immunity to 100 poisons realm you always desired. Stop crying and be happy." She was bewildered. Strange immunity to 100 poisons. Huyen stared at the energy radiating from her palm. It spread around where she lay. Huyen was puzzled. "Grandfather, did you say that?" "Huyen, there's something I wanted to tell you before. Not only did it save your life, but it also helped you attain a unique poison-based inner power beyond even immunity to 100 poisons. It's the tale of a mysterious young hero." Back in the present, Huyen stared in shock and asked, "Wild grass?" Soryang opposite her froze, staring blankly. He panicked inwardly. How dare he, bewitched by 10 deadly poisons, call the young lady of a great clan wild grass? "Calm yourself, past me." Soryang introduced himself. "Clan head, you must be joking. It's an honor to meet you. Miss, I am Wei Soryang. I've heard you were ill. It's such a relief to see you well now." Huiyan clasped her hands in greeting. Yes, it's a great pleasure to meet you. I am Poison Flower Huiyan. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. The poison flower will never forget this debt. He looked at her entranced, truly beautiful. Chialson sent a voice message. How is she? Soryang was astonished. What? There's a voice in my head, it's a transmit sound. He continued, even if she's just wild grass, she's still pretty. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N flower. Do you want to try picking it? You returned to your room and soaked yourself in the bath. The pile of Ngo Gong were lying in the basin beside you. Heat rose from the water. Soryang sighed, I'm doomed. You turned to look at your Ngo Gong companions. Seeing them, Soryang thought to himself that they usually cling to me all day. Hot water isn't good for your bodies. Do you want to get into the tub a bit? As soon as he said it, they crawled in as if they understood. Odd indeed. They seemed to understand somewhat. According to old Chialson, they react to killing intent. You warned them, staring at a naked body like that will make people embarrassed. Seeing them shrink back, Soryang grinned brightly. These little ones really are. Old Gupi had said those Ngo Gong are spirit pets. I'll have to ask later what a spirit pet actually is. Suddenly he stopped, thinking back to earlier. Old Chialson's words kept echoing in Soryang's head, making it impossible to stay calm. B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N flower is truly beautiful. Do you want to try picking it once? We must leave quickly. Dusk fell over the Tang clan estate. That evening Chialson's family sat in the parlor. After recounting the tale, he said, so we'll arrange the east ear room for the young hero. Museong, surprised, this young hero has such talent. Chialson replied, yes, we thought we encountered a lucky opportunity, but that luck came not from helping the young hero, it came from the young hero himself. His knowledge of poisonous creatures is extraordinary. He even killed Tak Unyang and encountered the legendary spirit beast like the tram bird. Huiyan marveled, I heard the young hero even personally hatched and raised the Than Ban Ngo Gong case. Museong regretted, I didn't expect we missed such a treasure. Chialson answered, indeed, father. He called to his daughter, Huiyan, I want to take this young hero as my son-in-law. What do you think? She was shocked. Did he mean for the young hero to be his son-in-law? Huiyan hesitated. If you were my son-in-law then. She suddenly uttered in awe, making the madam beside her anxious. The two across from her waited for her answer. Huiyan pondered, now that I've surpassed immunity to 100 poisons and advanced to the heavenly poison realm, I want to prove I can be of greater service to the clan. She replied, I am also of the Tang clan. I understand father's intentions in saying that. Huiyan slammed her hand on the table, stood up and said, but whether that young hero truly deserves me, I must verify it myself. With that she left the parlor. The three remaining sat dumbfounded, watching Huiyan's retreating figure. Chialson could only pray for him, be careful. No matter how beautiful the B letter 1EC9 NG letter 1EA1N flower is, it still carries sharp thorns. Huiyan hurried off to find Soryang. She thought she could now aim for the heavenly poison's body. If she stopped here, the clan elders would not accept her. I will thoroughly inspect his aptitude and character. Meanwhile, sitting and watching the sunset, he wondered what to do next. It seemed he'd made a bad impression on the noble's daughter. Soryang asked the Ngo Gong, what are you lot going to do about it? Just as he thought of her, Huiyan arrived and called. Young hero, he was startled, Miss Huiyan. She panted, excuse my rudeness for a moment. Young hero, I'm in a bit of a hurry, may I borrow your hand for a moment? Soryang agreed at once. Yes, miss. He hesitantly raised his fist. That. I don't know what you're in a hurry for, but perhaps matters like this are better left until we're closer, right? This requires formality. Huiyan looked puzzled. What do you mean, young hero? Suddenly remembering something, her face flushed. Huiyan blushed hotly. It's not like that, what are you talking about? Soryang forced a smile, his heart breaking. No. The atmosphere between them fell into an awkward silence. Huiyan exhaled a long breath. She relaxed a little. Now Huiyan explains, it's not as you think, I only wanted to check your pulse. Perhaps because I suddenly asked you to give me your hand, you misunderstood. He realized, oh, that's it, it's because I didn't explain. She sat down beside him. First, I want to apologize for appearing so abruptly and behaving rudely. You look very young, not yet of age, but you seem thoughtful, so I'll explain what's been happening. Do you agree? After that, Huiyan told Soryang everything, every last detail. He felt what he heard next was like the plot of a typical period drama. As the sole direct heir, she constantly endured cunning plots from branch families. So to ensure the clan's succession, the elders decided to select a capable son-in-law. They even considered how their own standing in the clan would change if he joined them. Huiyan concluded, therefore I want to apologize first, but there's something I must confirm with you. Even if things don't go as hoped, I won't mistreat you. You saved my life, so of course we'll treat you like an honored guest. No, how about like sworn brothers? Soryang's offered hand left her stunned. He smiled brightly and consented. I understand what you mean, confirm whatever you need to. Huyen fell silent for a moment, studying the young lad before her. Her fingers pressed to the pulse at Soryang's wrist. All right, then let's begin. He sat perfectly still, not daring to even breathe heavily. Huyen spoke, the Tang clan's martial art isn't something anyone can grasp. Some people can accept toxins into their bodies and master the Tang clan's secrets, while others simply cannot. Therefore, the Tang clan's poison technique requires a person to slowly adapt to poisons as their inner strength increases. One must accept them all to reach true mastery. Her finger carefully felt Soryang's pulse. She continued, luckily your body can learn the poison technique, but it's only a 10 poison body. That means your body can only withstand 10 types of toxins. For someone not born into a proper lineage, having a 10 poison body is already impressive. In truth, judging by overall ability, you can only be considered a first-rank martial artist. That's the highest level a person without innate talent can reach. My apologies, I'll be going now. Soryang stood up, take care. He clasped his hands in farewell to Huyen. Even now Soryang was still astonished. Do I really have a 10 poison body? So that means I can't catch the TR letter 1EA7M bird. For Soryang, this was a very serious problem. Huyen finished bathing and stepped out of the tub. Steam filled the room, carrying with it a strange fragrance. She sniffed her arm since absorbing the Than Ban and Go Gong's inner pill. Why does my body keep giving off this odd scent? And I even bathe several times a day. Huyen dressed and set the matter aside for the moment. She even wondered if it was punishment for having spoken ungratefully to her benefactor. Meanwhile, Soryang was sleeping soundly. In his dream, he heard her say, I am deeply grateful for your boundless kindness. Huyen even knelt, thank you, my benefactor. He was bewildered. Was he dreaming? Huyen denied it. Perhaps he would feel like it was a dream. I'm only borrowing the form of this girl, the one who swallowed my inner pill to avoid frightening you. I am the mother of those children, Than Ban and Go Gong. Soryang was shocked. Than Ban and Go Gong. 3 little ones clung to her legs, making Soryang start. You frightened me. Since when have you been here? He observed them. So these kids are hers. Are they all daughters? Soryang spoke up. But how did you all appear in my dream? Than Ban recounted, I was brutally murdered, leaving behind my offspring. My vengeance reached the heavens and my soul remained in the inner pill. While I cursed from inside the body of the girl who absorbed my inner pill, the chance to resolve this grudge arrived. Help me appear in your dream. It's all thanks to you for bringing my offspring along, my benefactor. He replied, I understand. He thought inwardly that after all, he was the one who revealed her location to others. I didn't mean to, but in any case, I'm connected to Gong's death. Gong in front of him closed her eyes in silence. And after a while she said, Dear benefactor, if it's not too much trouble, could you grant me one wish? Soryang agreed, of course I will fulfill any wish you have. The youngster that Gong stroked on the head seemed to have guessed something. Can you take care of our offspring until they mature? You wonder, aren't they frogs? No, didn't the J.I. letter 1EBFT already manage to live independently after molting twice from their mother's body? Than Ban explained, for lower beings maybe, but we are different. Before the offspring of our clan molt twice, they depend heavily on the chi coming from their mother's inner core. Then they continue to develop by absorbing the vital energy of other living things. Soryang interjected, wait, Miss Huyen has already absorbed an inner core, so shouldn't they have to stay near her? It replied, you need to understand our situation, benefactor. Earlier I said I cursed this female child, remember? You confirmed, yes. Than Ban continued, because of my inner core, that girl's body is emitting a foul scent. Soryang was shocked. A foul scent. It gives off killing intent. I will not let any man approach that girl and make it impossible for her to have children. If you want to lift this curse, let my offspring absorb chi from the inner core, and you can use the opportunity to win her heart. You stroke your chin, pondering this suggestion, the corner of your mouth curling into a faint smile. Soryang smiled brightly and said, I don't think that's right. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Huyen's difficult situation. Than Ban admired you. You really are someone to be respected, benefactor. But if so, how do you plan to get past this challenge? It seems that girl is seeking a man of real strength. And I cannot take the inner core of the 10 great poisons for you. My inner core has already been absorbed into that girl's body. Your heart trembled. 10 great poisons. Soryang suddenly asked, I have an idea. Can you trust me? Gong was curious. What do you mean? Trust me with this. I'm confident it will work. The next day, Soryang told her everything, and Huyen finally understood. So the scent coming from my body is because of Gong's inner core. Soryang confirmed. Exactly. And if every few days you keep those J-I-letter-1 EBFT near you and let them absorb qi from the inner core, the smell will automatically disappear. She felt a bit embarrassed. I feel a little shy asking this. But you told me this without asking for anything in return. Is that all right? You could ask me for something as compensation. Faced with this question, you hesitated. Well then, I couldn't bear to take advantage of a woman's hardship. I don't want to become someone shameless like that. Huyen's expression was unreadable after hearing this answer. She concluded, all right, if that's the case, I can't keep accepting your kindness without repaying it. I will seriously consider my father's words. Brother Saryang, seeing you like this makes me realize there are things more important than talent or martial skill. Saryang laughed and replied, say that, but actually I've thought about this a bit already. She turned to look, thought about what? You recalled the earlier matter. She said I have the 10 poison body and can only absorb 10 toxins, right? Huyen admitted, that's right. Saryang suggested, so I have this idea. If I can only accept 10 poisons, then could I absorb the 10 poisons of the 10 great poisons in Zhangyuan? This shocked Huyen, absorb the various poisons of the 10 great poisons. She blushed, thinking, so he wants to become the strongest man in the world for my sake. How could that be? For Huyen, one of the 3 flowers of the martial world, this was the first time a man had made such a bold confession to her. Huyen and Saryang were chatting merrily. Huyen awkwardly asked, do you understand what you're saying, young hero? He pressed his lips together and looked at her. Then dazed declared, I don't know. Huyen explained, that path is truly arduous and difficult. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to pursue. Saryang froze, secretly feeling doubtful. Is it really that serious? Huyen bashfully covered her face. All right, young hero Saryang, I heard you're only 10 years old with 3 years to go until you come of age and can hold a proper wedding. In those 3 years, if you manage to tame one of the 10 deadly poisons, it might earn everyone's complete trust. She fumbled on, so if you succeed, the chance of reaching the goal is very high. As for the wedding, I mean. Huyen stood up in embarrassment. In any case, I will wholeheartedly support you, young hero. She hurried off. All right, I'm leaving now. Saryang called out loudly, Miss Huyen. She startled and turned. Could it be the young hero still had something unsaid? He replied cheerfully, it's just about needing a little treatment. Even staying an hour would help, miss. Please try to stay a bit longer before you go. Huyen's body immediately froze, and she awkwardly walked back to her spot. Saryang reassured them, don't worry, our little ones absolutely won't bite anyone. He gently said to the little Ngo Gong, now, my darlings, aren't you going to listen to your father? And want to go talk to your mother? Huyen's face flushed instantly. Father, mother. Saryang hurried to explain, not like that, I didn't mean that. Cut to Tang Qialson looking worried. It seemed the young hero's talent still hadn't stirred our daughter's heart. Museong asked his daughter-in-law, did you see this morning? It seems there's something ambiguous between those two. The madam politely replied, it appears the young hero was rejected by Miss Huyen, father. He nodded slightly, very well. Forcing a marriage would be improper. It's better to let their feelings grow naturally. The madam suggested why not entrust Huyen with guiding the young hero's martial training, have them meet often, and perhaps feelings will develop. Tang Qialson remarked it was not a bad idea. Museong nodded, then I'll ask the gentleman to see if he can grant favor from the celestial beauty charm. If there's a chance, it might bring them closer. Tang Qialson seemed worried, but Huyen herself wasn't particularly keen. Father, perhaps don't expect too much. Museong showed displeasure but said, give it a try. He replied helplessly, very well then. At that moment, Huyen stood outside the door. She called aloud, Father, your daughter Huyen pays her respects. Tang Qialson was surprised. Ngan Nhi, why have you come here at this hour? Enter. Huyen pushed the door and stepped inside. She looked at them in surprise. It turned out everyone was here together. Huyen bowed slightly. I have something I'd like to report. Tang Qialson asked in surprise, something to report. Her face flushed faintly. She hurriedly declared, I will follow father's instructions. Tang Qialson could hardly believe his ears. Did I say that? What do you mean? She replied awkwardly. The madam smiled, saying, isn't it true that the young hero little dragon has caught your eye? Huyen fell silent, bashfully looking down. The madam couldn't hide her delight. Tang Qialson stroked his beard in satisfaction. Why this sudden change? You clearly said you weren't pleased before. She replied shyly, young hero Saryang promised he would become the greatest under heaven. You swore that? Tang Qialson was utterly astonished. What, the greatest under heaven? Could you explain that a bit more? Huyen answered, I mean, even if his innate talent is only of the 10 poison body class, for my sake the young hero vowed to master all 10 poisons and become one of the 10 deadly poisoned. Tang Qialson gaped in amazement, and Museong beside him looked expectant. Huiyan glanced away shyly. He promised me. Museong laughed loudly. To master the 10 deadly poisons, that brat is truly arrogant and clueless about his limits. The madam was thrilled. Heavens, is there really someone like that in the world? Huiyan hurried to clarify, I've already agreed in my heart, but before young hero Saryong comes of age, if he tames even one of the 10 deadly poisons, the wedding will be approved. Does everyone understand my meaning? Tang Qialson looked extremely pleased. Just a few beasts and he can't manage. If he were my son-in-law, he'd have to achieve that. The madam forced a smile. But men can be so slow-witted, can't they? Huiyan looked puzzled. Do you need me to spell it out again? The madam asked cheerfully. No, hasn't the young hero already realized it's been agreed? Couldn't he try a bit harder for her? Museong was pleased, then at first treat him like a son-in-law. It seems we should pretend not to know about this. If he makes the effort, before long he'll become part of our family. Everyone else happily agreed. Gong smiled as an excited girl squeezed Soryong's hand. Truly admirable, benefactor. Haven't you completely won her heart? He replied bashfully, it's just courage and willpower. 3 little children happily hugged him. Gong smiled for a moment. Then it solemnly said, benefactor, perhaps today will be the last time. My resentment has been resolved, so my soul will soon be released. Soryong nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Gong asked if there was anything he could do for him. If possible, we will do anything for you. Soryong was silent for a moment, then he asked, if so, if you don't mind, could you let me take a look at your body for a moment? Gong's face immediately changed color. He thought inwardly, so the benefactor truly is a real man. Gong awkwardly put a hand to his collar. All right then. He tugged down his sleeve. It seemed the benefactor was weak in the face of beauty. Soryong sprayed a teasing look at him. Wait, do you really need to take it off? Gong's face flushed. Could it be? I'll not take it off then, if that makes you more comfortable. The children bashfully covered their eyes. Soryong hurriedly protested. No, that's not what I meant. I don't mean that. I only want to see the form of Gong. Gong froze if that's the case. A burst of black light flared, and a head covered in black scales appeared. Gong revealed himself in the form of a gigantic black centipede. Would this be acceptable, benefactor? Soryong's face lit up. Really, it's truly huge. He excitedly hugged one of its legs. Come on, can I touch it a little? Can I keep a piece of it? How can joints that big even hold together? He asked excitedly, is it true that when it walks and the front leg passes, that spot lights up like that? Gong wiggled the leg. Oh, the front leg. Soryong's voice hurried out. Ah, can I try touching the leg? You've already touched it. He asked on, excited. How strong is its poison, and what about its eyes? Does it see with eyes, or does it sense with its antennae? Kong answered in surprise, of course. Soryong suggested, then let me touch one poisonous fang just once. Gong flinched and stopped him. That might be a bit dangerous. Soryong scolded, you said you'd grant any request. Gong looked embarrassed. Benefactor, what are you saying? Gong wondered to himself whether his daughters were truly all right. His hand reached out. Soryong stared at Gong's leg with hungry eyes. How sparkling this chitin shell is. Gong thought inwardly that everything was really out of the ordinary. Tang Qialson spoke seriously. That's right, young hero, no, Soryong. I already heard Huiyan's story. Soryong looked surprised at Huiyan. From now on, you are my son-in-law. You blurted out, yes, but there are still 3 years of trials. Tang Qialson cut in. The wedding will be held when you come of age. That's only natural. You hurriedly replied, no, that's not what I meant. The madam cheerfully interjected. A son-in-law? Soryong, welcome again. I am your mother-in-law. Tang Museong laughed heartily. Now that Huiyan has a suitor, the Tang clan will surely see only good fortune from now on. Soryong called in surprise. Huiyan. You couldn't understand her satisfied smile. What is going on? Clearly sister set conditions for the marriage, so why does she act as if she's already agreed? For now, just indulge her. Yes, you answered shyly. Please take care of me. A moment later, you wondered what was happening. Tang Museong nodded meaningfully. Yes, let's begin. Tang Qialson beamed. Let's get to it. Before teaching you the Tang clan's poison technique, I have something to show you. Soryong obediently asked, yes, what is it? The 2 men chuckled happily together. Tang Qialson answered, the 10,000 Poisons Hall. I guarantee you will like it. Cut to a different scene. They were walking together outside, all of us waiting for this moment. Tang Museong happily turned back. The moment you officially step into the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a member of the Tang clan. It's our family tradition for everyone to come together. Soryong hurriedly replied, I'm looking forward to it too. Grandfather, you're extremely excited. The 10,000 Poisons Hall must hold countless poisons. Then, you suddenly paused and looked to the right. Huiyan tossed her hair back slightly, looking so radiant that Soryong admired her silently. My goodness. Indeed, a beauty is as lovely in profile as a painting. Tang Qiaolson and the madam looked at you and laughed loudly. Tang Qiaolson reminded you, hey boy, starring like that will embarrass my daughter. Your family now, stop daydreaming. Huiyen's face flushed while you opened your mouth to protest. Qiaolson's cheerful voice rang out, seems our son-in-law is already smitten with Huiyen. Huiyen told Saryang to watch where he was going. You smiled sheepishly. Yes. After a short while, they arrived in front of a city gate. Outside the gate, 2 burly men stood guard. The leading man bowed respectfully. You're here, Supreme Patriarch. Tang Qiaolson nodded. Yes, I want my grandson-in-law to see the 10,000 Poisons Hall. Open the gate. Yes, Supreme Patriarch. You thought to yourself, security here is too strict compared to the Middle Ages. He called out loudly to open the gate. The 2 burly men pushed the gate open. The heavy gate swung open. One man exclaimed, it's early to open today, please enter. Please enter. Saryang immediately froze. Tang Qiaolson explained. This is an iron gate made from the Xingwu steel of the southern barbarians. Opening it is a great honor. You stared in alarm at the burly men panting beside the gate. Really? Tang Qiaolson said cheerfully, here we are. This is the treasure trove that stores all kinds of poisons of the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Museong continued, the 10,000 Poisons Hall's poison repository. He warned, be careful, don't touch anything. Saryang eagerly looked around. I understand, so this is the poison repository. Are they stored in jars and medicine pouches? Tang Qiaolson replied, yes, there are many different poisons here like Ma-Ti poison and somnolence poison. Huiyen, explain it to Saryang, I'm sure my son-in-law will like that more. The madam smiled happily, isn't that right? Huiyen replied shyly, yes, father. She hurriedly pulled him along. Come here, I'll show you the strongest poisons of the Tang clan. Starting with small yellow gold, Saryang was startled and ran after her. Yes, you mean the strongest poison, right? Huiyen shyly introduced, this is aerosol poison, a toxin martial artists must be especially careful of. If inhaled, you won't be able to use your inner energy, so be cautious. Tang Qiaolson and the madam remarked happily, both finding it adorable. Indeed, Huiyen's voice continued. Long segment poison, soul destruction poison, blood transforming poison, and the 7-step soul breaking poison. She pushed a cabinet drawer closed. They were all powerful poisons, but the Tang clan's strongest toxin was something else. Huiyen handed him a seed. Hold this. Saryang, this one. He examined it. The bean looked like a castor bean. She explained, aside from the 10 great poisonous creatures, this is the strongest poison currently. The herb that symbolizes the Tang clan, the castor bean. Saryang was inwardly surprised. Castor bean. He flinched in alarm. Is this ricin? Ricin is a toxalbumin. Just 2 mg can kill an adult. It's infamous from the umbrella assassination of a Bulgarian dissident during the Cold War. Is it hundreds of thousands of times more potent than cyanide? Huiyen smiled and explained, this toxin comes closest to the Tang clan's goal of colorless, tasteless, invisible poison. So we call this the needle poison, the most precious of poisons. And killing someone with this needle poison is called a needle slaying. Saryang's eyes widened. Needle slaying. Huiyen instructed, remember well, Saryang, the strongest poison is not the most painful or gruesome one, but the poison that kills silently and surely. The Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts also aim for that, silent and certain. Saryang was startled as he assessed them, a clan of assassins. Tang Museong spoke up, that's enough. Next, let's go see the poisonous creatures Saryang H1E1NG has been hopping for. Saryang immediately perked up. You mean venomous creatures? He cheerfully replied, if you like, you can manage them. What do you think? The clan will support you with whatever you need. His eyes lit up. Really? Support my hobby. Then let's go right away. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Clan head, urgent matter to report. Tang Qiaolson asked Gu Pi, what's the matter? He hurriedly replied, you need to go to the Xuanwu Pavilion immediately. Tang Museong was surprised. Xuanwu Pavilion? Why there? Gu Pi's voice faltered. The clan elders. Tang Museong snapped, what, them again? Saryang wondered, by clan elders do you mean those branch people she mentioned? Gu Pi explained, there are 2 matters. One, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan city lord had no effect, and he sent a complaint letter. And the other matter is, he glanced at Saryang. You sighed in frustration. It's about the issue at the 10,000 Poisons Hall. Tang Museong snorted coldly. News travels fast indeed. Let's go, son-in-law, you come with me. Saryang hurriedly replied, yes, sir. Cut to Xuanwu Pavilion. The elders looked astonished. How could you unilaterally decide such an important matter? Yes, how could you marry off Huiyen, our precious granddaughter, to an orphan of unknown origins? Tang Qiaolson muttered, what, an orphan of unknown origin? He ground his teeth in anger. Are you insulting my son-in-law? The elders hurriedly replied, no, it's the truth. Tang Museong asked coldly, I was the one who decided. Do any of you object? The elders immediately softened. Supreme Patriarch. Then they tried to persuade him. Supreme Patriarch, please advise the clan head. How can you entrust the management of the 10,000 Poisons Hall to an outsider whose abilities haven't been verified? He replied coldly, I've just agreed. Huiyan anxiously moved beside Saryang, whispering an apology to him. Saryang looked at her, thinking to himself, oh dear. I've made her worry again. She's not the one who needs apologizing. Saryang spoke up, sorry for butting into the elders' discussion. It seems this matter arose because of my poor ability, so if I demonstrate my competence, will the elders accept me? An elder asked back, what? Saryang smiled and answered, for example, by solving the Sichuan city lord's thorny problem. Huiyan whispered in alarm, Saryang, what are you going to do? Although you're not one to show off. If anyone dares disturb the peaceful life beside your pet, you won't let it slide. The atmosphere fell suddenly silent. The elders turned furious. How dare you? One of them roared, the elders are discussing, how dare a kid like you interrupt? Another added, exactly, and the letter from the Sichuan city lord, do you even know what it says before speaking? Clan head, look, he has no background yet dares meddle in our affairs. Therefore, we've nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be the son-in-law. Saryang's face darkened. I've had enough of these old men, it's infuriating. He recalled his previous work. Saryang once had over 1 million subscribers, averaging more than 3,000 concurrent viewers. Saryang continued calmly, since the elders still won't acknowledge me as a son-in-law of the Tang clan, I'm still a guest. Of course, with such a huge fanbase, being attacked out of nowhere is normal. His expression darkened further. Moreover, I didn't just help Huiyan, the Tang clan's treasure, I also saved the clan head's life by killing the blood hand Lasat Tak Anyang. How dare the elders insult a benefactor and honored guest right in front of him? Is that Tang clan etiquette? He judged inwardly that as a streamer, being attacked by many was all too familiar, to the point their malice was almost amusing. Immediately, the elders appeared embarrassed. That's not it, we were just hasty and misspoke. Saryang sneered inwardly, pathetic. An elder spoke up, but about the blood hand Lasat Tak Anyang, after all, killing him seems too improbable. Tang Chialson raised a book. Saryang isn't lying, look at this. They held people while reading the Blood Hand Poison Claw Manual, the guide written in blood, indeed from the blood sect. Tang Chialson proudly said, Saryang, show us your wugong. Saryang obediently replied, yes, father-in-law. He pointed to his clothes. Elders, take a good look. Something suddenly protruded from under his shirt. 3 little wugong waved cheerfully, and the elders were stunned. A golden centipede. Tang Chialson explained, it's the offspring of the azure-striped wugong. My son-in-law is raising it. If I told you they bit Tak Anyang to death, would you believe me? An elder was utterly astonished. Azure-striped wugong, this young man can command them. Tang Chialson sneered, if I can't recognize this son-in-law, what else should I call him? Saryang admonished the little ones, don't bite people, or you'll end up charred like Tak Anyang. The elders froze for a moment. Then they forced smiles. We never said we wouldn't recognize him, it's just that there are procedures to follow, and because you bypassed them, the clan head was upset. Tang Museong cut in. Fine, drop the son-in-law issue, then why not approve the 10,000 Poisons Hall? An elder hurriedly replied, well, he's not officially part of the clan yet. How can we entrust the 10,000 Poisons Hall to a teenager who's not of age? Another voice chimed in agreement. Exactly how can such an important hall be handed over? Tang Museong frowned slightly, then it's simple. Can you prove your ability? Saryang smiled, of course. To prove I'm worthy of the Tang clan, I'll handle it in the Tang clan's way. By using poisons, the elders cried in alarm. What? They scolded in succession, you want to poison the Sichuan city lord? We're talking about sending medicine, not killing someone. Saryang awkwardly scratched his cheek. Clan head, what do you think? Isn't it a bit too soft? The Tang clan uses poisons after all. Cut to the next day. Tang Museong smiled. All right, let the challenge proceed. But from today you'll begin learning the 5 poisons origin technique of the Tang clan. Saryang slapped his hands together. Still physical training, he replied. The body will adapt to the martial arts as you train. Tang Museong took out a scroll of leather. Tang clan values practicality, so you'll learn things immediately applicable in actual combat. Various hidden weapons were laid out on the floor. Tang Museong explained they were hidden weapons, hairpin darts, throwing needles, sand granules, as well as sword and dao. Though there are many kinds, these 5 are the main types. Do you know which hidden weapon is easiest to use? Saryang hesitated. Probably a dagger or a throwing dao. Tang Museong nodded. Right, then which is the hardest to use? Soryang answered, perhaps the za, because it requires powdered rubbish. Tang Museong replied, wrong, the hardest to use is the pin. The pin? Soryang asked, puzzled, because it's small and thin, making it hard to throw. He explained, because you must remember exactly the spot where you threw it. I should demonstrate while explaining. Soryang looked in surprise at the item he had just taken out. A writing brush. Tang Museong snapped off the shaft of the brush. He tossed the tuft of bristles into the air. The clump of bristles flew up, and moments later turned into dozens of needle points as they fell. Soryang was immediately stunned. The brush hairs were piercing flesh like acupuncture needles. He stared at them in amazement. Tang Museong explained, the Tang clan has a hidden weapon called Man Tian Hua Wu. It's the clan's secret technique, covering the surrounding area with hundreds or thousands of hairpins. Soryang looked around, thinking, you mean I have to fight enemies while the ground is covered with pins like this? If everywhere is full of pins, where do I put my feet? Tang Museong replied cheerfully, then you must remember carefully so you don't harm yourself. Soryang thought to himself, unbelievable. He asked, so even the positions where pins are knocked loose or fall must all be memorized? Tang Museong replied nonchalantly, of course. If it's the 5 poisons technique, you must remember at least 100 positions. Huiyan could already recall thousands of positions. When she was young, she could remember about 1 poison spirit, and Soryang's face immediately went pale. Cut to Soryang exhausted, sprawled out in his room. Huiyan entered. Soryang, how's this? He hurriedly sat up. Miss Huiyan. He stared at her in surprise. That outfit. Huiyan replied happily, I heard you're going to catch hornets, so I prepared this, if you don't need it. He hurriedly said, it's fine, I was going to wait, but with this I can catch them myself. Huiyan looked surprised. Wait, you mean you're going to wait for the hornets? Soryang replied cheerfully, you'll understand when we get there. On the way, he asked her, Miss, do you know where the hornet's nest is? She answered, I've found a nest nearby, we can go there right away. But you've read the Sichuan city lord's letter already, right? Yes, Soryang replied, of course. Huiyan looked embarrassed. Soryang is still young, so I'm a little worried. Do you fully understand the content of the letter? Soryang hesitated. Of course, miss. It's very important to a man's yang energy. Huiyan cut in. Enough. You seem to understand the issue well, don't you? Yes. The major problem the Sichuan city lord is facing is male impotence. Huiyan examined him closely. Soryang, you're suspiciously knowledgeable for your age. Are you flustered because I live alone? Huiyan hurried off. Come on, let's hurry. Soryang quickly called Miss Huiyan. Cut to a forest. Soryang eagerly stopped to admire the poisonous creatures, forcing Huiyan to drag him along again and again. After a while, she said happily, we're here, Soryang, aren't you excited too? So this is the place. They walked together toward the crevice in the rock before them. This must be the place. Huiyan suddenly asked, but Soryang, what's the point of finding a hornet's nest without hornets? Soryang quickly replied, although we're looking for Woong Pung, we won't capture them. The two of them approached close to the rock crevice. Soryang peered inside. The poisonous insect we need is usually found in small hornets' nests. Huiyan was surprised. Poisonous insects live in hornets' nests. He replied, yes, luckily this nest seems to have what we need. A moment later, he shouted happily, got you, you little thing. Huiyan, sitting nearby, asked curiously, Soryang, that insect, are you wiping sweat from your brow? Right, we're not here to catch hornets, but this insect. He held it up. This creature will solve the Sichuan city lord's problem. Huiyan asked Soryang in surprise, this insect is a Daidan? Soryang cheerfully replied, yes, that's right. He inwardly felt surprised they called it Daidan here. This insect is found in Hung Fong's nests. In the Central Plains, it's called Daidan. In Korea, it's called the blister beetle, and this insect belongs to the Melody family. Huiyan continued to be puzzled, but Daidan are found in Hung Fong nests? I didn't know that. He explained that their life cycle is quite special. The Melody's reproductive method is rather strange. Normally, when insects lay eggs, they protect them or create a safe environment for them to hatch. But this species just lays eggs. Anywhere at all, they simply lay them all in one spot without caring about anything. Then, by some miraculous way, the blister beetle larvae hatch and begin crawling to the nearest high point. When they reach the top, they form a strange shape, which is, they cling to one another and pretend to be a flower. And the resin bees fly over, mistaking it for a real bloom. They'll be surprised and wonder, since when did a flower appear here? And as soon as they come close, the blister beetle larvae quickly swarm all over the resin bees. And that's game over, the resin bee nest is finished. Soryang continued cheerfully, I don't know why they choose resin bees, but I heard it's the best environment for Daidan larvae to develop. Huiyan exclaimed. Really? Poor little resin bees, he said with a wry smile. They're too cute, there's nothing we can do. A moment later, Huiyan looked embarrassed. But isn't this the toxin that causes skin blisters? I know it can be lethal if eaten in large amounts, Soryang replied brightly. Yes, it can blister the skin. The orange fluid secreted by the blister beetle contains a toxin called cantharidin. If this contacts the skin, it causes blisters like burns. Huiyan watched the creature shyly. But it really has that effect, Soryang answered. Yes, until the toxin is expelled from the body. It can arouse a man's vigor. Huiyan's face suddenly flushed and she quickly turned away. All right, let's go back to the 10,000 poisons hall. Soryang hurriedly stopped her. Wait, let me catch a few more. The blister beetles were secured. Afterwards, the two returned to the 10,000 poisons hall and Soryang taught the fighters how to prepare the medicine. He said to them, now, listen carefully. First, dry the dai dan and grind it into powder and assume that 1/10 of that is toxic. So, if one ingests 3 fen, that is 11.75 mg of toxin, which is certainly life-threatening. And for every 3.75 kg of body weight, if one ingests 3/10 of a fen, i.e. 1.25 mg of toxin, half of those who ingest it will die. Therefore, prepare the medicine at 1/10 strength, equivalent to about 10 drops of water. He asked again, do you all understand? Soryang inwardly felt anxious at their silence. I feel like my head will explode. One of them exclaimed, you explained it in such detail. Your math is brilliant. We will certainly succeed. Soryang replied cheerfully, yes, I'm counting on you all. That night, Tang Museong's voice was heard. I didn't expect the Dai Dan to be so effective. It seems I should reevaluate the poisons the Tang clan possesses. Huiyan answered, yes, I think so too. He asked, he's good at math too, she replied. Yes, he divided a unit into 10 parts, saying it's equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water. Truly, Tang Museong pondered. I thought I knew a lot about poisons, but he's beyond what I imagined. The more I learn, the more I see he's a treasure of the Tang clan. He glanced at his niece. So do you like him more now than at first? Huiyan shyly averted her eyes. Grandfather. I only feel I was too hasty at first and guilty about it. Tang Museong interrupted. All right, just behave well from now on. But how to test the medicine's effectiveness? Huiyan's face flushed bright red. The thing is, she buried her flushed face in her delicate hands. The clan elders were far too arrogant. So the clan would punish them. Tang Museong looked surprised. What? Then he laughed heartily. Indeed, an interesting fellow. Cut to a meeting with the elders. The elders sat with arms crossed, watching in silence. A box of pills was placed before Soryang. Soryang, here is your medicine, he blurted out. This is. A warrior bowed and reported, yes, we mixed licorice powder and honey to sweeten it so it's easier for you to take. He muttered, so thorough. Soryang asked, you prepared it exactly as I said. The warrior bowed. Of course, Lord Soryang, we followed your dosages precisely. The elders snorted coldly. You're making a fuss. Yes, as if some dreadful thing has been made. Tang Chialson cut in silent. He asked Soryang, all right, the medicine is prepared. How will you prove its efficacy? Soryang asked back, prove it how? An angry hand slammed the table. Of course it must be proven. How can I send an untested poison to the Sichuan city lord? Another elder added, yes, if anything goes wrong, it will be dangerous. Soryang replied calmly, then there is no other way. The warriors. The elders showed surprise. They watched the pill placed before them. You want us to test the medicine? Who knows what's in it? That brat, not only an outsider, but of a dark disposition. Soryang gave a slight smile. Call your grandfather, Tang Museong replied. What is it? Soryang pretended puzzlement. Didn't you tell me that those who train in the Tang clan's arts need fear no poison? Is that right? Tang Museong answered, yes. Soryang's tone turned mocking at once, but look, are they the ones afraid? Tang Museong observed the elders before him. Hearing his grandson-in-law, it seemed indeed so. Soryang's cheerful voice rang out. Come on, you are all clan elders who have reached the realm of 100 poison resilience. Would you really fear a bit of Dai Dan poison? Immediately their eyes bright. All the elders quickly popped the pill into their mouths. Who would fear such low-grade toxin? Right, you underestimated us. An old man threatened, if this pill has no effect, you'll pay. We'll restore discipline in the clan. Immediately they swallowed the pill. The surrounding air fell into silence at once. One elder chuckled triumphantly. See, nothing happened. A moment later he froze. Indeed, that day the clan's discipline was emphatically restored. A murmured voice, send the medicine to the Sichuan city lord. The medicine is very effective. A short while later, the elders stepped out awkwardly. Soryang whispered to Tang Museong as his grandfather had said, just provoke them about poisons and they'll fall for it. He smiled softly. They are people left with only pride and can't help themselves. But don't hate them, they do it for the clan. After all, they're family. Soryang replied obediently, I understand. Suddenly, Huyen rushed in, calling out urgently, Soryang, something big has happened. He asked in surprise, what is it? Young miss, her voice broke off. Our pets are having a problem. Soryang's face went blank. A cold hand grabbed him and his father asked, son-in-law. Tang Museong growled, what do you mean? What do you mean by ours? Tang Museong coldly asked his son, are you two saying you have children? It seems I haven't raised you properly. Huyen hurriedly explained, not children, Ogong, the Ogong Soryang is raising. Soryang's expression immediately froze. He asked in alarm, you mean the Ogong? Soryang suddenly remembered that he'd been busy training lately and had asked the young miss to look after the little Ogong. My dear pets are in trouble, he cried. Let me see. Huyen shouted, Soryang isn't here. After a while, 3 tired Ogong lay sprawled on the floor. Soryang with a handprint on his cheek, she said they suddenly stopped moving. Oh, Huyen answered, they were fine this morning, I hope they're not hurt. Their color was translucent and their shells looked strange. Soryang's face suddenly relaxed. This is nothing, Miss Huyen, no need to worry, they're molting. Like snakes, when their bodies grow they shed their skins. Perhaps it's time. Huyen asked in surprise, molting. He replied, yes, it should be finishing soon. Huyen cried out excitedly, Soryang look. A golden Ogong head peeked out from a pale shell. That head. Tang Museong marveled at its wonder. Huyen cheered eagerly, Soryang, the other 2 are about to molt. One by one they crawled out of their cocoons. Huyen looked at the 3 Ogong. They had all molted and seemed larger than before. She turned to Soryang, by the way, what are their names? Did you give them names? No. Soryang thought for a moment. Then he answered, temporarily call them O1, O2, O3. Huyen growled in anger, no. If a Ogong lives 1,000 years it will become a dragon. It needs a grander name befitting a dragon's appearance. Milady, Soryang smiled, how would these Ogong become dragons after 1,000 years? Don't laugh so heartily, but fine, if a Ogong of 1,000 years is called a dragon, I'll name them heavenly dragons. Soryang secretly thought, so that was taught by his grandfather. He observed the little trio, wondering. Names maybe Seo, Hyang, and Ban. Huyen looked surprised by those rather unusual names. Soryang explained, the one that emerged first is Seo, the second is Hyang Fragrance, and the third with the shiny shell is Ban. Huyen mumbled the 3 names Seo, Hyang, Ban to herself. A child's name is usually given by the father after all, and so the little Ogong had new names. Cut to a day later, the Ogong clung to Soryang again. It seemed his body wasn't fully dry yet, but he could move, still feeling a bit out of sorts. Soryang muttered, you've gotten so heavy. One of them, hearing that, bopped its head against his face. The biggest change was their size. Originally, they were only as big as a large sausage, but now they're as big as his arm. Soryang flopped onto the chair with a bump on his cheek. Sorry for saying you're heavy. It seemed the Ogong thought his hug was for them. Now they clung to Soryang's arms and waist nonstop. Suddenly a voice rang out, look, didn't I tell you so? Soryang sat up and watched 2 men passing by. Sure enough, Sichuan Tang clan, let's go take a good look. Let's go. One of the 2 laughed loudly, easy money. Soryang muttered, what's going on? Cut to the city. Tang Chialson cleared his throat softly, truly good news. Didn't you recently send the self-made medicine to the Sichuan city lord? Soryang replied, yes. He continued, I heard the medicine worked very well for him, so the city lord sent a large reward along with his thanks. Soryang looked pleased. Really? Tang Chialson laughed heartily, you're my son-in-law and already bringing me benefits, you've helped us a lot. Soryang scratched his head happily, it's nothing. At that, Tang Chialson's expression suddenly changed. I'll gift you a spiritual elixir, though if I give it, you'll modestly refuse, right? Soryang looked puzzled. A spiritual elixir? You mean, if I recall, Grandpa once said a spiritual elixir can increase internal strength. Huyen asked brightly, Father, what kind of spiritual elixir is it? He replied, it's nothing too grand. The honey of the golden fur Fang King. Soryang was slightly stunned, not understanding. Fang honey, I heard internal strength is crucial to becoming a master, so I'll accept it. Thanks, father-in-law. Huyen's voice sounded cold. Father. She challenged her father, why is the reward only honey? Tang Chialson awkwardly replied, about that. Huyen angrily scolded him. This time Soryang's deed wasn't small. Although the golden fur Fang King is a mid-grade venomous creature, its honey is the lowest grade pill among spiritual elixirs. You can't skimp on the reward for Soryang. He made a contribution after all. It should at least be an elixir that raises internal strength by a year. That one only grants 2 months internal strength even as a spiritual elixir. Tang Qialsen's face fell, though the preparation is costly. Huiyen's eyes flashed with fury. Compared to what Saryang did, it's still cheap. Tang Qialsen told himself his grown daughter was like water spilled from a bowl. Saryang asked curiously, "Father-in-law, what is the Golden Fur Fang King?" He replied, "The Golden Fur Fang King is a mid-grade venomous creature found in the forest, a large bee about the size of a small dog. If you eat its honey, you can gain 2 months internal strength." Saryang's face immediately lit up. A bee the size of a puppy, how intriguing. Huiyen shoved his face. "Saryang, wait a moment, I'm really angry." Tang Qialsen hurried to explain, "Huiyen, I didn't mean it that way. I thought Saryang would want to go fetch the Golden Fur Fang King's honey himself, so I chose it." Saryang's eyes immediately sparkled. "Father-in-law, you want me to go fetch the Golden Fur Fang King myself?" Tang Qialsen replied excitedly, "Exactly." Saryang was ecstatic. "Go fetch the honey myself. Back when I was a YouTuber, I went honey gathering many times." He dashed for the door. "If father-in-law is going to get the honey, I'm very skilled at that." Tang Qialsen was also very excited. "I knew you'd like it." Saryang wondered, "What does the Golden Fur Fang King look like?" Tang Qialsen replied, "Of course it looks like a bee." Huiyen could only sigh at the scene before her. Cut to the scene, and so the honey-gathering trip began. Since this was valuable information given by my father-in-law, I thought there would be no rivals. But a crowd shouted that they arrived first, so the Golden Fur Fang King's honey belongs to them. The other side snappily retorted, "What? We bought the intel legitimately, so it's ours." "You bought it, we bought it too. Did you buy it from a shaggy-haired guy with a big mole on his face? How would you know that? In any case, we won't yield." Saryang suddenly recalled the man carrying a money pouch who had walked past him. A shaggy-haired fellow with a large mole on his face. Could it be them? They sold the information to various people. Tang Qialsen ground his teeth in anger. Those bastards dare insult the Sichuan Tang clan. Right there in Sichuan, the two groups arguing suddenly froze. "What? Sichuan Tang clan?" Saryang felt disappointed. "My peaceful honey raid plan." Tang Qialsen gave careful instructions. "Saryang, since this is your first mission outside the school, be extremely careful and never forget you are a member of the Tang clan." He replied, "Yes, sir." He nodded slightly. "Bring all those people along. You must also learn to make use of others." Saryang stared at about 20 people standing below. "Yes, you want me to bring them along?" But Miss Tang Qialsen laughed. "That kid, Huiyen, is yours. You are Huiyen's partner, so you're the one with the most authority here." Saryang was embarrassed. "Partner," Huiyen reassured, "you'll do well." "Saryang, I'll help you too." Saryang hesitated. "I'll do my best. You look at the situation, but what should we do?" He asked Wolgang, "What should we do here? Share the information with them?" Wolgang muttered, "Share how? Who are they to demand the Sichuan Tang clan split the spoils?" Huiyen added, "Even if we don't know who they are, these people are brazen, daring to sell information that the Sichuan Tang clan had purchased." The others panicked and backed down. "Poison Flower Moon Lily, a direct poison flower of the Tang clan, are they here?" One of them clasped his hands together, bowing his head in apology. "Central Wind Sect, we didn't know this was related to the 4 Sichuan Tang clan, will withdraw." Immediately after, the others hurriedly followed suit. "Noble Origin Sect, we also withdraw. Damn it, I'll catch and strip that guy." "White Jade Ghost Slayer Sect, we won't participate either." Saryang froze just like that. "Is the Sichuan Tang clan that influential?" "Is that it?" Wolgang replied, "Probably not. Those 4 factions won't just retreat like that." Behind the trees, 4 figures were lurking. Wolgang explained, "First they'll find a good nearby position. Obviously they're hiding nearby waiting for an opportunity." "Gu Pi, locate them." He answered, "Yes, chief." Huiyen reassured, "It's fine, Saryang." A voice called out, "Be careful." The 3 of them hid behind a large rock, watching the beehive in the distance. A bee flew out of the hive, then other bees flew in. Saryang excitedly shouted, "That's the Golden Fur Fang King." Huiyen said, "It's my first time seeing one, it's really big." Saryang exclaimed, "Isn't it cute?" Huiyen also blurted, "Its fur looks so fluffy." Wolgang explained, "That's why it's called the Golden Fur Fang King." Saryang observed, "Still, this colony is a bit small, only a few hundred, right? The Fang can get that big." A colony refers to the whole swarm. Usually a hive has about 5,000,7,000 members. Huiyen looked surprised. "You can tell that without going inside." He replied cheerfully, "Just watch how many go in and out of the hive and you can gauge it roughly." Suddenly footsteps approached and they turned to look back. Gu Pi reported, "Chief, we've located the 4 factions." Oh, where are they? He frowned slightly. Well, those bastards really are opposite us. We can't see exactly what they're doing, but they'll probably make a move. Wolfgang mused, so they're likely waiting for night and will take the honey using the Tang clan's method. Saryang was surprised. The Tang clan's method. He explained, if you burn mugwort leaves and let the smoke drift into the hive, the bees become more docile. Then we go in and harvest the honey. Saryang admired it as a clever method. Gu Pi hesitated and said, but the wind is blowing toward us right now. A hush fell over them. A moment later, Saryang suddenly cried out, got it. Wolfgang asked, did you think of another way? Saryang explained, if the wind is blowing toward us, won't it hide our scent? He jumped to his feet, so we'll take advantage of this chance to slip in for a moment. Huiyan hurriedly stopped him. No, do not. The golden fur fang king is a mid-grade venomous insect. It's dangerous. Saryang replied, just once I'll touch them and come right back. Suddenly he tripped over a rock. The rock flew off and tumbled down beneath the hive. Both Saryang and Huiyan immediately panicked. Hundreds of bees poured out of the hive. They swarmed to attack them. Run. Afterwards, the two of them were scolded soundly. A short while later, Saryang pondered, is there really no way? We'd have to go against the wind to set the fire, but I'm stuck between the 4 factions people and the swarm. The golden fur fang king is different from bees, I know. You can hear their wings beating even from 30 meters away. Hornets aren't like that. Huiyan's voice suddenly called, Saryang, come here, turn around. Miss Huiyan. She cheerfully held Ngo Kong in her arms. They seemed to have eaten their fill because they kept circling. I led them over here. Saryang replied, thanks, Miss Huiyan. They've calmed down. Huiyan sat down beside him. Did you gather anything else? Saryang awkwardly answered, I want to observe a bit more. Huiyan smiled and said, I'm sorry for pestering you so much. Saryang, take your time to think, there's no need to rush. Even so, Saryang felt different. The pressure rose. She was urging him on. Huiyan looked into the distance. Saryang looked over there, opposite the tree root. It's the monkeys, are they fighting? 2 monkeys were snarling at their opponent. Huiyan commented worriedly that they must be very angry. Saryang suddenly called, Miss Huiyan. It seems like there's some kind of smell. This scent, could it be? He suddenly realized, could it be pheromones? Miss Huiyan, we need to get out of here. Those fang will go berserk and come this way soon. Huiyan looked surprised, I know. She grabbed his hand, leapt up high in a flash. When they were a fair distance away, she finally slowed down. Huiyan's eyes were full of astonishment. Hundreds of bees were flying in, and they headed straight for the monkeys, wildly fighting each other. The bees excitedly circled the monkeys that had collapsed. All the monkeys had separated, each covered in many swellings. That was nearly a big problem. There it is. Huiyan asked, but Saryang, how did you know the golden fur fang king would rush out to attack? You told me to move before we even heard it, right? He answered, it's because of the scent. Huiyan was surprised. The scent. Thinking back, it seemed to smell like magnolia. Saryang stared at her. Could Huiyan really distinguish pheromone scents? He asked if she recognized the scent just now. Huiyan replied, yes, I recognized it. The scent just now was like magnolia. Saryang quickly cried out, that's it. Huiyan panicked when he put his hand on her. Saryang bowed his head and smiled slyly. A few minutes later he looked up. I've got a plan, how to wipe out those 4 factions and get the honey. Night had fallen, and the people of the 4 factions merrily gathered around a fire. Jinyu took a long gulp of liquor. He laughed happily, delicious. Banshin asked anxiously, when do you think the Tang clan will come to harvest the honey? He replied, hard to say. 3 days ago they were circling everywhere, but now it's strangely quiet. Maybe they're about to make a move, what do you think? Banshin nodded slightly, could be. Jinyu looked worried, but surely those hives are valuable, right? Banshin sighed in exasperation. Have you lived in a rock all your life? Don't you know? Candles made from beeswax are treasures reserved for royalty. The Tang clan will only take the honey and leave, so the remaining hives are ours. A dreamy look crossed Banshin's face. And if they fail and get wiped out, Thiern and Gu will be delighted. The scar-faced man chimed in cheerfully. Oh right, and that infamous cruel one, the marshal's sister with 3 flowers, right? We should keep an eye on her, don't let her die. What do you all think? Jinyu laughed in agreement, not bad, that annoying beauty. Ban Thiern clapped his hands ravenously. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. They slapped each other's shoulders, laughing with glee. Who knows, maybe one of us will end up as a son-in-law in the Tang clan. Of course, a life-saving favor must be repaid. Suddenly, Ban Thiern caught a faint sweet scent. What do I smell? I smell something very sweet. Could it be the fragrance of poisonous flowers? They laughed loudly. Right, I bet it's the natural scent of poisonous flowers, probably intoxicating as well. A wave of fragrance drifted over, and the sound of wings grew closer. Ban Thiern turned his head back. What's that noise? Hundreds of bees gradually appeared before them. The 4 of them rose cautiously, and the next moment all were filled with panic. What is that? They fled in haste. Those are Golden Mane Wind King. Run, get out of here. Hundreds of bees kept charging forward. They panicked and begged for help. After a while, the sweet scent gradually faded, and the swarm dispersed. Soryang and Huiyan hid behind a nearby rock, observing them. She exclaimed in surprise, "It worked." Walgang mumbled, "All the bees flew in one direction." Huiyan asked Soryang, "What exactly did you do? I didn't expect just a flower scent could drive the bees crazy like that." He answered, "Because I ordered them to attack with full force." She was astonished. "Full force attack? All you did was crush some fruit and let the juice spill around." Soryang smiled. "That fragrance happens to be the signal that triggers bee attacks. Pheromones, a chemical signal animals of the same species use to communicate. Especially social insects like ants or bees, colonists rely heavily on pheromones. The pheromone Soryang used was the scent bees emit to order an all-out attack, called isomil." Huiyan exclaimed, "You mean the magnolia's scent mimics the bees' attack pheromone? That's really fascinating." Soryang scratched his chin. "What I find more interesting is that someone could recognize that scent." "Miss Huiyan," she replied cheerfully, "because the Tang clan specializes in poisons, I'm very sensitive to different smells." Soryang's expression immediately turned serious. "All right. Now that the Golden Mane Wind King swarm has launched an all-out attack, can we go in to harvest the Golden Mane Wind King honey?" The three of them slowly moved toward the beehive. They stood outside watching. Walgang warned, "Soryang, this place is dangerous. Let me go first." Soryang cried out, "Good heavens, it's really huge." They gazed at the hive inside. "It's so wondrous." The golden hives hung above them, and there wasn't a single bee inside. Walgang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seemed all the bees had left. Soryang was silent and said nothing. But suddenly he felt something odd. "There's no honey here." Walgang looked around. Impossible. They inspected the hives. Indeed, no one could see any honey. Huiyan remarked it was truly empty, just as Soryang had predicted. Walgang looked puzzled. This had never happened before. Strange. A flash of thought crossed his mind. "Soryang, don't tell me there aren't any brood cells left in this hive?" Walgang asked curiously, "Does that have anything to do with the hive having no honey?" He replied, "It seems these bees had prepared to migrate earlier. That must be why they consumed their stored honey and carried it in their stomachs. They probably sensed the presence of too many people nearby." Huiyan caught his meaning, and that made sense. Soryang continued observing the right hive. When bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs and can no longer care for the larvae. Suddenly he froze. A giant golden bee peered out from behind the hive. The corner of Soryang's mouth twitched upward. "Chief, if you use lightness skill continuously without rest, how long can you endure?" The chief pondered for a moment and replied, "If I keep a steady pace, I can run for about half a day." "Why are you asking that?" Suddenly Gupi's voice hurriedly announced, "Soryang, Golden Mane Wind King, the bee swarm is coming back. Everyone must leave immediately." Walgang urged hastily, "Let's go. Young hero Soryang, please give it up." He replied quickly, "Wait a moment." Huiyan immediately grabbed his collar. "Soryang, hurry up." Walgang hurriedly led them outside. Gupi kept calling urgently, "Please get out now." A large bee hid beneath the fabric over Soryang's chest. A little while later, they were out in the open air. Soryang gasped. That was a close call. Huiyan breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we escaped before the swarm returned." A giant bee's head poked out from Soryang's clothes. She scolded in alarm, "Soryang, what are you carrying?" He answered, "It's the queen of the Golden Mane Wind King swarm. Since there's no honey, I brought her in case she can produce some." Walgang studied it. "The queen." Huiyan watched it wail. "Soryang, don't tell me." The two of them immediately went stiff-faced. The queen of the Golden Mane Wind King cried out in panic. The corner of Soryang's mouth lifted. "Chief, the swarm will notice the missing queen at any moment and will pursue us." He chuckled, "Run now. The hundreds of bees appearing in the night sky are the start of a fateful chase." Walgang, carrying Soryang on his back, led the group as they ran forward. Soryang anxiously looked at the queen, crying pitifully. "Be quiet. I told you I'd take you somewhere no one would bother us. It's been a few days since the honeybee chase began." During that time, the group pushed themselves to the limit, cutting back on sleep and using every bit of mobility they had. Soryang shouted, "They're coming again. Oh, we can't keep running." And this is their current condition. By the time they arrived, some warriors from the blood sect had been left behind. Soryang looked at Huiyan worriedly, swearing he'd asked to learn lightness skill when they returned. A scream rang out. Walgang looked anxious. Another person had fallen. Huang Duryang had fallen. Huang Duryang of the blood sect had given up. Soryang watched the distant swarm. If the queen was far enough away, they wouldn't attack us. Huiyan worriedly looked at the queen, still crying out. Everyone used lightness skill and ran. Walgang asked, "Young hero Soryang, can we escape?" he answered, maybe so. Cut to 3 days later, Walgang collapsed to the ground. Sorry, young hero Soryang, I can go no farther, he gasped. Soryang muttered anxiously, leader. Huiyen's face darkened as she said, I'll carry you. Soryang looked at her worriedly. Miss Huiyen, I think it's better if I run on my own. She buried her face in her hands, her tired face showing determination. I can do it. A member of the Tang clan never gives up. Cut to them arriving at the gates of the Tang clan. The guards look surprised. The young lady has returned. They stared in alarm as Soryang and Huiyen supported each other running up. Miss. The clan members were summoned immediately. Tang Qialson rushed out. What's happening? Has Huiyen returned? He froze when he saw his daughter so exhausted. He caught his daughter. Soryang, what's going on? He reassured in a panic. Calm down. Young Miss Huiyen was merely exhausted after using lightness skill continuously for 10 days without rest. But there was no time for that. They had to hurry to the training yard. Tang Museong was surprised. Training yard. Why? Soryang reached into his robe. He held up the queen bee. This is the queen of the golden mane wind king. The other bees will gather here, so we must go to the old tree in the training yard. Tang Museong laughed heartily. This kid is extraordinary. Tang Qialson couldn't believe his ears. What? Wait, so I just fetch honey and you bring back the queen? Tang Museong slapped Soryang on the shoulder. Got it, let's go. Then he picked him up and leapt high into the air. Before Soryang realized it, he found himself airborne. Suddenly he panicked loudly. Tang Museong looked startled. What's wrong? He replied, the bees are flying toward us. Tang Museong said, there's so many, are you bringing them all back? We need to get there, hurry up. A few seconds later, Soryang felt himself about to be thrown to the ground. We're here, Soryang. He rushed toward the old tree. Soryang placed the queen inside. Queen of the Golden Mane Wind King, this is the place I mentioned. This will be your new home. The golden bee let out a surprised cry. He asked cheerfully, not bad, huh? It poked its head inside to inspect the tree. Then it happily waved its wings at him. Soryang was equally delighted. It likes it. Tang Museong called urgently, Soryang, let's get out of here now. The bees are coming. Immediately hundreds of bees swarmed across the sky. The queen of the Golden Mane Wind King cried out loudly. Hundreds of bees followed her, flying toward the old tree. Tang Museong exclaimed, oh my, I've never seen this before. Soryang breathed a sigh of relief. The mission succeeded. He'd captured the queen of the Golden Mane Wind King. Cut to a bee happily drinking water. We gave the Golden Mane Wind King bees, exhausted from following us, some sugar water to drink. They say bonds built over food and goodwill start with a single meal. Everyone chatted as they watched them. They eat a lot, huh? Watching them eat like this is actually quite cute. Luckily, there's something like refined sugar in this world, so things went smoothly. This little feast will help lessen their wariness toward us. Even better, they'll start recognizing Soryang as their master. Suddenly he gasped, oh shoot, I forgot. Tang Qialson hurriedly asked, what now? He spoke anxiously, what about the young lady? Tang Qialson looked at him helplessly. You're only thinking of her now. I told them to take her to your mother-in-law to rest already. Did she really use lightness skill to move from the forest here with a whole swarm following her? Soryang answered awkwardly, yes, father-in-law, I'm sorry. We only slept 4 hours a day, the rest of the time we spent running. Suddenly Tang Museong asked Soryang, where are the members of the blood sect? He replied, they're probably collapsed somewhere along the way, I'll go fetch them. The members of the blood sect later returned safely to their families. Cut to Huiyen happily saying, they say the Golden Mane Wind King bees have regained their strength, isn't that great? Soryang replied, yes, Miss Huiyen. They are now practicing collecting nectar from the clan's mountain poison flowers. Huiyen exclaimed, oh my, how cute. Gupi's voice sounded urgently. Young hero Soryang, you turn around, what? What's going on? He hurriedly replied, you must go outside immediately. Something's wrong with the Golden Mane Wind King bees. They're searching for something. Soryang hurried outside. He asked if the swarm was real. Suddenly the bees stopped. They happily landed on him. Soryang panicked. You guys? Huiyen asked with concern. Soryang, are you okay? A few other bees settled on his arm. Others bit onto his clothes. Soryang looked alarmed. Huh, why are you acting like this? To his astonishment, his feet were lifted off the ground. A few seconds later, the bees pulled him up into the air. Huiyen cried out in surprise, Soryang. The bees set Soryang down in front of their hive. One landed on his head. Soryang was surprised. Why are you so noisy about your hive? Is something wrong? One shoved him firmly in the back and Soryang immediately understood. All right, you want me to go inside, right? He stepped into the hive and looked around in amazement. They had built part of the hive already, and they were busily working to collect honey. Suddenly his gaze froze. The queen of the Kim Mao Fong King, flew over to him. Soryang held out his hand. Do you want me to carry you? He thought to himself that he couldn't move now because they were clinging to him. The queen of the Kim Mao Fong King tilted her head and looked at him. She brought her face close to his. Soryang panicked. Wait. A moment later, she immediately kissed him on the mouth. Soryang's face flushed red, his eyes wide with shock. He realized he was swallowing something down. Something wasn't right. The bees buzzed around him. After a while, the queen withdrew from his mouth. Soryang exhaled sharply. Then he panicked and covered his mouth. You queen, that was my first time. What are you doing? Suddenly, he felt his body acting strange. Huh. Soryang fell to the floor. He clenched his hands, panting. You. He looked at the queen. What did you just feed me? Soryang felt nauseous, behind the strange ticklish sensation. A feeling quickly spread throughout his body that was a burning heat and a pounding heart. What did you give me to eat? Soryang. Huiyan said anxiously. Grandfather, is Soryang okay? It seems he swallowed a very powerful elixir. A calm medical voice sounded. Soryang, stay calm. Let me regulate your inner energy. After a moment, Huiyan's voice sounded. Soryang, brother, are you awake yet? Soryang, surprised, where am I? Huiyan answered, this is the Tang clan's medical hall. When we saw you being carried off by the giant golden bees, grandfather and I ran over. By the time we arrived, you had collapsed, so we brought you here. Do you remember what happened? Soryang pondered for a moment, his face darkening. My first kiss in this world. Huiyan asked anxiously. Soryang, are you okay? Any discomfort? Shall I call grandfather? Huiyan asked. Soryang waved his hand to stop her. No need, it was just a moment. He was silent for a moment. Then Soryang spoke. The queen made me eat what she eats, and I think that's the cause. Huiyan asked, what did you eat? I don't remember exactly, but if I had to name it, I'd call it the Kim Mao elixir. Huiyan was surprised. Kim Mao elixir. Soryang nodded slightly. That's right. The worker bees collect nectar and pollen to sustain life. Only the worker bees, those who devote their lives to their work, eat that. Huiyan wondered, but what about the queen? He replied, from birth until death, she only eats what the workers make. In other words, what she forced me to eat was royal jelly. Huiyan nodded in understanding. I see, it's the queen's exclusive food for her whole life. Soryang continued, but the Kim Mao elixir has a special effect. Huiyan's face showed astonishment. An effect. Soryang exclaimed excitedly, worker bees only live about a month and a half, but thanks to eating the Kim Mao elixir, the queen can live 60 times longer. Astonishing, right? Huiyan hurriedly panicked. Soryang, calm down. She breathed out, I understand now, the mystery is solved. The internal cultivation method you practice is the 5 poisons restoration technique, just a basic method, so you can't absorb the elixir's full power. But considering that the golden bee honey contains an internal energy equivalent to 2 months of training, you've absorbed an amount equal to 60 times that. That means it's equivalent to 10 years worth of internal energy. Congratulations on this rare windfall, Soryang muttered. 10 years worth of internal energy. Huiyan hesitantly added, and also, try looking into the silver mirror. The Kim Mao elixir might have other effects. Soryang was surprised. Other effects. He scratched his cheek. The silver mirror. A moment later, Soryang couldn't believe his eyes. Something was strange. Since when did royal jelly have this effect? Where did the rustic from Hainan go? He looked into the mirror. My internal energy has risen into my skin, making it smooth as if the skin of a woman. He bashfully poked his cheek. He began to worry. Was royal jelly reserved only for male drones? Soryang silently bowed his head. He awkwardly checked his trousers. Soryang sighed with relief. Luckily, everything was still in the right place. He suddenly remembered Huiyan's words. If grandfather hadn't led the chi for you, the consequences would have been dire. He muttered, at least I should thank him. I was close to death, but he saved me. Soryang stepped out of the room. He felt embarrassed. Why were so many strange looks aimed at him today? Is it because his internal energy increased? Better run off for now. At the Sichuan Tang clan dining hall, Soryang opened the door and stepped in, and the table was already filled with delicious dishes. Everyone looked toward him. The matron exclaimed, oh my son-in-law looks even more handsome than before. How do you feel? Is your body better? He respectfully replied, Mother, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. The matron cheerfully answered, it's fine, you had a miraculous encounter, that's worth celebrating. Oh, look at your appearance, Huiyan must be jealous. Huiyan shyly called out, Mother. Soryang, quickly sit down. The matron smiled softly, oh dear. Soryang replied anxiously, yes. After a while, the dishes were gradually all brought out. Tang Qialson asked worriedly, so, Soryang, are you feeling better? He answered, yes, father-in-law, I'm sorry for causing everyone concern and I also want to thank you. I heard grandfather took very good care of me. Tang Museong laughed. Yes, I heard you just had a fortunate encounter. Congratulations. Tang Chialson grew more serious. So can you explain it to us now? I've heard Huan briefly mention the Kim Mao elixir, but exactly what happened? Soryang hesitated and replied, well. It seems the queen was very pleased with her new home and decided to repay your kindness. So she pulled you into the hive and fed you the Kim Mao elixir. I think the trouble started from that. Tang Chialson looked surprised. Even creatures with mid-level venom know how to show gratitude, the matron exclaimed. How interesting. Tang Museong continued, by the way, is there any way to obtain the Kim Mao elixir again? If so, it would greatly benefit the Tang clan. Tang Chialson nodded in agreement. Even Kim Mao honey alone is priceless, but the Kim Mao elixir is surely a rare treasure. The matron excitedly added, yes, son-in-law, do you think you could get more of the golden-furred elixir? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Huan gently repeated, about that, Soryang, is there any way to get it again? He looked embarrassed. Soryang thought to himself that with ordinary bees they could create many queen cells, special chambers for queens, and trick the workers into producing royal jelly for us. But if we tried that trick on the intelligent golden-furred wind king swarm, we'd be turned into the hive immediately. Moreover, royal jelly is normally food for larvae produced by worker bees, but what we were fed came directly from the queen. What if what we ate isn't that same substance? He hesitated, wondering whether to speak plainly. Soryang's voice rang out, to be honest, I don't think this can be done. Tang Museong was surprised. It can't. Why not? The matron chimed in. Yes, son-in-law, why can't it? Soryang replied, even if someone wants to eat it, I'm not sure anyone would dare. Tang Chialson asked in surprise, what do you mean? He answered, not about the taste. This golden-furred wind king elixir is transmitted directly from the queen's mouth, and the only way to receive it is to come into direct contact with her. The method requires forming a bond by touching lips with the queen, while allowing her tongue to enter the receiver's mouth to transfer the elixir. Tang Museong was stunned. Touch lips with the queen. The matron panicked, her tongue. Tang Chialson understood immediately. Then perhaps we should admit it's impossible to do unless it's Soryang whom the queen favored. No one else could do it. A pair of chopsticks suddenly fell onto the table. Huan's cold voice rang out, touch lips. She glanced at him in horror. Soryang, did you kiss the drone? A beautiful scene unfolded. Ju Yonghak clenched his hands on the railing. He glanced at the picturesque view outside. A maid's voice called out, Lord, I have brought tea. He replied, come in. She bowed and carried in a tray of tea. I've prepared the white dew tea from Sichuan mountain. Ju Yonghak suddenly looked at her. Ah, that's tea from my hometown. The maid replied, yes, it's the famous Sichuan tea from Nanchang. He said, thank you. Ju Yonghak held the cup of tea in his hand. He was about to take a sip, when a reporting voice sounded, Lord General Jegal, who is here? He was surprised. You came here this late with something to report. Come in. Jegal entered. Sorry to disturb your rest, Lord. We just received a message from the Sichuan Tang clan. I must report immediately. Ju Yonghak replied, I understand. If you came in such a hurry, it must be important. Speak. Jegal stepped closer to him and placed a scroll on the table concerning the blood hand La Sat Tak Anyang. The Duong family recovered both his head and the blood hand poison art manual. Ju Yonghak crushed his teacup in anger. What? He ground his teeth. Blood hand poison art. How did that terrifying manual resurface? Where and how was it obtained? Jegal bowed his head and replied, years ago, Tak Anyang disappeared after clashing with the leader of the Myriad Poison's divine army. He apparently drifted to Hainan Island and lived in hiding there. But the story gets even more interesting. That notorious villain was actually defeated by a young poison master. Ju Yonghak couldn't believe his ears. You say what? A young poison master? He waved his fan with amusement. The tale of that incident is rather entertaining. I think the Lord will certainly be intrigued. On hearing the details, at the Sichuan Tang clan, an elder spoke up. Indeed, chief. He roared in anger. How dare someone sell the information we recovered to others? How brazen, who would dare smear the Tang clan's reputation? Soryang whispered to Huan, oddly enough, they don't seem to show any disrespect toward my father-in-law, do they? She smiled, of course not. Who would dare ruin the family's honor? Even the branch elders are furious about this. After all, we are all of one clan. Tang Chialson said calmly, we've asked the allied groups to identify those people, so information should come soon. I intend to go personally to Yingchuan district. An elder asked, how do you plan to handle it? He replied, I'll begin with the soul-erasing poison, the blood-fear poison, and the growth-devouring poison. Tang Chialson's voice grew cold with killing intent. As they writhe in agony, blood burning, organs dissolving, and their souls torn, I'll finish them with the 7-step soul-severing poison. Saryang thought to himself, a terrifying concoction of poisons. Tang Qialsen ordered, call the extermination poison team at once. I'll depart immediately. Walgang saluted the clan chief's command. A short while later, they were outside in the courtyard. Tang Qialsen turned and instructed, son-in-law, I'm leaving, take care of things while I'm gone. He bowed his head and replied, I understand, father-in-law, please be careful. Tang Qialsen looked surprised. Careful? Those who should be careful are them. Then he strode away. Go, I'll make them suffer a punishment they'll never forget, pay back 100-fold. The extermination poison team responded, yes, clan chief. Saryang asked Huiyan in surprise, Miss, are those people members of the extermination poison team? I've never met them before. She replied reprovingly that they were a bit heavy-handed. Their main mission is to eliminate people, that's why they're called the extermination poison team. Saryang worried inwardly, a bit heavy-handed, he said, that sounds a bit mild. Suddenly the two of them approached, and Saryang and Huiyan bowed their heads to greet. Respectful greetings to the honored elders of the Tang clan. An elder spoke up, I heard you've had some recent good fortune. Saryang replied softly, yes, elder. He thought to himself, are they referring to the queen bee's honey? An elder cleared his throat awkwardly. The reason we summoned you is to ask a small favor. Saryang was a bit wary. What is it? Does it involve the Kim Mao King? They both blurted anxiously. No, why would we want that? Indeed, rare elixirs and treasures naturally find their worthy owners, right? Saryang immediately grew flustered. So what do the elders need? The two of them fumbled awkwardly at each other. An elder placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close. He whispered, you know that leaf-biting bug medicine you made. Since you're the inventor, you should have the right to decide, right? A smile immediately tugged at the corner of Saryang's mouth. He replied cheerfully, actually, I'm still not used to life in the Tang clan. However, if the elders are willing to support me in many ways, there's no reason I wouldn't share with you. The two of them laughed heartily. Yes, that cooperative spirit is commendable. Son-in-law, from now on will fully support you, live comfortably without worry. Suddenly, Tang Museum paused. What did you say? The three of them were startled. The two elders put their arms around Saryang's shoulders, just a bit of friendly mingling with the son-in-law. That's right, elder, Tang Museong smiled happily. Finally, everyone recognizes the boy's true worth, huh? They answered excitedly, of course. Huiyan's face showed deep suspicion. Suddenly, Gu Pi called out loudly, sir, we have a major problem. Tang Museong turned. What is it? He replied, the Sichuan city lord is dying. What? Saryang asked in alarm. Didn't he follow the prescribed dosage? Gu Pi hesitated. That's the problem. It was reported that after experiencing the drug's effects, he took on a new concubine and began using double the recommended dose. Saryang's face went pale. Oh my god. Tang Museong slapped his forehead. I must go at once. He instructed Saryang that since he's the only man in the household, he must protect the women. I understand, Saryang replied. Yes, sir. Then Tang Museong left. Saryang thought to himself, what could possibly happen, right? Scene shifts to evening. Huiyan sat beside Saryang. How do you find the 10 poisons dual source technique you're studying? He replied. It's no longer as baffling as it was at first. If the 5 poisons returning technique felt like a big ball rolling through the body, then the 10 poisons dual source technique is more like a 2-cylinder engine. Huiyan continued. Now you may have developed ordinary poison resistance. And you should also be able to directly release vital energy or even transmit it into objects. Saryang exclaimed in surprise, really? He pressed his lips together, let me try. He stood up and Saryang closed his eyes. A stream of blue magic enveloped his body. It guided his inner force from left to right, spinning the 2 spheres in the same direction. When blood and chi circulated fully through his body, he launched an attack. Saryang fired a silver arrow at the scarecrow. The arrow shot forward. It shattered the scarecrow's core. He cheered, Miss, I did it. She praised him, great, you infused the sword array perfectly. Meanwhile, the black-clad men on the other side stood frozen in shock. They whispered to one another, don't tell me they've discovered us. Should we eliminate them? No, it seems like just a coincidence. Although this is only a copy, we obtained the Blood Hand Poison Art Manual. The mission here is complete. Leave immediately and return before anything else happens. They snickered inwardly. Ha, these fools really let the Marshall Hall's defenses lapse. Thanks to their carelessness, retreating will be unobstructed. Suddenly, one of the black-clad men froze. He asked his comrade, do you smell something? A sweet scent wafted through the air. A Kim Mao Fong King regarded them coldly. The quiet night suddenly erupted with a terrified scream. Saryang leaped and cried out, what's happening? Huiyan beside him added, it seems someone is here. They looked into the distance and saw a black-clad man screaming in anger. Why are there bees? This is an intruder. Huiyan moved almost immediately, not forgetting to call back, Saoryang, shoot an arrow. Saoryang was a little surprised by the command. Miss Huiyan. The black-clad men, realizing they had been exposed, changed plans and retreated. Get this thing off of us. Bastards. The distance between Huiyan and the black-clad men quickly closed as they halted there. She swiftly drew her weapon, a long whip. Then she gracefully launched powerful strikes at the black-clad men. Huiyan's eyes widened in surprise. They dodged her whip. One of them took advantage of her momentary distraction and tried to counterattack. Die. Saoryang on the other side cried out in alarm, Huiyan, miss, be careful. The black-clad man decisively swung his blade down. Fortunately, Huiyan used her whip to block the slash with a serious expression. The black-clad man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the whip inches from his face. He was knocked flying, his whole body slamming backward. Saoryang called out anxiously, Huiyan, miss, are you all right? She answered softly, you're fine, I'm okay. But when Saoryang inspected that black-clad man's condition, he was astonished. What the? Who is this? Is he dead? Huiyan's face showed no emotion. She calmly observed, he bit a poison capsule to commit suicide. Seems he had something to hide. Their commotion had been enough to draw others. The intruder was captured. Huiyan frowned and quickly outlined a plan. We'll immediately form a capture team and begin the pursuit. Saoryang, come with me and Gu Pi's unit, the blood poison squad leader. Their pursuit order echoed through the forest, capture them. Leading the pursuit team was none other than Gu Pi. They can't get far, we must catch them at all costs. Saoryang gasped and panted, trying to keep up. Come on, my two-cylinder engine. Unexpectedly, his foot stepped onto a spongy patch of earth. Gu Pi cried out in alarm when he saw Saoryang fall. Master Saoryang. They quickly stopped to help. Are you okay? Saoryang replied softly, thanks, I thought I was done for. Then he glanced back to inspect. The sight before him shocked Saoryang. What is this? A snake nest? Gu Pi calmly explained, it seems to be a snake den. Snakes gather where yin energy is strong, and especially this season they're unusually aggressive. Be careful. Saoryang's face still displayed unhidden tension. That's strange indeed. Tiger-banded water snakes aren't normally this ferocious. Then he worriedly told his companions, because of me we were delayed, looks like rain's coming, hurry up. Gu Pi responded loudly, understood. Fighter Saoryang. The pursuit continued. They signaled one another, over there, capture them. Meanwhile, the black-clad men had to stop after going a short distance. Behind them was a cliff face, and in front stood the pursuing team. Gu Pi loudly signaled to his members, you have no escape, tighten the ring. The men here already had their weapons raised. The black-clad group decided to fight. The command rang out and the pursuit team charged forward to attack. The black-clad men swung their swords to block the hidden projectiles as they closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Shouts and curses rose from several of the black-clad men. You ain't scum. One of them kicked at Gu Pi's face. Move aside, team, watch out, his comrade shouted. A flash of light appeared to the left of one man. In Gu Pi's hand, a hidden weapon launched its attack. He used the three-shadow strike to force this black-clad man to retreat. And right on his heels came three deadly concealed weapons. Two of the projectiles struck the rock, while the third lodged in the man's left shoulder, making him wince in pain. Gu Pi examined the man's condition and remarked with annoyance, the bastard's lucky. The black-clad men were completely at a disadvantage. Gu Pi stepped forward in a low voice, consider yourself lucky, the rain washed the toxin off my darts. The black-clad man growled in irritation. The expressions on Gu Pi's team were openly displeased. When unexpectedly a mocking laugh rose amid the rain, you pathetic bugs sure gathered in numbers. Gu Pi instantly went on high alert. Who is that? Identify yourself. A shadow landed before them, continuously radiating ominous demonic chi. Gu Chinak's face wore an inhuman smile. Gu Pi broke into a sweat. At a glance he recognized him as a master. Fall back. Gu Chinak made no effort to conceal the streams of evil chi emanating from him, laughing wildly. He turned to the black-clad man behind him and demanded, did you get it? Blood Glory produced an item and explained, yes, sir. It's not the original, it's a copy recorded by the Tang clan. Saoryang then turned to look in that direction. He quickly recognized it and gaped. This was the copy of that evil book grandfather read before. Saoryang loudly signaled Gu Pi, that's the Blood Hand Poison Treatise, and Gu Pi couldn't hide his surprise. What? It's a copy of the manual. Rage flared further within Gu Pi. You rotten scoundrels. His voice rose a few degrees. What kind of people crave such sinister things? Reveal yourselves. Gu Chinak paid him no heed and instead focused on examining the book in his hands. Just as I suspected, because it's a copy it has techniques but lacks key secrets. Still, it's enough. He closed it and muttered, it's a bit rushed, but there's no better way to announce our return. Blood Glory, I authorize you to use the sex martial arts. The order was given, spare no one. Blood Glory respectfully accepted the command, understood, reporting for duty. He reached toward the corpse of his comrade, and a certain cultivation art was immediately performed. Gu Pi witnessed this and exclaimed in alarm, that technique. Soryang behind him was equally startled. What is that? Blood Glory was manipulating that stream of red fluid. He was draining blood. The hidden weapon quickly fell from his body. Blood Glory's body fully recovered, and Gu Chinak's eerie laughter rang out again. Yes, you guessed correctly. He grinned wickedly and declared, I am none other than the elder of the blood sect, Bloodhawk Severing Claw, Gu Chinak. The target Gu Chinak had set his sights on was none other than Soryang. You look quite tasty. He licked his lips hungrily and remarked, it's been far too long since I've tasted someone with fresh blood like yours. The current situation has only Gu Chinak and Blood Glory facing off against the pursuers' group. Gu Chinak turned and signaled his subordinates. Blood Glory grabbed him. Nothing restores better than a youth's vital blood. Then the two of them lunged forward to attack at the same time. Gu Pi saw this and signaled, quickly form the 5 poisons fire extermination formation. Don't let him reach Lord Soryang. However, Gu Chinak arrogantly leapt high and loudly challenged, try and stop me then. Against his attack, the pursuers were somewhat put on the back foot. They shouted a warning, young hero Soryang, get out of the way. However, Blood Glory had already seized him from behind. He tightened his arm around Soryang's neck and remarked, it seems the elder intends to take your vital blood now. His face paled from lack of air, yet he managed to mumble, my children. A command was given, and instantly the creatures with him leapt in to attack. Blood Glory was bitten. He stared at them in surprise, and Gong was momentarily shocked, even struck by that hidden weapon. Could it be that Blood Glory would just be blown away like that? A call rang out from behind that gave him a small relief. Soryang. Soryang turned and loudly answered, Miss Huiyan. At that moment, his attention was caught by something else. Huiyan assessed the scene and asked, what is this 5 poisons fire extermination formation? Gu Pi turned to her, Miss Huiyan, then gave a brief explanation. The blood sect elder attacked. This news shocked Huiyan. Blood sect. She hurriedly moved and signaled, all of you, support Deputy Leader Gu Pi, act quickly. At her command, the young women charged and transformed the 5 poisons fire extermination formation into the 9 poisons fire extermination formation. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chinak was surrounded by them. He let out a mocking laugh and remarked, it seems that Brat was the one who defeated the Blood Hand Poison Master Tak Anyang. Then he sneeringly added, the Blood Hand Poison Master was all hype after all. Who knew he'd be bitten to death by Ngon Gong? Hearing this, someone opposite retorted, shut up, you'll bury your master right here yourself. Gu Chinak's smile widened almost to his ears. Well then. Demonic aura surged from him with a challenge. Let me see. Amid the noisy forest battle, Soryang meanwhile was on the side bandaging someone. Endure it a bit. His face was tense as he thought inwardly that the situation was very unfavorable. Our troops are growing weaker, while that blood sect fellow just needs to suck blood to recover. At that moment, Huiyan was also blown away. Soryang hurriedly turned to inquire after her. Miss Huiyan, he carefully supported her with both hands. Miss Huiyan, are you all right? She spat out a little blood in reply. I'm fine. Huiyan's hand suddenly grabbed Soryang's. Soryang. She instructed him with a pained look, return to the clan and call for reinforcements. Right now we don't have the strength to deal with them. Hearing this, Soryang muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Watching the people before him being defeated one by one, Soryang couldn't help but blame himself. Truly, in this battle I am completely useless. Yet they wholeheartedly protect him. Lord Soryang, please, for the clan's sake, help us. We'll hold them off here. You must go now. These words left Soryang momentarily stunned. He hesitated but accepted their goodwill. I understand, I'll return as quickly as possible. However, with my chi still weak, I don't know if I can do it. Huiyan reached out and hugged Soryang tightly. Soothingly, you'll be fine. She smiled, whispering, you can do it. You've trained so hard all this time, followed by a gentle promise. Besides, next time we'll go find poisons together, okay? Huiyan continued entrusting him. Soryang, it's all up to you. With that, she quickly departed. Soryang's face had already flushed pink from those tender words. Strangely, he quickly dashed through the rain veil in the forest. His breathing gradually grew rapid. His steps faltered as if about to collapse. Finally, Soryang fell face first to the ground. The insects cried out in alarm. Soryang slowly forced himself to sit up, whispering inwardly, how strange. Even if I used all my power and lightness skill, it would still take half a day. The clan's masters have mostly left. Even calling reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time. He lifted his head and looked ahead, then froze as he understood. Surely they sent me away to save me. Soryang's eyes widened. Why? Did his hand clench with each thought? Because I'm the youngest, because I'm weak and must be protected. is this chivalry in the martial world? However, Soryang quickly realized when he remembered Tang Chialson's words, "From now on you are my family." He looked at his hand and murmured, "Family." I've never seriously thought about the word family before. So many memories tied to this place resurfaced. I still thought I wasn't truly a member of the Sichuan Tang clan. They all consider me family, along with his own lingering doubts. Except me. Soryang gave a small smile and noted, "How can an assassin clan be so warm?" Then he slowly stood up, his expression determined to go rescue those mothers. Wait, whose mothers exactly? And Soryang changed direction and moved. He told himself to think, I want to save those people, I must come up with a plan. In Soryang's head he listed the current situation. Blood sect, blood regeneration. Nearby there are poisonous creatures lately, venomous beasts, poisonous herbs. Soryang's steps halted, his attention focused ahead. A snake den, the writhing snakes moved, and Grace on his shoulder was all alert. Soryang immediately raised a hand to calm it. Wait a moment, it'll be fine. He set it down on the ground, his companions couldn't help but feel worried. But before they could react, Soryang had already run far away. He aimed for the snake den ahead, then jumped straight down. Chivalry in the Jianghu must be handled my way. Speaking of the red-necked pit viper, also called the pit viper, this snake, by nature, is a venomous species unlike the green viper, with sharply curved fangs at the front of its mouth. This snake has small, venomous fangs set deep in the jaw, making injection of venom difficult, but even so, if bitten the consequences are terrible. In terms of venom, it is the most toxic land snake in East Asia. Soryang stood in the snake den, face pale as he took the dose from them. If I say its venom even surpasses the black mamba, you get the idea. However, with the Tang clan's inner skill, I should have some resistance, so I'll be fine. He didn't forget to reassure Grace above. It'll be okay, I'm just going out for a bit, stay calm. Soryang continued to look around, his hands now covered in bite marks. This should be enough. Soryang looked around and muttered, should I set off right now? But he immediately sensed something odd. What? The snakes began to coil around his legs. Unexpectedly, Soryang's expression grew tenser. Damn it, is something wrong? Luckily Grace and the others had jumped down with him. He watched them and muttered, you lot. The snakes hissed a few times. Grace hesitated a little, but they remained determined to confront the snakes. This action surprised Soryang just as much. He gently accepted its goodwill. Thanks Grace, you're a plucky little thing. Then he bowed and added, you worried about me, thanks. After freeing himself, Soryang spoke up. Alright, let's go find mother. Over here Huyen was still struggling. She watched Guchenak and thought inwardly, at this rate we'll all be dead. And another person was being absorbed by him. The smile on Guchenak's face grew even more inhuman. Too easy. Is there no one left who can take my next move? Huyen worried for others instead. Soryang, I hope you escaped safely. She loudly commanded, keeping him restrained from as far away as possible. The rain will soon stop, send a signal to the nearby warriors. The remaining members replied in unison, understood, miss. Someone stepped before her and declared that Huyen should also flee. This surprised Huyen. What? No way. She loudly objected. As a legitimate descendant of the Tang clan, how can I run while everyone is still fighting? However, the opponent's argument was equally solid. If we can't even protect the miss, how could we face the clan head? Guchenak's expression showed annoyance at the exchange. Leave at once, hurry up, don't speak nonsense. The Tang clan has never abandoned its own in any situation. He cut in loudly, enough, if my toys keep running away, wouldn't it ruin the fun? Then he sardonically suggested, so I have a better idea. If I can't calm my anger, turning the Tang clan into a wasteland would be rather entertaining. Wouldn't a grand massacre like that be a fitting declaration of the blood sect's return? Those words horrified the senior. Damn it, he had absolutely no intention of letting any of us walk out of here alive. Huyen meanwhile was already ready to fight, if that's the case. She repeated once more, even if I die here, I'll take at least one of his arms. The others received the order and answered in unison, miss. The two sides of the battle lines were established. Unexpectedly, before they could rush at each other, a voice sounded from behind, like the young lady Huyen had said. The Tang clan never retreats and never abandons its own. Huyen was so astonished her eyes widened, because the person who appeared was none other than Soryang. She wondered silently, Soryang, why has he come back? He smiled and explained, the young lady said the Tang clan never abandons their family. Wait here. Then he gently removed his outer garment. Soryang declared with a teasing air, I am also of the Tang clan. With two short swords in hand, he rushed forward swiftly. The target Soryang aimed at was none other than Guchenak. Huyen worriedly tried to stop him. Soryang, you can't. While his opponent showed obvious excitement, I spared your life once and you crawl headfirst into a dumb trap. Soryang leapt up fiercely, an action that further surprised Huyen. Soryang. Then only two weapons hung suspended in the air, and Guchenak with one hand snatched Soryang. His other hand was preparing to attack. If you willingly laid down your life like this. That strike aimed straight at Soryang. I'd be happy to taste a bit of it myself. Guchenak commented as his hand was stopped, using his hand to block in that brief moment. Like this. His smile was as wicked as ever, but didn't you notice blood is still flowing from your hand? Soryang's cry rang out as the blood began to pour, his face showing clear pain. Huiyan cried out in distress, Soryang, Gu Pi has turned on us, save young hero Soryang quickly. The space was filled only with Guchenak's arrogant laughter. He reveled in delight, delicious, exquisite. How long has it been since I tasted the pure blood of a youth like this? He stomped 1 foot hard on the ground. Guchenak used the blood vein frenzy technique, and several members who were about to help were blown away at once. Soryang. Guchenak disdainfully remarked about those troublesome hidden weapons, like, well, every day. Thanks to this brat, he swept the lot clean in one go. Huiyan was busy worrying for Soryang. Soryang, hang on. She held him and whispered she'd help him leave without pain, but she heard Soryang object to that. No. They were all startled at once when they heard a cough. Guchenak began foaming at the mouth. What did you just do? His appearance changed in an instant. This was a venomous internal attack. Guchenak's whole body trembled as he was poisoned. Impossible. The sect's protective internal energy should have neutralized any poison. He clutched his face in terror. This can't be happening. What the hell are you, you bastard? Just then Soryang's mocking voice was heard. What am I? He pointed at the man's face and declared, I am your nemesis. Guchenak froze at the proclamation. Nemesis. Huiyan on the side stared at Soryang in bewilderment. As Guchenak's skin went pale from the poison, what did I get hit with? He secretly sensed that after circulating the youth's blood energy through his meridians, his blood no longer obeyed his will. Guchenak muttered shakily, the blood sect's dominion is right before my eyes already. I'm desperate enough to gamble, I can't fall here. Guchenak was hardly coherent. He bellowed, die. Huiyan lashed out with the whip in her hand, and it easily looped around the man's neck. Even she was taken by surprise. In Huiyan's mind, did the attack actually land? A demonic fiend like him couldn't dodge. But this only fueled Guchenak's rage further. He growled a threat, that brat may have choices, but none are satisfying. What did you do to my blood path? Then enraged, he charged forward, I will slaughter you all. The blood sect returns to the world. However, Huiyan didn't give him the chance. Shut up and die. Guchenak's words were cut off as his head was severed from his bloodied neck, and it fell to the ground like a ball. Gu Pi cheered at the sight. I've won. They shouted and rushed toward Huiyan. The miss had beheaded the blood sect elder. She awkwardly asked the person beside her, Soryang, what's going on? That twisted blood sect elder. He weakly answered, being called out startled Huiyan and made her a bit embarrassed. Who me? However, Soryang's current condition was far from good. It seems I need antidote treatment from a coiling tiger serpent bite. This news horrified Huiyan. A coiling tiger serpent, aren't they supposed to be non-venomous? Quick, bring the antidote. Soryang has been poisoned by a coiling tiger serpent. Soryang jolted awake in bed. Tang Museong anxiously warned, you mustn't move yet, Soryang. Huiyan echoed him, Soryang, don't move. Soryang asked confusedly, what's going on? She murmured softly, you're lucky to wake up. Tang Museong slowly explained, you've been unconscious for 10 days. Hearing this, Soryang was astonished. 10 days. Huiyan recounted what happened then. Thanks to Soryang and us, we cut down the enemy and everyone hurriedly brought you back to the clan. You were poisoned so badly, if Grandpa hadn't returned quickly, you'd be finished. Soryang broke into a cold sweat at these words. Bitten twice by snakes, he nearly died. Tang Museong then said, all right, now that you're awake, you should be fine. He hurriedly sat up and stammered his thanks, many thanks. As if remembering something, he then asked back, wait a moment. Tang Museong, unintentionally agitated, shook Soryang. Coiling tiger serpent is venomous too, and how did you all manage to take down that blood sect elder? He suddenly cried out, sir. Soryang surrendered almost immediately. I'll explain at once. He began to explain. First, the coiling tiger serpent is indeed a venomous species, and moreover it has 2 types of venom, one located inside the mouth, the other from venom glands at the nape. This new information surprised both Huiyan and Tang Museong. 2 types? I didn't know that, Soryang said softly. They are normally very timid, they flee when they see people, and their fangs are very small. In fact, until the 1980s, people didn't even know the spotted snake was venomous. He continued to speculate. So could the elder's internal energy being thrown into disarray be related to this? The blood sect were supposedly immune to venom attacks. Soryang agreed, saying it's only a hypothesis, but perhaps it's due to the toxicity of the coiling tiger serpent. The main component of the spotted snake's venom is a hemorrhagic toxin, a blood toxin. It's the kind that causes bleeding. Hemorrhagic venom destroys red blood cell membranes as well as blood vessel walls, cellular tissue, and many other structures in the body. It can ravage many internal organs. What if the blood sect who exploit blood like vampires ingest hemorrhagic venom? I mean, it would really take effect on them. Soryang stroked his chin and concluded that perhaps that's why their martial root in the blood was affected, leading to this condition. It's just that people didn't know the coiling tiger serpent was venomous. Its toxicity is 5 times that of a pit viper, if exposed to yin energy, making the venom even stronger then. Both Tang Museong and Huiyan couldn't hide their surprise. Who knew Sichuan harbored such a terrifying venomous snake? Excellent, Soryang, you've achieved a great feat. He cleared his throat, nodded, and added, I remember hearing Huiyan recount it. Then smiled and continued, the blood sect elder called you his nemesis. Those words made Soryang embarrassed. Sounds a bit grandiose. Did I really say something like that? They teased him together. Indeed, if I conceal their martial arts, then I truly am a nemesis. Tang Museong didn't forget to finish. Soryang, thank you for protecting the clan. His hand tightened with righteous anger. They dared strike our clan while I was away. This time I will root them out completely. Soryang beside him agreed. Yes, we'll eliminate them all. Now that we know their weakness, it's just a matter of collecting a large amount of coiling tiger serpent venom. Those damned mosquitoes, we should wipe them out to the very soul. That's only right. Since the blood sect appeared, the Tang clan has been on high alert. Many Tang clan fighters were injured and some even died. Therefore, righteous sects across the martial world are pouring into the Tang clan to help. Tang Museong caught a dove with one hand and continued, even facing top experts, such losses are few. Thinking of the Jianghu once again drowning in blood because of the blood sect weighs on my heart. Those damned mosquitoes, they don't just kidnap innocents to suck vital blood. 30 years ago, they caused a great massacre and became the common enemy of the martial world. This time, it's even more serious. He placed a hand on Soryang's shoulder with a vow, but this time things will be different. His expression turned very serious as he repeated what Soryang had said, because the Sichuan Tang clan is the nemesis ordained by heaven. Soryang's face flushed with embarrassment. Grandfather, did you do that on purpose? Tang Museong smiled even more brightly. And he said softly, Soryang, I have a request, can you help me? Soryang replied earnestly, yes, grandfather, if it's something I can do, I'll give it my all. Tang Museong explained tensely, people from the Murim Alliance are about to arrive here. There will also be soldiers from the Murim Alliance accompanying them. I want you to show them the venom you discovered. Now that we've found the blood sect's weakness, I want to share it with everyone. You readily agreed to the proposal. I understand. If it's for the greater good, of course we must do it. Tang Museong replied with amusement. I knew you'd say that. He then switched topics. Hey Soryang, I have news that will make you happy. You asked awkwardly in return, what is it? Tang Museong explained slowly. The renovation of the 10,000 Venoms Hall is complete. From now on, Soryang, you will officially manage the 10,000 Venoms Hall. As expected, Soryang eagerly showed his excitement. Is that for real? No sooner said than he pictured himself surrounded by all his favorite creatures. Finally, this day has come. Tang Museong added, as you said, I've also prepared a special chamber to raise venomous creatures. To breed coiling tiger serpent, we first need a suitable place. Soryang replied gleefully, thank you, sir. He then admonished him to think of this as for the martial world and to do his best. You obediently replied, I understand. Soryang's mouth dropped open in astonishment when he saw it. This is earth-shattering news. Before him now stood the Venom Garden, a signboard boldly inscribed with the 3 words, Venom Garden. Huiyan was puzzled by the name. Venom Garden, Soryang excitedly explained. This place was created to collect all venomous creatures of the Central Plains. She asked seriously in return, so you intend to collect every venomous creature? He responded with a smile. Of course, later I want to collect the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains because I promised Miss Huiyan. His flashy boast made her face flush. I'll cheer you on, brother. Huiyan hurried off. There were many people gathered there. Come and see. Soryang followed after Miss Huiyan in embarrassment. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. The guest has arrived. Soryang asked nervously, the former vice clan head. The other party confirmed excitedly. Yes, the head of the Venom Creature Division, Gu Pi, is present. The unfamiliar name puzzled him. The Venom Creature Corps, Gu Pi continued to explain. Yes, this is the new corps the family head formed by your order. He turned and began to introduce them. From now on they will be the hands and feet assisting the young master in locating and raising venomous creatures. please entrust them to us. Soryang's face betrayed growing greed. He secretly marveled and soon devised many plans for the future. Staff to care for venomous creatures too? The clan really is investing heavily in me. This is a major step towards Soryang's dream. Elsewhere, the pigeon had arrived. A woman read Tang Museong's dispatch with a solemn face. She muttered carefully, Amitabha, the blood sect has reappeared. Along with it came a comment, as the Central Plains enjoy peace, yet another bloody storm is about to rise. Scene shift, elsewhere, a group was moving through the forest. The old man at the front suddenly said, General, it seems we're almost there. Finally, we can rest at the Tang clan. The young man behind smiled in reply, escaping sleeping outdoors is a relief. He thought to himself, it would be great if we could bring back at least one piece of good news, if only we could find the smallest trace of the blood sect. They quickly reached the manor gate. Look, at last they can see the Tang clan. The gate guard asked suspiciously, are you guests from the Murim Alliance? The young man stepped forward and nodded to confirm, yes, I am General Jegelhu of the Murim Alliance. The two greeted each other politely. Upon hearing that, one of them stepped inside to report. Then suddenly he spoke seriously, reminding them there are some things you need to be aware of before entering the Tang clan. Hearing this, they were even more surprised. A notice, do we have to hand over our weapons? The guard scratched his face. Actually, this might be quite unexpected, but please listen to me. No matter how small or insignificant a creature is, you must absolutely not kill anything within the Tang clan. This left Jegelhu stunned. What? Even the Tang clan has taken refuge in Buddha. The guard shook his head. You'll understand soon enough. Just remember there are no exceptions. At that moment, someone came out from inside. Has the general arrived? Welcome, General of the Murim Alliance. He returned the salute politely. Long time no see, Miss Huyen. Huyen nodded. Yes, sir. It's been exactly a year since we met at the martial gathering. Jegelhu continued. I see. By the way, where is the venerable head of the family? Huyen politely clasped her hands. He is not in the estate at the moment. He is out searching for traces of the blood sect. Please excuse the inconvenience. Jegelhu smiled. No inconvenience. Being received by one of the three great figures of the martial world is an honor. But who is the young hero beside you? Soryang, when he heard the question directed at him, spoke up. It's an honor to meet you for the first time, General. My name is Wei Soryang. Hearing his name, the two were very surprised. Isn't he from the Tang family? Huyen, a bit bashful, stammered an explanation. He is my betrothed. This news made the group even more flustered. A betrothed? What? One of the three great beauties of the martial world already has a fiancé? This is unbelievable. Some unknown nobody leaps out and steals her away. It's really unfair. Jegelhu then ordered the two guides to lead on, inwardly sighing that with this situation he'd be challenged constantly. They had barely gone in when he suddenly halted. Do you hear that? They quickly located the source of the sound. Look, it's a golden-furred bee. How could such a dangerous, venomous insect appear inside the Tang clan? What are you waiting for? Protect Miss Huyen. Soryang hurriedly advised, wait, everyone sheath your swords. That's the new rule in the Tang clan, but before he could finish they cut him off. Young hero, move away quickly. The golden-furred bee is extremely venomous. An ordinary person could die instantly. Soryang tried to push through. That's exactly why I told you to stop. Those golden-furred bees are creatures I raise, so everyone please calm down. No sooner had he spoken than a bee darted over and clung to his head. He stood there playing happily with the bees, ignoring the group's horrified expressions. You all looking for me? Seems I've been away a while, huh? Don't go launching venomous stings at our guests, understood? The young man was drenched in cold sweat, panicking inwardly. Is he treating the golden-furred bees like children? The soldier's fierce momentum instantly cooled. Jegelhu's party then continued to follow Soryang inside. Unexpectedly, the mysterious hero from Hainan turned out to be the young lady's lover. Though an outsider, he's effectively the Tang clan's son-in-law now. After a short while, his face could not hide his fear. What next? On the other side, the gathered people were arguing. What are you saying? Look how it glows. Isn't a venomous creature like this perfect for the Tang clan? Jegelhu, sweating, asked young hero Soryang, why are those martial artists gathered around a creature? Soryang explained slowly, they are people affected by the half-domesticated venomous creature syndrome. All that grand talk embarrasses him. Half-domesticated venomous creature syndrome, have they done something wrong? At this remark, he rubbed his chin and thought, it truly was a mistake. This happened a few days ago. That night, Huyen was helping Soryang train there, feel the inner energy push outward. He struggled to follow. Is it like this? She gently guided. Soryang, not like that. A voice called from behind, interrupting the practice. Hero Soryang. They asked in puzzlement when they saw the troubled look of the ninth master. Gupi, what's the matter? He began to explain. I'm really sorry, Hero Soryang. This time more than half of the fish we caught as food for the coiling tiger serpent have. Before they finished, Soryang could already guess they'd died, right? He sighed in understanding. It was hard to avoid. Those 4 fish are very sensitive. If there's noise, the mother might kill her young, but the truth was even more shocking. No, the martial artists had eaten them as bar snacks. Soryang froze, forcing Gupi to repeat. They had eaten them as bar snacks. The news caused an uproar. What? Impossible. You say they ate the fish as bar snacks. Why would they eat them? Huiyan crossed her arms and explained, 3-finger phantom is a dish where they dip live fry into sauce and eat them. Ninth Master bowed and apologized sincerely. I'm truly sorry, Hero Soryang. He added, some people from Henan at the Venom Creature Station said they missed home and just ate them like that. The fry we caught as food for the coiling tiger serpent were eaten clean by those people. This can't continue. We must cherish creatures that need to be raised. Thus a new regulation on half-domesticated venomous creatures appeared in the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang explained, so the martial artists in the Tang clan each care for a single type of venomous creature. Jegal Hu, sweating, understood, so everyone has their own venomous creature. He sneaked a glance at the person beside him, then quietly concluded that clearly this man was not ordinary. So that's what it was like at night inside a room. Jegal Hu beamed and continued, just as I predicted, the mysterious young hero the Tang family had met on Hainan Island, Tang Museong added, is none other than young Master Soryang. He started boasting, what's with that? Isn't he supposed to be the Tang clan's treasure? Saying mysterious isn't enough. Soryang could only sit and take it. Kim Mao Fong Wang really surprised me. At this point, Jegal Hu began to say more. Sorry to trouble you, but I still have concerns. Haven't you found any clues about the blood sect? We cannot just stand by while the blood sect grows stronger. Hearing this, Tang Museong made a mysterious request. Soryang, bring that thing out, do as you're told. Yes, master. To increase security, Tang Museong raised a finger. He formed a barrier while explaining, we mustn't let sound leak out, I'll set up a sound sealing barrier. The seriousness made Jegal Hu worry inwardly, even a sound barrier. Soryang placed a jar on the table. This was the thing. He took it up carefully. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked what exactly warranted even a sound barrier. Tang Museong explained, it's the dispersal venom. Jegal Hu still asked in puzzlement, if it's just dispersal venom, why seal it off so tightly? At that, Soryang only nodded slightly to him. More information was revealed to them. What if this dispersal venom only affects members of the blood sect? Hearing this, Jegal Hu could no longer contain himself and shouted, is that true? His reaction made Tang Museong laugh. Yes, really hard to believe, isn't it? Jegal Hu continued, if that's true, then this is truly a staggering discovery. The blood sect members appear normal, but it's because of the poison they use. Tang Museong's brows knitted. He added, yes, if we, those who cultivate on the mountains, our internal energy would be dispersed because they are blood worshippers. Jegal Hu probed further, how potent is the toxin? The other party answered honestly. According to Huiyan, it reduces the victim's condition down to that of an ordinary person. Huiyan defeated a blood sect elder who had been poisoned with a single move. Jegal Hu was so surprised he repeated, just one move? It really works just like the dispersal venom. He respectfully continued, thanks to Senior Venom God General, I truly did not expect such a gift. Now I can at least be somewhat reassured. Tang Museong only smiled and corrected him. If thanks are due, it's not to me but to this kid, because it was Soryang who discovered it. This kid deliberately poisoned himself and lured a blood sect elder to suck his blood. As a result, the elder writhed on the border between life and death for 10 days. From then on, admiration turned entirely towards Soryang, not only for his cunning but for his courage in risking his life. Jegal Hu put a hand on his shoulder and solemnly declared, young hero and guy, whatever you want, I will provide. If you have any wish, I will report it to the leader. Soryang didn't hesitate and said then. The girl continued, may I receive information about the venomous creatures? This request was completely unexpected to Jegal Hu. What did you say? Information on venomous creatures, not secret manuals, elixirs, or gold and jewels. You are truly an odd one. His indescribable expression made Tang Museong chuckle even more. Jegal Hu waved the fan in his hand and pondered. In the long history of the martial world, perhaps this is the first time such an eccentric has appeared. He said softly, if so, even if it's not the exact venomous creature you wanted, would you be interested in a mysterious petrified deposit species? The waterfall thundered in their ears. Jin stepped forward to scout, then turned and signaled, Uncle, it seems everyone has arrived. He spoke softly. According to the elder's map, the waterfall and the tortoise stone statue appear in the distance, and the summit of the palace mountain is also visible. Sichuan, Mount Ganga. Jegal, who slowly reached out and touched the water, he murmured that indeed the water melted from 10,000-year snow and was ice cold. Then he turned to remind his companions, everyone wait here, Chin, follow me carefully. Chin replied eagerly, yes, uncle. The people in the group accepted the order. Yes, Lord Jegal-hu. Their footsteps skimmed swiftly over the water. Two figures headed toward the tall waterfall. Jegal-hu went ahead to clear the way for Chin. They looked in carefully and noted, past the tortoise stone statue, follow the cliffside waterfall upward, you'll find a cave entrance beside a fist-shaped rock exactly matching the records. The two nodded in mutual understanding. Then Jegal-hu instructed, I'll go in first, you follow. Chin answered softly, understood, uncle. The interior space gradually opened up, and each of their steps was extremely cautious. Jegal-hu's face registered astonishment. The scene before them had changed dramatically. It seemed they had arrived. Chin also exclaimed, unexpectedly, this cave held such wondrous scenery, truly miraculous. They surveyed the surroundings and judged it indeed a suitable place for spirit herbs to grow. Jegal-hu's attention stopped at one spot. It's here. He was looking at a tiny plant in front of him. The centuries-old snow ginseng, a spirit herb that absorbs qi intensely. Now all that's left is to trade this snow ginseng for the black ha rhizome of the Namgung clan. Yes, with this, the young miss of the Namgung clan's blocked channels should improve, and in return we'll get a black ha rhizome over 200 years old. Jegal-hu carefully knelt down then, reached his hand toward the plant, when unexpectedly there was a rustling sound right by his ear. A silhouette shot out from the rocks, startling Jegal-hu. Something had just leaped from a crevice. My quick reflexes blocked that attack. Jin cried anxiously, Uncle, are you alright? Jegal-hu watched the mysterious shadow dart nimbly above him, then warned his companion, I'm fine, be careful, that thing moves very fast. Two gleams of light simultaneously aimed at it. Jegal-hu defended. His brows knitted. This was the fan's tip, now frozen with frigid qi. Jin rushed closer with curiosity. Uncle, what exactly is that? Jegal-hu explained softly, stone lizard. He concluded tersely, it's stone lizard. A blue stone lizard. Soryang's face showed surprise at this new information. A blue stone lizard, naturally blue, that's a rare species. He muttered curiously that stone lizard are sterile and non-venomous, so is there an issue? His eyes soon lit up, no problem. Soryang went on to explain, stone lizard have venom in their eyes. He smiled and replied, I don't understand what you're saying, but go ahead. Meanwhile, Jegal-hu silently judged him, indeed an odd fellow. If I learn of other venomous creature info, I'll tell you first. Soryang blinked and accepted the favor. Thanks, senior. As for what happened the next day, Lord NH letter 1EA1C PH letter 1EA5 had returned. Tang Chialson's face was anxious as he burst in. Father-in-law. Soryang and the others were all surprised. Father-in-law, Huiyan greeted softly. Father. He came over to knead and check Soryang's body. Are you all right? He asked gently. Soryang replied softly, yes, I'm fine, father-in-law. He even smiled and added, you woke after 10 days, the arm left a scar, but at least you're alive. Tang Chialson's anger was unapologetic. What, those blood sect people? Only then did he remember. Then turned back and flurriedly asked Huiyan, are you okay? Huiyan awkwardly reassured him, Father, please calm down. Then she explained softly, I'm fine, Soryang saved me and my whole family. Tang Museong beside them added, indeed, Soryang performed a great deed. He didn't forget to recount Soryang's anecdote about defeating the elder. What did he say? I am your nemesis. Huiyan cheerfully echoed, I am your nemesis. The teasing quickly flushed his cheeks. It was just that our plan luckily succeeded. However, Tang Museong interjected, thanks to that we also discovered the blood sect's weakness. Jegal-hu waved from a corner, Tang Chialson, I'm here too. Only then did Tang Chialson notice him. Brother, are you well? He shook the other's hand. Since you rose to high rank, you've contacted me less. I suppose only an event like this would let me see you. Jegal-hu replied historically, is that so? My apologies. Huiyan smiled and explained, were they lifelong soulmates? But Soryang's face showed no sign of such trust. What a nutcase. Jegal-hu warmly offered, anyway, please sit. We have much to discuss about the blood sect. Tang Qialson quickly accepted. Very well. They turned to instruct others. You all sit too, I need the full details. Saryong, out of manners, replied, yes, Lord NH letter 1E1C. The meeting continued and Tang Qialson opened. So, what about the spy? This information puzzled Saryong a little. A spy? Do you mean an infiltrator like a mole? He only nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Then slowly asked back, the blood sect broke in aiming to seize the blood hand venom claw secret manual, right? Saryong answered honestly. Yes, they appear to value it highly. A plan immediately formed in Tang Qialson's mind. All right then. The question drained the color from Saryong's face. How could they have known the Bloodhand Venom Claw was in the Sichuan Tang clan? He spoke loudly, rising in alarm. This is serious. Could someone inside the clan or one of our martial artists have sold information to the blood sect? This reaction left both Tang Qialson and Jegal Hu full of question marks. He chuckled teasingly, looks like you need to school your son-in-law. As a new member, he's still too naive, isn't he? This made Saryong hesitate. Am I the problem? The one who explained was Huiyan. Saryong, there absolutely cannot be a spy in the Tang clan, he replied awkwardly. Really? Tang Qialson addressed her. Even when choosing a servant, we investigate their whole family and direct line ancestors. If nothing shows, we absorb all their household rights into the Tang clan. When a servant's wife, children, and family are all within the Tang clan, who would dare be a spy? Only then did Saryong realize they control things that thoroughly. He wore a bewildered expression as he pondered. So then, the nagging question was raised. Then who is the real spy? A rough hand seized a girl. Tang Qialson recounted that it was a household servant of the Muram Alliance. Jegal Hu stated solemnly, in the Muram Alliance only 3 people knew of this. Now the leader has captured that person. Meanwhile, as matters were winding down, an uninvited guest appeared at the Tang clan. The gate attendant was concerned when he saw the hulking figure had already arrived. Coming all the way from Hebei to the Tang clan gate without using lightness skill is quite the feat. Peng Muwen slapped his chest, his face showing excitement as he requested that the head of the Tang clan be informed. The head of the Peng clan, Peng Muwen, has arrived. An arrow shot up from deep within the courtyard. Huiyan was still training with Saryong at that moment. He kept close behind her and asked curiously, Lady Huiyan, will we be okay if we run outside? Huiyan replied softly, yes, because everyone is discussing something important. She smiled brightly and reminded him, Saryong is also a son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan, be more confident. Her words made him a little flustered. Ah yes. Saryong recalled when he'd encountered that group earlier. Well, they were probably guests from another sect, nothing to fear. But their air of authority made him so frightened he felt drained of color. Peng Muwen frowned in puzzlement. He spoke enthusiastically when he saw them. Who is this? Isn't this Lady Huiyan? Huiyan answered politely. Huiyan of the Tang clan pays respects to the head of the Peng clan. Peng Muwen said as he gestured, long time no see. Last time I saw you were so small. Now you've grown so much I can hardly recognize you. She smiled courteously. 5 years have passed. Time really flies. His attention shifted to Saryong. And who might you be? His whole body stiffened as he clasped his hands and bowed. Yet Saryong still fumbled, trying to introduce himself. Saryong, son-in-law of the Tang clan. Peng Muwen raised an eyebrow, his face full of appraisal. Is that so? He asked back, pinching his cheek. A son-in-law, Huiyan smiled to clarify, he's my husband. Those words made Peng Muwen rub his chin and repeat, husband, adding further judgment. His gaze made Saryong uncomfortable. One hand reached down directly to check his goods. Let me see. A crackling exclamation made Saryong blush. At first I thought he was a child, but downstairs is indeed a man. Huiyan had long avoided looking at the two of them. Lady Huiyan, in a few years that would be perfect, she murmured, Saryong. She then added, people of the Peng clan don't fuss over formalities. The Peng head just wants to judge Saryong in his own way. Head of the family, truly impressive. Hearing that, Saryong began to understand, so that's how it was. He felt no dislike for Peng Muwen. After all, men recognize true men. Many thanks for the compliment, Head Peng. This attitude pleased him, so different from the spoiled heirs of other prestigious families. Saryong quickly gained the favor of those from the Peng clan. Yes, I am Peng Muwen, head of the Peng clan, pleased to meet you. He responded politely, pleased to meet you as well. In the middle of the conversation, someone called for Lord Peng Muwen. He glanced over. What's the matter, Lady Huiyan? Huiyan cut to the point. Did you really come all the way from Hebei just to help our sect so quickly? Those words puzzled Peng Muwen. Help with what? Has something happened to the Tang clan? Their reaction made her flustered. Then why did you come to the Tang clan? What's going on? Huiyan felt embarrassed. Quickly, the information was relayed to those from the Peng clan. What? The blood sect has appeared. Huiyan slowly added, they've already been eliminated, Lord Peng. That didn't lessen Peng Muin's irritation. He said he should have arrived a bit earlier. Tang Qialson opposite chimed in, what business does Lord Peng have in coming here? Peng Muin then remembered, I forgot to say, I'm furious on account of the blood sect. He explained deliberately, actually, I came here to ask the Tang clan for help. That left them puzzled about what help he meant. Peng Muin exhaled deeply. Then he motioned grandly to his men to bring in the elders to greet them. The doors were quickly pushed open. The person who entered was a dark-complexioned man with wide eyes. Soryang froze, put on a blank face, then thought for a moment and greeted, Elder, I'm not a child anymore. Unexpectedly, the man approached them and whispered, Miss, please come down, miss. You should greet the elders of the Tang clan, shouldn't you? His words made them even more puzzled. Miss. The fabric near the man's shoulder stirred slightly and a small voice sounded, I'm scared. Soryang was completely taken by surprise. A tiny figure landed on the ground. Peng Yingying looked up at them, and the whole room fell silent, until the little girl politely greeted, Hello, Peng Yingying of the Peng clan pays respects. Peng Muin beamed as he introduced, my daughter. This information surprised Huiyan and Soryang at once. A daughter. They gaped at the girl, truly a marvel of heredity. Peng Muin grinned and continued to boast, we look so alike that everyone can see it. He dotingly ruffled the girl's hair. After all, this child is the reason I came to the Tang clan. My daughter isn't well. I ask if you could examine her, please. Tang Qialson asked seriously, where is your daughter unwell? Soryang pried his ears. Not well. He glanced toward the little girl. Peng Yingying was currently devouring a pastry. By that evening, after hearing and checking Peng Yingying's symptoms, they still couldn't determine the cause. The Peng head's explanation was as follows. Peng Muin explained that occasionally the girl would breathe rapidly and large red patches would appear on her body. In severe cases, she even fainted. Then after a while she would recover, but I have no idea why. I've searched everywhere, even took her to disciples of the medicine Immortal, but they said she was perfectly healthy, which drove me mad. One of them even uttered strange words. I nearly gave him a beating. Tang Qialson asked in confusion, strange words. Peng Muin reluctantly added an explanation. He suggested it might be poisoning. Someone had tampered with her, but who in the Peng clan would do such a thing? Soryang awkwardly added, poisoning. Hearing this, Tang Qialson quickly concluded that if it were poisoning, the problem might well lie within. The other side loudly refuted, I can assure you no one in the Peng clan would do such a thing. Realizing he'd spoken too strongly, he lowered his voice, let's not bring this up again. I don't want to suspect people of the Jegal family. A bystander agreed, true, since nothing is certain yet, don't jump to conclusions. Poisoning isn't always the cause of such symptom. Tang Qialson observed Peng Yingying's condition and said, then we'll set aside a vacant 4-unity chamber for you. Stay for a time so we can monitor the child's condition. First, we need to determine whether this is poisoning or a rare illness. Peng Muin smiled in reply, thank you, Lord Tang clan head, will be indebted to you for the coming period. Soryang recalled the girl's appearance and thought to himself that she looked a lot like childhood type 1 diabetes. When did she get that extra candy in her hand? He sprang up and began to ponder. Can diabetes cause rashes? If there were clear symptoms, it might be easier to recognize. Just then a knock sounded from outside. Soryang listened. Lord Soryang, there's big news. He quickly opened the door to ask, what's the matter? The maid reported anxiously. The thing is, the information showed on his face, Miss of the Peng clan has fainted. Soryang, stunned, asked again, Miss of the Peng clan. The night was still quiet. Soryang arrived quickly. What happened? Huiyan looked at him and said softly, Soryang. She recounted slowly. I heard the person sitting in the pavilion coughed once and then suddenly collapsed. Tang Qialson frowned and concluded that if she fainted right there, then we can be reassured there is no insider poisoning within the Peng clan. Peng Muin clenched his fist. Could this reaction be baffling him, Lord Peng? Unexpectedly, that fist struck Peng Muin in the face, shocking everyone around. Lord Peng. A tooth fell to the ground. Peng Muin responded with a smile. I'm sorry, though I said that, I can't forgive myself for briefly doubting members of the family. If he himself also collapsed right here, then there must be another cause. Other members did the same. Despite our presence, we couldn't stop the young lady from fainting repeatedly. We are greatly guilty. Tang Qialson hurriedly intervened. Please calm yourselves. Huiyan urgently pleaded, Soryang, do something. The girl looked blank-faced. I have no idea. He then raised his voice to restrain them. Please remain calm. Soryang spoke evenly. If we can find the cause of the symptoms, we can prove everyone innocent. Peng Muwen anxiously replied, how do you propose to do that? He knelt down beside the little girl and said seriously, first, remove Miss Peng Yingying's clothing. This earth-shattering statement made Tang Qiaolson and his son go pale. Peng Muwen, however, did not bother to hide his murderous intent. What did you say? Peng Muwen froze and asked again, what did you just say? This reaction left Soryang puzzled. He honestly repeated, I mean remove Miss Bang's clothing entirely, An. But before he finished, he was grabbed by the collar. Peng Muwen, bristling with hostility, growled, what? How dare you speak of stripping my beloved daughter's clothes? Soryang quickly explained, wait, don't be hasty. At that moment, Grace from inside his robe poked her head out and said, not like that, hurry and come in. Tang Qiaolson and Huiyun spoke to soothe matters. Lord Peng, the son-in-law's words must have a reason, please don't be angry yet. Yes, Lord Peng, first hear him out. Peng Muwen glared at him in anger, but in the end he let go and chose to cooperate. All right, you with that sly look daringly tell me to strip my daughter's clothes when she's not even of age. I really want to hear what reasonable excuse you can offer. Soryang explained slowly, Lord Peng, please remain calm and let him finish speaking. By remove her clothes, I mean take off her garments and replace them with another set. Could it be that the clothes or items brought from the Peng clan are the cause of her collapse? The simple explanation left Peng Muwen stunned. Could it really be for that reason? He began to blame himself. Peng Muwen, dared to doubt the young hero's words. Soryang hurriedly waved his hand to deny it. Wait, it's fine, Lord Peng. He smiled and added sympathetically, your daughter just collapsed, of course you'd be flustered. This only increased Peng Muwen's admiration. I didn't expect you to be so magnanimous about another's mistake. Thank you. Soryang turned to announce, by the way, from now on Miss Peng will be under the care of our Tang clan, so for a while I forbid her from seeing anyone from the Peng clan. Peng Muwen asked in surprise, what, even me? He asserted confidently that the cause must not be from the Bang household, but from something else. What Soryang was applying was the method of elimination and the method of supplementation. This is the approach used by those who rear poisonous insects, snakes, or amphibians. If only the creature being cared for could speak and say, if I'm harmed here you wouldn't have to guess so much. But sadly they can't converse with humans. Could you try adding a bit of vitamin D to its food, see if that helps? So I have to change the environment or the surrounding items to trace the source of the illness. At this point, the method I used for Miss Peng is the supplementation method. Entirely change her surroundings, then gradually reintroduce each factor to identify the true cause. We can't let the young lady keep collapsing without finding an answer. Hearing this, Tang Qiaolson rubbed his chin in agreement. Indeed, doing so may take some time, but it should uncover the reason the young lady fell ill. He offered a compliment, good idea, son-in-law. Soryang calmly accepted the praise, all right. Peng Muwen, thinking of being apart from his daughter, could no longer hold back his tears. Please take good care of her. He patted his chest and vowed, trust me, Lord Peng, I've raised countless creatures, so one child is nothing, a piece of cake. But the truth turned out nothing like he imagined. It was not small at all. Peng Yingying would not stop crying. Soryang was soon frightened pale by the girl's threats. Upon waking, Miss Peng burst into loud sobs, while her eldest sister and the music foster mother had already left to prepare what was needed to care for the child. So Soryang was left alone with a mischievous child who might wreak havoc. He kept asking, are you hungry? Sleepy? What should I do? Peng Yingying just kept crying. No, Soryang ventured a guess. Oh heavens, miss, are you crying because Lord Peng isn't here? Then he made up a story. Miss Peng is ill, so Lord Peng went to find medicine. Hush now, he'll be back soon. But the truth was painfully simple. It wasn't the absence of her father, it was the absence of candy. This answer from the girl was beyond Soryang's guesses. Not her father, but candy. He quickly remembered, of course. I heard the young lady's garments have many small secret pockets to hide candy. Peng Yingying was still crying heartily. All my candy is gone, Bang An is all alone. Soryang soothed her softly, Miss Peng, please calm down. You just fainted and can't eat candy right away after waking. Then he began to coax, first eat some porridge, if you eat nicely then I'll make candy for you. Only then did the girl temporarily stop crying. Will you really make it for me? Soryang drew closer and assured her, yes, if you eat your porridge well and behave, I'll make you a whole skewer of delicious candy. Peng Yingying asked excitedly, really? He affirmed decisively, of course, but you must promise me. The little girl obediently raised her hand. Yes, I promise. She even added a threat, people of the Peng clan always keep their promises. If you break it, I'll punch you in the face. This made Soryang sweat. What? No way, what kind of parenting is this among the Peng clan? Time passed to the next morning, and in a nearby bush stood Peng Muwen. Peng Yingying, father is here. Lately Lord Peng Muwen has been full of worries. He muttered, must I only watch An from afar like this? Because of the ban on Peng clan members approaching, you cannot see your beloved daughter. Unexpectedly, this sneaking around was discovered by Saryang. Lord Peng, what are you doing here? Peng Muwen tugged him into the bushes with him. You come here a moment. Then he began asking about the situation. Is Miss Peng Yingying doing all right these days? He added. Yes. Then he recounted everything. The young lady eats very well and is very obedient. Peng Muwen couldn't believe his ears. What? The child actually eats? Saryang confirmed again. Yes, sir. Yesterday the young lady even ate a lot of pork. The more he heard, the more puzzled he became. How did you get her to eat like that? The other replied with a puzzled look. She simply ate very well on her own. It can't be helped. Peng Muwen was dumbfounded. Something I couldn't even do. How can you? At that moment, a figure appeared before them. Huiyan respectfully clasped her hands and greeted Lord Peng. Peng Muwen smiled and replied, Miss Huiyan, thank you for taking care of my daughter. Huiyan informed Saryang beside her. Saryang, Miss Peng Yingying is looking for her big brother, asking where he went. Hearing this, Peng Muwen felt a twinge of jealousy. What? Big brother? He shot Saryang a bullet-like glance. I haven't even spoken to the child once. Since when are you so close? Tell me, since when are you called big brother? Saryang hastily fled. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Huiyan asked softly after him, are you going to the training ground again today? He answered her directly, admitting that he needed to play a bit with the Golden Fur Wind Kings for Miss Peng Yingying to behave. As he moved, he thought to himself that the Golden Fur Wind Kings also seemed to be very fond of the young lady. Soon Saryang found Peng Yingying. Peng Yingying. The little girl brightened visibly when she saw him. Big brother, hurry up. The two of them went to where the golden-furred fellows were. Peng Yingying delightedly played with them, giggling. Saryang observed from one side, recently, thanks to these kids, she and I have grown close quickly. These cute golden fur wind kings seemed utterly devoted to Peng Yingying. Maybe it's because she often eats candy and drips syrup on herself. Do they think she's food? Anyway, Peng Yingying realized the pack adored her and insisted on visiting them every day. She pointed ahead and cried out, Big brother, over there is the queen bee. Playing with them and getting her to behave at the same time, what a 2-for-1. Saryang reminded her, the queen bee is busy, don't disturb her asking to play. Peng Yingying obediently complied. Yes. A thought suddenly rose in him, if I had a little sister, she'd probably be like this. Taking care of children gets easier with practice. Peng Yingying called again, Big brother. There's another bee here too. Saryang was suddenly startled. Bees. He warned seriously, but it was too late. Peng Yingying, the other bees might sting. Be careful not to get stung. Saryang quickly ran to the girl's side. Peng Yingying, are you all right? Then he examined the sting on Peng Yingying's hand. You must be careful. First, go to the medic. The little girl replied softly, it's okay for now. But since you warned me, go ahead and apply medicine just to be sure. Bee venom can sometimes cause severe pain. She obediently listened. Yes. Saryang's expression changed again when he saw Peng Yingying's flushed face. He called her name anxiously. Peng Yingying weakly answered, Big brother. Saryang caught her in time, Peng Yingying. In his mind, he recalled Peng Muwen's words. Sometimes breathing grows rapid and large red patches appear over the body. If severe, consciousness can be lost. Right, I know this reaction well. A belated conclusion came to him. The cause of Peng Yingying's frequent fainting, anaphylactic shock anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a form of allergic reaction that occurs from an overreaction of the immune system. Normally, when harmful substances from outside enter the body sets about fighting the foreign invaders. Excuse me, may I damage this body a little? It's poisonous. The membranes of our cells are being destroyed. That process is inflammation. Histamine is released, causing blood vessels to dilate, and white blood cells and antibodies rush in along those widened pathways to destroy the enemy. The problem is that sometimes there is an excessive reaction to certain substances. Widen the vessels more, hurry, I'm in a rush. Hey uncle, wake up. When the immune response is excessive, histamine, the vasodilator, is released in too great an amount or acts abnormally, and blood vessels throughout the body dilate, bringing a sharp drop in blood pressure. During this process, symptoms like breathing difficulty and itchy swelling can occur. If severe, it can be fatal. Saryang carried Peng Yingying on his back and hurried off. There was no time to waste. As he moved, he reassured the girl, hold on a little longer, Peng Yingying. Very quickly, Saryang arrived. He shouted with all his might to signal, honored foster father, Miss Peng Yingying has collapsed. Tang Chialson and Peng Muwen appeared almost immediately. What on earth happened? Soryang oh my, Peng Yingying. Soryang quickly explained that the girl seemed to be having trouble breathing. Peng Muwen took Peng Yingying and acted. All right, I'll transmit internal qi into her. The girl's face was flushed with fever, and only when Peng Yingying's breathing stabilized did Soryang let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness, this so-called qi is no trivial thing. The basic principles in treating anaphylaxis are to control blood pressure and secure the airway. Usually epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and intubation to maintain respiration are used. But here everything could be resolved with qi alone. Remarkable. Tang Qialsen now judged that this episode's symptoms resembled the previous one. Peng Muwen anxiously asked Soryang, "You were right there, surely you saw clearly. Have you determined what caused her collapse?" He answered seriously, "Yes, elders, I saw it very clearly. Miss Peng Yingying fainted because she was stung by a bee." Both men were astonished at that conclusion. "A bee, you mean a bee?" Tang Qialsen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Rare indeed, but there are cases where bee stings can cause that. Yet the reason Miss Peng Yingying frequently fainted cannot be only bees," Peng Muwen agreed. "Right, if she'd been stung from the start, she likely couldn't have made it to the Tang clan, so the true cause still can't be confirmed." He was a bit disappointed not to find a connection. At that moment, Soryang spoke up, honored foster father. His declaration surprised them. "Actually, I have found the cause," Tang Qialsen probed. "What, really?" Soryang smiled and explained, "Because Miss Peng Yingying was stung by a bee, I was able to trace the clue." Peng Muwen grew even more impatient. "What do you mean? Explain it to me quickly." Soryang proceeded to explain slowly. First, his hand hovered toward Peng Yingying. "First, we must remove the young lady's clothing." Peng Muwen angrily retorted, "You'll get a scolding for that, you rogue." Then the door opened and Huyen stepped out, bringing information. Just as Soryang had said, the spotted marks on her body made things hard to distinguish. There were several old sting marks, and the most recent sting was found on her back. Peng Muwen exclaimed in surprise, "Is that really so?" The one who opened the door to remind them was Peng Yingying's mother. "Please keep order, the child hasn't fully regained consciousness yet." The others immediately realized their mistake. "Understood, Madam Peng." "Yes, Madam, understood." Peng Muwen immediately stepped back on his wife's command. "Just as you said, it's not those spotted marks, but a different kind of mark." He asked, puzzled, "Then why has my daughter been fainting all this time?" Soryang slowly concluded, "It's due to a venomous insect, a bee." That statement made Peng Muwen curious. Hadn't the Tang clan just said it wasn't bee venom? A string of counter-arguments followed. If she had truly been stung by bees, how could we have missed it? The Peng clan's back garden has no flowers, the ground is all rock, there's no reason for bees to come there. So what makes you insist it's bee venom? Hearing this, Soryang replied calmly, "That's true, if it were bee stings we would have noticed." However, Peng Yingying's symptoms clearly point to anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. He began rifling through his knowledge. Soryang applied everything he knew. What he needed was a venomous creature that isn't a bee but has bee-like toxicity, causing swelling and breathing difficulty. A toxin containing melatonin or similar peptides. If we're in China, specifically Hebei province with its temperate continental climate, the possible venomous creatures in this area are. A list of names came to mind: the white-lipped cobra, monocled cobra, Chinese scorpion, red thorax ants, and Chinese red fire ants. Soryang muttered to himself, "Eliminate the snakes, eliminate the scorpions." Peng Muwen, hearing this, asked the man beside him, "What is he doing now?" Tang Qialsen answered tersely, "Let's wait and see." Soryang began linking everything together, an environment prone to stings and Peng Yingying's usual habits. He remembered the pastries and also Huyen's deductions. There was a secret pocket in her clothes to hide sweets. The corner of Soryang's mouth curved into a knowing smile. "Found it." He said softly, "Yes, it is bee venom. You can trust that. Everyone still finds it puzzling. How could there be no sign of bees in the Peng clan?" Soryang turned and explained cryptically, "We Tang clan people understand this well, but toxins don't always produce the same effect in everyone. For some, a tiny drop the size of a pinhead is enough to bring them down. Others may tolerate 10 times that amount." Tang Qialsen continued, "What Soryang says makes sense. The same toxin can have different effects depending on each person's constitution." Soryang added, "Peng Yingying was born with a weak constitution and is particularly sensitive to bee venom compared to ordinary people. You've just confirmed that." Peng Muwen could only agree. "That's right." He smiled and added, "Not to mention other possibilities. Given Peng Yingying's susceptibility to bee venom yet never having been stung at home, I can infer one possibility." Peng Muwen's face betrayed his tension. What is that? Soryang slowly concluded it was a bee, but a very special kind of bee. They moved swiftly through the night, a group of 4 circling one spot. Peng Muwen, still half doubting, asked back, is that thing really here? But Soryang's resolute expression dispelled his doubts. Yes, it's definitely here. He turned to request, Miss Huiyan, could you illuminate the area for me? Huiyan quickly complied. Very well. Under the light, several insects appeared. They were greedily devouring a crumb of cake. One was even biting its neighbor. It was being eaten. It was quickly scooped up. What a little demon. Soryang smiled and explained, this little one is the culprit. Peng Muwen asked puzzledly, isn't that an ant? Ants aren't bees. He held it closer to him. Look more carefully, after all, it's a mutated variant of a bee. Peng Muwen repeated, bewildered, a mutated bee. Very quickly, Peng Muwen recognized it. He noticed that when he looked at it, it had a stinger on its rear. What ants with stingers? Tang Qialsen continued, this is unbelievable, so that's why you called it a mutated bee. Peng Muwen, fussing to the point of sweating, couldn't have imagined ants having venomous stingers. Soryang concluded sternly, this is exactly the mutated type that knocked out Miss Peng Yingying. It's called the king sting demon ant. This name is the culprit that caused Peng Yingying to lose consciousness. It belongs to the order Hymenoptera, family Formicidae, the king sting ant, Pachycondyla chinensis. Order Hymenopterae. Hymenoptera, family Formicidae, is an insect belonging to the subfamily Ponrinae, the stinging ants. You might wonder how ants could have stings. In fact, these ponrine ants evolved from ancestors similar to wasps, so they retain many wasp-like characteristics. Therefore, in studies comparing ant and wasp venoms, patients who suffered anaphylactic shock from ant stings showed reactions similar to wasp venom, according to published research. In any case, Soryang held the creature in one hand, and with the other he pointed at its venomous stinger as he explained. I suspect it came to hunt the trapped mana insects in the passages and incidentally stung Peng Yingying. This king sting demon ant lives by hunting and eating other mana insects. Moreover, the mark left by the sting resembles a rash, so at the time they couldn't determine exactly what had pierced her. A few days later, when Peng Yingying woke, he only thought it was a normal rash. Peng Muwen was so astonished by this that his mouth fell open. Really? I never would have thought Peng Yingying collapsed because of such a common bug. He worriedly turned to Tang Qialsen. Master Tang, is there any antidote that can be formulated? The man replied slowly, there are antidotes for bee venom, but for people with hypersensitive constitutions like Miss Peng Yingying, the antidote may be less effective. Peng Muwen showed obvious distress. Impossible, then Peng Yingying. Seeing his expression, Tang Qialsen quickly reassured him. At least the cause has been found, which is good. Now you can take precautions before she collapses again. Peng Muwen hesitated in reply. Only then did he let out a long breath. Then, not hurriedly, he said, come to think of it, I haven't yet thanked you. Thank you, young hero. Soryang accepted the gratitude. Please don't worry, Master Peng, although it's a bit slow, there is still a way to treat her. Tang Qialsen frowned in disbelief. There really is a method, Peng Muwen urgently pleaded. Tell me quickly, what is it? The young man explained that the method is called desensitization therapy. Desensitization, desensitize as in remove sensitivity, sense as in reaction, and therapy as in causing the change. Peng Muwen barely heard this before grimacing. Remove what? Take something off. Soryang hurried to deny that, to save his life, not that. He immediately explained, face already sweating, that they would inject Peng Yingying with extremely low doses of the venom bit by bit. It's a method to reduce sensitivity to the toxin, and of course it will take quite a long time. If the treatment goes well, she will no longer collapse from the venom. Hearing this, Tang Qialsen agreed, it's a viable method. Even within the Tang clan, they use gradual venom injections to build resistance. Peng Muwen anxiously asked again, so after treatment, she won't collapse anymore? He was explained at length, but the chance of success was very high. Once he fully understood, Peng Muwen's face brightened into a broad smile. He, a little excited, slapped Soryang on the shoulder. Thank you so much, you've saved my daughter. The smile hadn't faded. Peng Muwen looked down at him and offered, having helped like this, how could I let it go unpaid? Do you have any wish? Whatever it is, if you want it, I will definitely grant it. He thought to himself that for some reason, whenever anyone here receives help, they always throw out a blank check. But in the end, Soryang clasped his hands and replied, Peng Yingying is no different from my own little sister now. How could I possibly demand repayment? However, Peng Muwen slapped him on the back, cutting him off. Hey brother, in the Peng household we don't do modesty, speak up, wait. Snap. Soryang thought inwardly that if he couldn't come up with something immediately, he'd be done for. He dared to declare no. Followed by an offer, since you've come all the way, would you like to join me in visiting the famous mountain? Peng Muwen couldn't hide the embarrassment on his painted face. The place they were going to was Ganga, Sichuan. Indeed, Peng Muwen exclaimed loudly, truly a famous mountain. Soryang proudly added, yes, I've heard there are even magnificent cliffs. Huiyan looked around in agreement, saying that according to the strategist, this was the right place. He nodded to confirm with her. Yes, it's likely the waterfall and the rock mentioned. Then, a bit awkwardly, he asked again, but how do we reach the cave behind the waterfall? Peng Muwen considered this seriously. That. Then he looked at Soryang and asked, you've only just started learning lightness skills, right? So you probably haven't heard of the Jeodam Ba Feiyan. Soryang replied, puzzled, what's that? Peng Muwen snorted stiffly. The smile on his face died out. Peng Muwen grabbed Soryang by the collar with one hand, explaining is troublesome. Come here, this move embarrasses you. Yes. Unexpectedly, Peng Muwen then flung him up high like a ball. Huiyan blurted out, Soryang, he's right on your tail almost immediately. Peng Muwen watched Soryang. Hai Long commented, your agility is quite nimble. Huiyan worriedly asked, Soryang, are you all right? He replied politely, thanks. They noticed something else. This seemed to be the entrance leading to that cave, an entry behind the waterfall. So mysterious. Peng Muwen smiled brightly and suggested, well then, let's go inside first. Once we're in, there'll surely be something. Outside, the waterfall still roared. The three figures proceeded deeper inside. Soryang was startled by the scene before him. He calmly acknowledged that this was somewhat strange. Huiyan agreed, yes. What they were looking at was the rock slab from Jegal Hu's story. The strategist couldn't have lied. The interior of the cave was completely unlike what they'd imagined. Soryang and Huiyan explored around. According to the description from the elder strategist's disciple of the Ming martial world, Jegal Hu. In the very center of the cave, a light would pour down like a waterfall. On the ground, 100 flowers bloom, all kinds of flowers never seen before, extremely strange and mystical. Yes, like hiding in an immortal paradise. He looked around and remarked that it didn't look like any immortal realm at all. Peng Muwen had to agree, there is indeed light shining through a rock crevice, but there aren't fields of flowers everywhere. Soryang added that instead they seemed withered and about to die. Peng Muwen gaped and asked, is the spirit artifact real? The whole surrounding environment has changed. It seems a cold aura is emanating from that rock. Soryang replied politely, yes, elder. Peng Muwen Wang took the sword from his back while warning, it does seem so, then follow me and be careful. Sure enough, his expression changed, and his vigilance quickly heightened. A terrible cold chi truly began to appear. No sooner had he finished speaking than they heard a sudden crashing sound. Peng Muwen, sword in hand, took the lead. Up ahead, stick close behind me. Soryang behind him was a little thrilled. The angry roar was real. Two specks of light flashed from a small hollow, followed by a low growl. Soryang was so surprised his mouth fell open. That was. The creature gradually revealed itself. Wasn't that the authentic chubby-tailed spirit lizard? He observed it and estimated its size at about a foot, with big round gleaming yellow eyes and an adorably plump tail. His face couldn't hide his delight. He couldn't stand it. It was unbearably cute. Huiyan beside him commented softly that the blue spirit lizard was truly adorable. Soryang agreed excitedly. Indeed, Miss Huiyan has a good eye for quality. However, Peng Muwen's attention was drawn to something else, and he warned, there's another female in there. Soryang exclaimed, you mean there's another one, a twin pair? His breathing quickened with excitement. Wonderful, they can be bred. Master Peng must capture one alive to bring back for Bang. While watching the wary expressions of the group, Soryang also tried to search for the other one. Where could the other be? But what he saw was completely different from what he'd expected. Huiyan asked immediately if something was wrong. He didn't hide it and answered, yes, I only glimpsed it, but... Soryang's expression grew tense. This is not good at all. Their attention fixed on the life lying hidden inside. It seemed not to be breathing. Soryang called out, I'll leave it to you, Commander Gupi. If anything happens, report to me immediately. He turned and smiled, of course, trust me. If that rock shows any abnormal sign, I'll report to you at once. They decided to withdraw temporarily, primarily because they knew nothing of the creature's habits, and acting recklessly might further injure an already wounded being. Huiyan called down, come eat now. He thought to himself it sounded kind of sweet. A pot of soup was set over the fire. Peng Muan hesitated and asked, "So, has there been any progress today?" Soryang replied, "It's still not moving at all." He added, "I've checked as well, but that one is completely immobile. A living creature at least has to eat, right?" He agreed, "Exactly. Normally geckos and lizards under stress will refuse food for a few days. Especially the chubby-tailed geckos. They store energy in that large tail. If it hasn't eaten, it's likely living off its reserves. It's time for a decision. I think we should examine the injured one." Peng Muan asked eagerly, "So you mean capture it?" He denied it. "Not exactly capture. I just think we need to check its wounds. If it's hungry, it might go out to forage on its own. It would be better if you could lure the healthy one out." He pointed at his muscles. "Wouldn't it be easier to knock it out with a hit? That way we get both the healthy one and the injured one." Soryang was speechless, thinking if he used those muscles and actually hit it, the creature would die on the spot. He forced a smile, saying if he acted, even the living rock that once repelled General Hu's troops would probably explode to pieces, detonate like a bomb. He laughed loudly and said, "Right." Hands kept patting Soryang repeatedly. No wonder a scholar who sits at a desk all day like him could be flung away by a rock-like monster. "You're right, if I strike it, it'll probably really die. I can't stand that." "Indeed." Peng Muan spoke up, "Then let's follow the plan, just subdue it gently." Soryang agreed, "Sounds reasonable. First you'll lure the healthy gecko out, while Huyan and I take the chance to check the injured one." He chimed in, "That's indeed the optimal approach." "Anything else to note?" He reminded them, "Just make sure it can't climb the wall. If it gets over, it could reach me." Peng Muan thumped his chest vigorously in compliance. "Understood. Let's move out, I'm itching to get going." He at the rear reminded them not to be rough, gently, gently. Soryang thought to himself that if the gecko really was sick, it might not have much time left. Peng Muan hoisted his greatsword and led the way toward the gecko. The group snapped into alert mode, staring fixedly at their opponent. Soryang whispered, "Begin," he agreed, and Peng Muan pointed the greatsword forward. Energy radiated around the blade. He shouted and executed the plan. The others responded, "Yes, chief." The gecko let out a roar, its eyes flashing with light. It lunged toward Peng Muan, leading the charge, and he used the greatsword to parry that assault. Peng Muan teased, "Pretty hefty, you truly live up to being Peng family's top warrior." The gecko was knocked backward. Another one seized the chance to lunge at him. Peng Muan smiled coldly, as if everything had gone according to his calculation. He was attacked by two geckos, one in front and one behind. The one behind was struck away by Peng Muan. Its face registered astonishment. He shouted orders to the team, "Now's our chance." Everyone moved at once to encircle the gecko in the middle. It continued to roar, releasing a burst of strange energy toward those surrounding it. Huyan, hurry, take advantage of this. You obey? Yes, Miss Huyan. The sudden silence around them made them suspicious. Soryang couldn't help asking, "What is this?" She turned to Soryang and asked, "Is it really injured?" He answered it seemed so. Judging by gecko's condition, its head and tail were necrotic from failing to shed completely. The old skin hadn't peeled off, and now its eyes were cloudy. Huyan urged anxiously, "So what should we do now? Do you think it needs immediate treatment?" She fretted that there were no medicines here. Soryang had a solution. "It's fine, I'll strip off that old skin." She bit her lip, speechless at the idea. Huyan crossly asked, "Lately you keep peeling things all the time, what's that about?" He thought to himself that this time the measure was indeed appropriate. Gecko woke and stared at them in bewilderment. He gently said, "It's okay, I'll heal you, so don't move." Soryang's hand touched its head tenderly. When he lifted Gecko up, he inwardly rejoiced, "Good, like a queen bee. It seems to understand words to some extent. It has calmed down." Seeing Soryang peel the layer off its back, Huyan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, explain this. Creatures like these shed their skin just like snakes. However, wild chubby-tailed geckos usually eat their old skin, so their shed skins are rarely found." She murmured, "How fascinating." He took out a small knife, but more importantly, this skin was unbelievably tough. Doing it barehanded wouldn't do. Then Soryang focused on peeling Gecko's skin. Huyan gasped when she saw it. It looked like a jewel. Seeing the shimmering skin, she had to admit the color was stunning. He was completing the final step, pulling it away from its claws. The sheath over the claws was also successfully removed by Soryang. Huyan stared at its claws, mouth agape. "Soryang looks like a glove," she said. "How cute." He replied, "I know. Miss can't resist either, right? Back when I was a YouTuber, peeling videos like this got tons of views." He thought to himself, so now only the head and tail remain, right? Soryang lifted Gecko up. "Wait, let me hold it. Must be extremely careful around the eyes." He examined Gecko's eyes. Just as he suspected, its eyes were completely blinded. Because it couldn't shed properly, the eyes were severely inflamed. After that, Soryang carefully pulled the skin from the back of its head. When the head skin was removed, he announced, all done. How is it more comfortable now? Huyen rejoiced when she saw it open its eyes. Soryang noticed him fall silent. Soryang, is something wrong? She called to Miss Huyen. Soryang was studying the remaining skin on Gecko's tail. I'm hesitating about what to do with the tail. He pondered that to stop the spreading necrosis, the tail might need to be amputated, but in its current state, cutting it off might kill it on the spot. Just as he reached for the knife, a shout came from behind. Careful, Knight Soryang. We've lost sight of the stone gecko. The stone gecko was lunging towards Soryang. He shouted, stay calm. I'm only trying to help you. I'm treating your friend here. But Soryang looked back at the knife in his hand and felt those words were pointless. The gecko let out an enraged cry. The reptile's roar echoed throughout the cave. The gang's scream sent a shockwave rushing towards Soryang. He realized in horror that the beast had become enraged. Seeing it spring up, Huyen stepped in front of Soryang to block it. Her hand pushed Soryang backward. The ice block fell straight where they had just been standing. Fortunately, they both dodged. He grabbed Zhu and crashed to the ground. Seeing lightning crackle around the ice, Soryang hurriedly pleaded, wait. I didn't mean it like that. Wait, let me explain. The oppressive pressure around him no longer left him dazed. Soryang and Zhu stared with mouths agape at the scene before them. The energies around the ice creature gradually fading away. It returned to a harmless appearance, its round eyes looking at them. Suddenly, it and Zhu laughed together. He wondered, are they talking to each other? Peng Muin rushed over and asked, are you all right, sir? Are you all right, Soryang? That brat was fierce and agile. I didn't expect him to slip between my legs. When the ice saw him, it switched to a growling mode. You have to stop it. Wait a moment. We're fine. Please step back a little. I'll try talking to it for a bit. Peng Muin said in surprise, you can talk to it. That monster understands speech. Soryang confirmed, yes, Lord Peng, it seems to understand some speech. Perhaps it won't attack us again. He asked Huyen, young lady, could you fetch some dry grass from over there? And Gan replied, yes. She ran to the corner of the cave and snatched up some dry grass. After making a nest for Zhu, Soryang finally said, there, it's done. I don't intend any harm, rest assured. I've removed the old skin that wouldn't come off and the blindfold has been taken off. For now, just clean its eyes regularly, okay? The ice creature cautiously crawled over and gently licked Zhu's face. He warned, there's still one problem. The eyes will probably heal, but the tail is rotten over more than half. Even with effort, it may not recover. The end of Zhu's tail is covered with a layer of rot. The ice listened carefully to what Soryang said. He still hesitated and blurted out, so that tail will probably have to be cut off. The ice creature thought of Zhu having his tail cut off and broke out in a sweat from fear. It began howling again towards Soryang. The ice leaped angrily at him. Soryang shouted in panic, sweat pouring down him. When it was over, everyone sat sadly in a corner. Huyen was applying medicine to the wound on his face. Soryang couldn't help scolding, ungrateful creature, I was just trying to heal you. She warned, sit still, Soryang, I'm applying a precious herb, don't move or you'll get a scar. Peng Muin chuckled with delight, you've finally started to act like a man, earning a glorious wound in battle. Huyen heard this and grew displeased, casting him a cold, sharp glance. He touched the red bone mark on his face, thinking to himself that, at least, the misunderstanding had been resolved. Soryang glanced at the group crawling over Huyen. He thought that seeing those geckos react to the killing intent and then calm down, maybe that lizard never meant to harm him in the first place. Gu Pi suddenly called out to Lord Soryang, Soryang, suspicious. What's the matter? Seeing the ice come forward, he guessed the creature seemed to want to say something. He forced a smile, are you emotionally ready now? It nodded to signal agreement. Soryang stood up, all right, I'll do my best, but first I want to ask one thing. Can you tell me what you eat? If we have to cut the tail, it needs nutritious stuff to recover. Hearing that, the ice suddenly ran off. He chased after it from behind until it stopped. Wait, where are you going? Soryang paused and looked at the tree it pointed to. This was the tree the ice had been holding and offered to him. Huyen came over and asked, may I take a look? He agreed. Yes, here. She picked up the small branch and examined it closely, then concluded that though weak spiritual energy was gradually emanating, this must be the seed of the spirit herb that once grew here. Saung was delighted. Spirit herb. He cupped the little seed in his hand, this seed. Peng Muin interjected, I've heard it said before that wherever a spirit beast dwells, spirit herbs always grow there. Huyen deduced that then, these creatures might be like the geckos, perhaps absorbing spiritual energy from the herb to survive. Wait, Saung made a discovery, hold on. If the spirit herb has been dug up already, isn't that a disaster? He hurriedly buried it back in the ground, trying to replant it. Peng Muin warned, but it was useless. Once a spirit herb has been touched by humans, it won't grow back there. That creature must have known this and dug it up to show us. Even if replanted, it can't properly regrow. He was desperate, it was impossible. Thinking of someone uprooting the spirit herb, he felt guilty, imagining the gecko couple reduced to rags. Soryang burst into tears. Oh my, we're truly sorry, little ones. Peng Muin turned and asked, by the way, what's the name of the spirit herb that grows here? Gupi answered, yes, I think people call it Tayat Sam. He was surprised, Tayat Sam. So we only need to find something with spiritual energy similar to Tayat Sam, right? Saung asked excitedly. Does such a thing really exist? He smiled and confirmed, of course it exists. It's called Ice Jade. It also absorbs cold energy like Tayat Sam. But the problem is how to find Ice Jade. It's extremely rare, and even with money it isn't easy to buy. Huyan intervened, if it's Ice Jade then. She said she knew of a place that had some. Soryang jumped up with joy. Huyan, you know where? Peng Muin beside him felt the same, this is great. He leaned in and asked, you know something similar? Huyan stepped back, the thing is. I'm in a bit of an awkward position, how should I say this? The thing is. Huyan pursed her lips for a moment, not daring to speak. Then she revealed, they're just another kind of weed, is that okay to say? The two of them were shocked. Peng Muin couldn't believe it, weeds. Chuan avoided their gazes and let out a sigh, while Soryang was horrified inside. What? Soryang thought to himself, father-in-law, really? Why did you have to say that earlier? You called this little girl a weed, didn't you? Peng Muin stared blankly thinking, who is this other weed that actually has Ice Jade? He gave the Peng patriarch a pointed reminder. Huyan blushed and stammered. She's one of the three beauties of the martial world, the Flame Empress Peony. She's Namgung Sial, the daughter of the Namgung clan. From what I heard, she has Ice Jade, but she doesn't really need it. Soryang gasped, that's earth-shattering news. Suddenly, the ice beside them let out a few cries, drawing his attention. She was curious, what is it saying? Soryang guessed it seemed to be urging them to treat the wounded one quickly. Treat the lizard first, then we can talk, Huyan agreed. All right, Soryang, that poor thing looks close to critical. This is best. Soryang went to Zoo's nest and saw it with its eyes closed, nursing its wounds, and he gently lifted it onto his lap. Huyan asked, I heard lizards can autotomize their tails, so why did this one keep it and get so bad? Soryang explained, that's true, but some individuals aren't like that. Huyan covered her mouth in surprise and asked, really? He revealed that when a lizard severs its own tail, it's called self-amputation, and it varies by species. The trait differs. Some species can cut off and not regrow, others can both cut and regrow, and some can do neither. So you can't generalize, proper examination is needed. Once determined, we find the separation segment and press with a finger at that spot to detach it. Although it may look like the tail could be cut at any point, the actual detachment point is predetermined, which we call the separation segment. Huyan asked admiringly, I don't know much about lizards since they're not venomous, but how do you know so much? You're amazing, Soryang. He worried inwardly, easy to say, but the tail was truly rotten. He wasn't sure the surgery would go smoothly. Soryang began to squeeze Zoo's tail, telling himself they still had to try. You can do it. Peng Muin and the ice sat waiting in a corner. It took longer than he expected. Zoo let out a few cries as if calling to him. Peng Muin then asked, young hero, how is the lizard? Did you bring Zoo to Lord Peng? The thing is. Fortunately, the operation succeeded. As long as we take good care of it from now on, it will be fine. Seeing the ice come running over grinning, he bent down and asked, you so happy? Peng Muin silently admired him. The more he looked, the more impressed he was with the kid. After the successful surgery, they decided to stay nearby to monitor its condition for a few days. A few days later, the two of them eagerly ran to its nest. Soryang called to the little ones, and the two of them happily responded. They chattered to each other in such adorable sounds that his heart melted. My goodness, they're not even kittens, yet they're endlessly cute lizards. If this were my previous life, they'd be viral on every network by now. Soryang glanced at Zoo. It seemed the little one had regained some strength. You came here to tell them, all right, we must go now. We're not leaving for long, just going to fetch some food for you and then coming straight back. Until then, keep the seed's spiritual energy safe, understood? They chirped a few times, which made Soryang even more moved. So cute. He turned back to urge her. All right, let's return to the Tang clan. Return to the Tang clan to get the Ice Jade. Before long, they were back at the Tang clan. After returning to the Tang clan and leaving the two little lizards behind, quite a bit of news arrived. Among it, the biggest event was Tang Chialson announcing matters related to the blood sect. After the identity of a mole inside the Murim alliance was exposed, their operatives tracked the trail to an old accomplice someone had been raising. That person carefully hid behind a tree to observe. Seeing the situation before him, the man stood open-mouthed in surprise. He continued recounting and guessed what had happened. It turned out it led them straight to the blood sect's lair. Coincidentally, that squad had just returned to the Murim alliance. We had sent them a report from Tiger Spotted Serpent. I heard that place played a major role in the raid on the lair. So the Murim Alliance leader personally sent a handwritten letter to thank them. Oh my, I'm truly proud of you, Saryang. Have you captured that mysterious lizard yet? I should drop by the toxic creature garden to see what it looks like. You replied, that matter. Could be said we've caught half of it already. Tang Qiulsen frowned half. Then it was her turn to speak. Father, let me explain. Lady Huiyan then explained everything that had happened. After listening for a while, Tang Qiulsen set down his teacup. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. I see Ice Jade is it. She stood and said, for that reason, we intend to go to Anhui province to visit the Namgung clan, may we? He agreed, go ahead, there's actually a shipment passing this way. Quite convenient. Perfect timing too, and not because of the blood sect, but because my envoy is going with you, I'll be able to relax a bit. Saryang thought inwardly, is this secretly passing the job to me? Tang Qiulsen added, wait, thinking about the Namgung clan now. There have been some false rumors lately. The two exchanged suspicious glances, and Yu incredulously blurted rumors. Night fell near the Namgung clan, Hyungshan Mountain. Two people were walking in the dark. One asked in astonishment, are you serious? The other replied, I told you so. It's true, that young lady of the Namgung clan actually, the other cut in to scold nonsense. Such filthy rumors, how scandalous. The other persisted stubbornly, even if it were true then. Ahead they saw someone lying there who scared them. Wait, what the hell is that? They hurried over, fellow, someone's passed out here. They lifted the person up, putting in effort. Dead are they? But when they saw the man below grinning, both were stunned. The fellow's face was flushed red from drink. With a dazed expression, the two ran out of words and glanced at each other. Did he just down a bunch of wine or what? Anyway, bring him to the village first. There's someone hiding carefully at the far tree root, radiating a very dangerous aura. Their silhouette cast on the ground by the moonlight. In the bamboo grove, the young lady was preparing to practice swordplay. Determination shone in Namgung Spul's eyes. She swung her sword in a graceful arc. The leaves she sliced fell to the ground. The hand holding her sword trembled slightly. Namgung Xial felt tired. She bit her lip in displeasure. She thought the leaf hadn't been fully cut. Could it be that my training is still insufficient? At that moment, Namgung Yun came over calling, sis, hurry inside. If you're late, we'll surely be discovered. If father finds out this time, you'll get scolded. Sword practice is fine, but you're the eldest daughter of the Namgung clan, so take better care of yourself. Namgung Xial, eldest daughter of the Namgung clan, removed the hood from her head and replied, I know. Namgung Yun saw her suddenly cough a few times and anxiously ran over, calling, sis. Namgung Xial's face flushed and she looked exhausted. She suffered from the pulse condition. At first the whole clan believed it was a blessing. All the blood vessels in her body had opened, so internal energy accumulated quickly, and the circulation of vital qi and absorption of energy faced no obstacles. At that time, the physician said the blood vessels had opened too widely, and the child's innate qi was being consumed too rapidly. Gongmun heard this and worried incessantly. Was there no other way? He replied, we need yin qi. We must use yin rather than innate qi. If this continues, she will surely have a shortened lifespan. Namgung Xial was currently exhausted and struggling to breathe. Namgung Yun, uneasy, called out, sis. She reassured her, I'm fine, let's go home now. The girl was still worried. Are you really okay, sis? Namgung Xial glanced at the glowing lantern and inwardly imagined. The lantern. I am a small flame inside that oil lamp. When the oil is gone, it will cease to exist. Someday, I must complete the imperial sword form. She sadly gazed at the moon above before this body. Burns out and disappears. The moonlight shines in the dark night. The next day, on the Yangtze River, a boat was drifting downstream. That boat belonged to Saryang's group. Someone shouted, Master Saryang, look, that's a white-armored shoal. He thought to himself, if it's a white-armored shoal, then it's the Yangtze River dolphin. Watching the dolphin's surface, Saryang was astonished. Really? I never expected to see a creature people said was extinct. Although I love insects and reptiles, I must admit dolphins are wonderful. Huiyan reminded him that following the Yangtze leads to Wuhan, where the Murim Alliance is. He added, Miss Huiyan, the task my father gave me was to stop by Wuhan and deliver the willow blood wood, right? So we just need to disembark at Angyang. She agreed, yes, at this speed we'll arrive very early. Saryang hesitated, but miss, on second thought I'm a little worried. Huiyan asked, about what? You wondered if the ice jade is that precious, as the lady says, would the Namgung clan so readily hand it over? Thinking about it kept making me uneasy. She instructed, just trust me. Like I said before, for Miss Namgung Xial, the ice jade has little effect. It has to be something edible, and ice jade isn't edible. Because we have that thing, if we trade it, they will surely hand over the ice jade. something they can eat. Soryang lightly touched his chest. Temporarily that seemed fine, but he was still uneasy. He didn't know if the ice jade would be okay, since lizards are cold-blooded and usually dislike the cold. They'd feel uneasy being fed something they don't recognize. Soryang called out to Miss Sichuan again. Soryang revealed that the ice jade was said to carry the chill of yin qi. He'd heard of yang and yin qi before, but it was still confusing. Huiyan explained, because it's also useful for martial training. I'll explain it to you now, remember this. Yin qi is the energy that creates yin transformation. It's a type of qi accumulated in nature. Normally it's the qi that restrains activity. Dampness, fear, darkness, and cold are all forms of yin qi. Although yin qi is said to bring cold, in the end it's just a form of qi. Soryang concluded yin qi isn't necessarily bad, right? She denied that it was entirely so. Opposite to yin qi is yang qi, which produces yang transformation. If yang qi is excessive, it will overdrive life activities, causing rapid aging and exhaustion of strength. The reason the two kids need yin qi is that their bodies are naturally cold type, so they must absorb yin qi to develop. You rubbed your chin thoughtfully, like charging a battery. Soryang scratched his head and asked bashfully, but I thought yin and yang harmonize like male and female. If they're all yin, how can they achieve yin-yang harmony? That question made Huiyan blush. She dodged the topic. I don't know about that. We can look into how to get them to achieve yin-yang harmony later. Soryang's face also flushed after hearing that. He hurried to explain, Miss Huiyan, I didn't mean that. An announcement warned that the boat had docked. Everyone prepared to disembark. Their flotilla had arrived at Wuhan. The boat moved into a berth. Huiyan stepped out to greet. I am Sichuan of the Tang clan. I have brought the item you requested. The greeter replied, the strategist is waiting for you outside. As they entered, Soryang felt a thrill of joy in his chest. He looked around. This is the Miram Alliance, truly impressive. Behind them, a young woman was pinching a young man's ear. That youth, Yang Xianghu, barked in irritation. Let go of me. Enough Jambong. I was going to teach that guy a lesson. She snapped. You said you'd fight the warriors, but what did you actually do? Peng Juxiang chimed in beside her. Exactly, you acted rashly without verifying their words. Yang Xianghu, you were too hasty. He won't concede. What hasty? It was for my lady's honor anyway. Yang Xianghu frowned as he saw a familiar face. He exclaimed in surprise, Huiyan. When Peng Juxiang saw her opposite him, he was astonished to run into them. Jianbong was also dazed, not yet recovered. Yang Xianghu's face flushed unusually. Huiyan stepped forward to greet him. It's been a long time since the Dragon Phoenix Association. How has everyone been? He replied. What a coincidence to run into each other like this. Sichuan, long time no see. Soryang thought to himself that only those with outstanding skills in the martial world received titles like Dragon or Phoenix. They were all elites. Jianbong spoke up. I happen to have a question and unexpectedly met the right person. I heard some strange talk about Huiyan. She was surprised. Me. She revealed they were saying Huiyan already had a suitor. It was obviously a silly rumor. You scowled from behind when you heard this news. Sichuan, you have a suitor. Yang Xianghu confirmed. Yes. The fighters gathered and kept talking about that story. I intended to challenge those who sullied Miss Huiyan's honor to defend her reputation. I had no other intent. After all, we're friends, so I just wanted to protect the lady's honor. Soryang thought he must be acting one-sidedly. Huiyan lowered her head shyly, saying the rumor was false. He reacted violently, saying, look, I'll find that fighter and teach him a lesson. I'll set the record straight. Suddenly she pulled you to her side. Huiyan introduced, not a suitor but a fiancé. This is my fiancé, Soryang. The three of them reacted as if struck by lightning. Jianbong was shocked. Fiancé, he looks so young. Huiyan arched her eyes and smiled. I should have introduced you sooner. What rudeness. Soryang bowed to them. Honored to meet fellow martial artists, I am Wei Soryang. He bowed politely and said, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yang Xianghu's face turned as dark as an iron pot as he gritted, assist you. That tone made Soryang freeze. He addressed Wei young hero. Soryang answered yes. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Xianghu suddenly dropped to one knee. He introduced himself, Xianghu of the Yang family, Yang Xianghu. I wish to spar and compete with you, young hero. This unexpected situation left both of them momentarily stunned. Peng Juxiang helplessly covered his boredom. Jianbong sighed wearily. Here we go again. Soryang was surprised. A duel, he confirmed, that meant a proper man-to-man contest, fair and square. Suddenly Jianbong yanked at Yang Xianghu's collar. Huiyan snapped, a duel? What nonsense are you spouting? She chimed in. That's right, keep it reasonable now. You forced a smile, remembering Peng Muin's group, who demanded duels at first meeting. Why do we keep encountering such odd people lately? Someone stepped forward and asked, what's all the noise about? They hurriedly bowed to him, Master Strategist. You clasped your hands and greeted Soryang of the Tang clan. We pay respects to the Master Strategist. Yang Xianghu added, respectful greetings, Master Strategist. Jegelhu's fan struck him straight in the face. Jegelhu shouted, Yang Xianghu, what are you doing to an honored guest? He was stunned. Master Strategist. Jegelhu warmly turned to them and said, I've been waiting for you till I'm about to drop. The leader awaits at Tianwu Pavilion, please join us. Watching the three of them depart, Yang Xianghu's face darkened. He bore a grudge. Seung Jimbang urged from behind, let's go. At Tianwu Pavilion, a building stood in a place as beautiful as a fairyland. Huiyan stepped in and called, Soryang, I'll wait at the reception hall. He replied, yes, I understand, Miss Huiyan. A servant led them, this way please. Ah no, first we must pay respects to the leader. Soryang thought inwardly, a newcomer, he really looks bewildered. Jegelhu revealed, it's thanks to you that we caught him, a boy placed in as a replacement for the previous servant, who was exposed as an insider. Being newly arrived, he's still clumsy. The page stopped at a notice room. Leader, the strategist and the Tang clan young hero have arrived. A voice answered inside, all right, let them in. The door opened and the first person entered the room. The man turned his back to them, his gaze fixed on the distance. You clasped your hands to announce yourself. Wei Seung of the Sichuan Tang clan, I pay respects to the leader of the martial world. Zhou Yixinghek turned and asked, is that you? Come in then. The long journey must have been tiring for the young hero. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Zhou Yixinghek pointed at you and asked, those marks on your wrist and back, surely not just anyone could bite like that, right? Seung replied, yes, certainly, leader. You glanced at the hidden Wugong weapon on your person, thinking the title of top master among the seniors in the martial world wasn't an exaggeration. He recognized I carried the Wugong at a glance. He sat down and invited them, please take your seats first. Let's begin with the most important matter. Have you brought the poison of the Huan-Du clan? Soryang answered, yes, that's correct. We prepared it up to departure, 3 vials in total. Jegelhu, 3 vials really. I once witnessed the distillation of that poison back in Sichuan. Refining it is laborious and gathering the ingredients is no easy task. Please convey our deep thanks to those who sent so much. Zhu Yonghak asked curiously, I heard you've become a son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang admitted, yes, leader. He probed, what about your parents? Be honest, are you an orphan with no relatives? Jegelhu interjected, I heard the young hero lost all past memories due to an accident. Before being taken in by the Tang clan head, he lived alone on Hainan Island, making a living by catching and selling snakes. Zhu Yonghak exclaimed in admiration, is that so? The young hero must have endured much loneliness and hardship. Soryang awkwardly replied that it wasn't quite that lonely. He concluded, in any case, the reason I called you here today is to bestow a reward on you for the great merit you achieved in this blood investigation. You responded, a reward, whatever is necessary, I already discussed with the strategist before. He explained, what you uncovered could permanently prevent those filthy dogs of the blood sect from setting foot in the Central Plains again. Such a great deed, no reward could truly match it. Soryang waved his hand. That item was something I happened upon while risking myself to rescue a relative from them. The promised gift is enough for me. The two of them were surprised by those words. Zhu Yonghak exclaimed in disbelief, you happened upon it while rescuing a relative. I see, I've always wondered why I felt such kinship toward you, so it's because we share some similarities. Seung was stunned. Similar in what way? He quickly clarified, not referring to appearance of course. Zhu Yonghak recalled his past. He had lost both his family and his loved one at the hands of the blood sect. He had also once struggled in despair, clinging to the hope of saving a remaining relative, and from that desperate place had attained an enlightenment that broke through his martial path. I heard that to save the Tang family member you threw yourself at the elder of the blood sect while poisoned. Soryang replied, yes. He lamented, truly no different from me 30 years ago. Helpless though you were, you wagered your whole self with a desperate, ardent heart rushing in. Zhu Yonghak's hand rested on Soryang's shoulder. He declared, my sect's unique poison mastery technique, Shik Gong, I will grant to you as a reward. The two of them were stunned by this news. Zhu Yonghak said that he had never taught this martial art to anyone before, so when he died it would fade away. He had no intention of taking a disciple, so tell the Tang clan not to worry. Jegelhu sprang up to call for the leader. Soryang's mouth still wouldn't close. You clasped your hands, many thanks, leader. I vow not to let your reputation be tarnished. He smiled brightly, yes, we count on you. That night when Soryang carried the martial manual home, he exclaimed how heavy it was. Inwardly he thought the leader actually transmitted his own martial art. Hard to believe. Jegal, who had instructed, keep this secret for now except with the elders of the clan. If it leaks out, it may make you a target of the blood sect. Soryang decided, let's return to the reception hall. When Miss Huyen hears I was taught the art, she'll surely be delighted. A voice called from behind, young hero Wei, the man over there is Yang Xianghu, boiling with murderous intent. Soryang asked warily, young hero, he ground out, young hero Wei, pleased to see you again. I heard you stopped by Tianwu Pavilion, so I hurried here. I still haven't received an answer about my request to duel. You sighed inwardly, how tiresomely dramatic. Yang Xianghu pleaded, please show me whether you are worthy to stand as a man beside Huyen. Make me convinced and admiring. You refuse, that matter is too dangerous, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. He promised, don't worry about that, I won't aim for lethal strikes and I'll hold back. Not that, Soryang explained, I'm only afraid young hero will lose his life, so I cannot agree. A nameless silence fell between them. Yang Xianghu's veins bulged, he gritted his teeth to bear it. The sense of insult surged. Yang Xianghu, hot-tempered, grabbed your collar. What did you say, you bastard? At that moment, he noticed something unusual. Tiny insects flew out from your body. You shouted to stop them. Wait, don't bite, I'm fine. You must have been scared by that strange uncle, right? He stammered. What is that? Soryang turned and called to the trembling man who had fallen down. Young hero. I told you it's very dangerous. You sat down level with his eyes. Yang Xianghu's face was now drenched in sweat. Soryang said coldly, and I just saved your life once already. Hearing that, he froze, not daring to make a sound for a moment. Yang Xianghu realized you were not joking. If young hero Wei hadn't intervened, he would have died. He really was a fearsome man. In Yang Spenghe's eyes, Seung looked like a monster. Soryang stood and asked, young hero Yang, are you all right? Just then, Huyen came up calling Soryang. Xianghu. He shivered when he heard her voice. Huyen asked gloomily, what is going on here? Yang Xianghu, were you planning to do something to Soryang? Do you sense murderous intent? Soryang sat down and patted his shoulder. Miss Huyen must have some misunderstanding. When I left Tianwu Pavilion, I got lost, and while I was fumbling about, Xianghu appeared and offered to guide me. That's all. Huyen stepped forward and asked, Xianghu, what's wrong? Why are those little wugongs so angry? You explained, we only chatted for a bit, and I wanted young hero Yang to see them, so I asked him to release a little killing intent as a joke. And then things turned out like this. It was meant to be a harmless prank, but it seems young hero Yang really got frightened, didn't he? Young hero Yang Xianghu stood up. Yes, that's right. She looked sad and cast her eyes down at them. She spoke for him. Thank you for guiding Soryang. Let's return to the reception hall. Soryang. You sprang after them. Wait for me to accompany Miss Sichuan. Xianghu only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after they left. A disaster had nearly occurred. Soryang suddenly remembered and called back, oh right, young hero Yang. Reminder, I've saved you twice already. Miss Huyen, allow me to go with you, miss. The next morning, a new day at the dock. Huyen's party was preparing to board the boat to return. She bowed to the Jeonbong group. Everyone, we still have matters to attend to, so please allow us to depart first. It was a pleasure meeting you. Peng Juxiang offered his wishes for a safe journey. Young hero Soryang, Huyen. Jeonbong called out, young hero Soryang, wait a moment. Young hero Soryang. She pressed Yang Xianghu's back, forcing him to bow his head. She said on his behalf, this blockhead told me everything that happened yesterday. Thank you, young hero, for being magnanimous and letting it go. He embarrassedly said, I apologize, young hero, and thank you for what you did yesterday. After talking with Jeonbong last night, I realized how foolish I was. The way you handled my rudeness was truly gentlemanly and full of empathy. It convinced me completely that you are very worthy to be Huyen's husband. Young hero Soryang. Please continue to take care of Huyen in the future. Soryang smiled brightly, I understand. Yang Xianghu, take care, he thought inwardly. I heard we'll meet again at some Dragon Phoenix branch, so it's best not to make enemies. As the boat left the dock, Huyen waved, shall we go? The fleet departed, a flock of seagulls winging across the sky. Late at night, in a village at the foot of Huangshan at an inn. Soryang's group was having dinner there. They had left Wuhan and arrived at Anqing. Gu Pi reminded them, it's so late, let's rest here for one night. Mount Huangshan is treacherous. It will take at least half a day to reach the Namgung clan estate. With that, Chief Gu Pi said they decided to stay at the inn for the night. While they were eating, Huyen was shocked to hear you. What did you just say? You received the secret Iron Dragon technique, the unique martial art of the Fist Emperor. Soryang asked curiously. He said, we are very similar. Was I right to do that? She confirmed. Of course, I've heard that training the Iron Dragon technique is very painful, but once you master it, you can block blades and attacks infused with internal force. It's the Fist Emperor's signature art from the first ruler. Some even say it rivals Shaolin's diamond immortality skill. And because it's an external style art, it's less affected by internal cultivation methods, so you shouldn't have trouble training it. Soryang thought to himself that meant if he trained it, he'd gain a bulletproof-like layer of defense. Ah, I've inherited a superb technique. She emphasized, furthermore, I think I can help you train it. I heard one of Fist Emperor's training methods is to whip your body every morning, and that I can do. Soryang was horrified. Whip myself, Huiyan revealed. Yes, Soryang uses whipping to toughen the flesh. It's part of the regimen. Thinking of her holding a whip with an alluring air, his face flushed. If it's for training. Just then the innkeeper came over and asked, excuse me, sir, do you intend to climb Mount Huangshan? Soryang answered, yes, may I ask why? He introduced himself, I am the owner of this inn. I assume you wish to go to the Namgung clan estate. Is the gentleman feeling unwell? Huiyan added, now that you mention it, I recall, my father did say some false rumors have been spreading. Soryang wondered if it might be related. He asked Namgung Xiao if she had secretly gone to Mount Huangshan at night recently, for these men claimed she had drained all of their yang qi. He cleared his throat awkwardly, then everyone who woke up told the same thing, that the one they'd spent the night with was none other than Miss Namgung Xiao of the Namgung clan. She was momentarily unbelieving. What did he just say? That can't be, this must be a trap, deliberate slander, Soryang blocked in protest. Miss Huiyan. The innkeeper replied, of course everyone reacted like the miss, but then, at the Namgung clan, their mansion stood solemn on the mountainside. Inside, Namgung Spul sat sewing. A maid flung the door open and hurriedly called, Miss Namgung Xiao, the master has summoned you to the main hall at once. She was surprised. Father. As she left, Namgung Xiao was curious. What could be so sudden? Had he discovered her nightly sword practice? She reached the manor where her father was and paused, for in the room, a group of men were forced to kneel before him. Gungwon turned and called, you're here, Namgung Xiao. She wondered, Father, what is the meaning of this? His voice went icy. Now lift your heads and look for yourselves. Tell me, was the person you saw truly my daughter? One man mustered courage and looked up to say, yes, while others bowed their heads trembling. Please forgive us, elder. Gungwon shouted, speak the truth at once. His attitude frightened her. Father. Namgung Xiao covered her mouth in horror and exclaimed, what, yang qi from men? Gungwon demanded, explain yourself clearly. She admitted, it's true that in the past few days I've been practicing swordsmanship in the mountain valley on Mount Huangshan, but I swear, other than sword practice, I did nothing else. He turned back to the group of men, look, my daughter says she's innocent, does she not? You must provide proof for what you claim you saw. One man stubbornly said, we report only what we saw with our own eyes. We do not intend to slander the miss. Someone else asked curiously, what on earth happened? Has everyone lost their minds or been bewitched? Suddenly the man remembered. That's right. There was a mole. Gungwon frowned. A mole? You mean a mole where? He pulled open his robe to point at it. The woman we saw had a mole on her chest, something like right here. Gungwon glanced at his daughter. What nonsense is this? Xiao, is what they say true? But when he saw her face turn ashen, he snarled, Xiao, don't tell me you would. Namgung Xiao stood frozen. How could this possibly be happening? The next day, the two Soryang members were walking along the mountain path. Huiyan still looked sulky. You go ask Miss Huiyan if she's still angry about that innkeeper's story. She snapped, not at all. The idea that Miss Namgung would be absorbing men's yang energy every night sounded absurd. Soryang could tell she was genuinely upset. After the little fit passed, she let out a sigh. Huiyan felt guilty. I'm sorry, brother Soryang, I didn't mean to get angry, it's just that this is so unbelievable I needed to explain it to you. Miss Namgung Xiao can't have physical contact with men. She suffers from a strange condition. Without yin energy, her life is in danger. Because of that constitution, yang energy is practically poisonous to her. So Sister Xiao is extremely cautious even when a man approaches her. She certainly wouldn't be doing anything shameful like that every night. Soryang thought to himself, this was clearly the heroine setup from some fantasy tale, wasn't it? Not sure if this would work, they walked up to the Namgung Manor gate. The gate guard asked why they had come to the Namgung clan. Huiyan whispered, brother Soryang, it seems the household atmosphere isn't great, so if we say we're here to see Miss Namgung Xiao, they'll likely refuse on the spot. You remember, I understand, Miss Huiyan. So Sang cleared his throat to arrange his words. He began lying without batting an eye. An agreement? We're here to propose an agreement. Huion froze. Saryong, what do you mean? Hesitating like that isn't right, is it? At that moment, someone stepped out. What's all the commotion? They both stared at the person before them. The one who opened the gate was Miss Namgung-yeon. The youngster cheerfully called out, Sister Yoon. Entering the manor, the two girls clasped hands in delight. Yoon hopped about. It's been so long since we met. She asked Huion, are you well? Yoon had been away since the 7 great clans gathering 2 years ago. The youngster blinked. Wait, an agreement? What do you mean? Saryong forced a smile. This matter. Huion explained, actually some things happened and our Tang clan needs the ice jade. I heard it's currently in Miss Namgung's possession. Namgung-yeon was surprised. Ice jade. She confirmed, yes, we really need it, so we came. Could you give it to us? The youngster smiled brightly. If that's the case, let's go to the main hall and discuss it with my father. It's been so long since he saw you, he'll be thrilled. Huion added, also, I brought something to trade for the ice jade. The youngster looked surprised at the offer. Trade for it. They moved to the Namgung clan's council hall. When Gungmun heard, he jumped up in astonishment and asked, is that really so? The young hero is carrying a spirit herb with cold chi. Huion requested, Saryong, can you take it out? He rummaged in his chest. Yes, Miss Huion. A cold, blue-glowing object was placed on the table. Gungmun widened his eyes and exclaimed, this is. Saryong set it down on the table and withdrew his hand. Gungmun inquired, may I examine it more closely? You may, of course. Saryong silently hoped he had stowed the spirit herb carefully in his sleeve and that they would accept this exchange. He picked it up to inspect it. The purity of the cold chi was very high. With it, the girl would endure at least another 10 years. Namgung-yeon didn't know whether to ask if the thing was really that precious. Father, if it's worth that much, of course we can trade the ice jade for it. He was secretly relieved. Success. Gungmun noticed something else. It seemed there was something inside the stone. What on earth was it? He hesitated. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you. Gungmun realized that revealing the truth might tell him where the young hero found it. Is that so? I understand. If that's the case, I won't pry further. Saryong replied, thank you for understanding. In his mind, he thought, actually, that wasn't the real reason. Gungmun led Saryong elsewhere. Saryong suddenly jumped, saying, it's cold. Gungmun asked, what's wrong? Saryong looked at his palm. What is this? Seeing what was in Saryong's hand, the man was at a loss for words. A tail. He showed Gungmun. On the divine lizard tail I keep as a memento, there was a crystalline layer that looked like crushed ice. He examined it closely. The cold chi was intense. It would be very useful for those who practice ice techniques or cold-based martial arts. Saryong was puzzled. Cold chi? He had thought they stored nutrients in their tails like fat-tailed lizards. Who knew it would be cold chi instead? Gungmun suggested, then, Saryong, would you like to refine it into a spirit herb? He thought that a dried lizard tail really wasn't worth mentioning. He turned to Namgung-yeon and said, go tell your sister to trade the ice jade for this spirit herb. She replied, yes, father. Gungmun remembered, right, you've traveled far, please rest. I must host a banquet to welcome our noble guests. Miss Huion is quite close to our Namgung Sial, isn't she? Huion confirmed, yes, master. He revealed, my daughter recently went through something unpleasant, so I hope you can comfort her during your stay. She agreed, please leave it to me. Namgung-yeon stepped forward, I'll guide you to the guest quarters. Huion replied politely, then we'll rely on you. The youngster led them to the small guest courtyard. Namgung-yeon revealed, thanks to you my father's mood has improved. These past few days we've had to be careful of his temper. She was curious. So, what happened to Miss Namgung Sial? I've heard some rumors at the foot of Huangshan and I'm still worried. The youngster exclaimed, you already know. I never thought she would do such a thing, but we can't find any clues. She was locked in a sealed room and forced to have Thukung Sa applied to her body to prove her purity. Huion gasped, good heavens. Saryong muttered, Thukung Sa. Huion explained, Thukung Sa is something women must smear on their bodies to prove they are still pure. If you raise a lizard in a jar and feed it chu za, its flesh will turn red. Then you grind it into powder and stamp it onto the woman's body. If she is truly pure, the red won't wash off even with water. He couldn't believe it and thought, grind what? Saryong grew angry. Distinguishing a woman's purity should be the job of the kiln, not a lizard. This is clearly animal cruelty. Namgung-yeon spoke up, perfect timing, she's over there. His eyes went blank as he looked at the person before him. Saryong stared intently at the silhouette of the young lady in the distance. Namgung Sial was sitting in the pavilion, and in her hand was the red mark of Thukung Sa. Huion went to greet Miss Namgung. She was surprised. Namgung-yeon and Miss Tang. Namgung-yeon reported, Sister Huion brought a spirit herb containing cold chi. Father says you can trade the ice jade for it. the ice jade. Looking at what the youngster had brought, she marveled. Indeed, I can sense an extremely strong cold chi. If it's the ice jade, it's right here. Thank you for bringing the spirit herb. Namgung Sial produced a round ice jade. He happily took it. Finally they had it. Chuan cried out, how lucky Seung. Hearing her sigh, the two of them turned to look. Huyen comforted her. Miss Namgung Sial, I've heard the rumors too, and I don't believe you'd do such a thing, so please don't be too sorrowful. She kept her head bowed, sorrowful like snow on the palace steps, yet there were too many witnesses. What exactly did people see, and how did they even know where my mole is? In his heart, he thought this was a mysterious case. Seeing the person beside her break into a cold smile, Huyen puzzledly called Saryang. He guessed he was pretty good at puzzles like this. I'm called Sherlock Faber. Back in my past life, I played those deduction and locked room escape games. Saryang spoke up. Miss, have you ever bathed alone in the river or lake at night? Was she shocked? Huyen caught on. Perhaps someone peeped on her. Is that what you mean? He confirmed. Yes, it's very possible. But her answer was, I've never bathed outside, and even if someone saw me, there's no reason to accuse me. Those currently detained at the guest lodge all live like family together at the foot of the mountain. Namgung Yoon reminded him, you're wrong, Soryang young hero. Soryang was shocked. Impossible. The youngster continued, we're back to square one. He slumped, I'm sorry. Suddenly an idea flashed through Huyen's mind. She clapped her hands and said, I understand, in this situation isn't there one most plausible answer? He looked up and asked, the most plausible answer. She looked terrified at the thought, which was. Everyone listened tensely to Huyen's words, the suspect most likely. Her broken voice heightened the suspense. It was. Namgung Sial waited for a convincing answer. The whole place was deathly silent. They didn't even dare breathe hard. Huyen decisively spoke one name, the ghost soul. The two sisters heard it like a thunderclap, the ghost soul. Soryang was speechless. He'd expected something serious, not some ridiculous supernatural claim. No, wait, on second thought, I have also encountered tales of the Azure Reversal 5 sect where people turned into ghost souls, so it's not completely absurd. He spoke up, Miss Namgung Sial, have you touched anything strange recently? For example, might you have swallowed the internal pill of a spirit beast? Namgung Sial tried to rummage through her memory. That thing. Recently I picked up an acorn and there was also a little twig. Looking at her face, you could almost call that adorably ditzy, couldn't you? She rubbed her hands lightly and suddenly remembered. When I was practicing alone at night, I once felt someone watching me, as if they were silently observing me. Namgung Yoon asked, sister, is that true? She confirmed, yes, I clearly felt an aura. At first I thought it was you, Yoon, so I went to check, but there was no one. Could it be that I'm just overly suspicious? Soryang pondered. In any case, the situation was indeed suspicious. A maid burst in breathlessly, Miss, something big has happened, what's the matter? She hurried forward. Why are you running so frantically? The maid reported that another person from the village had gone missing. Just now, the fighters left the mansion to go search. Namgung Yun couldn't believe it. Was it true? Seeing her frown and bow her head, he anxiously called, Miss Namgung Sial. Namgung Sial pressed her lips together, anger simmering in the depths of her eyes. She declared angrily, it seems I must capture that demon myself to avenge the loss of Tight Thou from long ago. Namgung Yoon intervened, no, sister, if you sneak out alone again and get caught this time, it'll be a really big mess. She smiled brightly at the two of them. It's fine, Yoon, because this time I'm not alone. The youngster didn't yet understand what not alone meant. Namgung Sial took Huyen's hand, then pleaded, you two, please help me. The two of them were dumbfounded. She blurted out and they agreed, yes. At night, under the moonlight shining down on the forest, the four of them went to the woods where Namgung Sial often practiced swordsmanship. The youngster clung to Chuan's arm in fear. Sister, if I'm caught this time, I'll definitely be locked in the closed quarters room. No, not just definitely, it'll be at least half a year or more. Hero, we must stop my sister. Why are you so easily won over like this? At that question, Soryang gave an awkward smile. Earlier, Namgung Spal had given them an item and they were surprised. What was it? She explained it was a small knotted cord piece of jewelry, with a setting in the center designed to hold an ice jade. It's unclear why one would need an ice jade, but if you're looking for something convenient to carry, this isn't bad. Huyen admired it. It's beautiful. She separated it to show that it could split in two, becoming a token of betrothal for two people. So, if you help me, this will be yours. The two of them looked at the item, hearts wavering. Back in the present, Soryang rubbed his chin in thought. He reminded them, I already said I'm not after this trinket, I only want to preserve Miss Namgung Spal's honor. The youngster's face flushed. Don't lie. Namgung Sial interjected, Yoon, there are guests here, don't be rude. Namgung Yoon replied, whatever, I don't know what else to do. Her footsteps halted as she sensed a strange aura. Namgung Yoon looked toward the bamboo grove ahead. I clearly just sensed an aura coming from this direction. Whatever it is, be careful and watch around. Uchuan worriedly asked, what if it really is a ghost soul? She replied, then I'll cut it down with this sword that carries righteous anti-demonic chi. He admired silently, impressive. Suddenly a dim, bone-like mist rolled in. The four of them panicked, suddenly a fog, nothing could be seen. Soryang could no longer see the other three. He was terrified. What is this? He then called out, Miss Huyen, Miss Namgung Seol, Miss Namgung Yoon. No one answered. Has everyone been wiped out? Is there really no one here? A strand of web wrapped around Soryang's leg. He looked at it in puzzlement. What is this? On closer inspection, Seong realized it was spider silk. What kind of silk is this? Unimaginably thick. The creature that made this must be enormous, right? A shrill scream sounded from behind. Soryang spun around. Could that scream be Miss Namgung Yoon? Has something happened? He pulled out Ngo Kong and asked, have you found mother? The two poked their heads out and chirped once. Soryang immediately released them. Then quickly go protect mother, understood. His call echoed through the mountains. Miss Namgung Yoon, answer me, Miss Namgung Yoon. Soryang increased his pace as if sinking deeper into the forest. What on earth is this? Why is there such spider silk? Spiders can be divided into two main types, sedentary spiders that build fixed nests and nomadic spiders that wander and don't stay in one place. But neither type spins silk all over the ground like this. In other words, this isn't an ordinary spider. The area ahead grew gloomy with a blood-red atmosphere, the webs sealing the way. He realized, good, the fog has partly cleared. We must quickly find the young ladies and everyone else. Soryang's steps halted here. He stood dumbfounded, staring at the path now covered in webs. Soryang didn't dare step forward. What the hell is this? It's all spider silk. A voice rang out, young hero. Over there Namgung Yoon is wrapped up tight like a cocoon. He shouted loudly for Miss Namgung Yoon. Soryang glanced to the side, his eyes full of astonishment. Because there sat a humanoid monster with a spider back. That thing. The spider spirit chuckled, propping its chin on its hand and staring at him. It bore the likeness of Namgung Seol, but he could tell it was a spider spirit. Soryang froze stiff facing it. The spider spirit smiled with eager interest at its prey. He observed it, thinking to himself what its name might be. A creature he'd never seen before. It didn't spin silk above but wove nets directly on the ground. It must be a new species. Now at last I understand the truth behind all the recent incidents. The person standing before me is the imitator of that spider. Yoa is a term commonly used to refer to tactile appendages, a special organ used for sensing, mating, and hunting prey. Although called legs, Yoa are actually organs located near the head. Even a scorpion's pincers aren't legs, they are Yoa. Soryang watched its behavior. She was barring her shoulder and striking a seductive pose to lure him in. But that's likely an evolutionary tactic to entice men, her prey. Even so, she didn't need to bother. I was already enchanted long ago. Namgung Yoon, who had been hung up and dazzled, had also come too. The kid worriedly, the young hero Wei, and even young hero Wei too. You were stepping closer and closer to the Yoa. Soryang's cheeks flushed, his gaze filled with infatuation. So beautiful. He lunged forward and hugged the Yoa's slender waist. It gave a cold smile, watching its prey walk into the trap. Two hands with sharp claws were about to strike down. Soryang grinned and spoke. Just then Grace leaped up and the pedipalp on its shoulder was unexpectedly bitten. It screamed out in pain. Grace returned to Soryang's side. The pedipalp clutched its shoulder. That face was uncannily human-like, which is why everyone so easily fell for it. Afterwards its complexion gradually went pale. The whole Yoa began to slump backward. Seeing it faint, he cautiously stepped forward. Let's see, is she completely paralyzed? Centipede venom is a neurotoxin used to paralyze other insects. The blue-spotted one's venom is rather strong, but given her size, she should be okay. Don't be too sad, I saved you because I'm afraid the villagers would catch and kill you. Soryang glanced at Grace clinging to his shoulder, after all, then hugged the Yoa's body. I couldn't hold back any longer. He ran his hand over the spider spirit Yoa, a vivid red body, 4 large spots on its back, soft dense fur like velvet, cute like a bright red spider. Let's see what its face looks like. I wonder if it'll have the huge fangs of a tarantula. Just as he was about to lift the humanoid skirt, Huyen fell from above and screamed, no, Soryang. Her foot slammed into his face to stop any further action. Soryang's face swelled from that kick. He fell and slammed into a tree trunk behind him, shouting once. Huyen warned, that thing is a monster. She instructed him to breathe evenly and circulate his inner chi. Seeing no response from Soryang, Huyen realized she had misjudged her strength. She looked apologetically at his crestfallen face and called Soryang. When she saw him stand up, Huyen hung her head. Sorry, Soryang. She covered her face, blushing. I thought you'd been bewitched by that spider, he thought. and actually I was a bit enticed myself, but in another sense. Soryang raised a leg and stomped. I was just inspecting its appearance. Look, isn't it cute? Soft and smooth like cotton. It gives me the creeps. Gross. I get it now. Stop stroking it. Are you okay? He wondered why she asked that. Huiyan explained that the fog covering that grove was definitely created by the spider. If you inhale it, your heart races as if sexually aroused. I inhaled a bit and panicked too, then I had to get out of the mist to clear my head before coming back. He answered. I wasn't affected. So the villagers who seemed possessed were actually just breathing that fog. Could it be some kind of pheromone the creature emits? Miss, what exactly is this creature? Judging by its size and its ability to control fog, it's a monster of that sort. Huiyan replied, I don't really know either. I have a vague feeling I've seen it before, but I can't recall clearly. I didn't study every poisonous species, after all. Seeing that overexcited reaction, what's he suspecting? Why is she so flustered? Suddenly a faint sound echoed. Soryang turned back. Wasn't that sound coming from the spider? There was a chuckling laugh. He glanced at Namgung Yoon, who was dazzled up high, and Soryang shouted, Miss Namgung Yoon, that's right, I completely forgot. Only one thought occupied his mind. Lower her down quickly. The two of them set the girl down, and he awkwardly called, Miss Namgung Yoon, Huiyan's beside you, wake up. Seeing she was still breathing, she was probably just paralyzed. Thank the heavens. Soryang awkwardly added, now only Miss Namgung Seol remains. I guess since the webs have dissolved, she'll find us soon. Soryang stood up and Huiyan looked bewildered. Soryang said, I've acted. I'll use the surrounding silk to bind it tight. After binding the Yoa, Seung finished his announcement. We'll take it back to the clan to verify its identity. This is surely a very strange poisonous species. Huiyan hesitated, saying that was. Namgung Seol flew in from behind. She was astonished at what she saw before her, and they froze at that sudden appearance. You misunderstand. After it sold my honor, it even dared touch Namgung Yoon. Namgung Seol drew her sword, a cold light flashing from the blade. Soryang hurriedly stopped her. Miss Namgung Seol, wait. He stepped forward in front of her. Seung spread his arms wide. You can't. She warned young hero, please step aside. He was firm. I said no. Namgung Seol doubted. What did you say? Soryang pointed at himself. I'm the one who caught it, so it's mine. This attitude left Huiyan stunned. Soryang. The two of them looked at each other. He stood there determined not to let her pass. Namgung Seol gaped at that stubbornness, and after a while she coldly asked, what did you say? He thought to himself that even so, killing that creature would be excessive. First she killed the lizard with some poisonous chant, and now she intends to kill a spider too. Huiyan lifted Namgung Yoon. Miss Namgung Seol, please wait. Miss Namgung Yoon is still alive. She's only paralyzed. She turned and asked, you say Namgung Yoon is alive? She confirmed. Yes, so please calm down. I understand how you feel, Miss Namgung Seol, but if you kill the host and the mimicry is broken, it will transform into another form. Then there will be no way to clear Miss Namgung Seol's name. Think about it, if you show that thing to everyone in the house, wouldn't your injustice be proven? Besides, it was Seung who captured that host. Any cure found will be brought to you and might even save Namgung Yun. Seung is the one helping to clear Namgung Spul's name, so you shouldn't swing your sword recklessly, right? Faced with those arguments, Namgung Spul wilted. She admits her fault. I apologize. Sir Soryang, I misunderstood your kindness and was wrong. Soryang replied, no, it's fine. He turned and gave Uchwan a thumbs up. Able to think logically like that. Miss Uchwan, well done. Namgung Seol needs to know, so how do you plan to deal with this creature, Sir Soryang? Soryang answered, for now I plan to spare it and bring it to the Tang clan. He blushed as he patted the Yoa's head. It's cute after all. Namgung Spul suddenly felt embarrassed. Cute. At those words, but you already have Miss Huiyan. Surangai. Huiyan explained, Miss Namgung Seol, I don't think that's what he meant. He only meant that the spider, that host, is cute. It's red, soft-haired, and has special abilities, so cute in that sense. Soryang, suspicious, turned back to look at them and curiously asked, what are you two talking about? They answered in unison, nothing. The next morning, a new day began. The spider and Miss Namgung Yoon were safely returned to the Namgung clan. Kung Van angrily wanted to draw his sword to slay the creature that stole my daughter's appearance and humiliated her. Soryang counseled, Master Namgung, please calm down. Now the misunderstanding about the miss will be cleared and the rumors erased. Seeing him sigh and accept, he silently thought, like father, like son. Kung Van expressed his gratitude. Truly, thank you, young hero. You saved both my daughter's lives and honor. The Namgung clan will never forget this, so we will respect your wishes. You propose that, as you said, I'll take the host away. He agreed, but there was one thing that unsettled me. There was one thing that made me uneasy. Look at its appearance. Isn't it still in Namgung Seol's form? If it can steal my daughter's appearance, then it could steal someone else's. At minimum, can't it change into another form? I don't want to be suspicious of my daughter any longer. Soryang worried, I may have the right of possession, but there's still the messy issue of likeness rights. What to do? He heard a commotion and turned to look. There was a crowd shouting over there. Curious, he wondered what was going on, why suddenly so noisy. Soryang ran over. Gupi, what's happening? He asked. It seemed the crowd was agitated. The men were cursing that cunning thing. That bastard imitated the Mrs. Form. What are you waiting for? Kill it quickly. Guppa barked back, watch your tongue. This host was captured by our sect. Do you dare slander our property? They fell silent, fearful. Elder, forgive them. Saung folded his arms and said, the misunderstanding has been cleared and it seems everyone who needed to see it already has. We should accept no more claims. I'm afraid if this continues the creature will be harmed. Guppa obeyed, yes, understood. The two gatekeepers ordered the gates closed. All right, everyone, go home now. A man with a staff stepped forward. Wait, please hold on a moment. Old Chin hurried his steps, panting heavily from exhaustion. He pleaded to be allowed a quick look, but the gatekeeper refused. My apologies, sir, but this is an order from above. I cannot do otherwise. Old Chin begged, just for a moment, this is troubling him. I already said no. Soryang ordered, let him in. He seems to have traveled all the way here despite being unwell. Old Chin looked at him gratefully and said thank you. The old man leaned on his staff and approached the Yowa. He was moved, it truly was so. The pedipalp froze at that expression. Sir? Old Chin turned and asked, so what will happen to this thing now? Are you going to kill it like everyone says? Soryang denied it. Of course not, it's a valuable creature. I intend to take it to Sichuan and raise it in the Tang clan. Although it looks strange because of the things it eats, in the end it's just a host. This was fated, not its fault. Old Chin burst into tears. I've never heard anyone say that. If it's you, young man, it seems I can trust you. You were surprised, weren't you? Seeing him hold the Yowa's leash, Soryang hurriedly asked, wait, what are you doing? You worried for the elder, that's dangerous. It turned out Old Chin was stroking the spider's head. Gupi gaped at the sight. Soryang sighed in relief, thinking no wonder he felt something familiar from the man from the start. No doubt a longtime companion, he was someone familiar to it. Old Chin revealed that the little one's name was Yowa. One day when I lost my family to an epidemic and fell into despair, I found it. It was no bigger than my fist then, and we began living together. That was 20 years ago. When I was strong, I personally fed it yang energy. But when I weakened and could no longer provide yang energy, this happened. It ended up doing terrible things to the miss of the Namgung clan, all my fault. Soryang realized the situation. He continued, what am I to do? I've worried endlessly. But now a kind young man like you has taken her in, I can be at ease. Because of you, please take good care of my blossom. Soryang agreed, don't worry, I'll raise it well. He counseled it, Yowa, this old man can no longer look after you. Please go with this person and live a long life. Yowa hugged Old Chin and called him he. Soryang was also moved that a pet understood human speech and responded emotionally. How long had they been together? He truly seemed to regard it as a daughter and loved it. You stepped forward and offered, elder please, could you come with us to Sichuan? Going together might be better than parting. The old man refused, no. I'm deeply touched by your words, but I'm not young enough for such a long journey and my family's grave is here, so how could I leave? Soryang begged, could you share your experience raising Yowa? This is the first time I've met such a creature. The old man agreed, I will tell you all I know. You blushed, then what I'm most curious about is exactly this yang energy. How do you supply it? Old Chin replied, you mean yang energy. He demonstrated by putting his finger into Yowa's mouth. Let me show you, just insert a finger like this. Apparently sleeping beside it can also transfer yang energy. And when you feed it yang energy like this, the creature will transform into the form it deems most beautiful in the eyes of the yang energy owner. Seeing Yowa change form, Soryang was surprised. This form the elder described is the image of my past wife from my youth. To see this face before I die, what a relief. Young man, you want to try? Step forward then, let's see. His finger slid into Yowa's mouth. Streams of light radiated around its body. Soryang silently hoped it would take some form. Naturally, Miss Huyen right. A naked human figure appeared before their eyes. Old Chin and he stood stunned, staring at it. Kung Van peered in and asked, is that the form you like, young hero? After absorbing Soryang's yang energy, Yowa now manifested in a form with an indeterminate, faceless visage. This left Soryang, Master Namgung, and the others in the courtyard somewhat puzzled. The old man hesitated and spoke up. This form is the face Yowa once showed briefly before transforming into a person. Gupi hurried up in alarm and shouted at him, Soryang warrior, what's happening? Why did it manifest in the likeness of Miss Huyen? Soryang, equally bewildered and not knowing why it lacked a face, stammered, "I don't know either." Soryang broke out in a cold sweat, his head spinning with thoughts. That the creature maintained Namgungseol's shape so long was because most villagers believed Namgungseol to be the most unparalleled beauty. But now we're talking about the unrivaled beauty of the Central Plains, the deadly blossom Huiyan, to whom I even gave my yang energy. Yet the blossom did not become Miss Huiyan. Unable to accept this, Soryang spun and ran. In his head, he kept thinking the Tang clan would surely see this as treachery. The ninth master shouted after the warrior Soryang when he abruptly fled. He paid it no heed and just ran headlong, panting and thinking, impossible. Could it be that because I love a poisonous herb, you truly think I'm more poisonous than Miss Huiyan, causing that true form to appear? There must be another reason. I need to see Huiyan immediately to talk. Scene shifts to Namgung Yoon's private chamber in the guest quarters. After fainting, Namgung Yoon was brought back and still has not regained consciousness. Huiyan sat vigil at her bedside. Just then Soryang arrived. He pounded on the door and urgently called for Miss Huiyan. Seeing his frantic state, Huiyan startled and blurted, "Soryang, what's the matter? Why are you panting like that?" As he approached where Huiyan sat, Soryang said to her, "I know this is abrupt, but I beg one favor." Soryang looked into Huiyan's eyes and said earnestly, "Just once, may I hold you just once?" Huiyan blushed with embarrassment, stepped back and stammered, "What, that's sudden." Seeing her expression, Soryang hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "Please don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Well, if you do misunderstand, it's fine too." Huiyan, thinking he had discovered her secret, jumped up in a blush and said, "So you guessed it all along?" Soryang, hearing that, looked blankly, not understanding. Huiyan, ashamed, covered her flushed face with her hands and continued, "I didn't mean to hide it. I only read it in books before and didn't dare believe it, so I couldn't speak." Hearing this, Soryang wondered what she was talking about. Huiyan lowered her hands but kept her eyes tightly shut, unable to look at him, and said aloud, "That spider is one of the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains, the human-faced Chu." When Huiyan finished speaking, the two sat stunned, staring at each other for a long moment in silence. Soryang, after regaining his composure, finally shouted in astonishment. In his mind, the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Wait, did she mean Yoa is one of those 10 great poisonous creatures? Seeing him say nothing, Huiyan looked flustered and stammered to him, I never meant to deceive you, Soryang. I just wanted to be certain because of the old promise between us." Soryang looked at Huiyan's shy demeanor. He still couldn't fully believe it, but he understood. No wonder she hesitated to tell him. "Damn it, this really caught me off guard. I didn't see it coming at all." Huiyan stepped up to Soryang and spoke softly, "A promise is a promise." He didn't know what to say and, a little dazed, replied, "Yes." Huiyan lowered her head, pressed her lips together in silence, though her breathing grew rapid. When neither knew how to speak, Huiyan suddenly hugged Soryang tightly, leaving him unable to react in time. Seeing Huiyan embrace him, Soryang blushed and awkwardly called out, "Miss Huiyan." At that moment, a noise in the room startled both Soryang and Huiyan. Namgung Yoon had woken up, sitting on the bed, and seeing the two embracing, she blushed and said, "Should I leave you two alone for a bit?" Hearing that, Soryang, flustered, grabbed Huiyan and shouted, fearful of being misunderstood, thinking she had woken up earlier. Feeling embarrassed at her modesty, Namgung Yoon quickly covered her mouth, turned her face away, and said, Please don't mind me." And so 2 days later, Seung, Uchwan, and members of the Tang household finished their business and departed. Standing on the boat, Soryang waved goodbye to everyone. The 2 sisters and members of the Namgung clan came to the pier to see them off. Namgungseol waved farewell and loudly said, "Young hero Soryang, Miss Huiyan, we thank you both deeply. I will never forget this." The boat began to pull away. Soryang thought to himself that the ordeal had finally closed. We are leaving the Namgung clan now. After absorbing my yang energy, Yoa transformed into the appearance of Miss Huiyan. It seems we no longer need to worry about suspicious looks. Seeing Yoa take Huiyan's form, Soryang was overjoyed. He went to Yoa's cage and carefully asked, "Are you all right? Hang on a little longer. We're almost there. I'll let you out." Hearing that, Yoa uttered a sound as if agreeing. Gupi, coming up from outside, asked, "Warrior Soryang, what are your plans for the next leg of the journey?" Upon hearing him, Soryang turned to answer. After a moment of silence, he spoke his thoughts. "At first, after reclaiming the cold jade, I intended to head straight to Mount Ganga, where the bitch Vai Tat dwell. But now, with Yoa in tow, I'm hesitating whether to stop by the Tang clan first. I don't know if Yoa can endure a much longer journey." Hearing Soryang want to bring it back first, Yoa let out a cry and then frantically shook its head to show him. Seeing that, Soryang turned and asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Yoa understood him, nodding with determined eyes as if certain it wanted to follow. Seeing Yoa's expression, Soryang ran to the cage, looked at it movedly. "Could it be worried about me?" Imagine that, it turned out to be such a gentle, docile spirit animal. He placed his hand on the cage and said, "Thank you, Yoa, I'll get us there as fast as possible." After confirming Yoa wanted to go with them, Soryang turned to Gupi and said, "Then stick to the plan. We go straight to Mount Ganga, take the bitch Vitat and Yoa, and return together to the Tang clan." Gupi nodded and replied, "Yes, warrior Soryang." Their boat continued across the sea, with seagulls circling in the sky. Soryang stood alone outside and smiled as he looked into the distance. At that moment, two messengers, who knows whose men, were outside discussing. The top-knot one said, "Have you heard the news?" He'd heard the leader himself led the thin, long guard this time. The brown-haired one answered, "So you know too. I also heard those captured in the recent raid on the Bloodsect stronghold revealed the locations of other hideouts." Their conversation happened to catch Soryang's attention. The top-knot man then turned to his friend and asked, "By the way, I heard that battle hardly caused any casualties. Hard to believe, right?" The brown-haired man, upon hearing this, replied, "That rumor has it someone brewed a poison that targets only the blood sect." Hearing them mention the maker of the toxin, Soryang felt a pang of unease and thought, "That person is me." The top-knot youth, curious, asked his companion who on earth could create such a terrifying poison. The brown-haired one didn't know either and only told him that, fearing the blood sect's retaliation, the Martial Alliance had decided not to reveal the person's identity. "Whoever it is, that person deserves to be hailed a hero. From now on, I'll always admire them." Hearing that, Soryang's cheeks flushed and his eyes sparkled with pride. While still basking in the shower of praise, without noticing, Soryang's group had already set foot on Mount Ganga. Looking at the towering waterfall before him, Soryang, a bit embarrassed, told everyone, "My lightness skill is rubbish. I'm afraid I can't cross the ravine alone. Miss Huyen and Gupi, could you two go over and lead the children back?" Though hesitant, he inwardly thought no one would help him vault across this time. Gupi scratched his head and said, "But without warrior Soryang, I doubt they'd follow." Huyen hurriedly added, "That's right, Soryang, perhaps you should go yourself, or I can try using that dry vine as a rope to lash across." At that moment, someone from the beastkeeping team pointed up and shouted, "Warrior Soryang, look." Soryang turned in surprise and saw Yoa climbing the cliff. He shouted in alarm, "Yoa, how did you get up there? Come down at once." After Yoa reached the cliff, it suddenly spat out a silken thread, and then let its body fall freely through the air. Thanks to the spider silk, Yoa landed safely and cried out as if to say it was fine. Gupi could only blurt out two words, "It flew." Seeing Yoa casually stretch and yawn, Soryang thought, "Wait, could this be ballooning magic? Are you saying since you're a spider you can fly?" Few know that ballooning is how spiders, though wingless, can travel by air. By entrusting themselves to the wind, they can go tens or even hundreds of miles. That phenomenon is called ballooning. Sometimes on the road, if you suddenly feel a strand of silk in the air, Soryang imagined a passerby catching a thread and immediately shouting, "What's this? Creepy." That's simply the remnant trace of ballooning. Looks like Yoa can perform that skill too. Thinking so, Soryang clenched his fists as if he'd found a solution. He exclaimed with excitement. If so, Yoa then wrapped around Seung and the others and they began to cross the high waterfall. Seung looked thrilled and cheered. Seeing Yoa carry Soryang, Huyen immediately used her own lightness skill to follow close behind. After successfully crossing the waterfall, Huyen released Soryang. As he stepped down, he happily said, "We made it." Seung suddenly turned and hugged Yoa tightly to thank it. Who knew it could actually do it? "You're amazing, Yoa. How can you be so versatile?" Jaha laughed happily at his display. Uchwan, beside him, a little embarrassed, chided him. "Seung, sorry, but in that hugging scene it felt like I was the one being carried." Hearing her, Seung realized and blushed. "Sorry." Soryang stepped forward and said to Huyen as he walked, "All right, wait here a moment. I'll take the stone irons out." After walking a bit, Soryang stopped. He saw two stone irons playing with each other outside the cave. And seeing them, he called out loudly, "You two stone irons." They turned to look at the sound and gave a cry. Soryang rushed toward them, running and unable to help asking, "Are you both all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" The two stone irons joyfully leapt into Soryang's arms. With the two little ones clinging to him, he smiled happily and said, "After being apart for a while, how did you get so clingy? Seeing you healthy puts my heart at ease." Soryang took out the cold jade bell cord and rattled it before the stone irons, saying, "Look, I even brought the cold jade with me. I'll take good care of you, so would you be willing to come with me? The two stone irons, hearing him, showed delight and agreed to him. Soryang quickly thought up names for his two stone irons. He called them, "All right, from now on you'll be called Tiet and you will be Bang." Holding the two stone irons in his arms, Soryang walked and said to them, "Now let's set off home." At that, Soryang's eyes shone brightly, and so Tiet and Bang officially became part of the family. Late at night, Sichuan Tang clan. Two guards were standing at the front gate. Seeing someone approaching, they were utterly stunned and shouted, "Impossible. Look, the young lady is accompanied by two people." Soryang's group had finally returned home. Seeing there were two Huians, they were also very surprised, but after a closer look they realized and exclaimed loudly, "Wait, on second thought, isn't that the clan chief? Why does the clan chief look like Miss Huian?" Soryang then raised a hand to his mouth and softly cleared his throat to regain composure. Soryang then spoke to the two gatekeepers, to the elders of the clan. "I am the official son-in-law that Tang clan prides itself on. I have captured and brought back the 10 great poisons. Can I not report this?" Hearing this, the two were somewhat astonished and stammered loudly, "What? The 10 great poisons? Will report it immediately." Immediately afterward, a signal fire was launched, and the news quickly spread throughout the Tang clan. "Young Master Soryang has returned with the 10 great poisons. Notify the elders at once." When the elders of the Tang clan received the news, they hurried over, and upon seeing him they called out loudly, "Son-in-law, Soryang." Tang Museong, seeing they had returned safely and brought the 10 great poisons, asked, "You said you went to fetch food for Thatch Titch. How did you bring back a human-faced spider?" Tang Chialson also hurriedly asked to know what happened. "Son-in-law, where did you go and what did you do?" Besides, the clan chief looks exactly like Huian. He was astonished. Huian's mother behind, seeing the likeness, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "My goodness, that's a human-faced spider. It's identical to Huian." Hearing everyone's questions, Seung only smiled with narrowed eyes and cheerfully replied, "I just dropped by the Nimgung clan and happened to pick it up." Tang Chpolson, hearing that, couldn't believe it and asked again, "You say you picked it up?" The elders of the Tang clan behind him spoke up, "In all my life, this is the first time I've heard someone say they happened to pick up one of the 10 great poisons. A human-faced spider so fierce, and you." The old man put both hands behind his back, looked at Soryang and said, "Always causing earth-shattering trouble, that's you." Soryang, an elder behind, cleared his throat and said, "At least behaving like this is fitting for the son-in-law of the Tang clan." Hearing this, everyone laughed teasingly. Tang Chialson crossed his arms, laughed heartily in satisfaction and said, "So from now on you truly are our son-in-law." Huian's mother, standing nearby, couldn't help but add a few words. On second thought, she was right. So the promise between the two has effectively come true, hasn't it? Startled by her words, Soryang asked, "How did you know about that?" Huian stood behind, blushing slightly, smiling and tucked a hand into her hair. Huian's father, seeing his shyness, spoke up to help. "What's the big deal? The important thing is that now you're truly one of our family." The old master then turned serious and said to him, "Starting tomorrow, Soryang, go to the river and catch a live goose to bring here." Hearing this, he was a bit puzzled but obediently replied and asked, "A goose? You mean an actual goose?" The old master, seeing his bewilderment, raised a hand and explained, "You brat, the goose is for the engagement ceremony. Shouldn't you prepare it yourself? Though you're not old enough yet to immediately marry, you can still hold an engagement." Hearing him, everyone snickered. Soryang, hearing this, exclaimed in bewilderment, "An engagement?" Huian's father then teased Soryang, "If the engagement is held, even if Huian gets tired of you later, you absolutely must not run away, understand?" Hearing her father, Huian blushed and grabbed his hand, crying out, "Father!" The adults in the courtyard all burst into cheerful laughter that filled the whole yard. Seeing them so happy, Soryang also let a small smile appear on his face. Seung then called out, causing the adults in the courtyard to turn and look at him. "Everyone." Soryang pressed his hands together, his face full of nervousness. He looked at the elders in the house and continued, "I am a member of the Sichuan Tang clan, and the official son-in-law of the Tang clan. From now on I hope for everyone's support." After speaking, Soryang smiled with narrowed eyes full of happiness. Once they reached the courtyard, the first task was to arrange lodging for the little ones. He held Iron Rock Beast in his arms, followed by Huian and Yoa. Soryang led Yoa to a tree and waved at it cheerfully. As for the clan's charges, the Tang clan's inner courtyard chose a large tree by the well as their lodging. The rockscale gecko are like puppies and shouldn't be left alone, so instead of the Poison Beast Hall or Poison Beast Pavilion, they were temporarily put in his room. After everything was provisionally settled, Soryang, Huiyan, Iron Rock Beast, and Yoa sat happily together behind the main hall. Soryang then asked, "Do you kids like this place?" The three of them nodded vigorously at his question. He then spoke to Yoa, clan mistress, "If you're hungry, just come find brother here. You'll remember the way, right?" Yoa heard this and smiled with narrowed eyes, letting out a chirp. Then Yoa made a few noises and pointed down at her silk threads. Seeing this, Soryang was a bit puzzled and asked, "Clan mistress, what is it?" Hearing him, Yoa mimed the action and used body language, then called out to Soryang, "Pull the silk. When bad people come, I'll deal with them." Soryang understood Yoa's meaning and laughed happily. Huiyan beside them, seeing they could communicate like that, could only stare blankly. Soryang had an idea and told Yoa, "If a suspicious person breaks in, just touch the silk and you'll come immediately." Hearing that, she clapped repeatedly and made several excited noises as if in agreement. The two thatched thiet below also kept making noises. Seeing them, Huiyan was thrilled and said, "They must be saying they're here too. Don't worry, brother." Touched, Soryang's eyes welled up. He covered his mouth and said, "Kids, rest assured, my dears." The father was so happy he cried. Seung, speaking, happily wanted to hug all three of them, so the resettlement for the new members was arranged. The engagement ceremony was held afterward. After inviting the clan elders to witness, they simply presented the betrothal gifts to signify their vow and conducted a brief ceremony. That day, the Tang clan lit the sky with fireworks as Soryang and Huiyan officially joined together. However, there was a bit of trouble when preparing the betrothal gifts. Seeing Huiyan bring the two Iron Rock Beasts before him, he blinked in surprise and said, Are the betrothal items supposed to be those rock-scale gecko? Aren't they supposed to be ducks?" Watching Huiyan happily holding the two creatures, Soryang fell into thought this was a bit awkward, and it's not just anything, it's the engagement gift. What to do? He had anticipated she might pounce on the rock-scale gecko, but he didn't expect her to state it so plainly. Soryang then reached out and told Huiyan, "Miss Huiyan, I'm sorry, but that might be a bit difficult." Hearing him, she sounded a little sad and said, "Why is that?" At that moment, Soryang took hold of Huiyan's arm, startling her. He took both of Huiyan's hands, drew close affectionately, and said, "Betrothal gifts symbolize everlasting love. The rock-scale gecko are adorable, true, but shouldn't we use something unchanging, like a piece of jade?" Huiyan was so embarrassed by his unexpected action and words that her face reddened. Soryang smiled with narrowed eyes and continued to say to Huiyan, "Whether it's a goose symbolizing 100 years of harmony or a written vow, each carries its own meaning. And after the engagement, what I possess will be considered yours, Miss Huiyan." Hearing Soryang's words, Huiyan's face turned as red as a tomato. Her heart couldn't help but flutter. Huiyan hastily pulled her hands back and hugged Unruk Beast to her chest, saying, "So that's it. If that's the case, I'll go along with Seung's idea." Seeing she was finally convinced, Seung thought to himself, "Wonderful. Good job, me." Huiyan then grew a bit serious and said to him, "Also, Soryang." He looked dazed at that and replied, "Yes." Huiyan looked straight at Soryang and said, "From now on just call me Huiyan. Since we're engaged, calling me Miss feels a bit inappropriate." Seeing Huiyan look so adorable, Seung's whole face flushed as if about to steam. Embarrassed, he awkwardly changed his form of address. "I understand, Huiyan." Not long after, at the family hall, it was daytime. Tang Chialson, Tang Museong, Soryang, and Huiyan were present. Huiyan's father asked, "Did you two sleep well last night?" Hearing that, Soryang wondered in his head why they'd called them. Were they going to give a blessing or some advice? Tang Chialson then looked at Soryang with a serious tone. "The reason I called you two here is to discuss matters related to your great technique, Soryang." And Soryang repeated the words aloud, "Great technique." Huiyan, sitting beside him, explained further. In the Tang clan, cultivating internal techniques and accepting poison beasts is called the Great Technique. Hearing this, Soryang turned and asked, "Do you mean the matter we discussed before about receiving the 10 poisons?" Tang Museong, seated opposite, spoke up, "Yes, your capture of the human-faced spider is indeed a great achievement. Among the 10 great poisons, it has the mildest venom, so it's very suitable as a starting point for acceptance." Hearing that, Soryang looked at Tang Chialson and asked, "So will we begin training the great technique right away?" The elder replied, "Not yet. Soryang, although you proactively collected the 10 great poisons to complete the set, I actually intended to propose something else at first. But observing the poison beasts you are raising and brought back reminded me of something our clan has long forgotten. Do you know the exact meaning of the 5 poisons?" Hearing Tang Chialson talk at length, Seung could only stare blankly. Slightly confused and anxious, he asked, "Do you mean the 5 poisons in the 5 poisons foundation technique that I'm cultivating?" "Yes." Tang Cholson agreed when Seung said that. "Exactly." He raised his hand and explained further to Seung: Wugong, silkworm, ruckskull gecko, stone creatures, scorpion, serpent, and finally toad. These 5 poisonous creatures form the foundation of the 5 poisons foundation technique. After explaining to Seung, he rested both hands on the table, looked at him and asked, "Seung, would you like to try cultivating this 5 poisons foundation divine technique?" Tang Chiolson continued to elaborate in the room. "In our Tang clan, poison beasts are broadly divided into 2 types, common beasts and spirit beasts. Common beasts are ordinary poisonous creatures readily found anywhere, while spirit beasts possess supernatural abilities, intelligence, even internal cores." Hearing that, Soryang recalled the beasts he had brought back and said, "Then the golden-furred storm king trio, the pair of frost lizards, the azure-striped silkworm, and even the human-faced spider are all considered spirit beasts, right?" Tang Chiolson responded to his question, "Correct, which is why I intended to propose something different to you." The old master folded his arms across his chest and, having listened quietly, told Soryang, "The current 5 poisons foundation technique is limited in scope because it only absorbs toxins from common beasts, but the original true form, the true 5 poisons foundation technique, is different. It can absorb toxins from spirit beasts. You already have 2 spirit beasts, the azure-striped silkworm and the frost lizard pair. If we can obtain the toxins of the spirit toad, spirit stone creature, and spirit toad, THI1EC1M, then you'd meet the requirements to cultivate the true 5 poisons foundation technique. Therefore, I propose you cultivate the true 5 poisons foundation technique." Hearing the old master say that, Soryang looked puzzled and asked, "But isn't the fat-tailed lizard supposed to be non-venomous?" The old master stroked his chin and told Soryang, "I checked, they carry a cold toxin that can plunge you into extreme chill. The breath of cold they exhale is their venom." Soryang, seeking confirmation, asked back, "Really?" Ichuyen's father, hands clasped on the table, added, "So you have 2 paths to choose. 1. Absorb the toxins of the azure-striped silkworm and the divine lizard king of the frozen cavern to form the 5 poisons foundation true technique. 2. Absorb the toxin of the human-faced clan mistress, one of the 10 great poisons, and begin cultivating the 10 necessary toxins to achieve the dual form 10 poison." Soryang propped an elbow and looked at him, asking, "Can't I just use the 10 great poisons to complete the 5 poisons body faster?" Huyen's father replied, "Unfortunately, the lizard king of the frozen cavern is not among the 10 great poisons." After listening, Soryang fell into deep thought. If he absorbed the toxins of lower-tier beasts like the azure-striped silkworm and the frost lizard pair, he couldn't complete the entire 10 poisons path using only the 10 great poisons. In short, he had to choose. Either absorb toxins from these youngsters and take the spirit beast route to the 5 poisons body, or collect all 10 great poisons and follow the authentic 10 poisons body path. It felt like choosing a skill branch in a game, didn't it? Even in my past life playing RPGs, the thing I cared about most was always the skill tree. Depending on which branch you pick in the skill tree, you could end up useless or become a god-tier character. While Seung was lost in thought, Tang Chpolson said to him, "Think carefully, Seung. The 5 Poisons Foundation true technique is already a rare divine art. Without exceptional fate, don't even talk about taming it. Even encountering the 10 great poisons is as hard as reaching the heavens." Hearing that, Seung pressed his lips together, tension on his face, and fell silent to keep thinking. Seung thought, should I take the easier, quicker 5 poisons body route, or endure hardship to pursue the 10 poisons body for a chance at a higher realm? What on earth should I do? Soryang was swept into a whirlpool of indecision, hesitating and unable to choose. After finishing the discussion with the elders and Huyen's father, Soryang and Huyen left, but he kept vacillating in his mind. Huyen silently followed behind him. Seeing he still couldn't decide, she finally spoke up. "Soryang, don't force yourself down the 10 poisons path just because of that promise. The true 5 poisons foundation technique is already a peerless divine art, nothing more is needed. So don't let anxiety make you rush a decision. Whichever path you choose, you're still Seung." Seeing her worry, he turned to look at her and said, "Uchwan." Seung, a little embarrassed, continued, "Even the clan head said the preparation for both paths is the same, differing only in the final toxin. I'll think it through carefully before deciding." 2 days passed while preparations for the isolated training progressed, but Seung still couldn't make a firm decision. He lay on his bed, tossing and turning in thought. With the 2 thatched Thiet playing together beside him, Soryang rolled over to look at ice and snow and asked them, "I'm so confused, really at my wit's end. What path do you think I should choose?" They looked at him blankly and let out a little cry. Just then Sichuan rushed in from outside and opening the door called out loudly, "Seung." Startled, Seung on the bed turned and asked groggily, "What's the matter?" Sichuan, panting, could barely catch her breath. "The azure-striped silkworms," she gasped. "They seem to be about to molt again." Hearing that, Seung anxiously asked, "Really?" Without even changing clothes, Seung and Sichuan ran to the pavilion to check on the 3 azure-striped silkworms. Both excited, moved, and full of anticipation, Seung called out, "Little ones." The 3 azure-striped silkworms were asleep and didn't respond to him. Seeing that, Soryang couldn't hide his excitement and said to Huiyan, "They've been growing so fast lately." She covered her mouth and said, "I didn't expect the second molt to come so soon." "Will the azure-striped silkworms change form again?" Hearing Huiyan, Soryang looked at her and, smiling with narrowed eyes, replied, "Yes, this time blue spots will begin to appear on their bodies." Thinking that the silkworms might take after their mother, his eyes sparkled. Could they be evolving into a new form? Just thinking about it made his heart race. Huiyan smiled at him and said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing how they'll change." "Right," Soryang nodded and said, "They'll definitely be even cuter." After saying that, suddenly Soryang seemed to remember something and froze, letting out a small cry. He immediately turned to stare at the 3 silkworms, panic on his face, thinking, "Wait, shouldn't I not be happy about this? What if they haven't dried their bodies before I perform the great technique?" Seung ran his hands through his hair, starting to panic. Even ordinary silkworms need about a day to dry after molting. Sichuan looked at him blankly. Seung kept thinking that based on the last molt, this one would surely take even longer. The toxin of the divine fat-tailed lizard isn't simple. Extracting it requires careful preparation. He'd been torn over whether to use the silkworm's toxin or use Yoa's for the first time. But if he did that, he wouldn't be able to use the silkworm's toxin anymore, right? After thinking it over, Seung stroked his chin and said in a low voice, "If I force them to spit venom while their bodies are still soft, something will surely go wrong, but I also can't just wait until their bodies harden. So that means..." Thinking of Yoa, Thuch Thut, and the azure-striped silkworms, Seung felt struck by lightning. What was he even worrying about for days on end? 2 days later. Finally, deep within the Tang clan's 10,000 Poisons Hall, the great technique prepared specifically for Seung was officially initiated. He stared seriously at the cauldron. He had considered postponing because of the silkworms, but the preparation for this technique was so complex that delaying was impossible. Here's a brief explanation of the process. First, hundreds of herb furnaces are mobilized to decoct each herb separately and extract their essences. Then all the extracts are cooled and gathered into a large basin. That's the first step. Into that basin is added a precise mixture of many lethal poisons and the blood essences of various poisonous beasts. It sounds simple, but coordinating hundreds of herbs, toxins, and blood essences, each with unique properties, and harmonizing them at a single moment is extremely arduous. If there's the slightest delay, all the painstakingly prepared essences are instantly ruined, and the entire batch must be destroyed. So waiting wasn't a viable option. He decided he'd accept Yoa's toxin, one of the 10 great poisons. Seung approached the bubbling cauldron. He glanced at his reflection and muttered. Its color was an appalling, thick black. Tang Myuspung then stepped forward and told him, "Begin the great technique now." Seung undressed and entered the medicinal vat, obediently replying, "Yes, grandfather." Soryang promptly removed his clothes and set his foot into the hot water. He fumbled, bracing his hands on the rim, then slowly sat down in the bath. In Soryang's head, he wondered, this feeling. What is it? Why does it feel so familiar? Sitting down felt like soaking in a public bath. Tang Myuspung clasped his hands behind his back. He looked at him and said, "We'll drop a single drop of Yoa's venom into this spirit medicine to trigger a gradual reaction, then add the prepared ingredients so your body can begin absorbing the toxin." Normally this process is extremely painful, but fortunately Yoa's venom is numbing, so it won't be overly agonizing. Seeing the old master smile like that, Soryang felt a bit dazed. Tang Chialson then told him, "We'll fetch the remaining ingredients, you just wait here a little while." With that, the two left the room to collect the herbs. Soryang sat in the vat watching their backs depart. Just then Huiyan arrived with the 2 Thatch Thiet and Yoa. She stepped through the door and called out to Soryang. Hearing her voice, Soryang blinked in surprise and asked, "Huiyan, did you bring Yoa and the 2 little lizards too?" Sichuan had also brought the 3 azure-striped silkworms. They had woken up and were wobbling as soon as they entered. She told him, "The silkworms are awake." Seeing the 3 little ones calling out before him, Seung couldn't help cheering. they're even quieta than before. Watching the 3 silkworms crawl onto the rim of the soaking vat, Saryang thought they hadn't changed as much as he'd imagined. They actually looked like oddly adorable stuffed pillow animals. The 3 saw the bubbling water and peered in curiously, chirping. Saryang smiled and said, "Guess it's strange to see me lying in a medicinal vat like this, huh? It's dangerous here, go back to your mother." At his words, 2 quickly crawled down and ran to Huiyan, who called, "This way, little ones." Only one remained clinging curiously to the rim, reaching a paw toward the water to poke it. It carelessly dipped an ear into the vat and jumped back with a yelp of pain. The little one writhed and wailed nonstop. Seeing that, Saryang called out anxiously, Huiyan. "The silkworm's contact just touched the spirit essence. You must wash it with water immediately." Hearing this, Huiyan cried out in alarm. "What? It touched it." Huiyan rushed over, took the little one in her hands and said, "Come here quickly, my dear." Suddenly, the little one's mouth spat out some purple saliva, spraying a few drops. One unlucky drop landed in Saryang's soaking vat. He stared in disbelief. The entire vat began to boil violently, bubbles covering the surface and the water turning purple. Huiyan hugged the little ones and shouted, "Saryang, the toxic gas is seeping into the medicinal vat." But it's already too late. Saryang suddenly felt intense pain. He gritted his teeth and sweat began to pour. Saryang thrashed and screamed in agony in the vat, sending water splashing everywhere. Huiyan, terrified, backed away holding the little ones. The whole vat flashed. Saryang kept struggling. Huiyan hugged the 3 and raised her hand to shield them from the splashing water. On the floor, the 2 other azure-striped silkworms clung to each other in fear and covered their eyes, crying out. Huiyan shouted worriedly, "Saryang, keep your mind steady." Saryang's face flushed crimson and sweat drenched him. He couldn't open his eyes. In his head he thought, is this the kind of pain? It felt like his skin was being torn apart and his whole body burned. They had warned him never to move while the great technique was being performed. Although he desperately wanted to jump out, he forced himself to endure. Thinking that, Saryang gripped the rim and persevered. He couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes reddened. He ground his teeth and cried out, thinking only that it was just unbearable. Seeing him like that, Huiyan couldn't hold back tears and, voice trembling, said, "What should we do now?" Just then he and Huiyan's father returned. Seeing the scene, the old master shouted, "Saryang, why has the great technique turned out like this? What on earth is happening?" At their return, Huiyan turned to them and said, "Grandfather, the centipede accidentally dropped some venom." Both the old master and Huiyan's father hurried to the vat and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing the 2 seniors approach, Saryang pushed himself up against the rim of the vat and, gasping, called, "Save me." He and Huiyan's father rushed to support him. Saryang's skin was flushed, his mouth gaping with drool. The old master, seeing him like that, panicked and said, "Saryang, keep your spirits." Huiyan's father quickly added, to steady his mind and regulate his breath, "Do not let yourself collapse." The old master and the others stood around, calling to him in turns. His eyes then widened, bloodshot, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. After which he lost consciousness and his hands went limp. Huiyan's father, seeing this, turned pale. The old master and everyone stood around, taking turns calling to Saryang. In his hazy vision, Saryang vaguely saw everyone extremely worried for him as his consciousness faded. Saryang felt his body falling into a deep sea. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw, a silkworm. Before him was a little silkworm with its eyes closed as if sleeping. Suddenly, a rainbow light flashed between him and the little silkworm, making Saryang open his eyes wide. As he came to, the first figure he saw was Huiyan hastily calling for grandfather. It seemed Saryang was gradually regaining consciousness. He opened his eyes a crack and let out a small sound. Seeing him wake, Huiyan was so relieved she nearly cried. Seeing the 2 clearly, Saryang finally spoke, "Grandfather, Miss Huiyan." Huiyan gripped her hands and called, "Saryang." He raised a hand to touch his forehead and asked, "Where is this?" Huiyan, anxious, hurriedly asked, "Saryang, are you all right?" The old master, seeing he had woken, told him, "Fortunately, I directly guided inner chi through your Beihui, so you survived the greatest calamity. It seems the great technique has ended safely and succeeded." Although it wasn't Yoa's venom, he was ultimately poisoned by that kill toxin. Hearing this, Saryang just rubbed his forehead and thought to himself that perhaps the silkworm really wanted its father to forge the 5 poisons body. He then remembered the silkworm and sprang up, urgently asking, "Right, is the silkworm okay?" Its whiskers touched that thing. Huiyan put a hand to her head and sighed, "I washed its whiskers immediately. At the time I was burning with worry, not knowing if Saryang would survive." After saying this, Huiyan seemed sulky and turned away, ignoring him. Soryang, surprised by her reaction, thought that right after the betrothal he should have gone to check on Huiyan, his fiancée. Instead, instinct drove him straight to the centipedes, and now look at the result. Embarrassed at her, Soryang didn't know what to do. He suddenly clutched his head, dizzy, and said, "My head's suddenly spinning." Hearing this, Huiyan turned worriedly to ask him, "Soryang, is the pain coming again?" Soryang withdrew his hand and asked seriously, but more importantly, what about the silkworm? Hearing him only ask about the silkworm, both the old master and Huiyan were stunned and at a loss for words. Seeing him like that, Huiyan worried aloud that Soryang still hadn't fully recovered. The old master, hearing this, did not hesitate and sent for a healer at once. Having successfully distracted Huiyan, Soryang wiped sweat from his brow and sighed with relief, thinking what a quick bit of acting that was. 2 days later, only when the medicine in the jars was completely used up did the great technique truly end. In a room lined with jars of herbs neatly arranged on shelves, the old master clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Soryang, are you really all right? Perhaps we should examine you more closely." Soryang heard him and replied firmly, "Grandfather, I truly am well." Hearing him, the old master felt more at ease and said, "In any case, whether you wanted it or not, you have now set foot on the path of the 5 poisons revering heaven technique, so I will pass on to you the corresponding martial manuals." Soryang, puzzled, asked, "Martial manuals?" Tang nodded and said to him, "Yes, there are 5 combat styles in total. The centipede's poisonous claw, the snake's life-seizing hand, the scorpion's shadow kick, the gecko's wall-walking body technique, and the toad's fierce chief strike, each corresponding to a different component. Claw techniques, hand techniques, kick techniques, footwork, body technique, and chief striking techniques." He spoke while stroking his beard. The old master continued to Soryang, "This martial art lets you reach the realm where person and poison unite. You become poison and the poison becomes you. You truly fuse with the toxin." Soryang listened with eager eyes, clasped his hands tightly, and thought to himself, "Marvelous." The old master looked at his expression and laughed loudly. "Judging by your look, you seem quite pleased." Soryang replied, "Yes, but I'm curious. Aren't these styles supposed to be sinister assassination or poison arts as I thought?" Tang now covered his mouth and bowed his head, saying, "You noticed quickly. Actually, this martial art did not originate from our Tang clan." Soryang, surprised, asked, "What?" Tang face turned serious as he explained further. The 5 poisons revering heaven technique and these 5 venom arts, 5 venoms, were the martial arts of the 5 venom sect, which was wiped out. 200 years ago, a disciple of the Tang clan, a once renowned prodigy, fell in love with the daughter of the chief of the violent palace of a southern Mandi tribe. The two loved each other and, despite fierce opposition from both sides, fled together. Founding the 5 venoms, they combined the Tang clan's essence of poison arts with the violent palace's beast fists to create a new martial system. However, they recklessly passed on forbidden secrets outward and even mixed the techniques together. In the end, neither escaped the hunt of the 2 great powers. About 100 years later, the 5 venoms were finally exterminated in the deep Yunnan forest by the joint forces, after which the 2 factions retrieved their respective secrets. What was recovered then was the 5 poisons revering heaven technique and these 5 venom arts. Because the essences of both houses had blended, ownership was hard to determine. Moreover, to master them, one must undergo toxin absorption, so they were ultimately passed down to our Tang clan. Legend says the 5 venoms leader once fought off both the violent palace and the Tang clan, so this supreme art is not ordinary. He laughed and told Soryang, "I think with your poison-compatible constitution, this is the most suitable martial art for you." Soryang, hearing this, tacitly understood the intention. He interlaced his fingers and bowed his head. "Thank you, master. From now on I will train diligently." Tang was very pleased and laughed heartily. "Good, keep that mind, and one day you will achieve great success." Thus Soryang took his first step on the path of the 5 poisons revering heaven technique. At this time it was still daylight outside. Someone stepped out Soryang, who, as he walked into the courtyard, stretched and said, "I don't know how long it's been since I last saw the sun. At this moment I truly feel alive again." 2 burly Tang clan guards stood behind him. Just then he saw a tiny silkworm hurtling toward him as if flying. The moment it saw him, the little one called out. Hearing Soryang, the silkworm couldn't hold back tears and let out a cry. Soryang then asked it aloud, "You left me here all this time?" The little silkworm nodded at that. Seeing this, he raised a hand to pat it and cheerfully said, "You must have been worried a lot, but don't be too upset. This isn't your fault. "Look, your father is safe now." At his words, the little silkworm immediately jumped up, wriggled into his shirt, and squeaked a few times. The little silkworm wriggled inside his shirt, making Soryang's body go numb and immobile. He thought maybe its skin was still a bit rough after molting, if only it would climb on the fabric instead of crawling on bare skin. Just as the thought left his mind, the little silkworm poked its head out from his shirt to look around. It instantly jumped out and slithered down onto his hand. Soryang was startled. For a moment he panicked inwardly, thinking, what's happening? Could the silkworm have just read my mind? He immediately shook his head to deny it. No, that can't be, must be a coincidence. They say long familiarity with a beast sometimes leads to odd bonds. Yes, that's it. With his eyes closed, he thought, what a fool. How could an ordinary venom insect like the silkworm do such a thing? The little silkworm seemed to sense his inner voice, and its expression immediately changed. It suddenly grew angry at Soryang. Seeing its strong reaction, he yelled out. Holding it up to his face, he said, don't tell me that's true. If so, silkworm, try climbing onto my head. No sooner had he thought that than the silkworm scrambled onto his head and let out a cry. Still unbelieving, he set it down and hid behind a tree, thinking, silkworm, try to find where I'm hiding. The little silkworm quickly located him and squeaked again. Soryang was astonished, thinking impossible 3 times in a row. The little silkworm seemed to sense it too, and puffed out a self-satisfied breath. At that moment, Soryang felt as if his heart had formed a telepathic link with the little silkworm. Cut to the backyard where Huyen was watching the other 2 little silkworms. She raised her hand and called loudly, silkworm, silkworm, where are you? Unable to find it, Huyen could only sigh, then looked at the 2 little silkworms playing together and asked, does anyone know where the silkworm went? Since molting it wanders everywhere and is hard to find. Just then Soryang ran over. Seeing her, he called to Huyen, carrying the little silkworm on his back. Out of breath from running, he approached and Huyen blankly called, Soryang, silkworm. Arriving still panting heavily, Huyen asked, Soryang, are you all right? As for the silkworm, I told you not to go too far. I worry for you. When you want to go somewhere, you should tell your mother first. After catching his breath, Soryang held the little silkworm out to her and said, Huyen, this isn't the time. This silkworm understands human speech. Huyen, a little puzzled by his words, fell silent. She raised a hand and casually told Soryang, silkworms have always understood human speech, haven't they? It's nothing new. Hearing that, Soryang thought, right? Realizing Huyen had misunderstood, he hurried to explain, no, I don't mean that. It's that even when I only think to myself, it seems to know exactly. Huyen, after hearing this, asked him, really? Before Huyen could say more, he turned and ran off with the little silkworm, saying, I'll ask my ancestor what on earth is going on. Seeing him so hurried, Huyen and the other 2 called after him, let me come too. Soryang. At that moment in the ancestral hall, Soryang and Huyen brought the little silkworm, that one that understood his thoughts, here to meet the old master and Huyen's father. He pointed at the silkworm and said, please look, even when I only send a thought in my head, the silkworm still comprehends it. Considering the other little ones can't do this, could it be an effect of the great technique? The old master listened, then looked at the little silkworm on the table and said thoughtfully, not necessarily. In Tang clan history, those who bond with venom creatures are not unheard of. If such a paranormal ability truly appeared, there would surely be records. But in all my years, I have neither seen nor heard of this. Huyen, hearing her grandfather, asked, then what is the actual cause? The old master stroked his chin and said pensively, it must be because of the 5 poisons revering heaven technique. Tang Qialsen, hearing his father, spoke up, yes, that great technique was created to absorb venom, and Soryang is the only one who used the 5 poisons revering heaven technique to absorb a spirit creature's poison. The old master nodded in agreement at his son's words. Exactly, the cause of this phenomenon is likely the influence of the southern man's pet. The southern man have long treated spirit beasts as family. That secret may have been fused into the 5 poisons revering heaven technique. Tang Qialsen stroked his beard and added, if so, then clarifying the cause shouldn't be impossible. Soryang, hearing this, asked, why is that? Tang Museong clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at Soryang and said, do you think they'll simply reveal such treasured secrets to us? Besides, once they learn we've successfully cultivated a skill influenced by that secret, who can predict how they'll react? Huyen, hearing her grandfather, looked slightly embarrassed and asked, is there a seamless way to handle this? Tang Museong, seeing his granddaughter's question, only shook his head. I can't be sure. Unless the southern man's pet clan owes us a great debt, then perhaps there'd be a chance. After speaking with the 2 elders and gaining no further information, Soryang left the ancestral hall. He stepped outside in a dejected, tired state, sighing as he walked and murmuring that he felt somewhat disappointed. Thinking of his venom creatures, Saryong wished he could gather Silkworm, Snow Ice, Gold Fur, Wind King, and Yoa to form a band of musicians, rather like the Bremen town musicians. Just then someone approached and called to attract his attention, young Master Saryong. Seeing the person, Saryong greeted Gu Pi. Gu Pi clasped his hands and cheerfully said to him, "I'm glad to see you recovered." He scratched the back of his head shyly. Gu Pi continued to Saryong, "Lucky for me to find you here. The venom insect garden is having a bit of trouble. Would you come with me?" Hearing that, Saryong asked blankly, "Trouble?" He put a hand to his chin and closed his eyes to think. "Maybe we should deal with the venom garden first, then worry about the southern man's pets later. I rushed to the betrothal ceremony as soon as I returned and forgot about the venom garden." With that thought, Saryong cheerfully replied, "Understood, let's go." A little girl was hiding behind Gu Pi. Gu Pi, looking awkward, added, "And I'd like to entrust this person to you as well." Hearing this, Saryong peeked out curiously and said, "This person is Peng Yingying." The girl stepped forward, smiling with squinted eyes and holding up both hands. "Big brother Saryong, I missed you so much." Saryong, a bit surprised, Peng Yingying. He took the girl's hand and together with Gu Pi set off. He decided to bring Peng Yingying, who clung to him constantly, to the venom insect garden. Walking along, Saryong turned and asked, "But why is Peng Yingying here?" Gu Pi answered, "She came for treatment and will stay with our Tang clan for a while. This was Elder Being's request." Peng Yingying held a cloth pouch in her hand. She looked at Saryong and asked, "Big brother, how many days have you been back? Why haven't you come to see Peng Yingying?" Nodding, the girl was missing a front tooth. He asked, "Did you lose a front tooth in that time?" She replied, "That's why I've been waiting here today." Saryong smiled wryly and said, "Sorry, Peng Yingying. I thought I had been back for a long time. You must have been lonely by yourself, right?" Unexpectedly, Peng Yingying replied, "No, I'm not lonely at all." The girl held up the cloth pouch in her hand for Saryong to see and said, "I've been playing with Tap Tap. I'm not sure what it is." Saryong, slightly puzzled, asked. Tap Tap was handed to him by Peng Yingying. It glowed in her palm and both Gu Pi and he stared at it. This was a spring insect. The tiny bug on Saryong's palm kept wriggling wildly. Spring insects are called click beetles in the West, notable for the clicking sound they make when flipped onto their backs. Though pests that bore into potatoes and sweet potatoes and damage roots, to coastal children they're familiar and endearing creatures. Gu Pi put his hands on his hips, looked at Peng Yingying and asked, "Is it a earwig?" Hearing his little friend called that, the big brother stamped his foot and said, "No, it's a tap tap, not an earwig." Looking at the insect in his hand reminded Saryong of his childhood. He used to call this insect a tap tap. In a past life memory, the first creature he ever raised was this very species. You could say it was his entry-level pet. It led him onto the path he's on now. Saryong knelt before the girl and asked, "Peng Yingying, you seem to really like insects." Peng Yingying happily nodded and said, "Yes, I love them. I like queen bees and Tap Tap too." Seeing her lively demeanor, Saryong smiled and thought, "She seems like a smaller version of myself. Should I teach her a bit of the art of raising venom insects?" With that in mind, Saryong scooped the girl into his arms and held up a finger, asking, "So, Peng Yingying, would you like to learn about insects from your big brother? The insect world is truly special and fascinating." The girl clapped and cheerfully replied, "Yes, please." Watching Saryong happily carry Peng Yingying away, Gu Pi looked at them and thought, "How shall I report this to Elder Being?" After a while, they arrived at the venom breeding garden. Saryong and Gu Pi were inspecting something, while Peng Yingying grew curious about a turtle locked in a cage. Saryong opened a wooden drawer. Inside was a snake with blue, orange, and black markings flicking its tongue. After observing, Saryong turned to ask Gu Pi how the mice breeding was going. Gu Pi replied, "After 1 or 2 litters, the mouse numbers are no longer scarce. In about 2 months, they might exceed 1,000. Hearing that, Saryong continued, "Feeding the banded water snakes has been settled, so what's the actual problem?" Gu Pi, a bit embarrassed, answered, "Well, over on the other side, the elder took the turtle out of its cage." The girl watched with fascination. Gu Pi scratched his head and told Saryong, "The number of feeder crickets hasn't increased at all, so some species are going hungry." Hearing this, Saryong thought to himself, "Crickets." He propped a hand on his chin and pondered, could it be like that time with the young mice? They ate all the moon crickets. No matter how many crickets were raised, it was never enough. Then the only option is to find alternative food sources. Just then Peng Yingying's heart-wrenching cry rang out, startling Saryong and Gu Pi. Saryong turned to her in alarm and asked, "Peng Yingying, what's wrong?" Peng Yingying sobbed and called, "Big brother." She stepped up to Saryong and uttered one word, "Smell." Hearing her say that, Soryang was a little baffled and didn't understand. Her face streaked with tears and snot, she held out an arm that gave off a strange odor and said, "There's a weird smell on my hand." Soryang frowned and thought, a smell, could it be? He quickly said, "Peng Yingying, may I see your silk pouch?" Soryang picked up his brother's silk pouch and inspected it with a pair of chopsticks. After a quick look, he seemed to understand and thought, just as I suspected, she's made the same mistake as that little one. Soryang plucked the insect from the pouch and sighed, saying to the girl, "Peng Yingying, look carefully, this isn't a tap-tap but a different species." The girl stopped crying and asked, "A different species?" Gu Pi, looking at the insect picked up with chopsticks, said, "Young Master Soryang, isn't that a flower beetle?" The species is called a flower beetle. When mature, they secrete a substance from scent glands, so touching them releases an unpleasant odor. Because their appearance is similar to a tap-tap, it's easy to mistake one for the other. Soryang then raised a hand and explained to Peng Yingying how to tell them apart. A tap-tap, the spring insect, makes a clicking sound when flipped onto its back. A flower beetle doesn't. Don't mix them up next time, okay? Peng Yingying nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, big brother." Holding the silk pouch, Soryang smiled at the girl and said, "Anyway, Peng Yingying did very well. Big brother really needs friends like these." Hearing that, Gu Pi curiously asked, "You need these? Why would you want such stinky worms?" With the cloth pouch in hand, Soryang seemed to have an idea and said, "Exactly, starting now we'll raise the flower beetles Peng Yingying just caught in the Tang clan's venom garden." Although they don't look special, flower beetles are actually the most common food source for insects and lizards. Looking at the pouch, his eyes full of confidence, he thought it was perfect timing. If they replaced the crickets with flower beetles, the food shortage would be solved. Soryang looked at Gu Pi and said, "Thanks to Peng Yingying, the current problem is temporarily solved. Now let's go to the cricket rearing area and see what's really causing this." Hearing that, Gu Pi replied, "Yes, young Master Soryang." They quickly arrived at the cricket room, where jars of various sizes were neatly arranged on the tables. Soryang scanned the place and began to inspect, saying, "The breeding facilities and conditions all seem fine." Seeing nothing unusual, he opened one of the jars to look. At the sight inside, he thought to himself that their legs were falling off like that. After observing, Soryang frowned and told everyone that it seemed there was cannibalism among the same species, which explained why the numbers weren't increasing. Gu Pi heard this and exclaimed, "Cannibalism among them, but I've been feeding them plenty." Soryang, a little puzzled, said, "I've encountered this before when raising crickets on Hainan Island. Sometimes it happens even when food isn't lacking." He admitted he didn't know much about crickets, a bit frustrating. He rubbed his chin and thought, he was a duplicate fabber, not just any fabber, so unfortunately he had no special secret for mass-rearing ordinary non-venomous insects. Soryang, slightly troubled, told everyone, "This is really a big problem, we can't find the cause." Someone in the room then spoke up, "Excuse me." The person awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "If you're looking for someone who knows crickets, I know a recruit who's very suitable." Gu Pi, seeing the person, called out, "Hwangan." Gu Pi then pointed to Hwangan and introduced, "Young Master Soryang, besides me, this is the only person who volunteered for the venom room." Soryang, surprised, said, "You volunteered, that's actually trustworthy." Hwangan quickly waved his hand and said, "Actually, I sometimes go to the cricket arenas for fun. Of course, I don't play much, just a few times to exchange for a cup of wine." Soryang, hearing this, pondered. The cricket arenas are places where people bet on crickets fighting each other to gamble on winners and losers. Therefore, large healthy crickets are often bought and sold at high prices. Usually they're raised right at the gambling houses, where someone specializes in caring for the crickets. In a dark room on the second floor, a light was now shining. A hand was bandaged, and on the floor there was another insect. It said she knows crickets inside out. In the dark room, a girl with tangled hair and shabby clothes sat in the corner, with countless crickets on the floor around her. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. She widened them and listened intently to the sounds in the room. On the street, lanterns hung everywhere and night had fallen. People began passing by and setting up their stalls. Young women, lavishly made up, walked along the street. A drunken man stumbled out, still clutching a bottle of wine. Soryang, Hwan, Gu Pi, and Hwangan were also there on the street, dressed neatly. Walking, Soryang thought that to meet the 100 cricket man Hwangan mentioned, They had come to the capital's gambling house. He thought the distance far and planned to use lightness skill, but was advised to dress properly and go by carriage since it was a gambling house. Huiyan, walking ahead, suddenly stopped and said, "We're here, brother Soryang." He looked up and saw a building with two large men standing outside and a man with his hair tied up in the middle who looked like a manager. Gu Pi stepped forward and announced, "Huiyan, the eldest daughter of the Tang family and her betrothed Soryang have arrived. Please show us the way." The man stammered in alarm, "The eldest daughter of the Tang clan." He and the two guards immediately turned, bowed respectfully, and thanked the honored guests for visiting. "I am the stallmaster here. It's an honor to host you." Huiyan stepped up and asked the stallmaster, "May we watch the cricket fights?" He hurriedly replied, "Of course, today happens to be the general's matches." And someone immediately escorted Soryang's group into the interior of the gambling house. "Please come in." Soryang stood on the upper floor looking down. Below, a table was surrounded by a dense crowd watching and betting. Looking at the two crickets on the table, everyone was cheering excitedly. "Fight! I'll bet all the prize money from last time." Amid the crowd's shouts, the two crickets seemed readying themselves for battle. They immediately lunged at one another. Spectators around the cricket match shouted and cheered enthusiastically. Soryang, his eyes opened wide, said in astonishment, "So that's what cricket fighting is like?" Huiyan replied, "Intense, right? If one turns and runs away, it loses." Suddenly, one cricket bit the other's back, and it let out a sharp cry. Once released, it turned and ran away. Amid the crowd's cheers, someone announced, "The match between the general crickets has ended." Huiyan then said, "The winning general cricket is immediately put up for auction. Rumor says it can sell for up to 30 taels of silver." Soryang, surprised, thought, "That much? Or maybe you should go into selling crickets," he mused, his eyes lighting up. Huiyan, aware of his thoughts, reminded him, "Soryang, enough sightseeing, go meet the 100 Cricket Man." As they descended the stairs, someone said, "You here to see the 100 Cricket Man?" The stallmaster led Soryang and Huiyan down and looked at the disheveled person, saying, "A few curious customers wanted to meet him, but what's so special about that kid? We don't really care which cricket wins. That kid just needs to feed and clean them." He pointed to the person sitting with his back turned in the corner and said, "That's the 100 Cricket Man, useless, so we handed all the crickets to him. But my goodness, he's depressingly gloomy beyond belief." He shouted loudly, making the kid in the corner startle. "Get up, come on, honored guests have arrived and you can't even bother to greet them." The kid then timidly rose and stepped forward, lips moving as he said, "Sorry." Looking at the person before him, Soryang was momentarily dumbfounded and said nothing. Before him sat someone with disheveled hair hanging over their eyes, tattered clothes, and both hands wrapped in bandages. No one spoke as the kid finally lifted his head to peek. The room fell completely silent except for the chirping of crickets. The stallmaster glanced at them when he saw no reaction. Soryang widened his eyes and stammered, "We're from the Tang clan, and only wanted to ask a bit about the 100 crickets. May we ask you one question?" The 100 cricket person only nodded in response, saying nothing. Seeing that, Soryang raised a finger and said, "I'm raising a lot of crickets in one place, but they keep tearing each other apart. Do you know why?" The other opened his mouth and said one word, "Meat." "Because they need meat." Soryang, Huiyan, and Gu Pi were all puzzled and didn't understand. He continued to explain, "Perhaps you only feed them greens. Crickets are omnivores. If you don't give them meat, they'll bite each other." Soryang absorbed this and exclaimed. He rubbed his chin and began to think. He'd never considered it. They were fighting due to a lack of protein. Looking at the person before him, Soryang's mind hatched a bold idea. Could this really be the true master of 100 crickets? I must bring her with me at once. Thinking that, Soryang glanced back at his fiancée and called to Huiyan. She seemed to understand his intent and immediately replied, "All right, Soryang." She produced a pouch of silver and a silver ingot, then asked, "Stallmaster, can we buy this young lady?" The stallmaster, surprised, asked, "What, this girl?" He immediately shoved the girl forward and loudly said, "Fine, if you want her, take her." The girl stepped forward looking displeased, slapped the silver ingot from Huiyan's hand, and shouted, "Stop that." Soryang and Gu Pi were startled and taken aback. The stallmaster, furious, grabbed the girl's hair with both hands and barked, "What the hell? How dare you cause trouble? What are you doing? Do you know who they are?" The girl couldn't fight back and only cried out. The stallmaster kept shouting and covered her mouth, "Go with them now." The girl raised her hands, attempting to resist. "I don't want to go." Seeing the chaotic scene, Soryang shouted, "Enough, we're fine, stop this." At last the two relented. Huiyan stepped forward and said to the girl, "Miss, we promise to treat you kindly. If you wish, we can bring your family back to the Tang clan. Before Huiyan finished, the girl, panting, shouted, I still don't want to go. The stallmaster, hearing this, roared, What game are you playing now? Want another beating? Soryang intervened, Calm down. Soryang looked at the stallmaster and awkwardly asked, Does she owe a debt or work for someone? The stallmaster quickly denied it, saying no, not really. He recalled the past and told them, About 5 years ago she volunteered to work for me, so I took her in, but she's not good at entertaining guests, so I only gave her chores. Soryang, puzzled, asked, Then why won't she leave? Gu Pi stood to one side, stroking his chin and pondering. After a moment, Gu Pi spoke up, She reminds me of myself back then, before Tang clan sheltered me, just like you. Soryang, surprised, looked at him and asked, Commander Gu Pi? Gu Pi then turned to the stallmaster. Stallmaster, may we take her out for a day? We'll care for her and give her proper guidance. He sighed and said, Guidance, do as you please. Gu Pi, hearing this, looked at the girl and smiled. What do you say? Come breathe some fresh air with us for a bit. The girl bowed her head and stayed silent. After thinking for a moment, she finally nodded in agreement to their invitation. Seeing her consent, Gu Pi said, Then we'll return tomorrow. The stallmaster grunted assent. Soryang exhaled in relief, thinking the plan had succeeded. Sometime later at the Tang clan reception station in the capital. After bringing the 100 cricket girl here, the three set before her a sumptuous table, but she didn't touch a single thing. Soryang turned to ask Gu Pi, surprised that the Tang clan had businesses in the capital. Gu Pi replied, This place is like the capital branch of the Sichuan Tang clan. In this alley there are 2 inns, 8 apothecaries, and 5 taverns, all Tang clan properties. Later I'll take you to see the trade office and the merchants guild. Soryang gaped. This whole alley belonged to the Tang clan. Clearly grandpa and father-in-law only practiced martial arts all day. Soryang had wondered how the Tang clan made a living, but he hadn't expected this. Gu Pi looked at the girl tending the crickets and asked, Can you tell us why you don't want to leave? If you have difficulties, we can help. The 100 cricket girl remained silent. Seeing this, Soryang covered his mouth and whispered to Huiyan. She also covered her mouth and replied silently. She hadn't even touched the tea. Gu Pi folded his arms and continued, You look like you bear a grudge against someone. Don't worry, speak up. This is the Sichuan Tang clan. The girl, still silent, stood and placed both hands on the table. Soryang watched in bewilderment. Suddenly the girl dropped to her knees before Soryang. He was stunned and at a loss for words. Kneeling on the floor, the 100 cricket girl stammered, My name is Song Nayak. I'm from Song village, not far from here. Huiyan widened her eyes and finally spoke. Soryang then asked, Miss, is there a reason you don't want to leave the gambling house? The girl kept her head bowed and said in a low voice, Actually. She lifted both hands and swept her hair aside. The three, Soryang, Huiyan, and Gu Pi, felt a momentary chill of fear. Soryang, seeing it, stammered, Is that a burn scar? The girl's face flushed red. Soryang frowned and exclaimed, My goodness, and Gu Pi added, Who would dare to burn a woman's face like that? While Soryang was still stunned, Song Nayak faltered and said, Someone is standing over there watching. I will avenge this blood feud for sure. She clenched her teeth, tears streamed down her cheeks. Song Nayak hugged her wounded arm and sobbed, Until this grudge is settled, I absolutely will not leave that place. Song Village, Sichuan area. This is a poor hamlet with only houses roofed. Song Nayak recalled, My younger sister Nian and I live in a small village where people of the Song clan gather. Because we lost our parents when we were little, I raised my sister alone, so I was quite well known in the village for my gentle beauty and jade-white skin. The two of us were called the Jade Sisters. The little girl with a flower hairpin spoke up, Sister, can't you take the day off today? The little girl was Song Nian. Song Nayak sat under the eaves looking at her sister and said gently, The neighboring village isn't that far, is it? I'll just run a few errands and come right back. Wait for me a little while. Nian, unhappy at her sister's words, loudly protested, I don't want to be alone today. Let me go with you instead. That day happened to be Nian's birthday. Seeing her sister like that, Nayak hurriedly reached out to ruffle the girl's hair and said softly, Nian, I'm sorry, but I can't let you suffer anymore. I promised our parents that. It will be a little sad, but while I'm gone, play with the crickets, okay? Before leaving, she even purposefully caught a jar of crickets so they'd play with her sister while she was away. Nian, hearing that, teared up and said a bit sadly, Cricket fights are only fun with two people. Nayak put her hand into her bag, searching for something as she spoke, and sighed that it was unavoidable. She took out a fragrant pink pouch and held it in front of Nian, continuing, Here, the perfume pouch I hid to give you for your birthday. You said you wanted one before, didn't you? Nian, seeing it, couldn't hide her surprise and cried out, Oh my, a perfume pouch, this is expensive, right? Naok replied when she heard her sister. I serve at someone's house, so they gave it to me. I'm giving it to you early, so please stay home and wait for me. Holding the fragrant pouch, Neon was very happy and saw her sister off. Thank you, sister, I'll cherish it. Naok, carrying her bundle, didn't forget to look back and say to her sister, I'll be back soon. Hearing her sister, Neon raised the pouch high, waved it, and cheerfully shouted, You must come back as soon as possible, I'll wait. Naok happily waved back at her sister. That day, she went to work as a server at an eatery. But customers were more numerous than expected, so the work dragged on and the agreed time had long passed. After work, her coworkers handed her a lantern and reminded her to be careful on the way home. Naok, it's dark, watch your step. She hurried off but still called back, It's okay, Uncle, Neon has probably been holding her hunger in, so I must hurry. That night, Naok ran straight ahead, panting but not stopping. Wanting to celebrate her sister's birthday with a proper meal before the day ended, she rushed off even without taking a lantern. As Naok hurried home at that moment, a man also rushed out from a dark alley. His figure tall and large, the two unfortunately collided and both let out a shout. Naok, not yet composed, could only stammer, Sorry. The other turned and told her, Watch where you're going. Suddenly, a familiar scent hit Naok's nose. She quickly recognized it, thinking to herself that this scent was. Watching the man's retreating back, Naok still smelled the fragrance, and in her mind, she thought that the man gave off the faint aroma of a perfume pouch. Outsiders rarely appeared in the village, so she found it odd, but she didn't pay it much mind and turned back home. When she arrived, she cheerfully called, Neon, I'm home. But the whole house was dark, not a single light on. Looking at her home, Naok muttered to herself, Why is it so strangely quiet? Maybe she waited so long she fell asleep from exhaustion. She then lit a candle. Holding it, Naok went inside, opened the door and softly called Neon. But the scene before her froze Naok in place. Inside the house lay her sister's body, clothes disheveled. The girl was lying motionless in a pool of blood. The furniture was overturned and blood was everywhere. At that moment, the candle in Naok's hand fell to the floor and the porcelain holder shattered to pieces. Naok hurried over and cradled her sister. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, Neon. Naok seemed unable to believe it was real. Tears streamed down her face and she muttered without stopping, What the hell is happening? This can't be true. The flame from the candle Naok had dropped quickly spread through the room. Naok could only hold her sister's body and cry out in pain, Neon. Passers-by who noticed the house on fire pointed and shouted, It's burning. Someone behind them hurriedly asked, Isn't that Naok's house? Everyone ran quickly toward Naok's house. At that moment, a bare foot stepped out from inside, freezing people in their tracks. Seeing Naok come out holding a corpse, people loudly called to her, Naok, Naok, what's happening? Naok's hair was a tangled mess. Gasping for breath, she managed to say to the crowd, Uncle, Neon has. She hadn't finished the sentence before she suddenly collapsed. A man, alarmed, shouted, Naok, stay with us, someone call the doctor. Naok's face had been burned. She lay motionless on the ground, staring at her sister and thinking, I wish this were only a nightmare, that the flames would flare up and then die out, that it were just a dream. Her gaze gradually faded. Before losing consciousness, Naok still called her sister's name, Neon. Their house was quickly consumed by the flames. Back in the present, after hearing Naok's story, the three, Soryang, Achuyan, and Gupi, fell silent. Soryang then turned to her with a look of pity and said, So that's why you have that scar on your face. Naok only opened her mouth to say, When I woke up again. Half a month had already passed. Cut to a nearby house where a bird still perched on a branch in front. Inside, Naok lay bandaged. She suddenly let out a small sound and the elderly couple in the house called out, Naok. She opened her eyes to see the old man weeping by her bed. He said, I asked the Zio Bureau to send people to search, but they still haven't found him. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. The old woman beside him added, I'm sorry, I don't know how I'll face you in the future. Naok fell silent after hearing the two of them. Her tears flowed again like countless birds in the last sleep of autumn. Her heart slowly went cold along with them. Her contact with the world was reduced to tending the wounds caused by the burns. The soft groans while sharpening iron were the only sounds she made. Each day the old woman came on time to change her dressings, hoping Naok would heal quickly. Time passed like flowing water, until winter turned to spring and the crickets woke again. Naok now sat quietly on a wooden platform outside the house. Her hollow gaze suddenly recalled images of Neon and the fire. She seemed to hear her sister's voice in her heart, "Sister, sister, please catch that person, avenge me." At that thought, Naok jolted, her eyes wide as she cried out, "You are Neon." Naok sat in the yard. When the cricket's calls echoed like Neon's voice, she finally snapped back to herself. Naok clenched her thin arms. Her clothes still bore the creased marks left by goo. Naok put a hand to her head, bit her lip, tears streaming nonstop, thinking she must find and kill him. The only thing left is a hatred carved deep to the bone. At that moment, the old man in the house seemed to hear something astonishing and cried out, "What? Where on earth are you going? Your body hasn't healed yet." Naok, hearing the old man, helplessly clenched her hands and said to him, "Every night Neon cries in pain. How can I sit still? As her sister, I must take revenge." The old man frowned in objection. "How can a girl like you take revenge? You don't even know what his face looks like." The old woman sitting beside him also tried to dissuade her. "All right, Naok, you should take better care of your body first." Anne and Uncle had locked the door to keep her from leaving, but the cricket's calls each night only hardened her resolve. Finally, she slipped out of the village under cover of darkness. Once free of the room, Naok looked back at the place one last time, tears brimming as she said, "Uncle, please stay well." Before leaving, Naok took the fragrant pouch she had given her sister. She stared at it for a long moment, clutching the pouch tightly, and told herself, "Neon, wait for me a little while." Her first destination was Chengdu, because that's the direction he had fled the village toward. Though she didn't know his face, the red burn scar on her body and that unforgettable voice, etched into her like neons, made her determined to find him. Naok had just arrived in the city. Everything was strange to her. She scanned the streets and began timidly asking random men she passed. Spotting a passerby, she hurried over to ask. The man scoffed at her appearance and coldly said, "What is this?" His companion, seeing his annoyance, tugged his sleeve and hissed, "Ignore her, let's go." Of course, she received no kindly looks. Year after year passed, 1 year, 2 years. Through blizzards and freezing winds, through rain that felt like splashes, Naok persisted whenever the crickets cried and returned. One rainy day, Naok went to a gambling den. She timidly asked the stallmaster, "Can you shelter me from the rain a bit?" The master, displeased by her shabby look, snapped, "What? Who is this brat? You're scaring off customers. Get lost." Just then, a man stepped out from inside the gambling house and brushed past Naok. He glanced at Naok, covered his nose with his hand, and mocked, "What is that smell?" At his voice, Naok flinched and looked at him. It was the same voice she had heard that dark night. It rose again, ruining her mood. What a coincidence, huh? In Naok's eyes, the image of the day her sister died resurfaced once more, not because she had forgotten, but because she could never forget. At last, she found the owner of that voice. On that rainy night, Naok saw the brutal face of the man who had harmed her sister. After Naok finished her story, Huiyan could only exclaim, "Good heavens!" Soryang, sitting beside her, widened his eyes and hurriedly asked, "Then what happened next?" Naok continued to tell the three about what followed. While wandering Chengdu, she befriended a beggar who said he frequented the gambling den. Soryang, hearing this, understood her intent and asked, "So you took a job at the gambling house to get close to him?" Naok lowered her head and answered, "At first I planned to follow him and stab him with a knife, but the beggar said he's a martial man. With a woman's weak constitution, I couldn't succeed. He suggested the best method was to poison his wine or food. So I tried slipping poison into the wine served to him. But even that failed. Perhaps the toxin bought in the backstreet wasn't the real thing. After that, I began tending the crickets in the basement. Each time their calls echoed, Neon's face returned to me, half awake and half mad, repeating a cycle of waking and madness." Saying this, Naok clenched her teeth and could no longer hold back her tears. Naok clenched both fists and shouted, "I will definitely kill that man. Until I do, I cannot leave this place." Hearing her, Soryang covered his mouth with his hand and said to Huiyan and Gupi, "Though her situation is pitiful, is this really okay? She keeps fainting at the sound of crickets. Seems like a severe mental ailment." Huiyan, hearing him, looked sympathetic and said, "Cases like this come from a deep grudge. If revenge is achieved, they can be healed. Someone who carries such hatred won't betray, perfect for becoming part of the Tang clan." Gupi, upon hearing that, hurriedly added, "That's right, brother Soryang. Before I avenged my parents, I polluted myself on Mount Bidun, but after the Tang clan helped me settle that score, my mind felt cleansed." Gupi then looked toward Naok and continued, "Now I understand why I see a reflection of myself in that woman." Soryang, hearing that, glanced at him and said, "If that's the case." Soryang turned to Naok and called, "Miss." She shrank back timidly at his address. Saryong placed a hand over his chest and pledged to her, "We will definitely help you settle that grudge. If we succeed, can you promise to join the Tang clan?" Tears still rimmed Naok's eyes. Hearing him speak, she brightened as if finding a glimmer of hope and stared up at him. She stepped in front of Saryong and asked timidly, "Can you really help me? If you help me, I vow to give this life until death." Saryong, hearing her, firmly affirmed, "Don't worry, leave it to us." "So who is that bastard?" Saryong and Huiyen's gazes turned icy cold. Saryong again looked at Naok, who was dazed, and asked once more, "So who is he?" Hearing his question, she bowed her head and hesitantly said, He is." As she spoke, Naok's hands suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Gathering all her courage, she managed to speak a name. "The third young master of Taehua Gate. His name is Jin Di-seung." When Saryong heard the name, he put a hand to his chest and declared confidently, "Jin Di-seung, got it, leave him to me, I'll crush him to pieces." Hearing the name, both Gu Pi and Huiyen were stunned. Huiyen couldn't help asking, "Taehua Gate? Are you sure he's the third young master of Taehua Gate?" Seeing Huiyen so urgent, Naok replied, "Yes, exactly." Saryong, realizing something was wrong, looked puzzled and asked, "Why, is it serious?" Gu Pi grunted in response, "Master Saryong." Gu Pi told Saryong that Taehua Gate is a white path sect like ours in Sichuan. After the Tang clan, Imei, and King Cheng, they are the third great power. Upon hearing this, Saryong clenched his fist and loudly demanded, "That man is that formidable?" Huiyen put a hand to her chin and said, "If what he did is true, then the family means nothing anymore." She covered her mouth and whispered to Saryong, "The problem is the Tang clan has an agreement with Taehua Gate. Long ago, our ancestor received great favor from them. So even if someone from Taehua Gate commits a crime or a capital offense, they must be forgiven or shown leniency once." Hearing Huiyen, Saryong's mind buzzed with the words, "a pardoning privilege." Huiyen raised a finger and told Saryong, "In the martial world, a teacher's word and pacts are sacred, especially a teacher who imparts martial arts. Family reputation or titles must be preserved." Naok, not understanding their talk but worried, asked, "Is something the matter?" Saryong, fearing she would be upset, turned to Naok and said, "It's nothing, just surprised by that person's identity." Huiyen added, "We'll handle this matter, rest assured, and let us take care of everything." Hearing that, Naok hurriedly wiped her tears and said, "I truly don't know how to thank you. Finally, I can avenge Neon." No sooner had she finished speaking than Naok collapsed to the floor. The three of them, seeing this, anxiously cried out, "Miss Naok." Looking at Naok lying on the floor, Huiyen spoke up. "Maybe she fainted from the strain. First, we should take the young lady back to the Tang clan to rest." Gu Pi, arms folded across his chest, then said, "Master Saryong, this matter seems more complicated than I thought." Hearing that, Saryong looked troubled and said, "Right, I need to inform grandfather and my father-in-law first. Even with the pact, they'll surely allow it." Main hall of the Tang clan patriarch. After agreeing to help Naok, Saryong and Huiyen were in the room with Tang Chialson and Tang Museon. When the old patriarch learned of the matter, he spoke up. "Taehua Gate is a prestigious sect in Sichuan. The leader of Taehua Gate is a man of righteousness. This is indeed serious." Tang Chialson folded his hands together, looked at Saryong and asked, "So you know there's a pact with Taehua Gate and yet still want to avenge that young lady?" Saryong, hearing him, replied honestly, "Yes, father-in-law, please grant permission." Huiyen's father, hearing this, fell into a pensive expression. "From what I hear, the situation is indeed awkward. The Elders' Pact directly concerns the Tang clan's honor. If we break the rule because of an unfortunate case, who would dare make a pact with the Tang clan again?" He seemed to have made up his mind, stood up, braced his hands on the table, and declared, "Therefore no clan member or blood relative of the Tang must assist that young lady." Saryong, hearing this, couldn't quite believe it and let out a sound of protest. He sprang to his feet, trying to persuade him. "Father-in-law, please reconsider." Huiyen's father closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to help, and said, "I know nothing of that matter." Saryong became agitated at this. Seeing him, Huiyen took his hand and said, "Please don't be like this." "All right, I'll follow your wishes." Saryong, puzzled by her choice, turned and said, "Huiyen." Huiyen cheerfully continued, "I already said it. Clan members or blood relatives of the Tang clan must not help her. To avoid suspicion of Tang involvement, don't use the clan's name. If Wei Saryong acts, then it's permitted." Because Wei Saryong is not of Tang blood, Huiyen's father, hearing his daughter's words, merely turned away, cleared his throat a couple of times, and said, "Don't you dare argue when you don't understand." Saryong, hearing this, stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood the implication. Huiyun, seeing him pleased, urged, "Let's go, there's much to do if we want to help the young lady." With tacit approval secured, Soryang clenched his hands, feeling newly motivated. Great permission granted, now it's time to prove my worth as a Tang son-in-law. A wicked idea then occurred to Soryang. As a right of joining the clan, an unwritten rule is to dunk at least one person. Seeing his sly look, Huiyun grew curious to know what he was thinking. After receiving permission, Soryang and Huiyun quickly left the hall. Outside, Gu Pi brought a secret report and told Soryang, "Though permission is given, absolutely do not reveal the clan's name. I'll have our beggar gang contacts secretly investigate his movements." Soryang nodded and replied, "Yes, Gu Pi, please do." Gu Pi took the report and left. Watching his retreating back, Soryang thought the first task was to verify Jin Di-seung's whereabouts and movements. Gu Pi, formerly of the covert squad, would handle information gathering. At that moment, Soryang was opening the door and entering the room, carrying some sort of bag as he entered. Seeing Huiyun there, he greeted, "Huiyun, Miss Song Naok." Huiyun, seeing him, called out to Soryang. Soryang looked at Song Naok sitting by the tea table and asked her, "Did you rest well yesterday?" Song Naok, hearing him, nodded and answered, "Yes, brother, your care helped me feel better." Hearing her say that, Soryang broke into a smile. He looked at Naok and thought she would stay at the entrance for now. After bathing and changing clothes and letting her hair down, her face looked noticeably rosier. Soryang set the bag on the table in front of Naok and said, "I brought scar medicine back from the Tang clan." She reached out to take it and, embarrassed, said, "Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay this favor." Hearing her, Soryang immediately sat down, seizing the chance to ask, "May I ask a few questions about that incident?" Naok replied, "Yes, please." Soryang raised a finger excitedly and said, "First of all, what puzzled me most was that at this very moment Gu Pi burst into the room calling for Master Soryang. Soryang turned to look at him and said, "Gu Pi, you look out of breath. Did you verify the information and come back so quickly?" Gu Pi hesitated and said, "Actually, I ran into a guest on the way." And a figure appeared behind Gu Pi. Gu Pi had to hold his breath and make way for this old man wearing a hat. As the old man entered the room, he let out an exclamation. The three people inside stared at him in bewilderment. The old man removed his hat and chuckled, "Isn't this Doc Hoa? Long time no see." At his words, both Huiyun and Soryang were startled. Huiyun hurriedly stood, clasped her hands, and bowed politely to the old man. "I am Huiyun of the Sichuan Tang clan. I pay respects to Senior Beggar Emperor." Hearing that name, Soryang glanced at Ngan Nhi in puzzlement. Beggar Emperor. Huiyun, seeing his reaction, hurriedly said, "Soryang, perform the greeting. This is Senior Beggar Emperor, one of the three emperors, on par with the martial sovereign." Hearing her, Soryang gaped in surprise. One of the three emperors equals the leader of the martial world. He quickly composed himself, clasped his hands, and bowed. "First time meeting you, I am Soryang. I've heard the Beggar Emperor has passed on techniques to someone." The old man, pleased by the greeting, replied, "Came to see, so you're an interesting one." Naok, sitting to one side, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This old beggar." Hearing her, someone asked, "Miss Naok, do you know him?" Naok stood and said, "He's the old beggar I knew in Du City. I mentioned him before, didn't expect him to be such a senior figure. How rude of me." The old man folded his hands behind his back and said, "No matter, I'm just an old man hiding in plain sight." Huiyun rushed over and asked, "Senior Beggar Emperor, why have you come to the Tang clan? Is it about Taewa Gate's matter?" The old man laughed heartily and praised, "No wonder you're sharp, Doc Hoa." Huiyun looked as if struck by lightning and anxiously asked, "Have you come to dissuade them?" He immediately denied it, "No." He stroked his chin, looked at Soryang and said, "Knowing that child's circumstances, how could I dissuade them? I can't act openly without clear evidence, so I only came to offer a little help." Soryang, stunned, asked, "If you can't act directly, then how?" The Beggar Emperor then pointed at his own head. He pointed a finger at Soryang and said, "It's intelligence. I'm just curious how the Beggar Emperor's successor will handle this. I had people investigate events from a few years back and found that this Jin Di-seung is truly suspicious. He's a criminal among criminals, bold enough to seize women and kill. Only because he comes from a prestigious sect has his tale not been exposed. 2 incidents in Chengdu outside the city and the poor district, just what I suspect already amounts to 5 cases. Even Taewa Gate considers him a troublemaker." Hearing this, Soryang clenched his teeth, thinking this name was far worse than he'd imagined. The Beggar Emperor stroked his beard, looked hard at Naok, and continued, "After the incident in Song Village, he seemed to withdraw, except that every 3 days he'd visit the casino. He hardly went out otherwise. That's why I advised the child to use poison to deal with him. Soryang cleared his throat softly and said, then the only option is to deal with him right in the casino. Should we stage a poisoning like Naok did before? Huyen, standing nearby, promptly warned that Tang clan poisons are forbidden to use. Soryang then turned and asked, come to think of it, Miss Naok, how could you tell which dish or cup of wine was his among so many people? Naok answered immediately, it's like this. Whenever he comes, he orders very elaborate dishes, so the kitchen receives special instructions. Hearing that, he repeated the phrase, elaborate orders. Naok continued, if a dish contains crab or shrimp, he always tells them to remove it from his portion. So I put the poison in that very dish. Upon hearing this, Ket Hong also spoke up and asked, apparently if it merely touches his lips, his body will react somehow. Soryang seemed to have guessed. He frowned and thought, it's a shellfish allergy, and a severe one at that. In Soryang's mind, the chain of thought clicked, shrimp and crab, tropomyosin, protein. After a moment's thought, Soryang grinned and turned to Gu Pi. Hey, Gu Pi, chief. Go fetch the venomous creature right now, bring the yellow powder larva to me. Though unsure what Soryang meant, Gu Pi immediately replied, yes, you mean the yellow powder larva. He didn't understand and stepped forward to ask Soryang, why yellow powder larva all of a sudden? Soryang was smiling very slyly. Seeing this, Huyen called to him. Soryang's eyes brightened. He gave a wicked smile and said, that fellow, I'm going to give him a delicious death. The delicious death plan began. After Gu Pi left to fetch the ingredients, Soryang closed his eyes and started planning, code name, Operation Delicious Death. The fundamental cause of Jin D Seung's shellfish allergy is tropomyosin, a component of the muscle proteins. Tropomyosin exists in most animals, but unlike the version in vertebrates, which is about 90% similar to humans, the tropomyosin in invertebrates is much less similar and is allergenic. Importantly, tropomyosin is abundant in the yellow powder larva, indeed even more so than in crustaceans like shrimp or crab. Thinking this, Soryang stroked his chin with a smug smile. Gu Pi soon returned carrying a small bag, entered and said, young hero Soryang, as requested, I brought the yellow powder larva. Soryang turned, thanked him, good job, Gu Pi. He set up a small stove and got to work. Huyen and Gu Pi stood behind to watch. Now blanch the yellow powder larva briefly in hot water, then toss them in a pan and stir-fry over the fire. When he finished, Soryang presented a plated dish that looked fairly appetizing. Looking at the steaming plate on the table, Soryang said, please try it, this is yellow powder larva stir-fry. Hearing this, Huyen, the beggar emperor, and Naok were stunned and blurted, what, eat that? Soryang tasted it first. While munching, he cheerfully said, yes, it's nutty and fragrant, very tasty. The beggar emperor, hearing him, picked up a piece hesitantly and said, well then. Seeing that, Huyen took a piece as well and began to eat it. Everyone who tried it was astonished. Huyen froze and asked, is it really good? Naok could only munch while covering her mouth. The beggar emperor scooped another piece and said, impossible, what kind of insect tastes this good? Seeing everyone enjoy it, Soryang felt pleased and smug. Of course, it's delicious. He even dubbed them nutty larvae. The beggar emperor, chewing another piece, nodded at Soryang in approval and said, the flavor is indeed good, but how do you plan to assassinate Jin D Seung with this? Soryang, arms folded across his chest, replied nonchalantly, doesn't he react when he eats shrimp or crab? He raised a finger and began to explain to everyone, what is harmless to you may be poison to someone else. These yellow powder larvae also contain components toxic to him, like shrimp and crab, just as Miss Peng Yingying is sensitive to bee venom. Mashed and mixed into other dishes, they only enhance the nutty aroma, leaving no reason to suspect poisoning. When he finished, the beggar emperor laughed in satisfaction and said, so that's why you call it a nutty death. Soryang went on, the more you add, the more certain the effect, so put in a lot. The question is which dish to use. Just as he posed the difficult question, Naok raised her hand and said, I have an idea. Soryang asked Miss Naok. Naok added, at the casino they often eat a dish called liat tha quin, why not put the yellow powder larvae in that? Soryang, puzzled by the strange name, asked, liat tha quin. Seeing he didn't know, Naok clasped her hands and explained. It's made from glutinous rice with a red bean filling, coated with syrup and then rolled in bean powder. If you mix in larva powder, no one will notice. Hearing Naok, Soryang stroked his chin and analyzed inwardly. A rice cake soaked with larva powder and sticky with syrup, this dish is perfectly suited to be deliciously choking. Naok, firm and resolute, told them, let me make this liat tha quin myself. I must avenge this with my own hands. The beggar emperor touched his beard in assent. Revenge must be done by the hand itself. The final meal of a Jianghu villain being insect-dusted Liat Thaquin is indeed a fitting end for a vermin like him. Soryang turned to Huiyun excitedly, then arranged for women to be brought to the casino owner as the condition, and I'll persuade him to lend us the kitchen for a day. Huiyun liked the idea and added, we might even gamble to keep him occupied. Soryang smiled confidently, thinking to himself, very good. The plan grows more perfect, a scheme that ensures he cannot escape death. A few days later at the casino, outside the door there was no one on guard. The lights inside were still on. Jin Di-seung had arrived with a bodyguard following behind. He carried a large money pouch, his face flushed with arrogance. As soon as Jin Di-seung appeared, the chief of the hall bowed hurriedly to greet him. Young master, you're here. Jin Di-seung passed by and only briefly replied in greeting, bring wine and women to where I usually sit. He lifted the curtain to go to his usual seat, but the hall chief hurried after him and said, excuse me, but that seat is occupied by a special guest. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, a special guest? When he saw who was sitting in his usual place, Jin Di-seung was startled. He and his bodyguard standing at the door noticed members of the Tang clan were present, and with a glance he saw Huiyun was also there, the Tang clan's Dak Hoa Huiyun. Seeing Huiyun sweep back her hair so gracefully, Jin Di-seung stepped forward and said, greetings, Miss Huiyun, unexpected to meet you here. Huiyun pretended not to know and turned to say excuse me, but the moment was. He blushed and bashful said, I am Jin Di-seung, a senior disciple of Taehua Gate. I once paid respects before, may I ask if you remember? Hearing this, Soryang exclaimed, yes, that's right. Soryang propped his chin on his hand and acting cool said, Huiyun, how is it? Impressed by my prowess? Huiyun turned away, ignoring Jin Di-seung and said, Soryang is formidable indeed. Seeing his glory usurped, Jin Di-seung's face darkened. He covered his mouth and whispered to his bodyguard, who is that beside her? His guard replied, they say Dak Hoa already has a fiancé, it's likely him. Jin Di-seung shouted, what fiancé? Seeing Soryang scratching his head like an idiot, Jin Di-seung thought to himself, such a frail kid. I've never even embraced a beauty like that. Haven't I? A few years ago that wench from Song Village was quite something. Recalling that, he broke into a sly smile. Jin Di-seung couldn't help but remember and think, if only it hadn't struggled so fiercely back then, I might have accidentally killed it. Pity I didn't get to torment its sister more. At that thought, his despicable face finally showed. Jin Di-seung then stepped up to Soryang and Huiyun's table and slapped the table to get their attention. As soon as Jin Di-seung sat, he waved his hand grandly and said, pleasure to meet Dak Hoa's lover, care for a round with me? Soryang heartily replied, all right. Jin Di-seung smiled slyly at Soryang, thinking this is a good chance. I'll drain his money and make a laughingstock of him. A while later, Jin Di-seung could no longer smile. Sweat poured off him as if he'd been bathed. Huiyun and Gu Pi, standing behind, cheered. Soryang won again. Jin Di-seung's coin bags had been cleaned out by Soryang. He could hardly believe his eyes, staring at Soryang's money bags in panic. An entire watch spent losing, already half the money he brought gone. After Soryang stowed the cash away, he laughed loudly and said, well then, I'll take my leave. Jin Di-seung could only grit his teeth and say, please go. Watching the three, Soryang, Huiyun, and Gu Pi, leave, Jin Di-seung clenched his fists in fury, trembling and thinking, damn it, what humiliation is this? Calm down, it's just bad luck. He tried to reassure himself, sighed, and tense and a bit hungry, decided to get something to eat. At that moment, three people at the next table were talking. One said, hey, aren't the Liat Thaquin better than usual today? The man to his left agreed. Why's it so nutty? Tastier than the street vendors. Jin Di-seung was drawn in by them and asked his bodyguard, is that really that good? The guard brought over a plate and said, today's extra nutty and tasty, would you like to try, young master? Without suspicion, Jin Di-seung reached for a piece and said, very well. He bit and chewed, it tasted superb, chewier and more fragrant the more he chewed. Then suddenly his body reacted, his pupils contracted, veins standing out on his face. Jin Di-seung clenched his jaws, he coughed, staggered and collapsed. The bodyguard panicked, shouting, young master. Jin Di-seung lay on the floor, his face turning purple. He raised his hands as if to clutch his throat, thinking this feeling was. Saliva ran from his mouth, he could only hack a few dry coughs. Just then Soryang, Huiyun, and Gu Pi returned, saw what happened and rushed over. What's going on? The guard shouted. He collapsed while eating Liat Thaquin. Soryang stepped forward and said, please step back a moment, we'll take a look. The guard, panicking, could only shout, young master, wake up. Jin Di-seung was gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. With one hand he clutched Soryang's sleeve and croaked, "Save me." Seeing him barely able to stand, Soryang finally spoke, "Master Tran, how do you find the Liat Thaquin?" Under Soryang's cold stare he felt fear. Soryang looked at his purpled face, the tears and snot streaking him, and continued, "The crimes in Song Village, may you regret them forever in the 9 springs." Hearing that, Jin Di-seung used his last strength to grab Soryang's collar. He couldn't speak, only thought, how could this bastard know about that? He hacked a few dry coughs, trying to say something but couldn't. Soryang pushed him off and called out loudly, "Oh my, he seems to be in unbearable pain." Jin Di-seung tried to cry out a word, but it came out garbled. Soryang then announced before everyone, "A patient who thrashes can't be treated with inner energy, hold him down quickly." Hearing him, the others crowded in to help pin Jin Di-seung down. He tried to cough up something but couldn't do anything. Soryang told everyone, "Hold him tighter." Hearing that, they pressed him down even harder so he couldn't struggle. Jin Di-seung lay on the ground, reduced to weak breaths, gasping for small sips of air. Looking at the broken cake on the floor, Soryang thought the lingering nutty aroma in his mouth would become the last memory of his life. After dealing with TR letter 1EA5ND stroke letter 1EA1ITH letter 1EFNG, Soryang and Huyen escorted her back to her village. Naok stood before her sister's grave. Her uncle and aunt bowed, grateful, saying, "Please take good care of Naok. The child is so young and has suffered so much." Hearing them, Soryang folded his hands and earnestly replied, "Yes, she's now of the Tang clan, please don't worry." Watching Naok at her sister's grave, Soryang thought we should visit Song Village before returning to the Tang clan. Jin Di-seung's matter was luckily handled quietly, causing no waves. I heard they only conducted a preliminary investigation into the poison and those nearby. After all, he's a child sent out by a family, so they seemed intent on keeping this from blowing up. Naok stood by her sister's grave a while before calling, "Neon. It's taken too long, hasn't it? I'm sorry." She wept, trembling as she placed both hands on the grave. She touched the grass grown over her sister's tomb and shuddered. Naok burst into tears like a child and said, "Sister, I should have come home earlier that day. I'm sorry, truly sorry." Seeing Naok like that, Soryang felt something stir. He widened his eyes as Soryang glanced away and said, "Even the cicadas are crying." Huyen beside them, moved for them, softly added, "Yes." Naok had collapsed. The cries sounded like her little sister's voice echoing back. Sure enough, Naok's little sister seemed to be saying something to her elder sister. Naok then took out the fragrant sachet and placed it on her sister's gravestone. Under the afternoon sun, Naok stood in the field, hands covering her face as she sobbed. Cut to the back alleys of the capital city of Sichuan. The air there smelled slightly musty. No one passed on the street below. An old man wearing a hat walked by, happily eating a snack. The beggar emperor carried a bag of food and left while eating. He said it looked a bit gross, but trust me, it's rich and delicious. On the way, he passed a drunk who hadn't sobered up. The beggar emperor munched and hummed, "The Avenger's dish is hearty, he's quite a character." 2 figures on a rooftop were watching him. The beggar emperor noticed immediately and cast a wary glance. He crushed the food in his hand and said, displeased, "Only thieves would lurk hiding like that, show yourselves." The men on the roof were startled by his words. The black-haired one gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, with another man following behind. The men on the roof were startled by his words. The black-haired one gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, with another man following behind. The 2 who appeared before Hong Kiat were among the 5 Emperor Divine Thieves, Kang Jai-ho and his disciple Cho Yong-ryeon. Kang Jai-ho led his disciple up to the beggar emperor and said, "Thief, that stings a bit, haven't you greeted me like that in ages?" Hong Kiat calmly clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "If I don't call you a thief, what else would I call you?" Kang Jai-ho laughed happily and said, "I meant divine thief, sounds cooler, right? Besides, my disciple is here, keep some face." The girl clasped her hands and greeted politely, "I'm Cho Yong-ryeon." The beggar emperor wiped his nose with his hand and said, "That one alone is headache enough, now he brings a disciple, more trouble." He then asked, "What wind blew you to Sichuan?" Kang Jai-ho scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed, and said, "I have a question to ask. I'm looking for someone who knows silkworms better than anyone in all of Central Plains." The beggar emperor folded his arms and asked, "Silkworms?" Kang Jai-ho pointed to the band wrapped around his arm and said, "See this, my divine relic, the heavenly silkworm ribbon, recently snapped. I thought it would last my whole life, but it too has limits. Our custom is to pass the heavenly silkworm ribbon to a disciple when their cultivation is complete, but with the way things are, I can't pass anything on." The beggar emperor nodded, saying, "Silkworms? If so, I know someone." Kang Jai-ho, hearing this, asked excitedly, "Really, brother?" The beggar emperor smiled faintly and nodded. Kang Jai-ho, seeing his expression, looked puzzled. The beggar emperor thought of Soryang and said seriously, across the Central Plains, he is probably the one who knows insects best. A few days later, at the Eastern Poison Hall, shrill screams echoed throughout the hall. It was Soryang. His eyes were rolled back, drool splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain. Hwangan was whipping Soryang's back, shouting, "Young Master Soryang, push harder. He's training the Iron Dragon technique, the unique poison art of the Fist Emperor. And Gan and the little O apprentices are standing by waiting for you." When beaten, human muscles tense and contract. But at that exact moment, channeling chi hardens the body. In short, the more one is beaten to death, the stronger one becomes. Hwan loudly encouraged him, "Soryang, keep going." The little O apprentices, seeing their mother, joined in the cheers. Hwangan prepared to strike again and said, "Now the real beginning starts." A little O apprentice happened to see this. Seeing Hwangan's leather whip, he mistook it for his mother's feather stick. Excited, his eyes lit up. Without thinking, the child jumped out of Hwan's lap. She cried out in surprise. Seeing the child rushing toward the whip, Soryang turned and shouted in alarm, "Watch out." He quickly reached out to catch the child. At that moment, the whip struck Soryang's back. Unprepared for the pain, it shot through his whole body. Hwan hurried over and called to Soryang. He put the child down and breathed relieved. That was close. Seeing the little O apprentice unharmed, Hwan's face hardened and she scolded, "Hwan, that was dangerous. What were you thinking? Can't we have one peaceful day?" The child hung his head, looking ashamed. Soryang asked, "Is Hwan always causing trouble?" Hwan sighed helplessly and said, "Yes, he's so active he can't sit still. He opens his eyes and immediately causes trouble. Last time he chased a butterfly and caused a frightful commotion." Soryang, realizing there's no defending him, could only say, "Poor thing, he almost got badly hurt." Watching the little O apprentices, Soryang could only smile wryly. Anyone who's raised pets knows that even within the same species, each one has its own temperament. As you can see, Hwan is curious and spoiled. Ever since So caused that big incident recently, Hwan has temporarily held the title of the household troublemaker. So is the eldest sister, calm and authoritative. She keeps the younger ones in line and can be very strict when needed. Finally, Ban is usually quiet, cool on the outside but warm inside and treasures us the most. She sleeps a lot and can be a little troublesome. Watching the three happily playing with Hwan, Soryang laughed to himself. Though they look alike, each has their own personality. All are special kids. May they grow up strong and become sovereign venom lords like their mother. Just then, Naok arrived with Gu Pi, Naok clutching something in her arms. Gu Pi called out, "Young Master Soryang, you're here." Seeing the two, Soryang greeted them. Gu Pi and Naok came along. He looked at them and said excitedly, "You two are up early and working hard. Naok, the Venom team uniform suits you." She smiled and replied, "Thank you." Seeing Naok gradually regain vitality, Soryang felt somewhat relieved. After returning to the Tang clan, Naok joined the Venom team and even received martial instruction personally from the former elder, truly a blessing. He put his hands on his hips and asked Naok, "How are things at the Tang clan lately?" She happily replied, "Everyone treats me better than I deserve, and the work isn't too hard." Naok opened the jar and said to him, "Also, these are the things you asked for." Hearing that, Soryang was a bit puzzled. "The things I asked for?" Soryang then stepped over and looked inside. Seeing the pile, Soryang couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "This many." Gu Pi waved his hand, smiling. "To be honest, these crickets are more than we can use." Naok worked far too meticulously. Soryang, mouth agape, thought being too competent could become a problem. Thinking that, Soryang raised a finger and said excitedly, "If so, I'll arrange to bring a few new ones to the Venom yard soon." Gu Pi, hearing he wanted more, said, "So the young master is finally going out to catch new Venom beasts?" Soryang crossed his arms, nodded slightly, and replied, "I could stop breeding them, but honestly, feeding them to other strange beasts is still the best option." Hwan stepped forward and said, "Soryang, first I think you should wait for news from the Muram Alliance. If you plan an expedition to collect them, there must be an official order. With the blood sect's current situation, it's not easy to get permission to leave." Hwan then switched to a worried tone. "I heard the leader personally led troops to attack the Deweal border, but since then there's been no word." Soryang and Gu Pi, hearing this, grew angry. He cursed inside, "Damn those miserable mosquitoes." At that moment, a servant named H1ED1T, H1EA3I rushed in calling, "Soryang, young master." Hwan and Soryang turned around. And Gan then asked her, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The girl, panting and flustered, said, "Master, the two Zhou have arrived at the main hall. He said he has something to instruct both of you." Huiyan, hearing this, asked curiously, "Father?" At the family's main hall at that moment, Tang Qiaolson was in the room. He propped his hands up and smiled. Seeing him like that, Huiyan and Saryang both felt a twinge of worry, unsure why they had been called. Saryang, noticing he remained pensive and silent, thought, "Usually he's very busy at this hour. What could this call be about? Has something else happened? Why is he smiling like that? It bodes ill." Tang Qiaolson smiled and opened his mouth. "My son-in-law, I bring the news you've been waiting for." Hearing him, Saryang felt a surge of nervous excitement. He pointed to the scroll in his hand and said with a pleased smile, "Finally news from the Murim Alliance. The expedition was a great victory." Saryang and Huiyan were overjoyed. Huiyan couldn't help asking again, "Is it true, father?" Her father told them the martial leader had struck a village on the Diwial border and completely destroyed the blood sect's base. Half the cultists were killed or captured, the rest fled into Diwial. Saryang put his hands on the table, his face eager and probing. "So that means?" Huiyan's father said to them, "At last we can go hunt venom beasts as we wished. I authorize you to form an expedition team." Hearing this, the two clasped hands and danced with joy. Saryang squinted and grinned. "If I'd known, I'd already have the destination planned." Huiyan agreed with him, "Truly, Saryang." Tang Qiaolson folded his hands and spoke slowly, "In that case, I have a place to recommend." Saryang turned and replied, "Yes, father-in-law." Huiyan's father continued seriously, "For the Tang clan Venom team's first expedition, nowhere is more suitable than that place. Countless venom beasts roam there, and at the entrance there are species comparable to the golden phoenix rank. A place hailed as the paradise of venom beasts, and that place is Yunnan, on the distant southwestern edge of the Central Plains, under Sichuan territory. There is a place where the animals' cries are heard before people's words, the Yunnan rainforest. Deep within, between the Ai Lao Mountains, lies a hidden valley called Poison Valley." Saryang lay on his bed, hands behind his head, eyes sparkling with eager thought. His father-in-law had said it was a land where strange stones rose like a forest and mysterious beasts appeared everywhere. To him, it was a fairyland on earth. Saryang lay on the bed with Ironrock Beast and the little O apprentices, grinning with excitement as he wondered what creatures lived there. He could hardly wait. He picked up a little O apprentice who was fast asleep, squinted and said, "Wait a bit longer, I'll bring you lots of new friends." A few days later at the Tang clan, a squad selected from the Venom unit was formed into an expedition. Management of the Venom Yard was entrusted to Miss Naok. She was officially appointed deputy captain of the Venom unit. Without rank, it would be inconvenient for her to give orders directly while we're away. After all preparations were completed, just as we were about to depart the Tang clan, a little O apprentice clung to Saryang's leg and cried loudly, refusing to let him go. The other little O apprentices, along with two juvenile Ironrock Beast and Yoa, also clung tightly to Saryang, not letting him leave. Saryang stiffened and could only say, "You must let go so I can set off, okay?" The kids cried, showing they didn't want him to. Saryang laughed and said, "Understand me, I only go to bring back more friends, don't worry. While I'm away, the Venom unit uncles will supply you with yang energy." Yoa, hearing this, cried out. Yoa spat silk, pinning Saryang to the ground so he couldn't move. Saryang shouted, "Yoa, let me go." Huiyan saw this and said, "It seems they don't want to be apart from you." Saryang helplessly replied, "Really, she insists on following." The old master heard this and objected, "Then that's not allowed, others might be fine, but Yoa looks exactly like a Hong and Gan flower, doesn't she? That giant spider body will draw everyone's attention, and we can't exactly explain it away." Yoa, displeased, immediately showed its annoyance and let out a few cries, making everyone in the courtyard turn to look. The spider body beneath Yoa then slowly began to retract, and then vanished completely. Yoa let out a triumphant cry. Tang Museong was astonished and stammered, "What? Its body disappeared?" Saryang reacted even more dramatically, mouth agape and eyes wide, shouting, "What the hell is this? What just happened? Where did my Yoa's beautiful body go?" Saryang ran over, fell to his knees, and hugged where Yoa's hidden body would be. When he touched it, it felt soft and downy. The old master and Yoa were still stunned. Tang Museong said, "It seems it can hide its body from sight." Saryang cheered, now no one would mistake it for a demon spider. Huiyan felt somewhat relieved and said, "If so, it looks like they can all come along. I'll help watch them." Saryang scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "That's best." Huiyan then turned to the three little O apprentices and the two juvenile Ironrock Beasts. "Since you ignored father's orders and caused trouble, you must behave on the road, understood? The kids cried out in agreement. After everything was settled, Soryang said, "All right then, we're ready to depart," and thus began the expedition's first journey. Near Mount Amei in Sichuan, at a checkpoint, a long line of people had formed, and the Tang clan group had arrived there. Soryang, walking near the back, asked, "Gu Pi, why is the line so long?" Gu Pi turned and answered, "It's the checkpoint. Since the blood sect appeared, checks like this sometimes happen right on the road. I heard it's not easy to get through here. Are we okay?" Soryang, a bit frightened, said, "We just have to wait in line, right? You see, everyone passing the station has to be searched." At that moment, a short-haired girl recognized them and exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that the V letter 1EA1ND stroke letter 1B0 letter 1EDDNG Divine General? Even people from the Tang clan are here." Tang Museong stepped forward and greeted, "We are on our way to Yunnan. Could you let us pass?" The girl smiled and said, "Of course you may pass, just go straight ahead." Soryang and the others were momentarily stunned. The Tang clan's influence is indeed great. Wherever you go, you are treated with such respect. Just then, the short-haired girl's expression turned fearful, which made Yoa start. "Wait, hold on a moment." She was hovering in midair, in the sky. Everyone turned in shock to look at Yoa. Its feet were no longer touching the ground. Soryang feared they would be discovered, thinking its invisible body made it look like a floating pattern. The short-haired girl praised it effusively. "That's void flight technique. She has mastered a divine skill." The Tang clan members were flustered, and Yoa grew even prouder. Bystanders gathered and asked, "Since when did the young miss practice such a rare skill?" Amazing, truly worthy of the three blossoms of the martial world. Yoa, embarrassed by the praise, could only scratch its head. Huiyan, face concealed under a hat, stepped forward and pulled a flower from behind her, startling it into a cry. Immediately, Soryang and Huiyan hurriedly plucked the flower away. The Tang clan members quickly departed, apologizing that the young miss was merely shy. Those at the checkpoint could only stare after them in bewilderment. Huiyan ran while holding her hat, saying, "Soryang, do something about Yoa quickly, people will get the wrong idea." Soryang ran after her and reassured her, "Please stay calm, Huiyan." To avoid suspicion over the blooming, Huiyan dressed as a man and kept her face covered throughout the journey in the Central Plains. Superstition sees twins as an ill omen, almost like demonic influence. A few small incidents like that happened along the way, but in the end they reached Yunnan safely. At that moment, Soryang walked along, glancing around, and had to exclaim in surprise. Looking at the majestic mountains ahead, Soryang said, "So this is the Ai Lao Mountains." Tang Museong stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, and replied, "That's right, just a bit further and we'll reach Poison Valley." The party began moving again. Soryang turned his head and said, "But don't you all notice something strange?" Gu Pi, walking behind, asked, "What do you mean?" Soryang said, "It's oddly quiet around here." Everyone halted on alert. Soryang surveyed the surroundings and analyzed. There was no sound from the mountain crevices or caves, nor from the trees. He put a hand to his chin, frowning in puzzlement. "I can't sense any sign of life at all." Tang Museong also noticed what Soryang mentioned. The feeling was familiar, exactly like when we hunted the Blue Venom Patriarch. Soryang, unsure, asked about the Blue Venom Patriarch. Tang Museong nodded once and continued, "Indeed, around its lair even the insect sounds vanish. Either they fled or they've all become prey. I'll scout around, the rest of you fall back to the confluence between the Yun and Amuk rivers. There you can still see birds flying." He finished speaking and, without waiting for a reply, used lightness skill to fly off. Huiyan recalled his words and said, "He was right. On the side we crossed, birds and insects were still present." Gu Pi chimed in as if something were dividing the area along the river. Soryang raised his hand to his chin, thinking deeply. So some creature must live in Ai Lao yet to claim such a vast territory. Having thought it over, Soryang folded his arms and said, "Strange." Huiyan turned to ask, "Why?" Soryang felt puzzled and told Huiyan, "A beast that would claim an area this large as its lair must be gigantic, like the Blue Venom Patriarch." Huiyan then asked, "Right?" Soryang nodded and said, "But I see no traces, neither across the river nor along the trail deeper into Ai Lao. If nothing is here, how does it hunt and find food? Its estimated size would be enormous, yet the environment here doesn't seem suitable to sustain prey. Truly strange." Gu Pi agreed it made sense and said, "Now that you mention it, that's true. Hopefully the Elder Scout will find something." A while later, the old master returned from scouting with two others. Seeing his son-in-law, he called out. Soryang, noticing him, answered, "Grandfather." He quickly regained his composure and spoke plainly, "I couldn't find anything even at the entrance of Ai Lao." Saryang, startled, exclaimed, "What?" Tang Museong told everyone the Poison Valley may be the same. The sun's setting. Rest here tonight and we'll continue searching tomorrow. Saryang scratched his head and replied, "Yes, let's do that." He clenched his teeth and fists, determined. Whatever it is, we can't return empty-handed. We must catch it. Night fell in the forest, and everyone sat around the campfire to rest. Saryang sat in a corner with the young venom beasts. Huyen saw him and carried a plate of meat toward him. Huyen brought the plate of meat over and said, "Saryang, feed these to the little ones. Let father rest. Hurry back to the field." He looked up, smiled, and replied, "Thanks, Huyen." Huyen sat down beside Saryang and asked, "What are you doing?" Saryang glanced at the map on the ground and answered, "I'm gauging how wide this area is. I believe its lair is probably near the center." Just then, one of the little apprentices perched on Saryang's head spotted a dragonfly. Saryang was happily pointing things out to Huyen and didn't notice, stretching from here over to the other side like this. The child suddenly stomped on Saryang's head and jumped up with a shout. The little quickly snatched the dragonfly, causing Saryang and Huyen to startle and cry out. Both of them went weak at the knees and sank to the ground. Saryang scolded, "You nearly gave me a heart attack, don't just pop out like that." Huyen looked down and, a bit surprised, said, "You were going to catch that dragonfly in midair." Saryang replied, "Maybe because we're near the river there are lots of dragonflies, but just a moment ago I didn't see a single one." No sooner had he spoken than several dragonflies flew out. He looked up and said, "Wait, dragonflies." Saryang and Huyen hurriedly gathered the kids and rushed to the old master. "Grandfather, could you return to the spots we checked earlier and see how many dragonflies are flying there now?" The old man, who was standing, turned and asked, "What do you mean?" Saryang raised his hand and explained to everyone, "I mean ground creatures can hide, but dragonflies can fly anywhere, right? If something threatens them, they'll flee for a while, but when the danger passes, they'll come back." At that, Saryang grew serious. "That means the reason we saw no creatures isn't because this place is their territory, but because before we arrived, something had already swept the entire area clean." Early the next morning, just at dawn, Saryang's group hurriedly set out, quickly running deeper into the forest. The old man brought up the rear, loudly warning everyone that ahead lay a dense, dangerous forest. "You all, be careful of venomous insects that might appear, stay highly alert." Saryang was running in front and called back loudly and clearly. Everyone hurried. Saryang ran, panting heavily, thinking to himself that if he was right and something was moving ahead, they had to chase it before it went too far. Tang Museong, having caught up, ran beside Saryang and worriedly asked, "Saryang, you're very tired, right?" There was no time for hesitation. Saryang immediately affirmed, "No, I can still keep going." Saryang's face was now full of excitement. Normally he might complain, but he couldn't stop until he caught that thing. Suddenly a loud sound echoed from ahead, and Saryang immediately heard it. He froze in curiosity. Everyone else heard it too and stopped. Saryang wondered what the sound was. Hearing this, Gu Pi spoke to him. Gu Pi said it sounded like the rustling of a bamboo forest in a strong wind. Strange, could there really be a bamboo grove ahead? Very quickly, two people at the front shouted a warning. "There's a cliff ahead, be careful, there's something down there." When Saryang approached, he was stunned into silence. Gu Pi also exclaimed in surprise, "It was." They stood at the cliff edge and looked down. In the valley below, a giant colony of ants, thousands of them, was moving. Seeing this, Tang Museong was also stunned and uttered, "Ants, aren't they?" Looking at those enormous red ants, someone curiously asked, "What are all those things covering the ground?" Gu Pi observed them and offered his opinion. Judging by their size, they didn't look like ordinary ants. Tang Museong had to remark as well that he'd never seen anything like this, not even in the old Tang clan books. "Saryang, do you know what those are?" Hearing the question, Saryang rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Even I have never seen anything so large, but they look like army ants." Tang Museong, hearing that strange name, asked in bewilderment, "Army ants?" Army ants are a species originating from Africa and the Americas. They are nomadic ants that move in large swarms. Most ants build nests in safe places with abundant food and lead settled lives. But army ants are different. When food runs out, they migrate en masse, forming huge marching columns. Their appearance resembles an army on the move, hence the name army ants. Moreover, they are extremely aggressive. Anyone who recklessly confronts them will face great disaster. Saryang's group was now hiding behind tree trunks. Seeing such huge ants, they were a bit afraid. Saryang quietly told everyone, "Now let's quietly retreat, everyone." No sooner had Saryang finished speaking than someone accidentally stepped on a branch underfoot, making a noise. Saryang and Gu Pi turned to look at him. The ants seemed to have heard as well. He was terrified and quickly covered his mouth. His face changed to one of panic. Seeing that, Saryang also turned to look. The sight left him rooted to the spot. In front of him, the ants had gathered together. Thousands of eyes swarmed towards Saryang. He froze and stammered, "Everyone." Saryang immediately turned and ran. He shouted, "Run, everyone, run now." The ants showed no mercy and would not let them pass. The silent mountain suddenly became extremely noisy. The chase had officially begun. Saryang's group dashed forward with all their might. Gu Pi ran and shouted, "They're fast, much faster than I thought." The person beside him echoed the shout. Just then, as they ran out, a deer appeared grazing. At that exact moment, the ant swarm arrived. Seeing the deer, an ant leapt onto it and in a single motion tore the deer in two, blood spraying everywhere. Saryang glanced at the scene and was so startled he shouted loudly. He kept running while turning to Huian's old man and said, "The ants detect prey through vibrations. At this rate, they'll see us as prey and keep charging." The old man, hearing him, asked, "So what should we do?" Suddenly Saryang froze as if he'd noticed something. Saryang quickly shouted to the group, "We have to cross the river. The ants can't cross water." After running for their lives for a while, they finally saw it. Tang shouted, "There's the ford ahead, jump." No sooner had he finished than everyone leapt into the river without hesitation. The ants couldn't follow, so they could only stand on the bank and look down. After a while, Saryang's group finally surfaced in the water. Seeing that the ants on the bank had thinned out, Gu Pi called out, "Look, they're retreating, we made it." Once the ants had all left, Saryang's people swam ashore. One person, as he climbed up, breathed a sigh of relief. That was almost death, felt like stepping into the afterlife. Saryang carried Ogong ashore, then wearily lay on the ground and asked, "Are you okay? Father will dry you off right now." After everyone had rested, Tang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Truly astonishing creatures. I, the venerated master of myriad poisons, have feared no enemy, yet these ants make me tremble." Saryang frowned and added, "They spare nothing, they swallow any nearby living creature. We must be extremely careful, no wonder there aren't any beasts around here." Tang raised a hand, stroking his beard, and said, "If they form such a massive colony, everything just now makes sense." Saryang sighed wearily. "I thought it was some strange demon beast, but it turned out to be ants." The sun was setting. The old man then said, "The sun has gone down, this area seems safe now. Let's rest a bit." Saryang obediently replied, "Yes, Grandpa." Saryang looked over at the exhausted Gu Pi and the captain and said, "Gu Pi, once it's fully dark, we'll approach the ant colony and assess the situation." The man sitting on the ground asked, "What exactly do you want to inspect?" Saryang casually replied, "Of course the ant colony." Gu Pi trembled, clutching his chest. "We just escaped their claws. Do you want to go back now?" The old captain behind him stammered in agreement. "You don't intend to catch them all like you did with the Mao Wind King ants, do you?" Seeing their strong reactions, Saryang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, how could we catch them all?" Gu Pi breathed a sigh of relief. But Saryang's next words hit them like a bolt from the blue. "I only want to catch a few." Saryang looked embarrassed but wouldn't allow them to refuse, saying, "Of course you'll come with me, right?" And so they once again stepped into that deadly forest. The night raid was a roaring success. When they emerged from the forest, each person carried an ant they'd captured. After escaping the ants, Gu Pi panted and exclaimed, "I can't believe we did something this crazy again. Because you said we'd go at night, I thought they'd be fast asleep." Saryang laughed heartily and said, "Ants don't sleep." The captain was now skewering 3 ants together. Seeing one still on Gu Pi's hand, Gu Pi hurriedly took it off. Saryang, seeing this, laughed and said, "But anyway, it's a success, right? We caught 4 ants." Gu Pi held the ant in his hand and turned to ask Saryang, "So can we really raise them?" He pressed his lips, thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right." He glanced at the ants lying stunned on the ground and said, "But judging by their reactions, this will be very difficult. Their memory only lasts about 3 days, so training is pointless, and without a queen, we can't control them." Gu Pi immediately blurted out, "So you mean this is all just a waste of time?" Saryang replied, "A waste of time? We caught such beautiful ants, they'd look extremely impressive even just displayed at the Tang clan." Hearing that, Gu Pi covered his face and cried. The old captain had to come over and console him. Saryang could only grin wryly, thinking that this was the Venom squad the captain had personally selected. He must be so proud. Tang, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Saryang, what do you plan to do next? If we move to search for other demonic beasts, we could go west to Royale or south to Sichuan. The dense forests there should have plenty of animals." Saryang's face lit up with excitement. He raised one finger and answered, "No, first we'll reunite with Huiyan, then follow the ant swarm. Actually, I want to get ahead of them." Gu Pi, hearing this, went pale and stammered, "Get ahead of them?" The old captain wiped sweat and gaped, asking again. Soryang's eyes sparkled as he continued, "We'll target the venomous creatures that panic and flee ahead of the ant march. That will make catching venomous creatures much easier. It's a great opportunity, wouldn't it be fun? We'll also join their march." Gu Pi and the old captain sighed in silence. After saying this, Soryang thought to himself that it was unlikely they'd all come back alive. If we don't catch these ants, it's fine. But with this plan, we'll wipe out every venomous creature in this forest. He held the little gong in his arms, thinking and smiling with obvious excitement. Scene changed to the forest. Soryang's group had returned and reunited with Huiyan. Everyone sat around the campfire with only Soryang and Huiyan examining the ants. When Huiyan saw the ants, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, the two little gong are curious when they see these two." Huiyan looked at the ants on the ground and asked in bewilderment, "Are you planning to rush headlong into these monsters and catch all the venomous creatures fleeing from them? Why are the bees now arranging ants? Didn't we just escape the Mao Wind King ants?" Seeing Huiyan about to object, Soryang smiled and said, "Still, last time you said the result was good, right?" Huiyan agreed it made sense, but she remained worried and said, "That's true, but Grandpa once said, during the days of constantly fleeing before the Mao Wind King ants, I had to expend my internal power again and again. Because of that, I absorbed most of the energy from Gong's inner core." Hearing Huiyan, Soryang was happy for her. He hadn't expected she would gain such a great opportunity. Now the Gong have transformed twice and no longer need inner core energy to survive. Seize this chance to absorb the remaining energy completely. Tang Museong approached from behind holding a skewer of meat. Having heard their conversation, he said, "Now that you mention it, Soryang, if that's the case, then you should run away because of that." Huiyan found his point reasonable and added, "Right, Soryang also ingested the elixir of the Mao Wind King, so Soryang also needs to absorb that inner power." Soryang pointed at himself and felt a bit embarrassed. "That's right," he stammered, "my lightness skill isn't very good, so Grandpa will have to carry me while running." Seeing his unwilling expression, the old man laughed loudly and teased, "You ran well today, this is a great chance for you to train." Hearing that, Soryang stiffened, gritted his teeth in fear. Huiyan, knowing he was anxious, came over, took his hand and said, "Soryang, tomorrow you'll run with me, right?" He couldn't form a full reply under Huiyan's pouty look. Huiyan didn't want him to refuse, so she gave a small smile. Her cheeks flushed. Huiyan reached out and in a gentle tone said to him, "This is punishment for acting on your own." Seeing Huiyan's delicate face, Soryang thought to himself that her expression showed a strange satisfaction, as if she just swallowed the powder of a seductive golden butterfly. The next morning, the large-scale venomous creature collection began. In the forest, the ant swarm was chasing a wild boar. The boar ran and screamed in panic, but all its efforts were in vain. Before long, the ants caught up and climbed onto the boar, then immediately launched their attack. Seeing the ants tearing into the boar, Soryang's group leapt down and ran ahead of them. Soryang ran while glancing at Huiyan and said, "The hunting team leads. The ant legion is in front, so be careful. They bite anything in their path." After saying that to Huiyan, Soryang pushed himself to run. He wore a confident smile, thinking this was his plan. The distance between him and them was about 60 zhang, roughly 200 meters. When they start moving, we'll close that to under 30 zhang and maintain it while running. Soryang now surged ahead. Tang Museong ran on the outside to keep an eye on the kids. Soryang kept thinking that when venomous creatures appeared, he'd hand them off to the main group running alongside. After carefully placing the captured venomous creatures into cages, he'd leave them on the far bank of the river, out of the ants' reach. And so the deadly race began once more. Soryang's team chased the forest animals with the ant swarm closing in from behind. Soryang reached out and caught a green snake. Holding the snake, Soryang felt energized and excited. Good, V letter 1EA1N, D stroke letter 1ED9C, C letter 1ED1C's name isn't empty. Venomous creatures are appearing everywhere. We'll catch every animal here. The hunt continued for another hour or two, and venomous creatures began to be collected without hindrance. By now, Soryang, Huiyan, and Gun Pi had caught a fair number while the ant swarm still pursued. Soryang ran and tossed the snake to the old captain, saying, "Another female for you." The captain put the snake into a box while running and asked, "Soryang, are you all right?" He replied, yes, there are many venomous creatures waiting for me, so I can't get tired. Huiyan ran right behind him and called a warning. Saryang, there's a giant snake ahead. He turned and thought, a giant snake. He looked up and immediately saw the snake on a branch. It glittered, and he felt delighted. The electric python colossus is one of the world's 5 largest snakes and the biggest constrictor, truly huge. Thinking this, Saryang couldn't help but cheer. It's adorable. Besides, it's gentle and easy to raise. Gunpei also saw it and asked, Saryang, that snake isn't a venomous creature, right? He immediately answered, right, but we have to catch it. Gunpei, now haggard-faced, continued, before, when you saw the fairy swift seizing seeds, you said the same thing, right? And when the giant termite appeared too, at this rate, aren't we just catching everything that shows up? Hearing that, Saryang thought it a good idea and replied, what do you think? Saryang suddenly stopped and said, then I'll catch that snake too. Huiyan, hearing this, immediately spoke up to stop him. Wait, Saryang, the ants are getting too close. Gunpei shouted, Master Saryang, this is dangerous. But Saryang, unconcerned and overly excited, said, I'll be right back, everyone don't worry. Saying that, Saryang reached out and grabbed the snake from the branch. As soon as he set foot on the ground, he hung it around his neck and said, what a pity, such a beautiful creature becoming ant food. Now let's get out of here. The ants were already right behind Saryang. At that crucial moment, Saryang carelessly tripped over a branch on the ground. Saryang immediately fell face first. Huiyan cried out in worry, Saryang. Gunpei also shouted, Master Saryang. Huiyan shouted in panic, be careful, brother Saryang. Saryang scrambled up at once, but it seemed too late. He glanced back and thought, no, they're very close now. The ants leapt up and swarmed towards Saryang. This was bad. At the critical moment, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt and hoisted him up. It was Yoa, swinging on his silk thread in midair to save him. The ant swarm below quickly ran past. Yoa glanced at Saryang and let out a cry. Still shaken, Saryang called out loudly, Yoa. From a distance, Huiyan called back, good job, Yoa, please take Saryang to safety. Hearing that, Yoa immediately cried out. The ants continued running ahead, resuming their hunt through the forest. After a moment, Yoa lowered Saryang to the ground and he collapsed in a sprawl. Yoa stood beside him fuming and kept scolding. Huiyan, standing behind, cheered on, Yoa, scold Saryang properly. Huiyan also scolded, from now on I won't allow you near the ants anymore. Saryang knelt on the ground like he'd committed a grave sin and could only bow his head and mutter, I'm sorry. Right then a strand of silk was tied around Saryang's neck. Seeing it, a big question mark formed in his mind. Saryang pointed at the silk on his neck that Yoa was holding and said, just a single thread, take this off, Yoa. Huiyan praised, well done, Yoa, and Yoa smugly smiled without untying the thread for Saryang. At that moment, Gunpei ran over calling, Master Saryang, miss. Seeing Saryang kneeling on the ground with a cord around his neck, Gunpei froze, bewildered. Huiyan, seeing him arrive, asked, Captain Gu, what happened with the ants? Gunpei replied, fortunately, they stopped just over that hill. The sun is setting, let's rest a bit. Huiyan happily agreed, okay, let's wait for the main group behind to arrive. Saryang remained kneeling in grievance since no one was paying attention to him. Just then, a shadow behind a tree was eavesdropping on them. Yoa immediately noticed, glanced over, and cried out. At that moment, a spear hurtled toward them and struck the ground. Everyone was startled. From the bushes, a group of people stepped out and encircled Saryang's group. One of them shouted, don't move. One of the local tribesmen barked at them, this is the land of the hunting den, intruders, state your names. Gunpei, hearing this, drew a dagger and asked, while Huiyan, seeing the tension, hurriedly said, wait, calm down, we're from the Sichuan Tang clan. The tribesman heard that and turned, frowning, to ask the person behind him, Sichuan Tang clan. A tall man with a necklace of 3 fangs, leading a wolf, stepped forward and said, how could the Sichuan Tang clan penetrate so deep into the Yunnan jungle? The man looked toward Saryang's group as if he just noticed something. The cord around Saryang's neck immediately caught the man's eye. Saryang waved his hand and said, no, wait a moment this. The man clenched his teeth, veins standing out, and anger flared up. The man roared in fury, what are you people doing on the Beast Palace's land? The wolf at his side broke into a cold sweat. The tall man leading the wolf was named Huikrang. He was a warrior of the southern Beast Palace. While scouting, he'd heard strange noises and thus encountered Saryang's group. Upon hearing this, Saryang stroked his chin in thought. According to him, ahead lay the Beast Palace lands, a valley called Beast Valley. Huikrang stepped forward another pace and said, for that reason, you cannot advance any further. Soryang, not wanting more trouble, replied, "Very well, we will withdraw." At that moment, Soryang seemed to recall something, and he immediately called out, "Please wait, Hero Hukrang, there's an urgent matter I must report to you first." Hukrang, turning away, heard this and turned back to ask, "What is it?" Soryang then excitedly told Hukrang, "If you don't mind, please step up onto that hill and take a look." After exchanging words, Hukrang followed Soryang's group to see what he meant. When they arrived, Hukrang was stunned at the sight before him. Standing on the cliff and looking down, he immediately saw a massive swarm of ants in the valley below. Hukrang asked, "What is this?" Soryang, knowing he didn't either, said, "It's a swarm of demon ants, what's called an ant legion. The strange noise you heard earlier was their movement. It appears the Ant Legion's route crosses the Beast Palace territory. If Beast Valley truly is a narrow, long valley as you said, isn't that extremely dangerous?" Having heard what he said, he could only gape in astonishment. He frowned at the ants below and said, "If that's the case, this is indeed serious." Hukrang then turned to Soryang and said, "All right, I'll return to the Southern Beast Palace to report to the Palace Lord. If convenient, we hope the Tang clan will accompany us to explain more fully about these demon ants." Huiyan, hearing him, agreed, "Yes, we will do so." Over there, Yoa was playing with Hukrang's wolf. Soryang was silent for a moment, his face growing tense, and said, "Then we must set out for the Southern Beast Palace immediately. Time is critical." Soryang analyzed the situation for Hukrang. Because it's night, they are temporarily quiet and resting, but when the sun rises, they'll sweep the area again, like the sea holding its breath before a wave crashes in. Deep in the forest stood a palace backed against the mountain. It was quiet, with only light spilling from the rooms. Soryang and Huiyan followed Hukrang inside and curiously looked around. Soryang cheerfully said, "So this is the Southern Beast Palace." Hukrang replied, "People of the Tang clan likely set foot here once in 100 years." Soryang, still excited, asked, "Does everyone here take care of their own beasts?" Huiyan chimed in, "I've heard the beast taming arts of the Southern Beast Palace are famed beyond the border. Even Central Plains can't match them." Hukrang, hearing them, enthusiastically explained more about the Wild Beast Valley. The large circular yard they passed was the grazing ground for fierce beasts. Beyond that lay the human residential area. The Beast Valley's shape resembled two connected rings, like a gourd-shaped jar. Huiyan looked around and, slightly surprised, said the area was surrounded on all sides by towering rock mountains. Hukrang smiled and replied, "Indeed, as long as the entrance is held, this place is like a natural fortress." Having heard that, Soryang looked up at the Beast Palace and felt an indescribable stirring. A fortress, he thought. But on the other hand, if the entrance were sealed, wouldn't it turn into a mouse trapped in a poison jar? Hukrang led them to a door where a guard called out, "Palace Lord, guests from the Tang clan have arrived," and a voice from inside replied, "Invite them in." The door opened and Soryang's group grew a bit tense. Before them stood 3 men and 1 woman, with 2 fierce black leopards at their sides. One person in the room reached out to stroke a leopard's head and said, "Come in quickly." The large silver-haired man, fierce and tiger-like in bearing, was the Palace Lord of the Southern Beast Palace, Manhwa. He sat and greeted them, "I am Manhwa, Palace Lord of the Southern Beast Palace." Soryang, Huiyan, and Gu Pi clasped their hands and bowed. "It's an honor to meet the Palace Lord. I am Wei Soryang of the Sichuan Tang clan." Huiyan also offered a polite greeting. "I am Tang Huiyan." After their greetings, Manhwa asked, "You came all the way from Yunnan to collect venomous creatures, correct?" Our fighters briefed me briefly. Sichuan Tang clan knows more about poisons and venomous beasts than we do. He propped his hand on his chin, his voice heavy. "So what exactly are these demon ants and why have they swarmed here? Can you explain?" The 3, Soryang, Huiyan, and Gu Pi, stared blankly for a moment. Soryang quickly composed himself, clasped his hands, and replied, "Of course, Palace Lord." Then he recounted the entire situation from the start. He described the danger of the Ant Legion, the terrible destruction they cause, and stressed that the populace needed to be evacuated immediately. But their reaction was completely different from what he had expected. After hearing Soryang, Manhwa folded his arms, frowned, and said, "Evacuate. Abandon a 300-year legacy just because of fear of demon ants and flee." Xiao Pio, standing nearby, scowled, clenching her fist in protest. "Palace Lord, don't listen to those Central Plains people. Give me 500 wolves and I'll wipe them out for you. They may be many, but they're certainly not a big deal. These Central Plains folk sure know how to exaggerate." Seeing her smug, Soryang spoke with utmost sincerity. "I'm not exaggerating. If the 500 you mention are those 500 wolves, they'll all be turned into food for the demon ants in the blink of an eye." Xiao Pio couldn't contain herself and shouted, "What?" Huiyan, standing behind her, covered her mouth and whispered, "Saoryang, what you said was a bit rude." Saoryang's gaze remained resolute. He had no intention of retracting his words, yet in his head he thought. Saoryang frowned and continued, "These are unlike ordinary ant swarms. They will inflict heavy losses. If beasts are injured or killed, wouldn't that be a great sorrow?" Xiao Pio still loudly objected. "Central Plains people don't get it. I've heard they'd even slaughter pet dogs. How could they understand our bond with these beasts?" Hearing her flippant argument, Saoryang grew extremely irritated. He gritted his teeth, thinking this woman only sees them as livestock, otherwise we'd share the same true feelings. Her words were outrageous. He could tolerate many things, but he would never allow anyone to doubt the affection he had for his beasts. Saoryang was burning with anger. Huiyan and Gu Pi, seeing him like that, dared not come near. Saoryang then called out, "Little ones, come out here for me." The three little Gong crawled out from within Saoryang, and Yoa had also manifested. The two youngsters Shachiat, Snow and Ice, also appeared around Huiyan, startling her. Seeing this, everyone in the Beast Palace could only gape in surprise. Elder Hong Mong exclaimed loudly, "Wait, Gong, Qingxiak, and that twin-born woman are their masters." Meng Ho, seeing Saoryang's impressive lineup, asked, "What are those?" Saoryang, playing with the three little Gongs, replied, "Those, you flatter me, these youngsters are venomous companions I've raised. When the little ones I raise fall ill or are hurt, my heart aches no less than anyone else's." Xiao Pio was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. Elder Ha-Du, with a bird on his shoulder, also exclaimed in surprise, "Venomous companions? Do you mean creatures that bond with their master for life?" Hong Mong hurriedly added, "Even among us in the Beast Palace, those who love beasts have never used the word companion." Meng Ho heard this, propped his hand on his chin, and with a smile said, "Is that so? Truly a rare heart. At first I found it odd to see the young lady holding the lead, but it turns out the lead connects master and companion, as if both regard each other as master." Meng Ho laughed heartily. Saoryang, hearing him, didn't know what to say and thought to himself that he had been misunderstood. Ha-Du then changed his tone toward him and said, "If the young hero can call his little ones companions, then how deep his affection must be is clear. Your advice surely comes from that heart and cannot be taken lightly." Hong Mong beside him nodded in agreement. Hearing the elders, Meng Ho spoke up. "The young hero is right. Houses can be rebuilt, but once people and beasts are lost, they cannot be recovered." Meng Ho stood and slammed his hand down on the table. He shouted a direct order below, summoning everyone in the palace to the main hall of the Beast Palace to prepare for evacuation. Those below heard the order and immediately blew horns to signal everyone to assemble. After a short while, people outside in the courtyard had gathered with their pets. Saoryang and his companions were also there. Meng Ho approached Saoryang and said, "Thanks, young hero." He placed a hand on Saoryang's shoulder and continued, "The situation is urgent. There is no time to properly send off or repay our benefactor. It's truly regrettable." Saoryang smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing. It's simply what a person should do." Xiao Pio, standing behind, looked a little downcast and said, "Young hero, I truly apologize for yesterday. I didn't expect you were so sincere. I spoke out of turn." Saoryang answered, "It's all right, Miss Xiao Pio." The aggressive girl turned out to be an elder and the palace lord's beloved daughter. Xiao Pio was inspecting the little Gong on Saoryang and said, "It's astonishing wild beasts are easy to keep near people, but to have insects and venomous creatures obey to this degree." She poked a little Gong's cheek and added, "Young hero, if they breed later, could you possibly give me one?" Before Xiao Pio finished, a loud crash made everyone start and turn to look. She said in alarm, "What was that?" Saoryang looked around and wondered to himself, an elephant. Not far from where they stood, the sounds were coming from there. An elephant, it was being besieged and attacked by a swarm of ants, wailing in pain as it tried to fight them off. Seeing this, Saoryang froze and began to think, damn it, why would an elephant run straight this way at a time like this? Elder Hong Mong, with a kitten on his shoulder, gaped. Demon ant expert Ha-Du beside him panicked. A huge elephant swallowed so easily. Saoryang broke into a cold sweat and shouted to everyone, "There's no time for hesitation, retreat now." He turned back to Meng Ho and urgently said, "The demon ants are swarming this way, we must evacuate immediately." Meng Ho heard this and flatly refused. No. Saoryang glanced back and thought it seemed already too late. Meng Ho gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temple, and said, "They've reached the entrance of Beast Valley. And the people still refuse to evacuate, there's no escape now." After the ants had felled the elephant, they immediately concentrated manpower to carry their meal away. Seeing the ant swarm carrying off the elephant, they exclaimed in astonishment. That giant beast collapsed in the blink of an eye. Manhwa then turned to the two elders of Beast Valley and said, "Then isn't our only option to fight to the death?" Hong Mong clenched his hands and replied, "Even that enormous elephant was felled instantly. How could we possibly hold out?" Huiyan looked worried and stepped up to Saryong, asking, "Saryong, are Jiajia and the Venom Beasts team safe?" Seeing her concern, he reassured her. They all know how dangerous these demonic beasts are and have surely rushed out to avoid the disaster. Gu Pi looked toward the ant swarm and said, "But it's us who should be worried. Letting them run off while we escape, that's probably impossible." Saryong stroked his chin and began to think. This is the worst-case scenario. If things continue, the entire Beast Palace and its wild beasts will be destroyed. What can we do? Just then, Saryong turned and looked up at the cliff, where he saw Yowa's spider silk. Yowa was on the cliff spinning out threads. Seeing it, Saryong panicked and called Yowa. Huiyan seemed to think of a good idea and said, "Right, we still have Saryong. If we can use his spider silk to cross the mountain, we'll reach safety." Hearing this, Saryong fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to those at the southern Beast Palace and asked, "But if we do that, what about the people of the Beast Palace? If it's only us, it's fine, but how many people are here?" Manhwa heard him, folded his arms, and replied briskly, "Young brother, don't worry about us, leave quickly. In the world of wild beasts, the strong eat the weak. If we can't stand against them, our only fate is to become prey." Hearing this, both Saryong and Huiyan looked unsettled. The little gong on Saryong's shoulder also looked sad. Looking at the people of the southern Beast Palace before him, Saryong clenched his fist and thought to himself, "No, I absolutely cannot abandon them and leave. They, like me, love beasts. There must be a way to save everyone, remember." Saryong squeezed his eyes shut and tried to think. Pages seemed to turn through his mind as he began to connect the pieces together. Ant Legion, movement route patterns of the ants. After a moment of thought, it seemed Saryong had found a method, and he cried out happily. Saryong raised his hand and said to Manhwa, "Palace Lord, I have a good idea." Manhwa, curious, asked, "A good idea? Could you possibly have a way to deal with those demon ants?" Manhwa asked. Saryong immediately replied, "Yes, that's right, but I fear it will cost me some hardship. Please hear my plan once." His expression was sly. The next day, an ant appeared near the southern Beast Palace. It seemed the demon ants had finished digesting the giant elephant they had torn apart. They began moving toward the Beast Palace in search of prey. According to the plan prepared overnight, Saryong's group and the people of the Beast Palace formed ranks and waited in ambush in the middle of the meadow. Huiyan stood watching them from afar. Little Tayet and Bang were with her. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed, "Please, let no one bleed." Out on the meadow, Saryong and the others stood ready to fight. His eyes firm, he asked, "Everyone ready?" Palace Lord Manhwa turned and loudly called out, "Disciples of the Beast Palace, hold your positions like Mount Tai. Do not break ranks. Even if it costs your lives, protect this land." The demon ants were rapidly advancing toward the Beast Palace. Watching the demon ants drawing closer, Saryong pressed his lips together, thinking, just a little more, a bit closer, come a bit nearer. At that moment, a puddle appeared on the meadow, and a demon ant stepped into it, trapped. Seeing the moment was ripe, Saryong shouted to Hukrang, "Now throw the baited torch." Hearing the order, Hukrang hurled the torch in his hand. As planned, the torch landed in the puddle. The flames immediately flared up, forming a ring of fire. The demon ants inside were now floundering, trying to find a way out. Seeing them panic, Saryong continued, "It's working, the ants' retreat is cut off. Their ranks have broken, charge forward with the water buffalo pack." Saryong and the water buffaloes surged at the demon ants. The buffaloes immediately began frenziedly trampling the ants underfoot. Others quickly joined to help. Running, Saryong shouted, "Clear out those predatory demon ants for me." A Beast Palace soldier called out, "Provide cover so the young brother can reach the ant horde." Xiao Paya was also helping. She turned to Saryong and said, "Please take care, young brother." He replied, "Be careful, don't get hurt." Outside the ring, it was utter chaos. Inside it, Saryong found himself facing the swarm of demon ants alone. Seeing the teeming ants before him, Saryong muttered to himself, "All right then." He suddenly raised his hand, made a silly face, and taunted them. "Hey, you, look over here, you ugly demon ants." The demon ants couldn't stand the provocation and immediately readied themselves to attack. Seeing them charge, Saryong spun and ran for his life, thinking, "Quick, follow me." Xiao Paya watched from the side and called out, "Could it really be as the young brother says?" Manhwa only said, wait and see. While running, Soryang glanced at the ants and murmured, good, they're following, if we keep luring them around the meadow like this. At the crucial moment, he unfortunately stepped into a puddle. The ground was so slippery he lost control and tumbled forward. He looked back at the approaching ants and cursed in his head, damn it, I've already spilled. What is this? The ants closed in on Soryang, ready to leap and tear him apart. Outside, Hukring saw this and cried out in alarm. The young brother has been caught in the ant ranks. Manhwa gasped, what did you say? Huyen, watching from afar, saw and grew worried, about to run forward and call, Soryang. Gupi stopped her, saying, no, miss. Just as the demon ants were about to tear him apart, Soryang raised his hand to shield his body and coughed softly. Soryang couldn't stand it any longer and shouted for Yowa. Hearing him, Yowa immediately spat a strand of silk towards Soryang. The silk shot straight into the ant cluster, causing an explosion that sent ants flying everywhere. Surrounded by ants, Soryang managed to grab Yowa's silk in his hand. From the high cliff, Yowa reeled the silk back in and pulled Soryang clear of the swarm. Gupi laughed loudly at the sight. He lived. Huyen was so relieved she teared up and said, well done, Yowa. Soryang sat on the cliff panting, his eyes looking down at the demon ants below. At that moment, a demon ant was clinging to Soryang's arm and attacking. He thought to himself, fortunately it's only a light scratch, luckily I'd learned this skill earlier. Iron gauntlet technique. Soryang yanked the ant off and his arm hardened like iron. Yowa stood to one side with a little O gong angrily chattering at him. Soryang sighed in relief and said, all right, you lot, even if not for this, Huyen would scold me again. But anyway, it looks like we've succeeded. Below, the demon ants kept running in circles around the big rock. Hukring, seeing this, spoke up. The demon ants are circling in place and Manhwa is cleaning up the swarm. Hearing this, he also said, indeed, just as the young brother said. The reason they keep circling like that is because we've cut off their route. Ants can't see far ahead. The ones in front lay down pheromone trails for those behind to follow closely. They rely on the leading ant's pheromones to move. So if the hunting party or vanguard suddenly disappears, the worker ants, only knowing the signal to advance, will immediately become disordered and lose direction. The Beast Palace warriors eliminated the hunting team and severed the route. Now the ants will bite each other's tails and circle until they die. Seeing the endless red circle below, Soryang cheerfully said, this is the death spiral, the ant legion's doom loop. Xiao Paya was overjoyed and turned to call out. Father, Manhwa heard his daughter's call, folded his arms and with a pleased look nodded, yes. Quickly inform everyone immediately. Meanwhile, Soryang was holding little O Gong's hand, comforting him. You were scared, weren't you? After everything was settled, Huyen, Gu Pi, and the others at the Beast Palace waited for Soryang. People from the Beast Conservatory stood at a distance watching Soryang. Manhwa thought to himself that the young brother had saved the whole conservatory from annihilation. The giant red ant army writhed everywhere, their hissing cries piercing the air. Soryang stood motionless, thinking, after 3 days in the ant ring. The monstrous ants began to tremble, their legs no longer steady. The ant ranks grew tired and gradually collapsed. A powerful downward stomp crushed the tough armor of a red ant. Facing the fallen monsters, Manhwa solemnly gazed into the distance. Is it almost over now? The boy beside him asked in surprise. Perhaps, he replied. The two of them looked at the silhouette of the ant queen tiger and asked Soryang, if it's a request from our savior, we'll go, but among this swarm we must find the queen and confirm whether she can be raised. Please, just this once. Suddenly Soryang's eyes lit up like stars and a smug smile crossed his face. Most of the ants are dead. This is a rare chance to face the queen, who didn't catch ants to raise as a kid. After all, ants are among the easiest insects to keep. How could we pass this up? Amid the chaotic battlefield, Soryang said clearly to Xiao Paya that she only needed to find the one with a bigger belly than the others. From afar, a member raised his trophy and shouted to attract his attention. Benefactor, come over here and look. Soryang raced over, peered around the big rock, his face betraying obvious astonishment. Amid the piled ant carcasses lay a gigantic queen ant with a blazing red shell. Its eyes glowed coldly as it trudged toward him. Its face was fierce, its sharp pincers raised menacingly, a spike driven straight into its head. Yet it was not completely dead. Before their eyes, the giant monster was devouring its kind. Huyen exclaimed in surprise, the demon ants are eating their own kind. Could that giant ant be the queen? That's terrifying. Soryang stroked his chin in thought, worry showing on his face. Yes, it must be the queen ant, something is off here. In his recollection of the species traits came the image of a queen calmly eating her own eggs. A queen eating her brood wasn't unheard of. If she couldn't find food after laying eggs, she'd eat some of them and raise the rest to gradually expand the colony. But once a large colony is established, it's different. The queen would never eat her young after the colony has grown. Moreover, in ants it takes about 3 days after death for a substance called oleic acid to form, so before that they cannot sense a comrade's death. In other words, the queen now was effectively eating her offspring while they were still alive. This clearly went against nature. As he pondered, Huiyan panicked and pointed ahead. Saryang, wait, look, there's something on the queen ant's head. A metallic glint flashed amid the cracked armor. A long, thin, sharp object was driven deep into its head. It was. The ant manifested a terrifying, faintly radiant energy. He stammered, a needle. Curiosity rising, Saryang slowly approached the dying beast, his bewildered gaze fixed on it. He hesitated and reached toward the needle. Why was there a needle on the queen ant's forehead? Be careful, Saryang. Despite the danger, Saryang decisively grasped and yanked the needle from the ant's hard shell. The moment the weapon was pulled free, a jet of black liquid erupted, startling him backward and panicking everyone around. Seeing the giant beast lie utterly still after the needle's removal, Saryang breathed a sigh of relief. It's dead. Holding the strange weapon, he turned to ask Huiyan, do you know anything about this needle? She examined it thoughtfully. It's hard to say. Tang clan does use needles, but the shape and length are unusual. Looking closer, Saryang guessed dimly that the hollow middle likely once contained some medicinal substance or toxin. Suddenly a call rang from afar, making them both freeze and turn their heads. Saryang, Huiyan. From the forest edge, Tang Museong and his retinue hurried over. His arrival wiped the worry from their faces. Grandfather, everyone is safe. Standing amid the battlefield littered with monstrous corpses, he kindly explained, while searching for you, I met fighters from the Southern Beast Palace and heard the whole story. Saryang okay? Yes, thanks to everyone, I only suffered a few scratches. Meng Ho, standing behind, curiously probed Tang Museong's true identity. A venerable elder of the Sichuan Tang clan, are you not? To his astonishment, all of Meng Ho's people suddenly dropped to their knees. The Southern Beast Palace had received a great favor from Tang clan's son-in-law, so the Southern Beast Palace and its Lord Meng Ho wished to offer their heartfelt thanks. Why all this? Tang Museong frantically urged everyone to stand. Saryang immediately spoke up, Grandfather, why are you so alarmed? Please rise. Although your status is higher in the martial world, the Southern Beast Palace is on the frontier. It's unusual for the palace lord to bow in person like this. He clasped his hands and bowed to show deep gratitude for their warm reception. Thank you, Palace Lord, for showing such courtesy to this old man. It is only natural. For an elder of the Tang clan, we will do our utmost to entertain you. Please enter the Southern Beast Palace. Saryang suddenly paused, his face turning serious as if he'd remembered something very important. But grandfather, there is one thing I wanted to ask first. He held the golden glinting needle before Tang Museong, causing the elder to go pale. The item had been lodged in the queen ant's head and at first glance resembled a Tang clan needle. Could the elder have ever seen this before? At sight of the needle in his hand, his expression changed and he stammered, this. Tang Museong spun around, asking urgently with a tense face, where did you say it was from? They all stood dumbfounded, not yet understanding what had happened to the queen ant. Meng Ho, curious, asked, Elder, what's the matter? Could there be something wrong with this needle? He revealed a horrifying truth. It seemed those who harbored hatred toward the Sichuan Tang clan and the Southern Beast Palace were still alive. Tang Museong narrowed his eyes, full of scheming intent. Meng Ho pressed on, who are these resentful ones? The bright eyes of venomous serpent spirit beasts flashed through his mind. He growled as he revealed the enemy's name, 5 Venoms. Tang Museong clenched the needle in his hand, grinding his teeth in shock. The name hit like a thunderbolt. Meng Ho and the elders were stunned and exclaimed, 5 Venoms, are they still alive? Saryang put a hand to his chin, thinking deeply. Could 5 Venoms be the sect that Tang clan and the Beast Palace annihilated 100 years ago? I heard from grandfather that they were the origin of that toxic art, the dark venom primordial technique I once trained in. Meng Ho, piecing events together, began to suspect. If 5 Venoms were involved, then this must have used the wild beast latent release great art. What is that exactly? Seeing their confusion, Xiao Pio explained. It's a method that expands a beast's latent power, driving them into a brief, violent frenzy that can turn a tiny deviation into death, only used when lives are at stake. He spoke in a grave tone about the enemy's cruelty. They even fuse the bodies of tamed beasts with poisons to make spirit pills. Disobedience means slaughter. Truly ruthless, Tang clan needles and the Beast Palace's great arts clearly show their touch. Everyone was heavy-hearted, whispering among themselves, who would have thought remnants of 5 venoms still survived, and that a century-old tragedy might repeat. As the atmosphere tensed, Tang Museong suddenly placed his hand on Soryong's head. But he broke into a radiant smile, his eyes beaming with pride. The demon ants had been suppressed, and they'd uncovered 5 venoms behind the plot. Wasn't that good? Soryong had truly achieved a great feat, and everyone felt extremely proud and grateful. He ruffled the boy's blushing head. Indeed, without you, we wouldn't have learned the truth. Tang Museong bowed formally. If 5 venoms were not completely eradicated, the century-old pact still stood. On behalf of the Sichuan Tang clan's master, he swore to assist the Southern Beast Palace. To show their sincerity, Manhwa clenched his fists solemnly and replied, "Of course, our Beast Palace will definitely aid the Sichuan Tang clan." Manhwa smiled warmly and said, "Soryong, young hero, you've conferred great favor on the Tang clan. Beyond thanks, we wish to repay you in any way you desire." He laughed heartily and generously offered help. "If you have any personal request, just say it." Soryong stood beside him, sweating nervously at the overenthusiasm. Why does everywhere I go hand out blank checks like this? Seeing him still dazed, Tang Museong leaned close and whispered, "Soryong, regarding the dark venom primordial technique, ask about whatever relates to your martial art. No matter how important, the palace lord cannot refuse." After receiving the advice, he regained his confidence and looked up at Manhwa. "Then there's one thing I'd like to ask. May I?" "Ask away, whatever it is." Soryong hesitated as he began to speak. Scene shifts to the Southern Beast Palace. He focused intensely and raised both hands to his temples to perform the mind technique. He controlled little Wugong as it danced. Could it be? It was flailing with joy, Soryong explained. "Unlike those in the Tang clan, I practice the martial art left by 5 venoms, so even in my mind I can issue commands to this beast." Manhwa stood there pondering. Within the dark venom primordial technique hides the wondrous logic of the beast mind skill. Clearly, when Tang clan and 5 poisons divided martial arts 100 years ago, they verified it. I know that to be true. Soryong continued asking, "So I want to know why this happens and whether it can be applied to other beasts." His face instantly turned blank and disappointed when Manhwa gave an awkward answer. "Young hero, sorry, but that's hard to say." Seeing this, Xiao Pio gently explained, "Our palace is not stingy with martial arts, but the beast mind technique is the supreme secret that lets humans share thoughts with beasts. This secret is inherited only by direct descendants of the Southern Beast Palace and is strictly forbidden to be taken outside." The hall fell suddenly silent. And yet the Tang clan's son-in-law had comprehended the beast mind technique. How should we handle this? He nervously turned to ask him, "Grandfather, I've misspoken, haven't I?" A sudden idea flashed in Manhwa's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly Manhwa burst out laughing. "If you're the Tang clan's son-in-law, what's my family background like?" "Your family?" He scratched his head awkwardly and answered honestly, "I'm a lone wanderer with no relatives to rely on. Why ask about family?" To Soryong's surprise, Manhwa and Xiao Pio brightened with joy. "So you're an orphan? That's wonderful then. Wait, why is being an orphan wonderful?" He beamed broadly. "Soryong, is it? Even your name suits you. Your devotion to the venomous creatures you raise is probably more sincere than anyone in this beast palace." He seemed stunned, eyes wide in surprise. "Hey, young hero." With an authoritative and decisive air, Manhwa pointed straight at him and declared clearly, "You." Soryong fell silent, his face contorted in shock at the proposal. "Become my son." At that declaration, Soryong's face couldn't help but show surprise. He stammered, "Do you mean my son?" Manhwa affirmed confidently, smiling with self-assurance. "Yes, you will be accepted as a sworn son of the Beast Palace." He stood before them and added, "If you become one of the Beast Palace, not only will your martial arts be preserved, but the entire secret arts of the Beast Palace will be taught to you. Moreover, with the 5 poisons resurfacing, we need to tighten ties with the Tang clan." He glanced at Tang Museong standing opposite. "What do you say?" The old master, though he had suffered a defeat 200 years ago, thought that a child like Soryong might be able to mend the old rift between the Tang clan and the Beast Palace. He stroked his beard in thought, showing hesitation. If the son-in-law status remained intact, this was not a bad offer, but the most important thing was Soryong's own will. Manhwa turned back to ask him, extending a benevolent invitation. "So, Soryong, what do you think? If you accept me as your foster father, I will make not only Wugong but all the other beasts open their hearts to you." He scratched his head and forced a smile, sweat running down, feeling the pressure. Suddenly getting a father and an older sister too, how could he decide so easily? Nodding Soryang's hesitation, the two men exchanged puzzled looks. It seemed this proposition didn't excite him much. Was there nothing enticing enough to move him? Xiao Pio suddenly had a brilliant idea. She eagerly pointed and suggested, "Father, that flying serpent, Soryang really likes venomous creatures. If it's a flying serpent, he'll definitely like it." That's right, there is indeed a flying serpent. Soryang put his hand to his chin, his eyes showing curious suspicion when he heard the name flying serpent for the first time. Without hesitation, he turned to ask for details. "Grandfather, what is a flying serpent?" Tang Museong hurriedly explained. "They must mean the heavenly flying serpent." He continued to describe it as a high-grade venomous creature, part of the 24 poisonous beasts under the 10 great poisons. Among those 24, it is considered the top snake. They say it has 2 horns on its head and can fly through the sky. Hearing this, Soryang's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched his fists in excitement like someone who'd found treasure. He was crazy for it. Seeing Soryang wavering, Xiao Pio smiled confidently and added, "It's truly an extraordinary beast, and since you like venomous creatures, how about it? If you become my junior, I'll help you capture a flying serpent." It seemed every doubt in him vanished. Immediately, Soryang clasped his hands and bowed deeply, full of respect. He spoke clearly and loudly. "We Soryang respectfully present himself to father and sister. Yes, Soryang." While Huiyan and the Tang clan members were still staring in bewilderment, the scene before them turned lively and noisy. And so, amid the festive atmosphere, Soryang smiled brightly as Manhwa patted his head, as if he'd stepped into a new chapter. Though sudden, Soryang decided to become a sworn son of the Beast Palace. After offering gifts and performing the rites, the adoption ceremony was held, and Soryang officially became a member of the Beast Palace. After a long day of unexpected events, he lay stretched out on the bed smiling. He suddenly realized the irony of his situation. In his previous life, he had raised countless beasts, and who would have thought that one day he'd be the one being adopted like this? But his gaze warmed as he remembered Manhwa and the friendly peers. It wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. They all seemed like good people, just like the Tang clan, and they liked animals as much as he did. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A figure appeared, cutting across his wandering thoughts as he lay on the bed. Soryang. Soryang jumped, his eyes wide with shock, mouth agape, unable to speak. 2 girls appeared in thin nightgowns. He stammered, "Xiao Pio and Huiyan." Soryang frantically grabbed the blanket to cover himself, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Xiao Pio, sister, why are you suddenly like this? Don't call me that, just call me Sister Xiao Pio. Now that we're family, while we're talking we might as well sleep together." She winked mischievously and flashed a confident finger signal. "I've always been alone, so now that I have a little brother, I definitely want to try this. What about Huiyan?" Huiyan trembled in embarrassment, her face flushed and radiating a shy warmth. "Hey, at the Beast Palace, betrothed couples traditionally share a room." Soryang clutched the blanket tightly over himself and shouted in panic, "That's quite a custom, isn't it? How can a man and woman spend the night together?" Xiao Pio resolutely yanked the thin blanket away, ignoring his feeble struggles. "Soryang, you'll listen to your sister, won't you?" Pinned in the middle, Soryang froze completely with a face as red as a radish. Xiao Pio began to prompt, "Then first tell me about the venomous creatures you raise." Soryang's arm stretched out in desperation toward little Wu Gong lying on the table like a hopeless plea. Wait. The next day he went for a walk with Manhwa and Xiao Pio. With dark circles and a haggard, sleepless face, Soryang appeared exhausted. "I really couldn't sleep a wink all night." He asked if I slept well, if the bed was uncomfortable. I forced a reply, "No." Manhwa announced it was time to train. "Nothing fancy, now I'll tell you about the creatures you're most curious about, the Wu Gong. But first, let's assess your internal cultivation through the Great Vermilion Wheel." He followed the instruction and relaxed. "Sit down like this." A large hand gently rested on Soryang's head, emitting a faint greenish spiritual energy. The process of checking his internal skill began. The two of them sat motionless amid the swirling current of inner power, so well hidden, no wonder I didn't notice it before. Manhwa reached forward to analyze. "The internal skill you practice imitates the wild beast mind technique, but it's still far inferior to the original. There's no need to discuss this with the senior 10,000 Poison Lord." He scratched his head in confusion. "But what exactly do you mean? I heard yesterday it's the Beast Palace's supreme art, but I still don't understand." Xiao Pio explained simply, "It's an internal mind technique that lets a person empathize with beasts and grow together with them." She folded her arms confidently and affirmed, "Yes. In the wild beast mind technique, there's a special power. The practitioner can sense a beast's thoughts and command it, seeing it is better than hearing it explained. Suddenly, Xiao Pai whistled loudly toward the distant bushes where shadowy shapes lurked. Children. Responding to the call, fierce wolves with eyes brightened by spiritual energy lunged out from the deep woods, baring fangs and brandishing claws menacingly. Witnessing the pack's sudden, deadly appearance, Soryang was left stunned. The savage wolves charged, fangs and claws snarling at him. Soryang stammered in fear, "Wolves." Seeing the pack remain aggressive toward him, Xiao Pai scolded sternly, "Soryang is my little brother now, don't be so wary." The wolf immediately fell silent with a soft whine. After calming their aggression, she continued, "All right, come on then." Xiao Pai arranged the wolves into formation and they all surged toward Meng Ho, heading for the father to execute a fierce wolf continuous assault formation. However, he remained motionless. With a single invisible force, he repelled them. The wolves still charged valiantly. Facing the encircling pack, Meng Ho kept an unhurried, composed manner, and they had become gentle now. Soryang was completely overwhelmed by the unfolding scene, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He was still in shock. Amazing. 10 wolves breathed in perfect synchrony because they were all linked by the wild beast mind technique. Meng Ho explained proudly, "See it clearly. This is the mind technique that merges with beasts, making their eyes and fangs strike as if they were my own. If perfected, controlling 500 or even 1,000 at once wouldn't be a problem, but greed leads to ruin, so you must be extremely cautious." Soryang couldn't hide his astonishment, clutching his hands in excitement. Amazing. Feeling that immense power, he hurriedly lowered himself onto the grass. Without hesitation, Soryang knelt before the two of them. "Father, Sister Xiao Pai, please teach me the wild beast mind technique." Meng Ho smiled, pleased by his resolve. "Of course, my son, sit down. I will teach you the wild beast mind technique properly." Meng Ho's large hand rested lightly on Soryang's shoulder. He began guiding the flow of internal force into his body. A powerful surging force erupted around the three of them, forming violent whirlwinds that spread across the mountains and forests. As Meng Ho focused his cultivation, he thought to himself that while teaching the wild beast mind technique, he'd also tweak Soryang's 5 poison returning origin divine skill a bit. He shut his eyes to better feel the chi channels. It seemed that absorbing toxins had pressured the body and placed a heavy burden on it. The wild beast mind technique wasn't originally meant for toxin absorption. Meng Ho looked him squarely in the eye with seriousness and revealed, "Originally, it's meant to receive things like blood. Just 1 drop of blood is enough. Even fluids like saliva will do. Only after the grand ritual is complete can the practitioner command the Wu Gong. That's precisely why." After withdrawing his force, he continued, "All right, it's all done. Now you and the Wu Gong are connected by the wild beast mind technique. You will be able to fully sense its thoughts." He held the small creature in his hands and felt a warm energy enveloping him. Suddenly, Soryang's eyes widened in astonishment. He could truly feel it. An image formed in Soryang's mind, the figure of an adorable little girl, her boundless love and affection for me. He burst into tears, clutching the small creature tightly. "Su, how about that? This is the wild beast mind technique in its complete state." Soryang was dazed as the little Wu Gongs kept leaping up to cling to his shoulders and head. "I'll have the rest of the little ones receive it too, so give them to me. Even Huang and Ban too." He knelt anxiously as he handed the tiny creatures to Meng Ho. "They might bite. Don't worry, if they bite, I'll deploy protective righteous chi to guard you." He took the 2 small creatures in his hands, and Soryang looked terrified, collapsing onto the green grass, lying there with his mouth wide open. Before he could make sense of it, Meng Ho held a little Wu Gong up in front of his face. It kept drooling right above his resigned face. "Each of your masters should be spat on with 1 drop of saliva, not poison, all right?" Soryang stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely from sheer horror. "Soryang, you must use the wild beast mind technique to sense each drop of the Wu Gong's saliva entering your body." Its mouth opened wide, revealing streams of slimy, liquid drool dripping down. He watched in horror as the 2 tiny girls were also drooling. Am I the only one who finds this weird? The scene shifted to a training session behind the main hall of the Beast Palace, witnessed by Xiao Pio and Huan. He began to signal, "All right, my children." Soryang spoke clearly and loudly, commanding them to execute a formation he had devised, the Wu Net formation deploy. The little Wu Gongs all leapt up at once with excited expressions, heading toward the target ahead. It nimbly clung to the training wooden stake with fierce determination. Xiao Pio and Huan stood side by side, beaming, their eyes sparkling with admiration. So cute, truly adorable. The two of them behind were utterly thrilled. How can these little ones be so cute? Soryang stood frozen, pale, and sweating. This is not right. The little Wugong was gnawing the wooden bar of the training stake with its tiny teeth. He watched from a distance and thought to himself, combine the Wu net formation with the beast mind technique I learned from the wild beast pavilion and the chain beast formation I learned from Sister Xiao Pio when the wolf pack executed it. It looked imposing. But with these centipedes, it just doesn't look serious. Soryang pointed and enthusiastically corrected the formation. No, you lot aren't doing it right. You need to strike in succession, more continuous. Hearing that, the little Wugongs all folded their ears and teared up, which made him hastily soothe them. I didn't mean that. You all did great. Yes, very good, my good children. Soryang then hugged a little Wugong to his chest as if comforting it. Thinking it over, these centipedes are less than a year old. They'll grow stronger over time. I'm sure of it. He continued, now keep focusing on training. It's been 15 days since I accepted the Beast Mind Link and signed the contract with the Centipede Brood. A surge of power radiated from Soryang's body, connecting him to the little Wugongs fluttering around. Because the centipede's poison origin principle shares many similarities with the Beast Mind, I quickly grasped the basics. Thanks to that, my abilities increased rapidly. Now I'm concentrating on strengthening the link with them. Soryang recalled the terrifying vision. Of course, I didn't just lie there letting them spit something into my mouth. I'm not that absent-minded. Instead, I completed the contract by letting each of them suck my pinky. He turned to ask Xiao Pio, by the way, Sister Xiao Pio, any news about the heavenly flying serpent? She answered blankly. Heavenly flying serpent. Xiao Pio explained, it's only 3 days travel to where the fighters went to investigate. There should be news soon. Wait a little longer. Understood. Suddenly, the group all looked up in surprise at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Young Master Soryang. Gu Pi Hot Hai came running, out of breath, urgently bringing important news to him. Your ancestor summons you. How's the clan? Soryang asked in surprise. Why summon me? The thing is. Both he and Huiyan widened their eyes in astonishment, mouths agape at the shocking information. They say the heavenly flying serpent has been found. A knowing smile appeared on his face. Finally, the time has come. Soryang eagerly set off to go meet grandfather at once. I'm really looking forward to this. Cut to the guest hall, Beast Palace. Soryang dashed back. Grandfather, Soryang, I'm here. After they met, Tang Museong immediately pressed, how is your research on the centipede's poison origin progressing? He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm still doing my best. Without hesitation, Soryang immediately asked about the heavenly flying serpent. Ah yes, I've heard the heavenly flying serpent has been located. Indeed. I'm preparing orpiment mixed with our family's secret elixir to create a special orpiment. The mineral orpiment, famed for repelling snakes, is often used in folk remedies for snake bites. His expression softened. Although it's been found, it can't be captured right away. Even if its venom is weaker than the Tang clan's 10 great poisons, we must not be negligent. Tang Museong lifted a large ceramic jar. Also, try this, very special. I thought you'd like it, so I'm keeping it for you. Special. Soryang and Huiyan couldn't hide their curiosity. Both stared in astonishment into the jar. Inside was. A close-up inside the jar revealed a small, oddly shaped creature whose abdomen bore a round, sturdy pattern like a golden coin. The golden coin lid spider. He frowned at the name, the golden lid spider. Soryang joked, saying it's called that because its rear end looks like an ancient coin. He continued, explaining that the golden coin spider, known in the West as the Chinese sand trap, has the scientific name Cyclocosmia ricketi. His eyes shone with excitement as he described its flattened abdomen like a cut flat surface or a coin. It's a burrowing ground spider that lives in vertical shafts, extremely rare in Korea in past lives, nearly impossible to find. Soryang clasped his hands respectfully, face elated. Thank you so much, grandfather. Good, I'm glad you like it. His voice turned serious about the important plan ahead. Now we just need to figure out how to confine the heavenly flying serpent. He suddenly spoke up, snakes can slip through the tiniest cracks, so they're often kept in cloth sacks. Our clan does the same. Tang Museong folded his arms and pondered. But with this serpent, those sacks probably won't hold. It's a spirit beast with extremely potent venom. It will tear through them for sure. He glanced at the worried Soryang. Do you have any ideas? Suddenly asked. Soryang awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I'm an insect specialist after all. Huiyan's frightened face stared at the jar in his hands while in the distance master and disciples continued their discussion. Yes, but... He rushed over clutching the jar and cut into the conversation, making him startle and turn back. Young Master Soryang, something happened. What is it? Hwangan's face contorted in horror, mouth agape, the golden lid spider had disappeared. Tang Museong asked again, what? He began to stammer, sweating, sorry, I was just negligent for a moment, and Soryang calmly reassured the panicked Gu Pi. It's fine, look, it didn't run away. Can you give me a pair of chopsticks? Yes, young master. He used the chopsticks to pick up a small insect as bait, then deftly began a lure maneuver. If I gently shake the bait inside the jar. Suddenly, the giant spider burst out from its burrow and snatched the bait. Hwangan, still unnerved, stared at the jar's bottom. It jumped up from the ground. Soryang quickly explained, it's a burrower, it was just hiding in its hole, don't worry. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it really tricked me for a moment, this spider is truly notorious. In his mind, he began to ponder. Thinking it over, this species digs tunnel-like burrows, right? If I had a bag like that, it would be perfect. Suddenly, a light bulb went off above his head and he clenched his fist in excitement. I've got it. Yoa was lounging comfortably on a soft fur bed, enjoying the quiet space among the trees. Soryang dashed over to her, calling out loudly, Yoa. He held up the small bag as a sample and asked her, can you make a bag like this? If so, make one really big, please. She looked at the bag, propping her hand on her chin as she considered spider silk, 20 times stronger than steel by weight and 4 times tougher than the synthetic fibers used in bulletproof vests. Soryang stood with his arms crossed, observing calmly. Moreover, Yoa is a spirit beast and one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Given that its silk doesn't snap even when bitten by an army of ants, this must be the highest quality fiber of the age. If I make a large bag from that silk. Before long, Yoa had woven an enormous, exquisitely crafted bag in her paws. He held the bag in his hands, marveling. Perfect, Yoa, exactly what I needed. Gu Pi plunged the knife with all his might. The edge was terrifyingly hard. This truly is a rare treasure. Tang Museong smiled with satisfaction. With this, we can set out to find the heavenly flying serpent tomorrow. Martial artists assemble early at dawn to depart. Soryang beamed, ruffling Yoa's head as he praised her. Good, thanks to our Yoa, I'm more at ease. Now your reward is lots of head pats. Everyone burst into laughter together in the relieved atmosphere, while Hwan simply blushed and watched. And so, all preparations for capturing the heavenly flying serpent were complete. Morning sunlight streamed through the lush green canopy where the bluebirds chirped. The next morning, the sound of brisk footsteps, led by cautious martial artists advancing deep into the treacherous area. I and the fighters set out toward Hyupsu Valley, where the heavenly flying serpent was sighted. Tang Museong turned to him and said, I only saw the 24 poisons once when I was a child. It's been a long time. I'm really excited now. Hearing that, he looked puzzled. Ah, grandfather, what exactly are the 24 poisons? Last time you said they are species ranked below the 10 great venomous creatures, but he explained, like the 12 earthly branches, each zodiac corresponds to 1 hour, so our clan divides the day into 24 hours. Soryang and Hwan listened attentively and assigned a venomous creature to each hour. They aren't part of the 10 great venomous creatures, but they're all high-grade venomous beings, especially powerful. A guide suddenly stopped, pointed ahead and shouted, We're here, master, it's right up ahead. Their gazes followed, full of astonishment. Looking up from the bottom at the sheer cliff, the giant, terrifying silhouette of the legendary creature gradually revealed itself to the horror of the whole group. Its long, graceful body marked with jade-green fins and a pair of sharp, imposing horns on its head, was the heavenly flying serpent. Tang Museong and Soryang were stunned. In our clan's records, it is described like this. From the abyss below, it undulated and shot into the sky, producing shockwaves that tore through the mist. The heavenly flying serpent soared, riding the winds swirling from the ravine, its body blending with the clouds, 6 sharp horns like blades. The heavenly flying serpent, a body 10,000 zhang long, coiled gracefully among the white clouds, obscuring a vast expanse, so that no one could tell where sky ended and sea began. He was so shocked he froze, sweat beading on his brow as he heard of its fearsome rank. Our clan placed it at the very top of the 24 poisons. As the leading species, governing the first hour of the sky, it is exceptionally powerful. It had cold blue eyes, a blazing red tongue, and sharp horns. The sky-shattering heavenly flying serpent. Soryang's mind spun back to his past life where he once filmed a flying snake directly. Few know that in my previous life there was a snake that could glide. He excitedly announced to everyone, now pay attention, it's here. A small snake with green scales and black bands reared its head among the leaves. Its name is Chrysoplea, just an ordinary snake, right? How can it glide? Above where Soryang stood speaking to the camera, the snake undulated its body in waves to move through the air. Actually, it doesn't truly fly. It flares its ribs like wings, generating lift and then gliding. What the heck? Soryang raised a finger to calm viewers when skeptical comments popped up on the phone screen. What? Chasing views with a stunt tricked you into watching? Calm down, everyone. They can glide up to 250 meters. I'd call that flying, wouldn't you? He spread a radiant smile and continued proudly. After all, a snake can't fly in the sky like a bird, right? Everything in the universe follows the laws of physics. Here he goes with that lecture again. Back in the present, his face registered extreme bewilderment. That's exactly what I thought. The heavenly flying serpent still coiled powerfully around the sheer cliff where a group watched from afar. So what on earth is that thing really? My head about to explode. Soryang grinned and pointed up at the puzzling sky. Grandfather, isn't this strange? A snake gliding in the sky. Tang Museong beside him remained calm. That's precisely why it's called the heavenly flying serpent. I didn't mean it like that. On the other side, Huiyan was completely captivated by its beauty. Isn't Soryang wonderful? And you kids too, grow up quickly and become extraordinary feral beasts like it. While they chatted, the group accidentally disturbed the heavenly flying serpent. It immediately focused its gaze. Good heavens, Huiyan, your voice really carries some power. In an instant, it darted through a blazing aura. Seeing that, he panicked and shouted, the snake is running away. Soryang watched its disappearance with deep regret. It seemed to have noticed our silhouettes. He calmly reassured him, don't worry, we'll have another chance to meet it. Tang Museong continued, perhaps it hasn't gone far. We'll set up camp, send scouts to sweep the area and track it down. He bowed politely and agreed, yes. The group halted at the edge of the perilous cliff and cast their eyes over the vast, layered mountain expanse. While wandering alone in the woods, Soryang was startled when Xiao Pio called out, Soryang, what are you doing over there? He stammered in reply, it's just, this is my first time seeing a sky snake, so I'm thinking of a way to make it land so we can catch it. She exhaled with a teasing tone at his bewildered look. I thought after catching so many creatures you'd know the basics. Soryang, you don't even know the fundamentals. What do you mean by fundamentals? Xiao Pio said confidently, quickly analyzing, I don't know how it flies, but it's a living creature, so it must eat and sleep, right? There will be a time when it has to land. We can wait for that moment to catch it. At Xiao Pio's words, his eyes suddenly widened and his face brightened. After all, it can't fly forever. Do you agree? Indeed. A memory from the past flashed before him. Remembering earlier games, the moment it feeds is its most vulnerable time. Seize it. Yes, I overlooked the simplest method, as Xiao Pio said. Soryang clasped his hands to express deep gratitude for her enthusiastic help. Thank you, Xiao Pio. Trust me, I'll put the heavenly flying serpent right into your hands. The two of them laughed heartily beneath the forest canopy, creating a joyful atmosphere. When night fell, it signaled a dramatic turning point about to occur. But a chaotic scene unfolded with many people lying scattered, wounded, while dust still hung heavy in the air. Soryang looked at the scene, utterly distraught. On our first capture attempt, we finally discovered the heavenly flying serpent hovering above them under the moon. Only then did the group understand why this creature is called the leader of the 24 poisons. It stared at those below, floating motionless in midair, surrounded by misty streams of spiritual energy. Huiyan hurried to Soryang's side, her face filled with worry. Soryang, are you okay? Huiyan, I'm fine. It fixed its gaze on its target. Its eyes flared with threatening blue electricity. Soryang broke out in a cold sweat, his expression etched with extreme tension. 3 days had passed since they set up camp and gathered information on this creature. Through reconnaissance, they learned the pattern. What we discovered was that every 3 days it eats a fire carp, and it flies continuously through the night for 2 hours. In the forest at dusk, they set up an ambush trap. Based on this information, we arranged a covert strike during its nightly feeding to capture it alive. But the plan completely collapsed. The heavenly flying serpent was far more alert than they had expected. It suddenly lashed its tail, producing a powerful thrust that sent water spraying everywhere, leaving the group on the shore with no time to react. It appeared with imposing dignity, its long body undulating and hovering in midair right in front of the two people holding the large bag. It was gigantic, about 6 meters long, and its skin was unusually tough. The two froze in place, their faces draining of color and terror. Not to mention a blinding beam of light struck the ground, creating a huge explosion that hurled dirt and rock, The physical impact when it dove was so strong that gravel flew everywhere with each strike, making any approach impossible. Although its venomousness couldn't match the 10 great venomous creatures, it was still potent enough to deserve the top spot among the 24 poisons. Tang Museong hastily turned and urged Soryang to leave the danger zone. Soryang, many are injured, we'd better withdraw for now. Yes, grandfather. He shouted orders to those chaotic in the dust. Everyone retreat, take the wounded back to camp to recover. The group fled in a panic from the old woods, each person showing clear horror. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with anger and refusal to accept defeat. The layered mountains sank into a quiet night under the pale moon. Thus, our first attempt to capture the heavenly flying serpent ended in abject failure. Dry logs burned bright, casting a crackling fire in the darkness. The group stopped and set up camp by the fire, sitting down to rest with exhausted faces. Huiyan trembled as she wrapped white bandages around her injured wrist in tight coils. Soryang worriedly approached to ask about her. Are you okay, Huiyan? It's just a scratch, don't worry. On the other side, Tang Museong was carefully bandaging wounds. I've reset the broken arm and splinted it. Sorry, master. Xiao Pio stood nearby with a worried look and asked him, by the way, I didn't expect that creature to be so strong. Maybe we were overconfident and underprepared. Remember the green burn killers, if a lower tier venomous creature is that strong, we should have been more cautious. Tang Museong turned to the boy standing with arms crossed in thought and said sternly, what shall we do now? Soryang, do you have any ideas? Soryang put his hand to his chin, brows knitted tightly. That creature is entirely different from anything I've known. My knowledge is completely useless here. The firelight flickered over the bandaged warriors sitting slumped on the ground. The air was heavy with fatigue. I think a frontal assault like today is too risky. We cannot sacrifice valuable fighters to catch a venomous creature. Soryang, confused with jumbled thoughts, thought it would be much easier if it couldn't glide. Tang Museong suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment as if he'd found a spark. I remember now. Standing before Soryang and Huiyan, listening intently, he propped his hand on his chin and analyzed. I have a hypothesis about how it glides, its method of gliding. He continued, yes, when it glides, I clearly sensed a powerful stream of inner energy surrounding it. If it flies without moving its body. Tang Museong declared plainly, it could be the riding chi thrust, NG letter 1EF1 Kai Zung Tieru, leaving both of them stunned with astonishment. Riding chi thrust. He turned to Huiyan beside him with a questioning look. Huiyan, what is the riding chi thrust? Riding chi thrust is a form of lightness skill. She spoke up to explain. Usually lightness skills use inner energy in the legs to spring up, unlike the riding chi thrust. It uses inner energy to make the whole body fly. It's like grabbing its own collar and lifting itself up. The three of them discussed the immense energy source. It couldn't do that without a massive current of inner energy in its body. So you mean the creature has a very large inner energy reserve? Tang Museong spoke up to refute firmly. No, not inner energy. A brilliant blue orb appeared, radiating mystical rings of energy. It was an inner core. Surely this creature possesses an inner core. The whole group collectively gasped, an actual inner core, elder. Soryang stared blankly, thinking to himself that an inner core is like that blue-spotted mother killer creature. Some kind of spirit elixir with powerful medicinal force that enhances martial skill. Suddenly their eyes brightened with excitement. That meant we had even more reason to capture it. We must catch that snake at all costs. Tang Museong began to explain. Huiyan advanced to a new realm after consuming the inner core of a low-grade venom centipede. If one eats the inner core of a high-grade venom creature like the heavenly flying serpent, their skill will leap forward in an instant. Contrasting the initial excitement, Soryang's face turned tense, sweat beading on his brow. If that's the case, sadly it will be very hard to capture it alive. Huiyan called up to him with worry in her eyes. Soryang. He declared decisively, impossible. No, we'll definitely catch it and we'll catch it alive. The others were all surprised by his firm decision. Tang Museong and Xiao Pio both turned to question him. Why, Soryang, if we kill it we get an inner core to boost cultivation. Soryang, that's not an ordinary inner core, it's the heavenly flying serpent's inner core, very precious. But Soryang only smiled confidently and waved a hand, explaining, inner energy can be accumulated over time so we can cultivate it. I think a living creature is more valuable than its inner core. After hearing his reasonable explanation, he fully trusted the boy's leadership. Very like you. Soryang, if that's your idea then go ahead. So what do we do now? While the little trainees curled up and slept soundly on the rock, Soryang began to reveal the strategy. Actually, I have a plan. Soryang smiled slyly, appearing confident with a hint of mischief as if certain of victory. His resolve grew stronger, eyes gleaming with determination. I'll catch you without leaving a scratch. The plan was set in motion immediately. The group found the heavenly serpent leisurely drinking at a stream in the rocky valley. From the bushes beside the stream, Soryang held a stone in his hand, watching silently. Then he hurled the stone forcefully toward it, startling it into a sudden jump. It kept turning its head, flicking its sense organs around in panic while he quietly observed from behind. There are 3 ways a snake perceives the world. The ear bone structure helps it detect vibrations and sound waves. The vomernasal organ, also called Jacobson's organ, analyzes scent particles gathered by the flicking tongue, and through the sensory pit called the loreal pit, uses special cells called Golgi cells to detect infrared radiation and track prey movements, to put it simply. But the group appeared in a strange guise, their bodies wrapped head to toe in thick white bandages. If we block scent and heat, it won't be able to detect us. While he remained excited, Tang, Museong, and Huiyan grumbled awkwardly. But Soryang, do we really have to wear this? I never expected the 10,000 Venom Lord to have to endure this. For this plan, the special outfit made from Yowa silk is absolutely necessary. That said, since it doesn't completely hide our presence, don't get too close to it. Though still a bit skeptical, he began to consider it seriously. All right, I understand how it works, but how do we catch it without leaving a single scratch? Soryang smiled, remembering the valuable lessons from Sial Pyo. Sial Pyo Sis once told me this: every living creature needs to eat and sleep. The 2 of them widened their eyes in amazement when they heard his next tactic. From now on, we'll shadow it for several days. Whenever it tries to eat or rest, we'll throw stones to disturb it. He raised his hand confidently. Soryang asserted firmly that because it can't see us, it won't be able to attack or defend. Without food or rest, it will gradually weaken and faint. He continued, what if it's the leader of the 24 poisons? It still can't resist hunger and exhaustion. However, Soryang also reminded everyone, of course, during this period we'll have to endure a bit too. Be patient, everyone. Time passed quietly by the stream, and so 6 days went by. After nearly a week of torment, the heavenly flying serpent now looked haggard and exhausted by the water's edge, as both it and we began to run out of strength. Then a guard spotted it and immediately called out, "It's trying to drink, throw stones." Struck by the stones, it opened its mouth and let out a pained, weary cry as the surprise attacks continued. The heavenly flying serpent turned its head and desperately tried to bolt. They eagerly chased close behind, then halted at once. Suddenly its gaze blurred, its mind spun, and finally, the heavenly flying serpent collapsed onto the grass and fell unconscious right before the warriors. It had succumbed to hunger and exhaustion and passed out. It's down. The group quickly cast a large net to encircle it. That was the way to capture the heavenly flying serpent without leaving any scratches on it and without injuring the fighters. Soryang stepped forward, excited. I'll name this plan. The whole group cheered in unison, delighted and excited. Heavenly Cage Campaign, the plan was a resounding success. Along the trail cutting through the dense forest, the group gathered around a crude wagon. Tang Museong stood beside Sial Pyo, looking at the wagon and exhaling in relief. That troublesome beast had given us quite a hard time. Soryang called from the other side, "Grandfather, have you checked its inner core yet? It's not very large, but it's a quality inner core with a very pure emanation of energy, equivalent to about 120 years of inner energy." Hearing the unimaginable number for the power contained in the spirit pill, Huiyan couldn't contain her excitement. 120 years. At the prospect of owning such a priceless treasure, the 2 girls looked at him with hope. Soryang, why not pretend we don't know and take its inner core? Hey Soryang, not 5 years, not 10, but 120 years. Soryang put his hand to his chin, conflicted, his face showing inner struggle as he heard her. You're still young. With that amount of inner energy, learning martial arts would be easy. I know how much you love animals, but this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang Museong continued to add persuasive arguments. Huiyan is right. A spirit pill like that would certainly improve anyone's physique and greatly enhance inner energy. You might surpass the 10 great poisons and reach a higher realm. He squeezed his eyes shut in thought, ideas rising. Overcoming the 10 great poisons is truly tempting. But in Soryang's mind, the majestic image of it with its brilliant fins soaring through the clouds appeared. The heavenly flying serpent is an extremely rare creature. It has dazzling colors and splendid fins. Moreover, it can fly. I'd find it hard to give it up. The 2 girls stepped closer. Huiyan grabbed his hand while Sial Pyo urged him with a pleading look. Soryang, will you listen to sister? Right, Soryang, please, decide quickly. Just as everyone argued heatedly, the sack on the wagon suddenly began to writhe violently. Let me think a bit more. Suddenly, the wagon started to roll. Then, to the group's horror, the cart was lifted off the ground. The wagon was flying up. It's definitely awakened. Gu Pi rushed over in panic, trying to hold down the violently thrashing sack. Damn, does it still have this much strength? Won't this beast stay put? A low, powerful growl sounded from within. Tang Museong watched the chaos with a grave expression. It's brimming with strength, not like one that's been starving for days. Snakes can fast for months. The warriors struggled to retie the loose ropes after the shock damaged the wagon. And now there's another problem. Once it's fully awake, it will resist fiercely. And since the wagon is broken, transporting it becomes another worry. He said in a low voice, I think you love it too much. That's why you haven't spoken up until now. Other creatures are obedient and easy to care for, but this one is too ferocious. I don't know if there's anywhere suitable for it, even if we take it home to the clan. Finally, Tang Museong lost patience, his face fierce. If it keeps resisting so violently, we'll have to kill it and take the inner core whether you want that or not. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sack suddenly fell silent. The guarding warriors stared at the sack in surprised confusion. Then a strange breath began to emanate from the sack. Everyone stood stunned as a blue orb rolled out from inside the sack. The two guards gaped in astonishment and shouted, What, young Master Soryang, come see this. From beneath the tightly bound white cloth, the heavenly flying serpent poked its head out with tear-filled eyes that made everyone rub their own eyes in disbelief. The heavenly flying serpent had shrunk. What did you say? Soryang immediately ran over, trembling as he looked at it. It had become small and adorable, its big round eyes glistening with innocence as it looked up at him. Seeing this, Soryang collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and wailing pitifully. No, my heavenly flying serpent, my majestic and splendid heavenly flying serpent. Tang Museong stood nearby and said coldly that it seemed to have used its inner core to buy its life. It could voluntarily expel the inner core. He gritted his teeth in anger, glare filled with resentment at it. Idiot, why did you do that? If you'd waited a little longer, I could have convinced grandfather. Unable to bear it, Soryang held the glowing inner core in one hand and clamped its mouth with the other, trying to force it to swallow it back. Hey, eat it again, eat it again. Soryang, calm down. And so, unexpectedly, we achieved both goals. We have the heavenly flying serpent and the inner core. And thanks to the creature shrinking, we can return to the Beast Palace immediately. The next day, in the Great Hall of the Beast Palace, Manhwa and the elders gathered in full to admire the spoils. This is the inner core of the heavenly flying serpent, wonderful, a source of inner energy emitting pure, powerful force. Now I understand why the 10,000 Venom Lord said it's equivalent to 120 years. Tang Museong, standing nearby, also spoke up. However, it's a pity upon closer inspection, the inner energy in the inner core is of the heavenly attribute. What a shame. Soryang was puzzled and embarrassed by this new concept he had just heard, the heavenly attribute. Manhwa explained not all inner energy is the same. Look at the Beast Palace's training methods, most carry the earth attribute. Our clan's internal skill is primarily earth attribute, so this is really disappointing. Tang Museong continued thoughtfully, the inner core of the heavenly flying serpent has the heavenly attribute, so it isn't compatible with the cultivation method you're practicing. Soryang, it's a pity, you'll probably only be able to absorb about half of the inner energy in that core. Brushing off the disappointment, Soryang gave a bright, optimistic smile. Even half is still a great opportunity. I'm fine with that. All right, I'll try to find a way to make use of more of the inner energy. Keep the inner core safe until then. Huiyan beamed and congratulated him. Congratulations, Soryang, thank you, Huiyan said. From the fold of her robe, 3 tiny creatures suddenly crawled out. What are you children doing? Their eyes flashed with electric blue light as if becoming ravenous. They all dove onto the floor at once to snatch and knocked the wooden box out of his hands. They went mad fighting over the precious gem, those little rascals. Huiyan was shocked by their behavior, planting her hands on her hips with a stern look. So Hyang Bana, stop immediately. I see you, come out here right now. Instead of being afraid, they bared their teeth and growled defiantly, eyes blazing as if determined to get the gem. Seeing the youngster's insolent attitude, Soryang couldn't hold back and shouted, Hey, what do you think you're doing? He quickly grabbed the one wriggling and scolded, How dare you be rude to your mother? What do you think you're doing? I'm very angry, you know. Soryang lifted the crying little ones up while she stood nearby looking worried and thoughtful. When raising children, quarrels are common. but why are these kids, usually so united, acting this way now? But then something seemed to cut the conversation short, making him startle. The two of them froze and looked at each other, sensing a strange sound coming from behind it. What was that swallowing noise? Could it be? Soryang's eyes instantly widened in shock. Its body emitted a blinding light, its eyes whitening and the spots on its back flaring intensely. He and Huiyan were stunned into silence at the sight. He stammered, "So Nhi." A fierce beam of light surged from the tiny body, and it swallowed the inner core. The dazzling radiant light filled the whole room, causing everyone to gasp and shield their eyes. Tang Museong tried to shout, "What is that light? What's happening?" Huiyan replied, "So swallowed the inner core." A sudden memory flashed in Soryang's mind, exactly like the dream he'd seen. Suddenly, a violent headache hit. Soryang clutched his head and screamed in pain. But the pain didn't stop. Huiyan anxiously turned and asked, "Soryang, what's wrong?" Soryang didn't answer her. After a moment, he seemed to lose all strength and suddenly fell forward. Huiyan stepped forward but couldn't catch him in time. She panicked and shouted, "Soryang." Huiyan sat down beside him and tried to reach out when Tang Museong barked, "Wait, don't go near him. Absolutely do not touch Soryang right now." Huiyan looked bewildered and asked why. Tang Museong gestured towards Soryang. "Look closely at Soryang." Soryang's whole body was glowing. Tang Museong hurriedly said the light was emanating from Soryang's body, exactly like the Wu Gong larva. "I sense that energy is the spirit essence of the insect king, but something strange seems to be happening inside Soryang. If we touch him now, our true qi could be scattered." Huiyan grew even more anxious about this. Unable to contain her unease, she cried out, "Soryang." Soryang was still lying flat on the ground, cold sweat all over his body, eyes tightly shut, teeth clenched. In Soryang's mind, he sat in a boundless space, clutching his head in agony. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring nonstop. His head felt ready to explode, something pounding heavily inside, the pain rising with each moment. The pain made Soryang's eyes well up. He thought it better to pass out than be saved. While Soryang struggled under the growing pain, someone appeared behind him. The woman bowed her head, placing both hands at the back of his head. Soryang flinched. He sat still, feeling the rhythmic strokes of those hands, the sensation. Soryang relaxed a bit compared to before. As those hands touched him, the pain gradually faded, then sped away even faster. He didn't know who it was, but someone was gently stroking his scalp. Soryang quickly turned his head to look back. Is it Huiyan or Xiaopao? But it was neither. Soryang met an unfamiliar face, a girl with a gentle smile. He stared in bewilderment at the person before him. Who are you?" She reached both hands forward and touched Soryang's cheeks to his surprise. The small hands gently cradled him. The girl stepped forward and placed a kiss on Soryang's forehead. Where her lips had touched, a strange beam of light immediately burst forth. Seconds later, Soryang and the girl were both enveloped in an odd halo of light in the dark space. After who knew how long, Soryang groggily opened his eyes, sweat soaking his whole body. He blinked and looked around, trying to make sense of things. Where was this? Could it all be just a dream? Who was that blue-haired girl? Suddenly, Soryang felt a weight on his head and drops of liquid running down. He looked up and turned pale at the sight of a giant centipede coiled around him, nibbling at his head. He stood stunned for a few seconds, then screamed. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the door. Huiyan and Xiaopao burst in, pushing the door. "Soryang, you're awake. Soryang, what happened?" Seeing them, Soryang shouted in panic, "Huiyan, sister Xiaopao." His voice broke with fear. "Help me, there's a giant centipede trying to swallow me." Huiyan and Xiaopao breathed a sigh of relief. "Calm down, Soryang, it's okay." Xiaopao hurriedly explained, "That's so." Soryang was astonished. He stammered as he looked at So. "That giant centipede is So. How did this happen?" Soryang widened his eyes. It looked more like a celestial serpent than a centipede. Huiyan nodded vigorously. "Yes, Soryang, So became like this after swallowing the heavenly serpent's inner core." Xiaopao folded her arms across her chest and added calmly, "Soryang So has matured and transformed into the flying heavenly Wu Gong." Soryang asked, "The flying heavenly Wu Gong?" Huiyan nodded slightly, then explained in an even tone. "A legendary disaster, the flying centipede that screams with bone poison and spreads death across the skies." She told him steadily that they blanket the heavens with poisonous rain, swallow the land whole, a living catastrophe. They hold one of the 10 ranks of the 10 great venomous beasts, the Venom King insect, ruler of all centipedes. Soryang stared wide-eyed at So, one of the 10 great venomous beasts. His mind became chaotic. So ours, impossible. A series of visions appeared in Soryang's head. Has my daughter really become a young lady who can fly? He rushed over to So and laughed loudly. Of course, my eldest daughter has grown so beautiful, it truly moves me. Soryang happily stroked So that's what the 10 great venomous beasts are like. It's like petting a cat and ending up touching a tiger. Huiyan said worriedly. Come inside, you've been unconscious for 15 days, you should tend to your body first. Xiao Paio rubbed her chin thoughtfully. They say when one connects with one of the 10 great venomous beasts, your consciousness can be swallowed. Could it really be, as father said, that your mind was harmed? Huiyan only sighed wearily. No, he's the same as always. Huiyan stepped forward urgently and said to Saoryang, brother, now is not the time for joking. So turning into a flying centipede is good, but there is also troubling news. Saoryang laughed cheerfully. I'm not sure how serious that news is, but compared to So growing up this beautiful, it's probably negligible. Huiyan put a finger to her lips to hush him. SHH, brother. She whispered as if she didn't want anyone else to hear. It's not like that, brother. Two little Wu Gong climbed onto Huiyan's shoulders, eyes filled with burning resentment. Your two little darlings are angry. Boom, boom, there they go. Only then did Saoryang realize and felt a chill down his spine at their gazes. He swallowed awkwardly. He glanced at the little Wu Gong, furious. Are you serious? Saoryang thought for a moment, then suddenly jolted as if understanding that expression. Could it be? The reason they suddenly fought was that Saoryang had started imagining Huiyan standing in the arena, and whichever centipede won would become the flying Wu Gong. The three little Wu Gong in human form stood surrounding the inner core. I get it now, sister. I don't intend to lose either. I'll eat the inner core and win father's affection. Saoryang picked up the two little Wu Gong. They cried, Father, you can't do that. Big sister, that's cheating. So calmly hugged the inner core. Cheating? This is my destiny, is it not? Thinking this, sweat poured from Saoryang's brow. Could it be? Saoryang hurried up to them and stammered, Huiyan, Ban. Father didn't know, I'm sorry. Father loves Huiyan and Ban very much too. Xiao Paio gave a wry smile. Brother, it seems the two little ones' pride was hurt. Huiyan's face showed a little satisfaction. Brother, usually the little ones are closer to their mother than to their father. Saoryang put on a wronged look. Father already apologized. Only after he sincerely apologized for a long time did the children's anger finally subside. The next morning, Saoryang went to see Tang Museong to check his health after being comatose for so long. Tang Museong channeled internal energy into Saoryang's back to check the effect of the beast mind in his body. After So swallowed the inner core, foster father and grandpa took turns thoroughly examining his meridians. After a while, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Clearly, the toxicity in the body had increased significantly, perhaps because So's venom had grown stronger. Manhwa also nodded. Indeed, beast mind cultivation makes master and spirit beast mature together. Tang Museong approached Saoryang and said that although he hadn't swallowed the inner core, his body had absorbed spirit force almost as if it had refined it. It's also something good. When you recover, we'll run more detailed checks. Manhwa also spoke up and asked, Saoryang, did you see any illusions or anything like that? Saoryang was a bit dazed. Illusions. Manhwa nodded slightly and continued. Sometimes an inexperienced cultivator who absorbs a spirit beast's consciousness can easily be swallowed by that consciousness. Moreover, you linked with one of the 10 great venomous beasts. I am truly worried. Saoryang began to recall the blue-haired girl he saw while unconscious. Could she have been so? She hadn't swallowed him but seemed to be treating him. Manhwa, seeing Saoryang not answer, added, If you sense any strange qi, you must report to me immediately. Saoryang nodded. Yes, father. Manhwa turned to Tang Museong and said, Now that the heavenly serpent and Saoryang are both in my hands, let's start the thing I've been postponing for so long. That's right. Xiao Paio spoke up somewhat hesitantly. Father, what is the thing you've been postponing? Tang Museong stroked his beard and replied, It's the 5 venoms. I want to go see their lair. Saoryang was startled when he heard that and thought to himself, 5 venoms. Tang Museong continued, The place where the 5 venoms were wiped out 100 years ago is not far from here. If we find signs of their rebirth, we absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. His voice grew more grave. Right now they could be hiding somewhere, breeding endlessly like hordes of poisonous ants gathering, ready to erupt. Tang Museong paused a moment and then said in a deep voice, If they once attacked the Beast Palace, the next target could be us. His eyes shone with fierce determination. Before they can make a move, we'll make the first move. The next day, in the main hall of the Southern Beast Palace, people crowded together, all bustling about carrying and unloading. Gu Pi smiled and said to Saoryang, This is the last one. Saoryang nodded, You've worked hard. He lifted each wooden crate onto the cargo cart. Before starting the 5 venoms investigation, they had decided to return all the captured poisonous creatures to the clan first. Saoryang started as if remembering something. What about the heavenly butterfly serpent? Gu Pi replied, The attendant in charge of the poisonous beasts is keeping it separately. He worriedly told Saryang that its condition was still unstable and it couldn't be sent back to the clan yet. It hasn't eaten for days and just curled up in a corner. Hearing that, Saryang also felt uneasy. Is that so? I'll go check on it. He inwardly gave a bitter laugh, thinking it must have been badly shaken. After all, it had just lost 120 years of cultivation to another poisonous creature. After that, Saryang and So quietly opened the door to the heavenly butterfly serpent's room. And the moment it saw him, it became furious. Are you okay? He scratched his head and forced a smile. Don't be so on guard. I don't mean to hurt you. You're impressive and magnificent. I wanted to take you home and care for you. It's just that you were too fierce and wild, which led to all this. Seeing the heavenly butterfly serpent trembling with rage, Saryang added, you must be furious and resentful, but why not think of it this way? Now that you're shrunken like this, other beasts could easily tear you apart, so instead of returning alone to the valley, come with us. He softened his voice to reassure the heavenly butterfly serpent. There are many friends here too, 2 lizards, a spider called Yoa, and even a centipede. The heavenly butterfly serpent pondered for a moment as if seeing something. It growled and its eyes brightened. Saryang pulled out the big fish from the sack and laughed. Right, you've been starving for days, haven't you? You must be very hungry. Eat this fire carp for now and then we'll figure things out, okay? Though very hungry, the heavenly butterfly serpent turned its head away. Saryang grew awkward. It's angry. What should he do now? The heavenly butterfly serpent tried to ignore him, but after a while it seemed to sense the murderous aura surrounding it and cast a sidelong glance. The heavenly butterfly serpent met So's fierce gaze. He was growling threateningly behind Saryang. The serpent flinched, sweat pouring from its body in fear, and it let out a cry under Saryang's bewildered look. In the end, it accepted the fish. Saryang was delighted. It's eating. It really was hungry. Outside, Huyen was strolling leisurely, with Hyung and Ban chattering nonstop on her shoulders. Huyen waited a long time in front of the heavenly butterfly serpent's room. After a while, Saryang came out and she anxiously asked, Saryang, what's going on? Saryang nodded lightly. It started eating, don't worry. Then he reassured Hyung and Ban aloud. Kids, wait a bit longer, wait until it's recovered. I'll ask it for more inner cores for us then. Saryang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I feel a bit sorry for it, but I'll only ask it twice more. Please try a little harder for the safety of the clan. Tang Museong arrived and called out, Saryang, turn around, Grandpa. He smiled at him. Preparations for the 5 Venoms investigation are complete. Everything is ready. I think we can begin the search. Tang Museong hesitated slightly, but are you sure? You've only just recovered. Saryang answered firmly, yes, it's fine. He clenched Ha's hand with determination. I'm the young master of the Southern Beast Palace and also a son-in-law of the Tang clan, right? If he's an enemy of both clans, then he's our common enemy. I can't miss an occasion like this. Tang Museong laughed heartily in satisfaction. Our Saryang thinking like that makes one proud. Meanwhile, Saryang thought to himself, fine, this trip is also to investigate the 5 Venoms and see if there are any other poisonous creatures. Tang Museong stroked his beard. Then tomorrow we'll go to Nanhuo Mountain in Yunnan, the last place they were seen to search for traces. Their whereabouts must still have left something there. At that, he thrust a hand forward and clenched it. After all, Tang Museong's voice bristled with confidence. It's finally time to settle this 100-year debt. A few days later, as the sky was still dimming, the day's rays were fading. Saryang rode on So's back. They circled high above, observing the ground below. Saryang watched each ridge intently. It was the 2nd day since they arrived at Nanhuo Mountain and began the search. Since 100 years had passed, finding exact traces was by no means simple. His face grew more serious. The Southern Beast Palace records only note that the 5 Venoms were destroyed at Nanhuo with no specific location recorded. I've searched the whole mountain with So, but found nothing worthwhile. Saryang sighed long and hollow with frustration. Another day gone with no harvest. So, who was circling, suddenly braked sharply. Saryang jerked, little disciple, what's wrong? He glanced forward and saw something flying back. There. Look closely and you'll see a flock of roy flying together, Saryang cried out. Roy. Saryang gently ruffled So's head. Those are roy, a kind of flying mouse. This must be the first time you've seen them, right? So nodded excitedly. Saryang looked toward the setting sun and told So, it's getting dark, we'll return today. As soon as they landed, Mengho asked, Saryang, did you find anything? Saryang shook his head. Father, nothing. Except a flock of roy flying north, I saw nothing else. He was immediately startled. Roy, then we must head north at once. Saryang was surprised. Why? Manhwa folded his arms and slowly explained, if Roy fly in flocks, it means they're heading to a large cave. That could very well be the five venoms location. Saryang nodded, I understand. Then Manhwa ordered him, Saryang, you go ahead to lead the way, follow the direction the flock flew, the warriors will follow close behind. Saryang nodded, yes, I understand. Saryang and the others set out immediately. Following the northern range the flock had passed, and after several hours crossing deeper and ever denser jungle. After some time they found the place they sought, and decided to stop at a dark spot deep in the forest. The warriors accompanying Saryang grimly stared at what lay before them. They stood before a cave buried under massive boulders piled mountain high. Tang Museong examined it closely. Saryang stared in amazement at the cave, so vast. Could the entire mountain be connected to a single cavern? Tang Museong approached a mark on the stone. Palace, Lord of the Beast Palace, look here. There's something on this side. Saryang stepped closer. Is that the chief seal? On it were ancient characters. We permanently seal the five venoms here. Saryang tried to read the inscription. It seemed to contain writing. Manhwa stepped forward to read the ancient script and interpreted, we permanently seal the five venoms here. It seems we've found the right place. Tang Museong, hearing this, said, this chief seal is likely the Hong Rion divine seal of our house. Our ancestors must have cultivated it to this level. Saryang marveled, having assumed the clan only specialized in poisons and hidden weapons. Manhwa turned to look at Saryang, but the entrance was blocked by huge stones. Getting inside would be difficult. Try to find another passage, otherwise we'll have to clear this pile of rocks. Saryang nodded. Suddenly a flock of Roy flew down toward them, heading in a different direction. Saryang looked up and saw Roy. Manhwa also turned to look. Where were they going? They watched the flock fly up to the top of the cavern and into a hole. What's that? There was a large opening in the roof of the cave. Tang Museong brightened with joy. It seems 100 years was enough time for a new entrance to form for the ancient five venoms. Saryang stepped forward to ask permission. Father, may I enter and scout the area first? Manhwa hesitated. Are you sure? Saryang smiled confidently over his shoulder. Yes, So and Yoa will go with me, so everyone needn't worry. With those two along, there's nothing to be concerned about. Tang Museong nodded but warned in a low voice, still, to prevent accidents, take the two kids and Huiyan with you. We'll watch the area a bit longer and then follow you in. Saryang immediately raised his hand in salute. Yes, understood, with So's help. The four Saryang, Huiyan, Yoa, and Xiaopao flew up above the cavern. They descended together into a yawning pit, thick mist blanketing the interior. Huiyan covered her nose as she walked. What is that smell? Saryang laughed and replied, too much Roy guano, be careful. They moved closer together. Inside the cave, they found Roy droppings, loud noises, and darkness so thick they could barely see a hand span ahead. Saryang opened his eyes wide. Luckily, during his time at the Beast Palace, he learned his sister's night vision technique, letting him see clearly even in the dark, so the scouting wasn't a major obstacle. The four went deeper and discovered a small niche. The only obstacle was, Saryang saw thousands of Roy hanging upside down from the ceiling. Though he loved all creatures and didn't discriminate, Roy were instinctively the ones he always wanted to avoid. He frowned and rubbed his chin. There seem to be thousands. How can we get past this situation? Zo flew closer to him, reading Saryang's expression. It flicked its head forward and uttered a signaling cry. When it saw Saryang had noticed, it raised its head, took a deep breath, and then to everyone's astonishment, so roared as bolts of electricity surged into the niche. The Roy clinging to the cave ceiling convulsed, as if electrocuted, and immediately fell. In moments, thousands of Roy thudded to the ground. Saryang was startled. What happened? Is that killing intent? Xiaopao marveled. It can emit killing intent, truly one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Saryang's eyes shone. He'd only seen such things in stories, just like the Hawkeye overlord. He excitedly patted So. Good job, So, that's my girl, so talented. Hyang and Ban on Huiyan's shoulder growled at the sight. Saryang was startled. Hyang, Ban, what's wrong with you two? They copied So and took a deep inhalation. Cheeks puffed and faces flushed from the effort. Huiyan spoke up. It seems Hyang and Ban also want to release their killing intent. Saryang squeezed his hand tight. How adorable, he said with tears of joy welling. Hyang and Ban can emit killing intent too. Our daughters are amazing. I'm about to cry from pride. Xiaopao cut him off and pointed ahead. Saryang, wait, look over there. Seeing Xiaopao's expression, Saryang turned his head to look into the deep niche where a red light flashed. At the end of that pitch-black tunnel stood a large door radiating killing intent, surrounded by scattered human bones. The four of them immediately went inside. It looked like a gate, and there were many crates and boxes strewn around. Huiyan said as she walked, they were covered by roy traps, so we didn't detect them. Soryang nodded. I guess this is the final battlefield of the 5 venoms. He stepped closer to the gate and studied it intently. It seemed there was something right in the center. Soryang recognized it at once. He cried out, this is. In the middle of the main gate sat a large gem with 5 creatures arranged in a circle, the 5 great poisons. At those words, all 4 of them froze in place, aghast at the discovery. Huiyan stepped up beside Soryang and observed the gate. This is. She looked at the creatures on it. Centipede, snake, scorpion, lizard, toad. These are the 5 poisons. Xiao Pio crouched down at the stone ledge beside the gate. Something was carved there. She read aloud the engraved lines. Even if we sheath our swords and flee in darkness now, today's blood debt will surely be repaid. Xiao Pio turned to Soryang with gravity. The 5 poison sect will forever remember this blood debt. She frowned. It looked frightening. Soryang rubbed his chin and thought, it seems this place was the 5 venoms' lair a century ago. Huiyan added, if so, there may still be relics or records left behind. Xiao Pio looked at Soryang, but how do we open this gate? After a moment's thought, Soryang said, let's wait for Grandpa and Father to arrive first. They may understand these mechanism formations better. Huiyan nodded lightly. Understood, Soryang. Consider it done. The 4 of them sat down on the ground to wait, so lay down and slept soundly. They sat like that for a long time without anyone speaking. Yoa was playing with some skeletons. Soryang awkwardly cleared his throat. The silence felt a little embarrassing. He slapped his hand once. Shall I try to break this silence with a joke? Soryang said excitedly, Huiyan, Xiao Pio's sister, do you know? Soryang spoke mysteriously. Gates with balls like these often hide secret mechanisms. Xiao Pio was slightly suspicious. Really? Soryang hurriedly nodded. Of course, if we try pressing the central orb, maybe it'll open. Hearing that, Huiyan and Xiao Pio both grew excited. He watched them happily fidget with the orb. In my previous life, there was an escape room-style contest set in ancient times just like this. Probably not as simple as in the game, though. But after a while, they discouragedly said, hey Soryang, nothing's happening. Soryang forced a smile. When have I ever guaranteed anything? He stepped closer and placed his hand on the gem in the center. Maybe we need to recite a mantra or channel inner energy into the orb like this. But unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, the gem suddenly shone brilliantly. Soryang was surprised. Seconds later, not only the gem, but also the slot holding the gate began to glow. It slowly opened. Soryang went pale and widened his eyes as the gate creaked open. Who would have thought it would actually work? When the gate was fully open, a deep, pitch-black tunnel stretched out before them. Huiyan and Xiao Pio stared in amazement. Soryang, the gate really opened. Well done, Soryang. Xiao Pio stepped inside. I thought you were joking, yet you actually found a way to activate the formation mechanism. Soryang thought to himself, no way did it really work. He lifted his hand to test it. The moment his palm touched the orb, it lit up. Could the inner power of the 5-pill poison origin art be acting like a key? Xiao Pio studied the tunnel warily. She could feel a draft blowing from within, like a very long corridor leading deep inside. Huiyan turned to Soryang and asked, shall we go in and check a bit? He startled, really? Huiyan's face flushed as she whispered, these mechanisms are really interesting, you know, Soryang. In our clan, formation mechanisms are considered important. Having a quick look won't hurt. Soryang sighed. Apparently Huiyan was quite keen on these devices. But then he nodded confidently. All right, let's explore further. Feels like a treasure hunting adventure. I'm kind of getting excited. Soryang took his hand and wrote a message on the gate. Before we go, just to be safe, I'll leave a note saying we've entered here. After writing it, Soryang signaled to enter the tunnel. All right. The 3 others eagerly followed him. Let's go. The 5 venoms' lair from 100 years ago. Since the tunnel was so dark and they couldn't rely on Soryang's eyes alone, they took lanterns with them. Soryang led the way, with Huiyan behind him holding a lantern to light the path. But after only a few steps, the gate slammed shut behind them. Xiao Pio spun around in alarm. The gate had closed. Yuna hurried to reassure them. Luckily, we left a mark outside. It seems it's set to close automatically for security. Though worried, Soryang stayed calm and said, for now let's keep moving straight ahead. Surely some 5 Venoms members escaped via this passage. And so the 4 of them turned their backs and pressed deeper into the dark tunnel. After a while, they arrived at a large flat chamber, with 3 smaller tunnels branching from the walls. Everyone was curious and on high alert. What was this place? It was an extremely vast space. Huyen guessed aloud, was this once a training area? Xiao Pio glanced aside and said, there are many holes in the walls that look like caverns. Xiao Pio then stepped up to a wall. Huyen, can you bring the lantern closer to the rock face? It looks like there are inscriptions here. Huyen moved the lantern and shone it on the wall. Indeed, there were characters. This was the core manual for the 5-pill poison origin art. She turned to Soryang and asked, isn't this the martial art you're practicing? Soryang, what does it say? Huyen paled as she read it aloud to Soryang. It recorded, when training reaches level 11 of the 5 poison art, personally behead the poisonous creatures you have raised and drink their blood. Only by doing so will the 5-pill poison origin art be truly perfected. What the? Xiao Pio was a bit stunned. Use oneself to do such a thing to venomous creatures they personally raised. The vein on Soryang's forehead began to bulge. You heartless monsters. He hurriedly said to Huyen, lend me the lantern. Huyen asked in surprise, the lantern. Soryang opened the lantern, took out a blazing candle, and pressed the flame close to the wall. Soryang read the lines revealed by the scorch marks aloud. These absurd relics must be destroyed at once, murdering creatures like one's own children and drinking their blood. Xiao Pio nodded. Exactly, that would be my junior. Soryang turned to Yuna. We need to carefully check for other relics like this. We'll search each cavern here. She hurriedly nodded. Understood, Soryang. And so they split up to act and report their findings to one another. A few watches later, the 4 of them regrouped at the starting point. After thoroughly checking every nook in the holes on the walls, they returned to gather in the central square upon discovering another passage leading deeper in. Huyen began to report there were several fairly large rooms, but inside were only destroyed furnishings and signs of a fire. Xiao Pio guessed inwardly that when the 5 venoms were wiped out 100 years ago, they must have torched everything. Huyen also noticed something and turned to the side. Hey Soryang, doesn't this cave seem a bit odd? Its surface and structure look artificial rather than natural. Soryang, hearing this, was startled and realized it indeed appeared completely different from the other caves they'd seen. He rubbed his chin, trying to recall where he'd seen a cave like this before. After a moment of frantic thought, Soryang suddenly remembered. Right in his previous life, on a trip to broaden his knowledge, it looked very much like Vietnam's Khu Khai tunnels. The tour guide's words echoed in his head. Vietnam has many types of clay mixed with limestone, making it easy to dig, and once the surface hardens it becomes extremely solid, very suitable for constructing tunnels. After thinking for a while, he said, I suspect these are tunnels dug by the 5 venoms themselves. They could be far longer than we imagine, so it's best not to act rashly. Xiao Pio wondered, that long? The idea excited her. If humans dug them, how long could they be? We've come this far, let's go a bit deeper. And so they spent a long time exploring further. Everyone was exhausted, yet the whole group pressed on into the deep tunnels, and no matter how far they walked, the passages seemed to stretch on endlessly. Xiao Pio finally agreed to stop. According to the elders, the 5 venoms people really were scoundrels. Huyen panted, how much farther do we have to walk? Xiao Pio wasn't any better off, she asked. How long has it been since we entered here? Huyen paced and guessed. I reckon it's been about 2 days already. Soryang slumped to the ground. I think we should rest a bit before moving on. Yoa and So also looked listless and very hungry. Xiao Pio grew more anxious. What if we can't get out of here? Huyen soothed them. We'll be fine. Once we get out, we'll have a proper feast. No sooner had she finished than they suddenly caught a waft of cooking aroma from somewhere, and everyone snapped to attention. Xiao Pio's mouth watered. What's that smell? Soryang looked around suspiciously. An incredibly enticing scent drifted from ahead. Xiao Pio's eyes lit up. It had to be roasted rabbit. Soryang hurriedly stopped her. Wait, those could be people of the 5 venoms. We must be cautious. But Xiao Pio only snorted. What are you saying? If they're 5 venoms people, even better. She turned, excited. We can fight them, steal the meat, and deal with the 5 venoms all at once. 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Saying and doing, Xiao Pio dashed off. Come on, let's go eat. But Soryang grabbed her back. Sister, calm down a bit. Xiao Pio tried to lunge forward, but something caught her eye. It was. Xiao Pio moved toward a large pit. There was a hole in the ground, and the aroma seemed to be coming right from it. They quickly gathered around the rim and peered down to observe what was inside. Xiaopao saw 3 people sitting around a fire, roasting meat on skewers. Soryang leaned forward to look. Who are down there? Remnants of the 5 venoms. But why does this feel so familiar? He leaned down even closer, trying to make out the faces of the 3 people sitting below. Who are they? Soryang suddenly realized who those people were. Huiyan whispered, Soryang, what's wrong? He was silent, perhaps still stunned by the unexpected sight. Soryang stared down in disbelief. Why were they here? A few days earlier, at the blood sect's camp, a fierce battle had erupted. Ju Yonghak shouted an order, don't let any blood sect members escape. The Muram Alliance responded in unison, yes, Lord Commander. The fight began because a blood sect hideout in the Funning Forest had been exposed. The Muram Alliance and the Blood Sect clashed, and the Alliance seized the upper hand as soon as they struck. During the combat, Blood Sect fighters suddenly dropped their weapons and cried out in pain, what's happening to my inner force? Seeing this, Ju Yonghak immediately gave orders. Using the venomous, disrupting demon powder, they couldn't fully exert their power to fight back. The moment had come, kill them all. He charged into the Blood Sect ranks, delivering a heavy blow that toppled dozens. The brutal battle dragged on for a long time. After relentless fighting, Ju Yonghak's hands were soaked in blood. He coldly surveyed the bodies of the enemy before him. In the end, the Muram Alliance had won. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the battle was over and it hadn't been too difficult. The enemy had been annihilated thanks to the poison powder. But their joy was short-lived. Someone came running. Lord Commander, a major incident has occurred. Out of breath, he reported that several captured Blood Sect prisoners had vanished without a trace. Ju Yonghak was stunned. What? He hurried to inspect. In the middle of their camp, beneath a well near the center, there was a secret passage leading out, and a few Blood Sect remnants had escaped through it. Ju Yonghak shouted orders to those nearby to immediately form a pursuit team and root out these remnants completely. Understood, Lord Commander. The Muram Alliance forces gave chase in the direction the Blood Sect fled. They pursued the enemy, but what followed inside the deep cavern with its cramped passages and twists became a chaotic battlefield. In the dark of the cave, the death struggle between the Blood Sect remnants and the Muram Alliance raged for 3 days. When the desperate hunt finally ended, instead of returning the way they came, the Muram Alliance pressed onward. The pursuit team emerged at the other end of the cave and marveled at the majestic mountains before them. This was the forest of the Kingdom of Dayu. The cave stretched so far it pierced the border into the Kingdom of Dayu. That was a few hours earlier, and now they were the ones Soryang's group had encountered in the cave. The 3 pursuers were eating around a campfire. Exhausted from pursuing and fighting nonstop, Yang Xianghu's group had found a large cavern and decided to rest there. Peng Juxiang complained wearily, don't you get sick of this burned-off meat? Sword Phoenix sighed at length. At this rate we'll start to smell awful. She added, why not go look for some fruit to eat, for heaven's sake. Yang Xianghu, offended, snapped angrily. He shouted, we're lucky to have anything to fill our bellies. What have you 2 contributed to the search? Peng Juxiang grinned slyly, brotherhood is strength, I contributed that. Yang Xianghu barked back, don't joke around. He loudly listed his efforts, hunting, washing clothes, tending the fire, even scouting the way. Didn't he handle all of that? So what useful things have you 2 done? Peng Juxiang laughed, in the Peng family they only teach martial arts, not these chores. Jiombang shook his head. At the divination temple, the disciples took care of all these tasks for me. Peng Juxiang said confidently, but we support whatever you do, which made Yang Xianghu cover his face and sigh. I'm out of words for you too. While they were chatting, Yang Xianghu suddenly looked up and froze when he noticed something unusual. It was so beaming, flying downwards. It moved calmly and slowly, emitting a glow from its back. Peng Juxiang, seeing Yang Xianghu's alarm, immediately looked up too and was equally startled. They gripped their weapons, stammering, what is that? A giant centipede. At that moment, Soryang spoke to break the tension. Excuse me, everyone. No sooner had he said it than Yang Xianghu recognized the voice. He turned to look back at Soryang, his astonished expression shifting from one surprise to another. Soryang, riding on So's back, spoke clearly, long time no see, all of you. Yang Xianghu cried out, way little brother. Soryang's group then joined Yang Xianghu's. Xiaopao also got to eat her fill. Soryang explained why he was there. After So and Yoa introduced themselves, they gathered round the campfire and chatted for a while. Peng Juxiang nodded when he heard the story. So that's how it is. Jeonbong happily said. What a coincidence to meet Wei little brother out here in the middle of nowhere. She suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, no, now that you're with the Beast Palace, I should call you Soryang little brother. Soryang smiled. Just call me Soryang. Peng Juxiang handed Soryang a piece of meat. You must be tired. Here, have another piece. Soryang bashfully waved it off. Wait, long brother should eat too. Peng Juxiang laughed heartily. I'm full just watching you eat. Come on, don't be so polite. Soryang wondered why Peng Juxiang, whom he'd only met a few times, was so considerate. Soryang forced a smile as Peng Juxiang pressed the meat closer. It's because he's from the Peng clan, frankly. He's Peng Yingying's big brother. In the end, he accepted the food from Peng Juxiang, and upon hearing Soryang had saved Peng Yingying's life in a crisis, the brother decided to treat him like kin. He seemed reserved outwardly, but over time showed the bearing of a Peng clan head. Yang Xianghu then asked curiously, Soryang little brother, the Lord of 10 Poisons and the Beast Palace leader, are they coming here soon? Soryang nodded repeatedly. Yes, we left a sign at the cave entrance for them and strung Yoa's thread along the way to prevent getting lost, so if they notice they'll catch up quickly. Huiyan tilted his head strangely. They should have arrived by now. Soryang thought for a moment and realized it was true. 2 days had already passed. He looked up at Yoa. Yoa, did you notice any movement on the spider thread? Yoa held up the thread and shook his head. An odd unease rose in Soryang. There was plenty of time for the main force to catch up, yet Yoa's thread showed no reaction. Does that mean they haven't entered this passage? Xiao Pio added, thinking it over, surely the main group should have caught up before we left the cave. Could it be they didn't see the message Soryang left? After racking his brain, Soryang's eyes widened. Or is it? He said urgently, I suspect it's because of the mechanism at the entrance. Xiao Pio asked in doubt, a mechanism? Soryang nodded firmly. Yes, one must channel inner force into it to open the door. Remember the inscription by the gate? Based on the script about the 5-pill poison origin art outside, it seems that mechanism only activates when it receives inner force of the 5 poison system. Huiyan added, but grandfather is well versed in the 5-pill poison origin art, isn't he? Soryang's voice fell. Yes, but he doesn't use that mental method to cultivate basic inner force like I do. Xiao Pio said anxiously, Soryang, what do you plan now? Should we return to Nanhuo Mountain or to Beast Palace? Soryang unconsciously rubbed his chin. I'm not sure either. After a moment he looked up. We can't just sit here waiting forever. Or should we join Peng Juxiang's group? Soryang continued excitedly. If blood sect remnants are lurking around, anyone who wanders off alone will be in danger. We can help Peng Juxiang's team track them, and while we're at it, gather news about the 5 venoms. Huiyan nodded in agreement. Good idea, Soryang. Yang Xianghu immediately agreed. Alright, let's do that. We're also heading toward the rendezvous where the Murim Alliance main force is camped. Jeonbong smiled gently. Until then, I think we should travel together. Peng Juxiang thumped his chest confidently. Don't worry, young brother, I Peng Juxiang guarantee to take you 3 safely to the Central Plains. The other 2 just gave awkward smiles, so what about us? With everyone's agreement, Soryang brightened. So they decided to accompany Yang Xianghu, Peng Juxiang, and Jeonbong to the Murim Alliance gathering point. After resting up, the whole group prepared to depart. The next morning, after some traveling, the group finally emerged from the dark cave. Soryang stretched and sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen sunlight. Xiao Pio squinted. My eyes, it's so bright. Yang Xianghu stepped up beside Soryang. Soryang little brother. He hesitated, asking just to be sure, do you know how to hunt or find water? Soryang blinked. Hunt, you mean? He cheerfully replied to Yang Xianghu, of course, Xiao Pio's sister and Huiyan both handle that. Yang Xianghu suddenly grew a bit awkward then. His eyes misting, he whispered softly, now that we're on the same boat, could you lend me a hand? These guys are useless, so I have to do everything myself. Peng Juxiang and Jeonbong chatted calmly behind them. Why do my ears itch? Are they talking behind our backs? Soryang forced a smile. Sure, we'll help. Then he turned and called loudly over his shoulder. Yoa, can you hunt some prey around here? Yoa didn't hesitate, and scampered alone into the deep forest. Yang Xianghu watched, slightly worried. And in the blink of an eye, Yoa returned dragging a deer wrapped in silk webbing. Both Yang Xianghu and Soryang froze. Hold it fast. Yang Xianghu cheered, well done. Yoa and Xiao Pio bent down to inspect the captured deer, a sizable catch. She added, the viscera spoil easily, so we'll clean and roast them, then cure the meat for storage. Huiyan replied, yes, Xiao Pio. Yang Xianghu listened, flustered, and exclaimed, good heavens, Xiao Pio, you not only know how to butcher game but also how to cure meat. Xiao Pio looked at him puzzled. Of course, living in the wild, these are basic skills. Then Xiao Pio added, don't drink stream water straight from the source. There could be animal carcasses upstream. It'll give you stomach ache. Yang Xianghu's eyes lit up. I see, even that, you're amazing, miss. Soryang stood beside them, arms crossed proudly. See, that's my sister. Leave it to Xiao Pio. If she lived in modern times, she'd be a famous survival streamer, wouldn't she? Yang Xianghu's voice suddenly trembled. Hey, Soryang, little brother, can I ask you something? Soryang answered immediately. What is it? Yang Xianghu hesitated, panting, his cheeks flushed red. Then he put both hands over his heart. Miss Xiao Pio, do you already have a sweetheart? Soryang was startled. When Soryang didn't answer, Yang Xianghu added, she's not only clever but beautiful. My heart's racing all of a sudden. Yang Xianghu clutched his chest and groaned, my heart. Soryang hurried over to support him, Yang Xianghu. But as Soryang stepped closer, he suddenly froze, sweat pouring down his face. He watched Yang Xianghu, his face flushed red, breathing hard as he kept staring at Xiao Pio. Soryang gaped in astonishment. Could this guy have been struck by love so quickly? After getting ready, they set off through the forest. It took them about 12 watch hours to reach this rendezvous. Along the way, Xiao Pio kept pressing her palms together and blowing into them to make a calling sound. Soryang asked curiously, Xiao Pio, sister, what are you busy with? Xiao Pio smiled, you mean this? She walked and explained slowly, I'm using the Beast Palace's beast calling technique to probe for nearby creatures. If I find one, I'll send a secret report back to my hall. Yang Xianghu up front strained to listen, but there seemed to be no sign of animals nearby. Since we're still a good distance from Yunnan, she'll try again later. Soryang nodded. I understand, Xiao Pio, sister. Yang Xianghu ran up excitedly to Xiao Pio and called out, Miss Xiao Pio, it's surprising you can command wild beasts with song. No wonder the Beast Palace's reputation is well deserved. Jeonbong sighed, you men really don't understand what we want, do you? Just now you were going on about vying for martial fame. Yang Xianghu was taken aback. This is between friends, he protested. Jeonbong scowled and kicked Yang Xianghu's leg. Friends, huh, I get it. Best you learn some restraint. Soryang looked awkward. Who would have thought Yang Xianghu would be infatuated with Xiao Pio's sister? He might end up my brother-in-law. The thought felt weird. Then he leaned toward Xiao Pio and whispered, Xiao Pio's sister, it seems Yang Xianghu is paying attention to you. What do you think? Xiao Pio looked blank. What? She made a coy face and told Soryang, I hate that kind of man. I only like someone like my Soryang. Soryang got goosebumps. Xiao Pio cleared her throat. I'm just teasing, and from what I observe. She pointed toward Yang Xianghu. I think Jeonbong already has feelings for Yang Xianghu. Huiyan immediately agreed with Xiao Pio. Exactly. Sister, did you notice too? I purposely kept my distance from Yang Xianghu because I knew Jeonbong liked him. Xiao Pio shook her head in exasperation. That fool Yang Xianghu, how can he be so carefree when those two have been together so long? Huiyan added, annoyed at the unchanged years. Soryang was dizzy from their chatter. I'm completely clueless. This is the so-called sixth sense of women. Xiao Pio cradled her cheek and added, and if I had to choose, I'd prefer someone like Peng Juxiang. Soryang asked in surprise, Peng Juxiang. Xiao Pio nodded repeatedly. He's strong, but his face looks scholarly like a panda. Isn't that cute? Soryang forced a smile. A panda. Huiyan, seeing him zoning out, leaned in and whispered, so many surprises, right? Isn't it, Soryang? Exactly, Huiyan. After some lively conversation, the group didn't linger and continued on to make it before nightfall. They walked in silence through Yunnan's dense forest. A strange breeze suddenly swept by. The air grew quiet and something romantic stirred under the rosy red glow of the sunset. After a while, the sun sank lower, hiding behind the mountains. Soryang's and Yang Xianghu's group pressed deeper into the dark, thick canopied forest. Peng Juxiang led the way and pointed at a cave ahead. We're almost there. That abandoned cave on the hill is the Murim Alliance's rendezvous point. Soryang looked puzzled. He couldn't sense anyone's breath there. Yang Xianghu explained, it's to avoid the blood sect's eyes. They must be hiding nearby. He hushed his breath and observed from the side. At that moment, Xiao Pio stepped forward and instructed, Soryang, tell So Nhi to stay flying high, don't land until you call him. Why's that? She explained in a low voice, even if the rendezvous seems safe, what if someone gets captured and under interrogation gives us away to the blood sect? Didn't you think of that? It's just a precaution for that worst-case scenario. But Soryang still hesitated. Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? If So Nhi is there, we could intimidate them more easily. Xiao Pio shook her head. No need to reveal all our cards at once. She folded her arms calmly and said, Soryang, you must engrave this in your bones. When hiding in the Jianghu, you should always conceal about 30% of your true strength. Soryang nodded slightly. Understood, Sister Xiao Pio. Then he turned to the others. Yowa, and you too, if anything happens, prioritize protecting Sister Xiao Pio and Huiyan. I've got support from So Nhi, so I'll be fine, okay? Yowa nodded enthusiastically. While they were talking, someone stepped out from the nearby bushes. Yang Xianghu. The whole group turned to look, and suddenly saw the figure of Shengxing, deputy leader. Yang Xianghu immediately called out, Senior Shengxing, long time no see. The man nodded. Right, I'm not familiar with the identity of those accompanying you. Soryang stared blankly. Senior Shengxing. Huiyan recognized him at once as the one in charge of all covert intelligence operations for the Murim Alliance. She continued to explain to Soryang. It said he's nicknamed Shengxing because of his outstanding lightness skills. He nodded in understanding. Shengxing cleared his throat. So there are young friends from the Beast Palace and the Tang clan here. Let's move and communicate as we go. Yang Xianghu straightened his voice. Yes, senior. Then Shengxing and some soldiers guided Soryang's group along for a stretch. As they walked, Yang Xianghu asked, By the way, how are the other scout teams doing? Shengxing sighed. For some reason, aside from your group, I haven't received any replies from anyone. He glanced at Yang Xianghu. On the way here, did you encounter any blood sect members? Yang Xianghu shook his head. No, not at all. Shengxing rubbed his chin, thinking, strange, who would have thought hunting down those rookies would take so long? Soryang, hearing this, began to ponder too. The area felt unusually quiet. Surely the blood sect was lying in wait somewhere. As Shengxing was thinking, he suddenly sensed an unusual cloud of malicious qi surrounding them. He quickly raised his weapon, eyes tense, stayed alert to his surroundings, and in a flash moved to circle behind them. Xiao Pio asked in puzzlement, What's happening, senior? Why do you seem so wary? Shengxing didn't answer immediately. He scanned the ridgelines and saw figures sprinting toward them. From their clothing, Shengxing recognized at once that the blood sect was launching an ambush. Shengxing thrust his weapon before his chest and warned, They've surrounded us. Looks like our whereabouts have been exposed. Soryang's eyes widened and his face drained pale. It can't be. Why didn't we sense any killing intent on the way here? Shengxing clicked his tongue. It seems the encirclement only began the moment you set foot here. He produced a rolled-up paper and Jiombang took it, startled. What is this? Shengxing reminded in a low voice, deliver this personally to the leader. It's a sketch map of the blood sect's lair based on the intelligence we've gathered. Jiombang's hands trembled. Why entrust it to a junior, and what about the deputy leader? Shengxing stepped forward and declared loudly, We'll hold the line here to stall them. You are the future pillars of the martial world. I cannot allow you to die here. Fall back at once. Jiombang couldn't bear to let him stay. She tried to speak up, but Yang Xianghu placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Let's follow the deputy leader's orders. Everyone, retreat immediately. He then said in a low voice to Shengxing, Senior, we'll meet again at the Murim Alliance. Shengxing wasted no time and charged forward. All troops, heed orders, prepare to fight to the death. Follow me. At ease, replied the deputy leader. Peng Juxiang at the rear urged, Now's our chance, withdraw quickly. I'll lead the way, everyone stick close and follow me. Soryang and Huiyan felt reluctant, but could do nothing and nodded. The group then ran at full speed away from the battle, following big brother Peng Juxiang south. The blood sect assumed we'd flee north toward Yunnan, so they'd concentrated forces there. The plan was to break through where they hadn't guarded. But things weren't that simple. On the run, they were blocked by someone. Yang Xianghu and Soryang both widened their eyes at the sight. They immediately braked to a halt. The man saw them, laughed loudly, and strode closer to the group. The leader spoke up, so the north was just a faint east to west. I am Jiufeng Zio, captain of the Blood Demon Squad. Behind him were countless blood sect men. Jiufeng Zio sneered, We've already set an ambush down south. 3 lovely young ladies, looks like I'm in luck today. He thrust a clawed hand forward, You'd better stop hopping for rescue. The other 9 Murim Alliance teams, except you lot, are likely bleeding out in dungeons by now. Soryang heard this and his face drained of all color. Do as I say, Jiufeng Zio ordered, pointing, Kill all the men, capture the women alive for me. The blood sect men immediately surged forward like madmen. Right away, sir. They roared in fury, We'll gut every one of you. Yang Xianghu and Peng Juxiang ground their teeth and drew their weapons. Just as they were about to charge, Soryang stopped them, holding them back. His gaze was resolute as he stepped forward and declared, Leave them to us. Yang Xianghu and Peng Juxiang protested loudly. Wait, Soryang, how can you possibly hold them off alone? But Soryang ignored them and calmly replied that it would be fine. From behind Soryang, So came flying in, trailing dark stormy clouds. Soryang's eyes flared with confidence because he had Soa. The blood sect men froze when they saw So. What the hell is that? A giant centipede. Xiao Paya was also surprised by So's new menacing form. This thing is. A huge magic burst from around it, the heart of a wild beast. Soryang stood with arms crossed over his chest and spoke in a deep voice, So Nhai. Clean them up. So's eyes immediately blazed with murderous intent, and the blood sect forces were cowed, not daring to step forward an inch. Jiufeng Zio roared, what are you doing? It's just a centipede, don't be afraid. Compared to So, they'd be more afraid of their big brother. Yes, sir. Suddenly, he felt his shoulder grow slightly wet. He looked up and realized it was raining. But the smell and color were strange. This was. By the time Jiufeng Zio realized it, his face was burning fiercely. Then he and his men writhed in pain under a downpour of acid. Jiufeng Zio's skin melted away like ice cream. My body, my body. Huiyan looked on in horror and blurted, could it be a poisonous rain? Watching So spew venom, she couldn't help but marvel. The king of killers, one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. The Flying Sky 5-pill poison origin art in action. It hovers in the air, unleashing a skeletal veil of death and a rain of poison. Only when the acid rain finally stopped did they dare to pass through. Jeonbong glanced at the garments strewn on the ground. They'd been wiped clean in an instant. Yang Xiang, who couldn't believe his eyes, the power was terrifying. Even Soryang, So's owner, was appalled. In his life, he'd never seen a toxin that dissolves flesh without damaging clothes or weapons. Nearby, Huiyan was patting its head. So, don't drool on mother and father's clothes, okay? You sneezed on yourself by accident. Grandpa says I'll be fine since I absorbed Soa's toxin, but seeing it firsthand is a little scary. Peng Juxiang at the front reminded them, let's take advantage of this and move on. There might be pursuing troops. Only then did Soryang collect himself. Yes. He then called out crisply, all right, let's go. A few hours later, the Blood Demon Squad's clothes still lay there. Seeing this, Bloodwind Sky Serpent Michagui growled, what the hell is this? The nearby subordinate guessed aloud that these were the corpses of Captain Jiufeng Zio and his 100 Blood Demon Squad members. As if realizing something, he added, do you think they fell victim to some other poison? His complexion went completely black. Could it be poison? Michagui's red eyes widened, his expression twisting into something ugly. This time I'll have to act myself. His gaze shifted to his fallen comrade Jiufeng Zio, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth. He was one of the 5 strongest among the 8 great martial captains of the Blood Sect, yet he was defeated so utterly. Michagui's hand unconsciously clenched. Would they really suffer such heavy losses while chasing a few nobodies from the Muram Alliance? Then he urgently pressed questions. What happened to those people? Weren't they supposed to arrive by now? Could they have dared to break the pact? At that moment, a shadow slipped forward. Oh Chung-Yu's seductive voice sounded from behind. No, that's not the case. Michagui was startled and shivered. When did she arrive? She covered her mouth and laughed. No need to worry. Once we promise, we keep our word. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, she added, not like someone else. For a moment, Michagui was rendered speechless by her. He'd always been wary of Oh Chung-Yu. When the Blood Sect withdrew from the Central Plains and settled in the Kingdom of Dayu, the woman before him belonged to a force they'd encountered near the border. Not long ago, they'd clashed, initially adversaries, but upon hearing we had deep enmity with the Central Plains, they proposed an alliance with the Blood Sect. All of them were Oh Chung-Yu's subordinates, called the 5 Venoms. They claimed to be the descendants of the 5 Venom sect. She began to speak. I don't know why you've summoned us, but fine, I'm planning to drop by anyway. Then she produced a bottle from her robe. Here's the antidote you requested. Michagui gaped in astonishment. You've completed it already? Oh Chung-Yu looked very pleased. Just as I predicted, that's the Black Crow poison. I told you your martial arts are full of gaps. He fondled the antidote bottle in his hand. Indeed, they were 5 venoms. The rumors weren't wrong. Their mastery of poisons could rival even the Tang clan. With that thought, he glanced at the strewn garments on the ground. This was the antidote you requested last time. Look at this. It seems like poison, but I don't know which kind. Oh Chung-Yu stepped forward and then licked the remaining residue of the toxin. Her eyes immediately widened in astonishment. This is. The reason for her reaction was that Oh Chung-Yu knew what it was. Though small, it was surely the king of poisons. Suddenly she curled her lips and laughed aloud. Her voice carried an unmistakable calculation. How long ago did those people leave? Michagui hesitated, then answered honestly. They couldn't have gotten far yet. but why do you ask? Oh Chung-Yu's smug smile widened. It seemed the heavens had finally favored her. Seconds later, a few half-man, half-frog troops of the Xiangxi Legion emerged from the bushes. She coldly ordered, pursue them immediately. By any means, do not lose the trail. Her tone allowed no one to refuse the urgent command. Meanwhile, the footsteps of Peng Juxiang's group sounded unusually loud. They dashed through the forest like the hunted, daring not to stop and rest. He ran while glancing back worriedly at his comrades. Saryang, are you okay? Saryang was already panting hard. I'm fine. But luckily you're not so exhausted you can't move. We've been running non-stop for 2 days. Maybe because So Enhai's evolution boosted my internal chi, I feel less tired than expected. Peng Juxiang reminded the group that once they crossed the Lancheng River ahead they'd reach the Central Plains. Hearing that, Saryang breathed a light sigh of relief, finally. Yang Xianghu ran up beside him. The terrain ahead was open. We must break through in one push charge before dawn. Saryang's pace quickened noticeably. But then he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A streak of light flashed across the sky, and it was Michagui, who had somehow caught up to them. He curled his lips in a savage grin and lunged forward like he was racing toward death. Before they could react, Peng Juxiang's abdomen was pierced through. His face went pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Saryang and Yang Xianghu nearly screamed in unison. Brother Peng Juxiang, Peng Juxiang. Michagui's voice rang out cruelly. I promised that brat I'd bring you all back alive, but I'm not in the mood for that. Peng Juxiang no longer moved. Well then, this is your final stop. A gushing stream of dark red blood poured from his hand. Michagui grated out each word through his teeth. I am elder of the blood sect, blood-winged flying sky viper, Michagui. From now on, I will personally deal with you. Mai the demon stomped on Peng Juxiang and gathered his strength in his hand. Hearing that name, Yang Xianghu was horrified. The elder of the blood sect, Saryang, was still busy grieving for his comrade Peng Juxiang. Michagui's face twisted with viciousness. Daring to put Jiu Feng Xiao in such a state was bold, but your run ends here. Unable to hold back any longer, Yang Xianghu immediately took a run-up and swung his blade at him. That bastard. Saryang looked up at his beloved little scorpion. So can you use that move again just now? His gaze returned to the battle. It seemed Sony had been drained of chi after spitting the poison. Xiao Pio also looked resigned and had to face him head-on. Huiyan immediately offered, Saryang will handle this guy, please take care of Peng Juxiang, and he agreed without hesitation. Understood, Huiyan. Seeing that, Michagui curled his lip in triumph. He paid no mind to these women. Let's see what the rising heroines are capable of. No sooner had he finished than they took a run-up and charged at Michagui full of momentum. He bared his teeth in a vicious grin, charging together at the stupid timing. A bolt of lightning struck before the group, the blood wheel shattering 10,000, and they were all pushed back several steps by the force. Huiyan somehow glided to Michagui's side before anyone noticed. Useless, really. She said it and hurled a dart forward. It struck and lodged squarely in his shoulder blade. Michagui roared in unwilling anger. The venomous Huiyan leapt back toward her comrades. Good, he was poisoned and would soon be unable to use his inner force. The strike made Michagui freeze for a moment. Then seconds later his face twisted into madness. You idiots. Michagui casually pulled the dart out and said, did you think we'd always be affected by the Ho Ban Du poison? I already drank the antidote. This little poison is no different from water now. Those words made Huiyan shiver. Antidote and antidote. Saryang also seemed to realize something, an antidote. Michagui advanced toward them like the Reaper. Now, let me make you taste a pain that will make you beg for death. But then his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, and seconds later blood gushed from Michagui's mouth like a waterfall. He coughed and stammered, what is this? Even Michagui's body could not move. The blood would no longer flow as he willed. Only then did he panickingly realize, could it be poison? Michagui grew increasingly enraged. No, impossible. I clearly drank the antidote, so why can't I use my inner power? At that moment, Saryang suddenly let go of Peng Juxiang and smirked confidently. Too bad for you, you must have been so pleased to make the antidote. Looks like fate is on our side. Michagui's eyes rolled wildly like a beast's. What, how come? Saryang couldn't help but sneer, of course. Then he pointed straight at him, because that wasn't Ho Ban Du poison. Everything had to go back to a few hours earlier. Yang Xianghu was sipping water when he suddenly muttered, damn, this is bad. Saryang beside him overheard. What's wrong, brother Yang Xianghu? He looked anxious. The poison issued for the mission is all used up. It's the kind needed to control the blood sect. We absolutely must have it. Peng Juxiang turned his head, reminded, oh right, I used mine up too. Hearing that, he seemed to remember something. That poison. Then Saryang brightened. If it's that poison, you can't get it right now, but I can get something similar. Curious, he asked. Saryang, how would you get it? Huiyan excitedly boasted. The poison used on the blood sect was actually made by Saryang, which made both of them blurred out together. What? They immediately swarmed closer. Saryang made it. Really? He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Seems the Muram alliance keeps information very tight, huh? Saryang cleared his throat. Seeing their flaring nostrils, he said, "Anyway, if you brothers need poison, I'll make it for you." Then he called out loudly, "Yoa, you still keeping that thing for me, right?" Looking at what Saryang held, Yang Xianghu grew curious. "Young hero, what is that?" Peng Juxiang stared too. It looked exactly like a sphere. A moment later, he shook the object like a die, then smashed it open with one swing to everyone's horror. "If something bothering you, just say it," he said. Meanwhile, Saryang stayed calm. "No, look closely. Can you see what this is?" Seeing the bugs inside, they were even more stunned. "These are locust wasps." Yang Xianghu turned pale with fear. What if breaking it released them? Peng Juxiang broke out in a cold sweat. Run fast." Saryang laughed and reassured them, "It's fine, I shook them hard so they're all knocked out." Then he casually picked one up. "Now can you bros squeeze their bellies?" Peng Juxiang froze. "Squeeze their bellies?" Saryang remained unbothered. "Yes, these are hornet wasps, also called huangfeng, tiger-headed wasps or tiger wasps." His tone carried a bit of pride for being prepared. "I took the nest from the tree and had Yoa keep it. Right when we needed poison, I decided to use theirs. The toxin they produce causes gradual pain. Hornet venom contains enzymes that damage tissue. These enzymes weaken vessel walls and destroy red blood cells. This was the trick to fool Michagui. Because the blood toxin of Ho Bandu also contains the same enzymes, though not the identical poison, they are essentially the same in nature." The more Saryang spoke, the more triumphant he felt, not as strong as the original toxin, but enough to disperse your inner force. He growled impatiently and fiercely, "You milk-mouth brat." Michagui lunged like a madman. "How dare you do this to me, Michagui? I'll kill you." At that moment, Jiongbong and Yang Xianghu tightened their grips on their weapons and fiercely slashed him a few times. "Where are you running to?" Michagui coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole body collapsed heavily to the ground. Jiongbong hugged Yang Xianghu tightly, overjoyed. "We did it, Yang Xianghu. We took down the blood sect elder." He breathed a sigh of relief. He nearly died. Only then did Yang Xianghu remember his friend. "Is Saryang okay?" Saryang was still treating him. Luckily, the organs seemed unharmed. "I've pressed the acupoints to stop the bleeding." Watching the man panting, he couldn't help but worry. But who knew how things would develop? Before the wound worsens, we should move quickly. At that moment, Sarai seemed to notice something. Seeing it staring in one direction, Saryang grew curious. "So, what's up?" Only to hear very loud noises coming from behind. They then also paid attention to the commotion on this side. Oh Chung-yu rode in on the back of a flying wasp. A sinister smile on her lips, she had turned someone into a pitiful corpse. Practicing that trashy martial art, that outcome was hardly surprising, was it? Saryang gaped in horror. A woman. Oh Chung-yu looked down at them from above. Her martial art powerless against poison, looks like partnering with the blood sect needs rethinking. The wasp, as if understanding its master, immediately took stance, then unleashed a sonic wave downward. Capture them alive. They immediately covered their ears, wincing in pain. Huiyan keenly realized something. No, this giant wasp must. She shouted a warning to her teammates. Everyone, circulate your chi to protect your ears, or your blood and chi will be disrupted, and you'll be unable to move. Huiyan's gaze rose to the wasp. Though it was her first time seeing it in person, she was certain that creature was. Then she blurted the name that popped into her head. Kwai Min H letter 1ED5 T letter 1ED. It's Kwai Min H letter 1ED5 T letter 1ED, one of the 10 great venoms. Hearing that, Saryang was terrified. One of the 10 great venoms. Sarai's look toward the Kwai Min H letter 1ED5 T letter 1ED was full of hostility. Oh Chung-yu glanced with contempt. No wonder calling it the top venom and even Taming it. Who exactly are you? Her tone dripped with mockery and arrogance. But never mind who you are, that's irrelevant. Then her eyes fell on Saryang. You. Her expression turned manic and possessive. From this moment on, be mine. Moments later, Oh Chung-yu dismounted from the phantom howling wasp's back. Seeing this, Huiyan warned, Saryang, be careful, she's not at your grandfather's level, but her power might rival your sister's father. He fixed his wary stare on her. Understood, Huiyan. Oh Chung-yu's face darkened, lips curling seductively. Brave, aren't you? Daring to chat casually in front of me, truly enviable. Moments later, she gave an order. Gong seized them quickly. Saryang refused to back down. So teach that disgusting creature a lesson it won't forget. Two insects rose into the air, then immediately attacked each other fiercely. Of course, Sony couldn't match the opponent and took a hit. Saryang stood outside worried. Then he realized Sony's species is extremely venomous, but the enemy this time was an assassin wasp, the bully of the insect world. Alone, Sony would hardly hold out. So Soryang called toward the bushes, Yoa, quickly help So-ah today. Yoa shot out at once and hurled a sticky silk bundle straight at it. The spider silk quickly stuck to the phantom howling wasp's wing, and only then could Sony break free. Well done, Yoa. Oh Chung-yu could no longer maintain her confident smile. That was the master rider, the one who could tame such a monster, truly not to be underestimated. Yang Xianghu roared with vigor, Miss Xiao Pio, take Peng Juxiang and hide immediately. Jiombong tightened his sword hilt. Leave everything here to us. In the next instant, the two charged at Oh Chung-yu with determination. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. You lot are blocking my way. In the blink of an eye, Oh Chung-yu teleported behind Yang Xianghu. The annoying little mosquitoes obediently dropped. He was momentarily unable to react what was going on. The next moment she slashed out with her claws. Jiombong cried out in horror. Yang Xianghu. Without thinking, she stepped in and blocked the blow for Yang Xianghu. Seeing his comrade wounded, he opened his eyes wide in terror. Jiombong. Yang Xianghu's voice trembled with shock. Jiombong, why, what happened? Her throat kept coughing up the metallic taste of blood. This idiot. He shouted, racked with pain and disbelief. No way, Jiombong. A moment later, she struck Jiombong again, this time to the nape. She curled her lips in smug satisfaction. A slip at a moment like this is hardly the act of a genius. Sleep now. Seeing their teammates fall, Soryang shouted in alarm, Jiombong, Yang Xianghu. Oh Chung-yu's expression revealed a hint of possession. Why won't you give up? All resistance is pointless, so want to submit under my banner. At that moment, Huiyan stepped in front of Soryang. Her gaze was resolute. Who do you think you are to speak to my future husband like that? Xiao Pio snarled fiercely. I will never let my brother fall into your hands. Oh Chung-yu was successfully provoked into rage. This game was getting boring. No sooner had she finished speaking than she leapt into their formation. Huiyan and Xiao Pio were both blown back by the momentum. Huiyan, Xiao Pio's sister. Oh Chung-yu's gaze landed on her face. Your husband. She lunged in a frenzy. I fear he'll soon be a bachelor again. But before she could reach them, Huiyan was intercepted by Bang and Tayet. The sight left Oh Chung-yu momentarily stunned. Her eyes fixed on the two divine lizards before her. Aren't these the 4 great rare poisons? It turned out Soryang had summoned them in time. Little Bang, little Tayet. Oh Chung-yu's interest in the person before her only increased. First, the first rare poison, the Chu-faced one, now the 4 great rare poisons as well. What is your true background? A surging wave of spiritual power radiated from his body. You ask who I am. Soryang's tone left Oh Chung-yu momentarily speechless. I am the young master of Beast Palace and also the only son-in-law of the Tang clan. The meek, weak demeanor had vanished. I am Soryang, an ally the two factions dare not lower their guard against. His words irritated Oh Chung-yu, young master of Beast Palace and the sole son-in-law of the Tang clan. Her voice screeched harshly. What do those words imply? Are you trying to recreate the tragedy from a century ago? Then Soryang could finally be sure that everything was unfolding as he had planned. This woman was a remnant of the 5 venoms. Oh Chung-yu slowly closed in on them. How pitiful, this only gives me more reason to take you for myself. I'll certainly rescue you from the filthy grip of the Tang clan and Beast Palace. Hearing that, Soryang grew even more irritated. How ridiculous. He immediately waved his hand and gave the order. Little Bing, little Snow, begin the battle. The 2 divine lizards shot forward like arrows. Oh Chung-yu curled her lips in a cold smile. All for nothing then. Bang and Tayet seemed to strike at air, lost momentum, and tumbled to the ground. Soryang watched anxiously. Little Bing, little Snow, Huiyan was also stunned. How could their attacks pass right through people? At the same time, he immediately recognized it. It was the phantom step movement technique of the Jade Tiger Wall Crawler, a martial art of the 5 venoms recorded in the secret manual his grandfather had given him. Moments later, Oh Chung-yu lunged forward. Interesting enough, but this play should end here. She didn't attack Soryang, but aimed straight at Huiyan. She cried out in pain, clutching Huiyan's head. Oh Chung-yu turned and smiled lecherously. At last, only the 2 of us remain. Then she grabbed Soryang's hand tightly. Oh Chung-yu's voice sounded seductive. The troublemakers have all been cleared away, right? My strength is great, you can't escape, let go of me at once. But when she saw Soryang's chest twitch, Oh Chung-yu froze. His 2 beloved worms had finally entered the arena. Hyunga Bana, get up here for me. Her heart skipped a beat. Damn, can't dodge this one in time. They sat on Soryang's shoulders and tensed themselves. But they waited and nothing happened. He immediately scolded them. You two, act. Why are you just standing there emanating murderous intent? Only Oh Chung-yu remained stunned. What the hell was going on? Just then a beast-like roar rang out. Soryang. The familiar sound made him feel like crying. Oh Chung-yu steadied herself at once. The Beast Palace's lion. Tang Museong and Manhwa roared together. Who dares mistreat my child? Tang Museong delivered a solid kick to her. How dare she bully the Tang clan's son-in-law? Oh Chung-yu was thrown backward, looking badly shaken. With their backs covered, Soryang reported, Grandfather, father, those leftover insects of the 5 venoms had the audacity to put my sister-in-law and brother-in-law in this situation. At this point, Oh Chung-yu's momentum had clearly diminished. The Beast Palace leader and the Tang clan's old monster arriving made the scene look like a century-old replay. The expressions of the two elders remained stern as ever. Tang Museong stood before Soryang. Step back, Soryang. Then the two of them closed in on Oh Chung-yu. Both elders were furious. Today this grudge will be settled once and for all. The two elders stood like immovable statues. Oh Chung-yu had long since lost her original arrogance. Strange, there must be the Shanxi squad stationed around here. Mengho snorted with a strained laugh. The Shanxi squad, do you mean those mask wearers? Tang Museong also scoffed coldly. They're nothing but shrimp, hardly worth me lifting a finger. She still mouthy, real monsters those lot. Then Oh Chung-yu called down the Manhwa 2 beast. Even if I handle 2 of you at once, it's no big deal. It immediately slithered down. Everyone went on high alert. It seemed she would attack, but instead she found an excuse to slink away. Looks like I must retreat. Don't be too down. I'll come back for you soon. Mengho wanted to pursue Oh Chung-yu, but Tang Museong held him back. Calm down first, tend to the wounded. Before leaving, she still tried to leave a haunting impression. Remember my name, Oh Chung-yu. Oh Chung-yu's gaze landed on Soryang. Sooner or later, I'll make you mine. Let's go. He muttered the name to himself, Oh Chung-yu. Tang Museong urgently ordered, son, move the merchants to Beast Palace. No delays. Hukrang, go now. Yes. Soryang kept watching the direction Oh Chung-yu retreated. He felt he'd noticed something unusual. That thing. On the phantom howling wasp's head and on her nape were strange metal pins. Soryang's eyes widened in suspicion. Many conjectures sprang into his mind. Was this the first time I'd met Oh Chung-yu? Then the whole team was evacuated immediately, and afterward. Everyone struggled a lot. Thanks to old grandfather's help, we were rescued safely and moved to Beast Palace. Soryang still felt anxious inside. But Peng Juxiang and Jeom Bong were severely wounded. Big brother Peng had a deep stab wound through his flank and Jeom Bong suffered internal injuries. Luckily, the others were slightly better. Yang Xianghu was hit by a hidden blade, his neck was cracked, and A Chuyan and Xiao Pio were bruised with internal injuries. Apart from me, everyone had to lie in bed to recuperate. He opened the door and stepped into the next room. The whole group's injuries were already infuriating, but what angered him most now was Sarai was lying there looking very weak. After the fight with Phantom Howling Wasp, Sarai had lost 2 legs. Soryang moved forward and patted its head. Sarai, you okay? That hateful Phantom Howling Wasp must have hurt you a lot, huh? He couldn't help feeling sorry for his pet centipede. Of course, Sarai is a centipede. After molting, its legs can regrow, but as a parent, he couldn't just wait around. Thinking that, Soryang mumbled to himself, if it needs to molt, I must feed it something nutritious. The nearby Thin Deep Snake heard and sighed. Then it suddenly hissed loudly, drawing his attention. From the Thin Deep Snake's tongue it spat a glittering pill. Isn't that my inner pill? Soryang happily took it. Phi Thin then Snake, did you snatch your inner pill from over there for me? Thanks, I'll borrow it for a moment. He promptly fed it to Sarai without delay. Come on, Sarai, eat up and recover quickly. A moment later, its body shone dazzlingly. Just as he expected, after eating the inner pill, it began to molt immediately. But Soryang couldn't help worrying. Just after molting, the shell is soft. Any pressure or collision could harden it into that shape. If molting failed like Tayet's case, I'd have to. Thinking that, he darted off at once. Yoa, you stay here, I'll go prepare and come back. Please look after Sarai. Soryang's steps gradually slowed, and he let out a weary sigh. But anyway, put Sarai aside for now. I'm more worried about Huang and Ban. The whole thing started from the earlier battle. Even though we sent murderous intent toward that woman Oh Chung-yu, Huang and Ban noticed she didn't react at all. They realized they'd been fooled and showed their anger plainly. Although they're bugs, their pride is unusually high. After that, they ran to old grandfather crying and then didn't show their faces again. I understand animals well, but coaxing a sulking heart is a complete mystery to me. Thinking that, Soryang turned into another room. Huiyun and Xiao Pio were resting inside. Huiyun, Xiao Pio, excuse my intrusion for a moment. Seeing him, her expression relaxed and she invited Soryang in. Bing and Snow had been fed and were now sleeping droolingly. How's your body? Huiyun smiled gently. It's not internal injuries, so it's fine. Xiao Pio's voice remained clear. I'm okay, just my ears are still ringing. She immediately asked about the pets. By the way, Soryang, how's Sorai? Soryang quickly related the situation. I just caused the lost legs to regrow and was on my way back. He also did not forget to give credit to his beloved snake. The flying divine serpent still left behind a bit of its inner core. I used it to help Soa undergo another evolution. Hearing that, Huiyun immediately let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was so worried and heartbroken. She remained sorrowful. I didn't even feel pain from my injuries. Perhaps this is how a mother feels seeing her child hurt. A moment later, Huiyun flared with determination. Soryang, from now on you'll be stronger. If you can't protect the kids, then a mother is considered to have failed, utterly failed. Is that what you mean? He scratched his head and smiled helplessly. Thinking back, Huang and Ban did make me worry. They must have known the murderous intent was fake and showed their anger at us. Xiao Pio chimed in, that's a big problem, the kids must feel so hurt. Soryang sighed thoughtfully. Last time I promised them inner pills to calm them down. How to soothe them this time I haven't figured out. He turned to ask Xiao Pio. Xiao Pio sister, any good ideas? She answered honestly. For me, a bite of good meat always cheers me up. Light chuckle. Just then the door was pushed open. Sir. A servant peeked in. There's a guest here to visit. Before they could react, the person stepped inside. Yang Xianghu stood at the door, sweating profusely. Yang Xianghu. He was panting and murmuring, is everyone here? Huiyun looked slightly surprised. Yang Xianghu, even if you have feelings for Xiao Pio's sister, how can you barge into a woman's hiding place? Hearing that, Yang Xianghu waved his hand. It's not like that. He hurriedly explained, I heard Soryang the young hero was here, so I came to look for him. Soryang, I don't understand what's going on me. In everyone's stunned gaze, Yang Xianghu suddenly dropped to his knees. Looking utterly distraught, please young hero Soryang, save me. Are you so scared you collapsed all of a sudden? Your body hasn't healed yet, get up now. Yang Xianghu looked up, his voice breaking, Jiombong. Soryang's face went pale with worry. Jiombong, miss, what's wrong? Is something the matter? His hands clenched unconsciously. Jiombong. Yang Xianghu's face had turned flushed without him realizing. I like her. The three of them were like statues upon hearing this. He clutched his head and writhed. I don't know what to do. Young hero, though you're young, you're experienced, please help me. Soryang and Huiyun looked ready to beat him. How on earth should they handle this guy? In another room, Jiombong had awakened from her faint and, remembering what had happened, she could only sigh. Suddenly, Jiombong's face flushed red like a tomato. You idiot. Yang Xianghu immediately recounted the events. As soon as I heard Jiombong had woken, I rushed to visit. Though worried sick, he still spoke boldly. Hearing you pass the danger, I finally breathed easier. I was so anxious, not knowing if you'd suffer any aftereffects. Then Yang Xianghu cut to the chase. But Jiombong, why did you risk yourself to take the blow for me back then? She said nothing, merely avoided his gaze. After a while, Jiombong finally explained. Yang Xianghu, what do you think the reason was? He still didn't catch the meaning behind her words, surely because we're close friends. No sooner had she finished than a wooden pillow flew straight into Yang Xianghu's face. He looked very aggrieved. Why would you suddenly throw a wooden pillow at me? Jiombong was furious. What an absolute fool. Extremely upset, she gritted her teeth and couldn't help blurting everything out. It was obvious, because I couldn't stand by and watch the one I love die. Yet foolish Yang Xianghu still hadn't realized whom she loved. Could it be you have feelings for me? Jiombong screamed with fury, wanting to smash the wooden pillow into his head. I should have let M1E1C die and be done with it. Get out, you idiot. Soryang went blank hearing this. He felt helpless dealing with Jiombong. So that's how you got kicked out. Yang Xianghu remained indignant. Huiyun looked at him like he was trash. Pathetic. If it were me, I'd have used a deadly poison instead of a pillow to make sure he stayed dead. Xiao Pio sneered in agreement. Right, it should have been a lethal poison. Soryang looked down at him. So, what do you want me to do? She confessed, seems like there's nothing you can do now. Yang Xianghu turned betrayed. As I said, this is the first time a woman confessed to me like this. I don't know what to do, especially since it's Jiombong. This problem puzzles you even more than formulating a potion. An idea seemed to occur. Soryang perked up. I have a way. He listened intently. What way? He didn't say it outright but led the man to follow him. just come with me for now. Soryang returned to the room where Sarai was recuperating. Yoa was still there keeping watch. Yoa, could you help me a bit? He said, pointing at the standing Yang Xianghu. You may not like it, but suck a little of this guy's yang energy. It grudgingly complied. Soryang explained, Yoa can take the form of the woman the victim finds most beautiful, if Yoa absorbs your yang energy. In a moment, Yoa's body will shine brilliantly, then transform into the likeness of Jeonbong. This is. Soryang looked very pleased. Sure enough, Yoa became Jeonbong. So you do have feelings for Jeonbong, don't you? Yang Xianghu almost couldn't stand. What a miracle. So this is my true feeling. He patted his shoulder. A real man, once confessed to, should immediately return that affection. Yang Xianghu's eyes filled with resolve. I understand, thank you, Soryang. He ran off regardless of his injuries. Jeonbong, and Soryang kept grinning. Now he could call himself a matchmaker. Only when Yoa reminded him did he suddenly remember this was no time for antics. Looking at Sarai sleeping peacefully, Soryang finally exhaled. It seems so Ah has successfully completed her molt. Now he must go pick up Hyang and Ban from where grandfather kept them. Suddenly something at the corner of his eye caught his attention. The old shell of Sarai, almost intact, lay right beside her. That thing was. Soryang was very pleased. Is that the shell Sarai left after molting? Since she's grown, the shell has gotten noticeably bigger. I'm only noticing it now. Suddenly Xiao Paio's comment flashed through his mind. Probably because he was too happy about the tasty meat. A satisfied smile tugged at Soryang's lips and he picked up the shell like a treasure. Yes, this is it. In insect growth, the chitinous exoskeleton, this is the outer shell left behind after creatures like centipedes molt to mature. At first glance it seems useless, just a simple shell, but inside it still retains many nutrients like protein, calcium, and minerals. Therefore, to recover strength weakened after molting, they often eat their own shed shell. Normally So Ah would love it, but because her molt was stimulated by an inner pill rich in spiritual energy, she apparently doesn't need to eat the shell back. Soryang became excited again. So then, since he now knew how to make up with Huang and Ban, wouldn't the energy infused in this shell be excellent for Huang and Ban to absorb? Saying that, Soryang handed it to Yoa. Yoa, can you cut this into bite-sized pieces for me? Meanwhile, in Tang Muxiang's room, the two larvae were misbehaving, and promptly knocked over Tang Muxiang's things. My ink stone. He jumped up in fury. Will you two ever sit still? If you keep making trouble like this, I'll send you back to Soryang, you hear me? Soryang stood outside, secretly alarmed. Grandfather must be suffering a lot. He walked in with a carefree smile. Grandfather, I'm here. Tang Muxiang was eager to hand them over. Soryang, you came at the perfect time, take these two away now. In just a few hours he looked worn out. They won't sit still for a moment. I'm more tired than when I cultivated. Seeing Ban and Huang glaring at him, Soryang could only sigh. Looks like the two are still sulking. He pretended to be regretful. They're still angry like this, what should I do? Father brought a snack flavored like the inner pill that he promised before. Upon hearing this, the two slowly shuffled over. Sure enough, children can't resist good food. Soryang immediately offered the shell pieces. Here, try this. Father prepared it to be easier to eat. Both bit into it and swallowed happily, then cheered with joy. Delicious, right? Ban and Hyang forgot all about being angry and immediately clung to Soryang. There's still plenty left in Father's room. Let's go get some. With that done, he took them away. Grandfather, I'm heading home. Thank you for watching Hyang and Ban. Tang Muxiang's face showed clear relief. You two must listen to your father, okay? At this point, the three of them looked much better. Soryang couldn't help but be pleased. These little fools ate better than I expected. If they keep absorbing the inner pill's energy like this, Huang and Ban will soon begin to evolve. Suddenly, he spotted Yang Xianghu and Jeonbong in the corridor. Soryang saw both of them looking well, which made him happy. Yang Xianghu and Jeonbong, she smiled very gently. We've been waiting for you. Soryang stepped forward to ask how she was. Jeonbong, how's your body? Is it okay for you to be walking around like this? She replied politely. Thanks to you, I'm much better. At this, both of them looked very flustered. I came to thank you. Thanks for helping this big idiot see sense. Yang Xianghu looked at him with gratitude. Soryang, I will never forget this debt. He himself was pleased they had become a pair. It's nothing grand, I've only helped you sort out whom you truly like. Entering the room, Soryang pointed at the huge shell on the floor. Hyang Ban, look, there's a whole pile of snacks over there, see? Yang Xianghu was horrified. Soryang, what is this? But Soryang remained calm. It's Sarai's shell. I think it still holds the energy of the inner pill, so I'll use it to nourish the kids. He set the two down and said kindly, wait a moment, I'll prepare it right away. Hyang was especially excited and greedy. Okay, Hyung, I'll divide some for you right away, just wait a bit. But then Soryang suddenly paused. Because Ban was still standing in the same spot. Ban, what's wrong? For some reason, Ban suddenly cried out petulantly. Then tears streamed down. Ban. Ban wailed and whimpered pitifully. What is that expression all about? Soryang's face showed alarm. Little Ogong was bawling his eyes out. Yang Xianghu scratched his head awkwardly. Soryang, why is that kid acting like this? Soryang muttered the girl seemed sad and sulking. Jeonbong observed little Ogong for a moment. Then she spoke, Soryang, I thought you'd be more considerate. Why do you say that? Soryang looked surprised. Am I not considerate enough? She continued, even if it's a centipede, it's still a girl having to wear her sister's old shell, of course she'd be angry. Little Ogong trembled with indignation. Jeonbong added, in my clan back then I had many older sisters and always had to wear their hand-me-downs, and I was always irritated for no particular reason because I wanted to wear something new even just once. So perhaps this child thinks you favor her sister. Soryang hurriedly explained, no way. Then why Hyung? They looked at another little Ogong happily nibbling food. Jeonbong replied helplessly, I don't know either. Judging by her face, she seems a bit absent-minded. She probably just let that slide. Soryang sighed. Really, being the father of daughters isn't easy at all. He knelt down to comfort her. Come on, Ban, don't be like that. This tasty. Father wants you to grow fast and strong like your sister. Earlier you ate so well, he waved the food in front of her. Here, here. Little Ogong exclaimed in fury. Then she turned and walked away. Soryang called out in panic, Ban. She's gone. Jeonbong looked worried. Poor thing, what now? Soryang's face suddenly froze. He called loudly, Ban. Little Ogong ran out sadly. Cut to late afternoon. Huyen picked up little Ogong, so that's what happened. No wonder I wondered why Ban ran off like that. She looks really upset. Yang Xianghu muttered. Who knows what was going through her head? Poor thing. Huyen looked around. Where's Soryang? Yang Xianghu answered. Soryang? He stood rooted there for a long time, probably in shock. Huyen laughed. I'll try to coax Ban. I don't think Soryang can handle this situation right now. They say there's no cure for disputes between fathers and daughters. Soryang hurriedly dropped to his knees on the floor. He begged, my heavenly moth serpent, I'm embarrassed to ask this, but don't you have anything left for me? It snapped angrily and then a huge head appeared behind it. Soryang's face went pale. I'm sorry, forget what I just said. He sighed, I only asked because I still had a little hope. You saw how angry Ban was, right? The heavenly moth serpent waved its tail, indicating it understood. Soryang watched it in surprise and only then realized that despite having its core stolen, I thought it would be more upset than Ban, but no, maybe it's gentler than I thought. He bowed his head and asked, by the way, have you decided yet? About living with us, we'd like you to stay with us. Even though our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, I promise to treat you better from now on. So, will you become part of the family? The heavenly moth serpent let out a cry and Soryang looked delighted. Huh, really? Great, we'll get along well from now on. Oh dear, now that you're family, you can't be locked up like that any longer. He happily scooped it out of the cage. All done. Soryang looked at it cheerfully. I should give you a name, right? We can't just call you Heavenly Serpent forever. It has to have the word heaven in the name because you're a heavenly serpent. So if it's a boy, the name will be Ilchin. But first I need to check whether you're male or female. Let me take a quick look. The heavenly moth serpent's face immediately flushed. It angrily whipped its tail into his face. Huyen was stunned by the serpent's over-the-top reaction. Soryang hurried to calm things. Calm down, calm down. The heavenly moth serpent growled in anger. Soryang quickly scrambled back. You're a girl. He knelt down hastily. Sorry, I just assumed you were male. So I'll pick a cuter name. Let's see. You have a beautiful emerald-colored crest. This color is called moth serpent. How about the name Moth Serpent? Soryang saw its head bob slightly. Looks like you like that name, huh? Good, from now on your name is Moth Serpent. The heavenly moth serpent gave a pleased cry. He happily continued, oh right, I forgot to add heavenly to the name. So how about heavenly moth serpent? Suddenly Soryang exclaimed. The heavenly moth serpent looked at him in surprise. Soryang cheerfully remarked that strange names are said to be the best. Thus from now on Heavenly Serpent became Heavenly Moth Serpent. Cut to the next day. In the main hall of the Beast Palace, Yang Xianghu spoke, we apologize for entrusting this mission to you. Tang Museong replied, no need to apologize, we are part of the Martial Alliance. Taking on these tasks is normal. Peng Juxiang's group temporarily can't leave the Beast Palace for treatment, so Soryang's team will take on the mission of relaying information from Senior Shengxing to the Muram Alliance. Clearly, the blood sect force they're about to face has grown much stronger than before. Therefore, they decided to seize this opportunity to bring the Beast Palace into the Muram Alliance to strengthen the righteous martial world. Senior Xiao Pio also decided to join them on this trip. A short while later, Saryang walked toward the gate. He bowed in farewell, then see you later. Please send my father's regards to Peng Juxiang, brother. Yang Xianghu replied, Saryang, travel safely. And so Saryang's group left the Beast Palace and set off for the Murim Alliance. They also prepared a new kind of poison as a precaution against the blood sect. They decided to stop by the Tang clan first. Saryang called out cheerfully, we've arrived. Xiao Pio exclaimed in wonder, so this is the Sichuan Tang clan, it's huge. Saryang smiled at her, thinking that Xiao Pio came from rural Yunnan to the Central Plains. He wondered if she felt like a country girl seeing the big city for the first time. Xiao Pio excitedly shouted, it's as big as a mountain. Tang Muxiang said happily, when we were at the Beast Palace, we were warmly received, so consider this your home and make yourself at ease. Xiao Pio smiled and replied, thank you. Suddenly, Huiyan looked alarmed. She shouted, hey, Saryang, answer quickly. Something's happened. What is it, Huiyan? She answered in a panic, Ban has disappeared. She was clearly just here. Where could she have gone? Saryang's face gradually turned panicked as well. Could she have run away? Cut to a nearby trail where little Ngo Kong Ban's face showed great determination. 4 hours after Ban left home, it was now dark. Everyone was outside searching, calling through the woods, Ban, where are you? Saryang and Huiyan were walking together, unable to find Ban. Saryang furrowed his brow in thought. Where did little Ban run off to? Maybe she's hitting puberty and her mood's unpredictable, who knows? Xiao Pio was also helping search. She turned to Saryang and said, Saryang, we can't just stumble around like this. Quickly use telepathic communication to contact Ban. Hearing her, Saryang snapped to attention and replied, understood. Immediately, Saryang closed his eyes and tried to link his consciousness with Ban's. In the stillness, a green energy radiated from Saryang in all directions. He sent his thoughts, Ban, where are you? Father was wrong, come home quickly. The outside world is dangerous. There are many wicked hunters out there who want to harm you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Saryang suddenly snapped his eyes open, as if he sensed something. He froze, unable to say a word. His face showed panic, sweat beading. He shouted, what? Huiyan was startled by him and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Xiao Pio nearby also asked curiously. Ban replied. Saryang opened his eyes wide and stammered, yes, but... Saryang turned back to the group in alarm and announced, she said she'll never come home until she's older and more beautiful than big sister Huang. That's what she said. Hyang Ah and So Ah heard this and were left dumbfounded. Huiyan was so frightened she could only utter, huh. After a moment, So Ah and Hyang understood the situation and both cried out in great worry. Meanwhile, near the peak of Tang Clan's mountain, a tiny figure was struggling to crawl up a cliff face. It was Ban Ah. Her eyes were resolute as she urged herself to keep climbing the rock. After a while, Ban Ah finally managed to climb up. From the top, she could see the Tang clan in the distance, and she let out a cry. At that moment, Ban Ah grew sad. Tears welled up. Her whole body trembled, remembering when Saryang and Huiyan used to hold her, and it was so happy. She recalled being praised, my little Ban Ah is so pretty, our adorable youngest. Right then, Ban Ah grew exhausted. She tried to cling to the cliff. Both her hands and face flushed. After struggling and sweating, her grip slipped. Ban Ah immediately fell from a height, striking the rock as she tumbled. She spun around, too terrified to open her eyes. After several spins, Ban Enhai's head was dizzy, and she let out a cry. The little one fell into a deep hole, her head spinning until she lost consciousness. Her fall hit the ground with a noise, and the green snakes in the cave swarmed over to investigate. As she sat up with a swollen head, Ban Ah screamed at the top of her lungs. The snakes stared at her in confusion. The snakes quickly scattered and fled. Ban Ah, dazed, called out, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something and focused her attention. Before Ban Ah was a cloud of pitch-black energy emanating outward. Curious, she moved closer and discovered eggs with mottled black and white shells. Afterwards, Ban Ah apparently ate all the eggs in the cave. Her whole body turned mottled like the eggshells. Her eyes reddened and she slowly collapsed. The next morning, the sun rose at Tang Clan. Saryang's group had spent the whole night searching for Ban Nhi around the Tang Clan mountain, but found no trace and had to return to the clan to discuss what to do next. Saryang sat on the outer steps with So Ah and Hyang Ah nearby. Seeing Saryang's worried look, Xiao Pio comforted him that everything would be fine. Don't worry too much, he's still small, but he's a gong, right? Saryang heard this and could only sigh helplessly and reply, yes. Just then, Xiao Pio was distracted by something and looked up. At that moment, a swarm of small golden fur wind kings was flying through the sky toward them. Xiao Pio immediately exclaimed, the one leading them is their queen. Xiao Pio tightly clenched her hands and shouted curiously, it's the Golden Fur Wind King, why is it here? Hearing that, Saryang turned to look and replied, these are the Golden Fur Wind Kings I raised at the Tang clan, but what brought them here? As soon as the queen of the Golden Fur Wind Kings flew over, she tightly hugged Saryang's face, leaving him no time to react. Saryang pushed her away with his hand and shouted, hey, Xiao Pio, watching, immediately asked why she behaved that way. Saryang looked up at the queen, a little flustered, thinking could it be that? The queen was puckering towards Saryang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Trophallaxis, mouth-to-mouth feeding seen in social insects like bees or ants. It's more than passing food. It's a form of communication and a sign of trust. Seeing the queen act like that made Saryang break out in a cold sweat, unsure how to respond. In his head, he thought the queen wanted to feed him nectar because he looked exhausted. He was pleased to be accepted as part of the hive, but this was a bit much. Just then, a pair of lips puckered again, and the queen passed nectar into them. Saryang quickly scooped up little Ti letter 1EC3U and Go Kong for a kiss. Both of them froze. Seeing this, Saryang said, I'm already full, so sorry, but I really appreciate what you did for me. The queen immediately grew angry, her face flushing red as she shook her head repeatedly to show her displeasure. Saryang could only give an awkward smile and think to himself that he'd escaped this sudden, forced feeding for now, but if he kept refusing, it might create trust issues with the queen bee. So he wanted to link the Kim Mao Fong Vuong into the animal's telepathic network right away. However, he was already connected to 3 Than Ban and Go Kong. If he wasn't careful, he could suffer a backlash, his chi and blood thrown into chaos, so he needed to proceed very cautiously with this. Just then, a voice from behind grabbed everyone's attention. Saryang. It was Tang Museong. He was rushing toward him with Huiyan. From afar he called out, what's happening here? I heard Ban Nhi ran away last night. If something this serious happened, you should have reported to me even if it was late. That little creature must be trembling with fear now. Hearing him, Saryang replied, sorry, grandfather, I've been trying to continue searching through animal telepathy, but it's not been very effective. The old man, looking worried, quickly said, let's try searching again. I'll dispatch the blood toxin team to comb the Tang clan mountain thoroughly. Upon hearing that, Saryang bowed his head sadly and said, thank you, grandfather. Thus a large-scale search began. The blood toxin team turned over every stone and blade of grass on Tang clan mountain. With the help of the Kim Mao Fong Vuong, everyone checked every nook and cranny. It was already the 3rd day. In the mountain, Saryang closed his eyes. He placed both hands on his chest and tried to use a mental link to contact Ban Nhi. After a while, when Saryang opened his eyes, Xiao Pio anxiously asked, any response yet, Saryang? He frowned, exhaled, and replied, no, not yet. Xiao Pio, hearing this, also felt a bit disappointed and continued, it's strange, unlike humans, animals don't hide their intentions, so if we're linked by animal telepathy, it should show some reaction. At Xiao Pio's words, Saryang trembled all over. Imagining the worst, he asked, could the wild beasts on the mountain have done something to her? Xiao Pio didn't know what to say but immediately denied it. No, not that. She reached out and explained further to Saryang. If that had happened, the person linked by animal telepathy would notice instantly, because they'd receive a huge psychological shock in their spirit. Hearing this, Saryang looked at Xiao Pio with some doubt. He put a hand to his chin, thinking of Ban Ah, and sighed, I rarely get no response like this unless she's in a deep sleep. He mused inwardly that she really could be a sleeping grub, but just then the old man approached with Huiyan, hands clasped behind his back, asking, Saryang, have you found anything? Saryang turned and replied, no, I'm terribly ashamed. Tang Museong stroked his chin, eyes thoughtful, and said, we still haven't found Ban Ah, but we can't waste more time here. Better to leave the rest to Tang clan disciples and prepare to depart early for the Murim alliance. I understand your worry, but we still have duties to carry out, and you must also formulate new poisons to replace Bitch Dam to fight the demonic cult. Do you understand my point? Saryang didn't know how to respond to that, but he couldn't bring himself to leave without finding Ban Ah. He pulled himself together and said to Tang Museong that among the venomous creatures he brought back from Yunnan this time was an interesting specimen he'd already prepped in the toxin nursery. The old man, curious, asked, really? You've already prepared everything? Huiyan beside him widened her eyes in surprise. Saryang continued, by now the Tang clan workers have probably started extracting its venom. I know the venom of the golden hornet is very effective for making medicine, but it's hard to collect in large quantities. At that, Saryang scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. Still, it was a creature a bit tricky to handle. I wasn't sure everything would go smoothly. The old master, seeing him like that, chuckled and asked, "Tricky to handle, is it?" Soryang, hearing the question, didn't know how to answer. He just mumbled something to change the subject. Meanwhile, at the toxin nursery, the atmosphere there was extremely grim. Inside the room, a large jar was emanating a red mist. Those in the room dared not approach. From the big jar, thick smoke poured up and odd sounds came from within. Two people trembled as they stepped forward to inspect, hands raised to shield themselves. The creature rose again from the jar as a plume of smoke, forming an extremely fierce-looking face, known as one of the most powerful and aggressive venomous creatures. A few hours later, that jar was brought to the Beast Palace for Tang Museong to examine. Tang Museong entered the room and stood before the jar, pondering for a long while. After a moment he asked, "Is it this one?" Soryang nodded plainly. "Yes, grandfather." He stepped forward and introduced them. "These are creatures we captured in Yunnan. They are called mountain fallen leaves." Tang Museong nodded thoughtfully. Mountain fallen leaves. He leaned closer to peer into the jar. Just by looking he could tell it was no ordinary thing. With his knowledge of animals, Soryang recognized it immediately as the pit viper R1EAFN, L1EE5C, R1EAFT, S1ED5, one of the most terribly venomous snakes. He treated it with extreme caution. This beast accounts for 40% of snakebite deaths in Southeast Asia. It's extremely aggressive and likes to bite, astonishing even experts. Soryang was lost in thought about why it had such a fearsome reputation when a voice interrupted. "Young Master Soryang." Gu Pi came holding a bowl. "I've brought the rooster's blood as you requested, sir." Soryang nodded. "Thank you, Gu Pi." Soryang took the bowl and approached the snake. "All right, please have it drip 1 drop of venom into this bowl." Tang Museong was slightly surprised. Venom. He gripped the snake's head and brought it close to the bowl. 1 drop of venom fell. The moment the drop fell, Tang Museong and Gu Pi were astonished. The blood in the bowl had solidified into a mass. They cried out. The blood coagulated instantly. Unbelievable. Standing beside them, Soryang calmly explained, "If Emerald Jade's poison is a hemorrhagic toxin that thins the blood, then this creature's venom is a coagulating toxin that causes the blood to harden." To clarify, he gave a practical example. Hemorrhagic venom disrupts the meridians like dispersing poison, scattering internal energy. Coagulant venom blocks the meridians, preventing the opponent from using internal power. Soryang grew more excited as he spoke. Moreover, this species bears live young instead of laying eggs, so it's easy to increase their numbers. Tang Museong widened his eyes. "Really?" He smiled brightly. "Then send disciples to Yunnan again to catch as many as possible." Soryang immediately nodded. "Understood, grandfather. I will do it right away." Having said that, Soryang smirked confidently, as if plotting something in his mind. He clenched his fist with determination, thinking inwardly to prepare and train hard with the antidotes. "I'll make you pay for every life and death." Suddenly, footsteps outside the door sounded urgent, running toward the room. The footsteps headed for the room. Huyen burst in, pushing the door, panting as she called, "Soryang." Soryang looked at Huyen, breathless from running. "Huyen, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" She hurriedly shouted to Soryang, "This is bad, little Bing is biting Snowy." Huyen's voice was frantic. "If we're not careful, little Bing could be seriously injured." Soryang flinched. "What?" His face went deathly pale. Soryang stammered, "No way." Soryang felt his head spinning. He imagined Jeong Bing and Snow fighting and biting each other. Soryang was so shocked that he could not speak. Little Bing actually attacked Snowy. After that, Soryang and Huyen rushed outside together, flying at full speed toward Bing and Snow. While running, Soryang anxiously asked Huyen how the fight had started. Huyen turned to him and began. She began recounting what had happened earlier. "While I was gathering the little ones in the courtyard to chat, I thought they were just playing around, but suddenly little Bing lunged forward and bit Snowy." Huyen was so frightened that her voice cracked. Even though Snowy struggled desperately, it kept biting tightly onto the back of her neck while making strange noises. Soryang asked suspiciously, "The back of her neck?" Soryang was startled. Based on Huyen's account, he suddenly realized something. Could it be? Running, Soryang looked ahead and saw a familiar figure. Yoa. He hurriedly asked what happened between little Bing and Snowy, but Yoa's face turned bright red as she tried to say something. Soryang and Huyen ran closer to assess the situation. Yoa stepped back, covering his face in embarrassment. Both of them halted, and Huyen's face also flushed bright red. The atmosphere suddenly became awkwardly intimate. Huyen stammered, "What is this? Soryang, why is little Bing pinning Snowy down like that?" Soryang forced an awkward smile. so that's what it was after all. He awkwardly turned to her and said, Chuan, don't worry, it's not a fight, it's mating. Chuan shouted, mating. Soryang smiled, looks like we're about to become grandparents. That's right, Soryang thought with a quiet smile as he watched. When two deity lizards reach breeding age, there's no romantic courting. Mating begins with the male restraining the female. In his mind, he began imagining Bing and Snow talking to each other. At that moment, the male would make that sound. It was a mating call, something like, please bear my children. Then he turned to reassure Chuan. At first glance, it may look like violent fighting, but it's just natural behavior. Soryang laughed heartily. Actually, you could say they were simply very compatible, which led to this. Chuan was still a bit doubtful. Well, that's good. But Soryang immediately realized and flinched. Damn, now that this has happened, it's going to be a big problem. Chuan, seeing Soryang gloomy, looked puzzled. Why are you saying that, Soryang? Soryang sighed long and drawn out, then answered, I probably won't be able to go to the Murim Alliance anymore. A while later, in the master's chamber, Soryang went to speak with Tang Museong and Tang Chialson. Tang Museong, upon hearing this, slammed the table and shouted, What? You can't go to the Murim Alliance. He roared angrily, Why? Because of Huang and Hai, didn't I say we'd send disciples to keep searching for the girl? Xiao Pio also urged him to change his mind. That's right, Soryang, didn't you promise to go with senior sister to the Murim Alliance? Seeing Tang Museong so angry, Soryang awkwardly scratched his head because he hesitated for a moment before explaining the reason. Actually, today was the first time little Bing and Snowy became mates and mated with each other. Seeing no one speak, Soryang continued. They could lay eggs within 15 days or at the latest in a month. If they travel with us for a long distance and lay eggs on the road, it will be very hard to care for them and the eggs might spoil. Soryang glanced at everyone's expressions. So wouldn't it be better if you stayed here to look after the fat-tailed lizards? The room instantly grew tense. Soryang thought to himself that still, abandoning an important mission over this might be a little much, right? Tang Chialson, who had been silent, suddenly asked in a deep voice, Soryang, is that true? Soryang broke out in a cold sweat. But contrary to his expectation, the old man burst into loud laughter. Good news, truly good news. Tang Chialson said happily, the Beast Palace only just opened and already a pet has reproduced. Soon the Sichuan Tang clan will be overflowing with venomous creatures. Tang Museong nodded. I was worried someone had run off, but now there's happy news. Xiao Pio also exclaimed excitedly, Soryang, congratulations. Soryang was a little stunned, confused by the unexpected reaction. Xiao Pio leapt up, eyes sparkling as she looked at Soryang. So when will they hatch? Give me some, brother, I want some, right? Soryang stammered. The thing is, before he could answer, an arrow suddenly flew straight into the room while no one was paying attention. It came in through the window and brushed past Soryang's ear. Then it lodged itself into the surface of the table. The room instantly erupted into chaos. An arrow, who was bold enough. Tang Chialson rushed to fling open the window. To shoot an arrow into the Tang clan, they must be courting death. Chuan ran to Soryang's side. Soryang, are you okay? Soryang panted in fright but managed to steady himself. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Chuan asked, a letter. Xiao Pio pulled the note out and read it. Soryang curiously asked, Xiao Pio sis, what does it say? Xiao Pio's face went pale as soon as she finished reading. She frowned, eyes wide, then looked up at Soryang. The note said they would kidnap Soryang. Soryang froze, unable to utter a word, and so did the others. He exhaled sharply, brother ah. Outside, a figure stood on a tree atop a distant mountain far from the master's chamber. It was Cho Yong-ryeon. The girl held a bow, aiming straight at where Soryang stood. In the darkness, Cho Yong-ryeon's eyes burned with fierce resolve, her face coldly fixed forward without blinking. Not long ago in an alley in Sichuan, Beggar Emperor raised his hand to his chin and pondered deeply. He fell silent for a moment before speaking. The celestial silkworm larvae refused to eat anything at all. Jai-ho, who sat across from him, immediately confirmed, that's right, big brother. He let out a long sigh before continuing his story. I gathered every famous silk craftsman I could find across the Central Plains and locked them inside this abandoned temple. For the past several months, I managed to hatch the celestial silkworm eggs, but the newborn larvae refuse to eat any kind of leaf and are slowly starving to death. I think I made a mistake somewhere. Beggar Emperor flinched and asked back, a mistake. Jai-ho spoke with a firm voice. The larvae refusing to eat is not a technical issue. It is because we do not fully understand the habits of this insect species. That is why I am searching for an insect expert. So then, who is he, that insect expert Big Brother mentioned earlier? He took a sip of tea and continued thinking quietly. Then Beggar Emperor looked at him and spoke. Honestly, this is not a very good idea. I am still hesitating about whether I should let a thief approach someone precious to me. Jai-Ho completely lost his patience and shouted, Big Brother, stop dragging it out already and just say it. Your little brother here is about to die from frustration. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the back while mumbling, speaking of which. Jai-Ho lifted his gaze toward the tiled roof and continued, since you are training the heavenly silkworm art, I assume your disciple is not some ordinary nobody, right? He asked again, Yong Ryon. The young girl was casually sitting on the rooftop while tightly clutching her bow. At first, I was worried because she was a girl, but her movements are flexible and swift. Later on, she will definitely surpass my level by a mile, probably while making me look old in the process. Even now, she has already mastered 70 to 80% of my martial power. As the future successor of the thief god, she has no difficulties at all, so I plan to send her to invite that insect expert here. Beggar Emperor's sharp eyes suddenly widened with seriousness. He asked in a deep voice, really? Even if the insect expert I mentioned is a subordinate of the 9 great sects or the 7 great families. Jai-Ho held his teacup while hesitantly speaking. So that is why Big Brother kept stalling earlier. What is the problem? Wouldn't this become a good experience for her? He looked upward and spoke. You know what will happen if someone gets caught stealing from the 9 great sects or the 7 great families, right? He calmly replied, as the disciple of the thief god, she will never get caught. Suddenly, Beggar Emperor stood up and slammed his wine cup onto the table. If that is the case then, Jai-Ho stuttered in shock, Big Brother. He pointed straight ahead and declared loudly, I will tell you who that insect expert is. This is going to become quite the grand performance. Let us see just how capable the new thief god truly is. Scene transition. At this moment, inside the family head's room, a hand opened up, revealing a white cloth bundle containing 3 red dates. Hui-yun stared at the item in her hand in shock. A letter and a bundle of red dates tied to an arrowhead. This is the calling token of senior thief god Thao Daya. Soryang's mouth dropped wide open in disbelief. Thao Daya, the thief god. Wait, so the thief god is literally just a thief. She tightly gripped the letter while explaining. Soryang, you have met the venerable beggar king before, right? He is one of the 5 emperors of the 3 greats and 5 emperors, and venerable thief god is the same kind of existence. He may be a thief, but he is closer to a righteous rogue than anything else. Red dates symbolize speed and initiative across the Central Plains, so senior thief god often uses them as his personal calling token. Hui-yun's explanation only made him even more confused, so he awkwardly asked, but why would someone of that level go through the trouble of kidnapping me? Senior thief god practices a secret martial art passed down only within his lineage, and apparently there is one rule in that sect that absolutely must be obeyed. They are not allowed to accept anything from anyone unless they steal something from that person first. That is the rule. Therefore, if he needs something from the 9 great sects or our families, he will send a letter in advance announcing that he is coming to steal it. In return, he will leave behind a gift worth even more than the stolen item, so our families usually place the items outside beforehand. After hearing that, Soryang immediately thought to himself, the Central Plains truly are filled with strange geniuses and eccentric masters. Chialson, who sat behind them, spoke up, Soryang, you are not exactly normal yourself. Suddenly, her face turned mysterious as she looked back and said, anyway, father will raise the guardian beast banner. Her words startled both old men at the same time. The guardian beast banner, looks like our Hui-yun is really angry this time. Soryang asked with a completely confused expression. Guardian beast banner, what exactly is that? Museong slowly explained every layer of meaning to him in detail. The guardian beast banner is a flag painted with images of dogs. The word guardian carries the meaning of protection because the symbol resembles the character used for guarding and defending. When the 9 great sects or our families receive a letter from the thief god, they can choose to raise the guardian beast banner in an attempt to stop the theft. Of course, if they fail, they lose the item and receive no compensation at all. Suddenly he paused and stroked his beard deeply. However, if they successfully stop or capture the thief god, he will grant them 3 wishes, no matter what they are. The moment Soryang heard that, he cried out dramatically. 3 wishes, that basically sounds like he is declaring he will never get caught. After a while, he scratched his head awkwardly. But if a martial arts master is that confident, can we really stop him at all? Hui-yun widened her eyes and shouted directly at him. If senior thief god kidnaps you, nobody knows when you will ever come back. Soryang, do you actually want to get stolen away? He hurriedly waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant. She yelled straight into Soryang's face. Soryang belongs to me, so I cannot just hand him over like that. His mouth dropped wide open in shock. Calm down, Huiyan, why are you suddenly making such a heroic declaration? But grandfather, has any family or sect ever successfully stopped senior thief god before? I mean, if someone actually managed it, would he still be called the thief god? He would just be some petty thief instead. Huiyan smiled confidently. Do not worry, Soryang. He blinked and looked at her before quietly asking back, Huiyan. All around them stood demonic beasts of every imaginable shape. Huiyan confidently declared, we have our little friends here, right? No matter how unbelievably skilled senior thief god may be, that only applies against humans, he will never expect an entire swarm of poisonous insects guarding the place. Museong's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That is true. Thief god definitely will not anticipate the poisonous insects. This battle is worth trying after all. 10 years ago, I lost to that thief god after 475 moves and failed to become the Poison Emperor. But this time, I will make him suffer so badly he will wish he stayed in bed. Xiao Paiyo beside them reassured him. Soryang, do not worry, Big Sister will protect you no matter what happens. Museong gave a firm order. Good, then raise the Guardian Beast banner at the gate of the Nine Treasures Fortress immediately. Jialson, who sat beside them, rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. After a while, he finally spoke with complete seriousness. We are going to capture this thief alive. Scene transition, meanwhile near the area surrounding Tang Clan Mountain. A commander shouted loudly, search every corner carefully, absolutely do not let him escape. The soldiers responded together in loud, disciplined voices. Yongryon sat above them while quietly observing the situation. The little girl's eyes widened as she looked around and muttered, what exactly is going on here? I thought they would not dare interfere because they feared the reputation of the previous generations of thief gods. I never expected the security to be this ridiculously strict. The little girl's gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked toward the fortress. So that was the Guardian Beast banner fluttering powerfully above the rooftop. So that is the Guardian Beast banner. I see now, this is a test to determine whether I am worthy of inheriting the title of Thief God. No wonder Master told me to come alone. He wanted to verify the results of all my training until now. But as long as I still possess the 100-mile eyes and the 1,000-mile bow, there is nothing in this world that I cannot steal. Very well then. Very well. Yongryon stood high above while looking down at the brightly lit tower. Tonight, the little girl who had been standing still suddenly flinched violently. Before she could celebrate for long, Yongryon accidentally stepped right into a trap. The little girl quickly turned her head back, her eyes filled with confusion. Spider webs. Suddenly, something emitted a brilliant light right in front of her. A gigantic demonic beast appeared towering within the dark sky. The moment Yongryon saw the scene before her, sweat instantly poured down as she trembled and called out, Master. This was not included in the information you gave me. Before she could even react properly, Yongryon tucked her legs in and sprinted away at full speed. Through the dense forest, the little girl dashed forward in panic as if flying through the wind. A soldier shouted loudly while pointing straight toward Yongryon's shadow. Over there, absolutely do not let that person escape. While running, the little girl kept glancing behind her as the spirit beast continued chasing closely after her. Inside Yongryon's heart, she continuously cried in misery. Damn it, Tang Clan, since when did they even have spirit beasts? If I slowed down for even a second, I would definitely have been captured alive already. So this is the real reason they were so confident with their defenses. Spirit beasts are stationed everywhere, truly worthy of being the Sichuan Tang Clan. Their infamous methods absolutely live up to the reputation, terrifyingly so. One spirit beast after another continued sticking to her trail relentlessly. Suddenly, the little girl forcefully twisted on her heel. However, even if they keep chasing me, all I need to do is shake them off. Lightness skill movement technique. Her strikes landed directly onto their bodies. Then they collapsed motionless onto the ground. Yongryon's speed grew faster and faster. Her tiny figure flashed past tree branches one after another. I never expected the situation to turn out like this, but I am not some easy target either. Afterward, the little girl slightly curled her lips into a confident smile. Very good, just wait there, Soryang. I will definitely capture you alive. Scene transition to the martial training grounds at the residence of the golden-haired bee queen within the Sichuan Tang clan. A short while later, the spirit beasts reported the news to Soryang. After receiving the signal, his heart filled with confusion. That guy actually escaped already. Huiyan, who stood beside him, spoke up. It is honestly unbelievable he managed to leave the children far behind that quickly. The rumors about the greatest thief in the Central Plains truly were not exaggerated at all. Soryang frowned and continued speaking. Based on what was reported, it seems he already noticed the flood flower silk threads and the children's defenses. Her eyes glowed red with caution as she suggested, "It seems he still has not given up yet. He is definitely hiding somewhere waiting for the right chance to make a move on Soryang. To ensure safety, how about we temporarily hide inside the beehive for a while? Huiyan and I will handle patrolling the surrounding area," he nodded in response. "I understand, Huiyan." Afterward, he turned around and gently petted the spirit beasts. "I am truly sorry for barging in so suddenly. I will have to trouble you all for a little while because of this uninvited guest." Soryang happily walked into the cave. He excitedly asked them, "I heard that thief is supposed to retreat once dawn arrives, so what time is it right now anyway?" With the spirit beasts and everyone from the Tang clan fighting with everything they have, I do not think I will get kidnapped that easily. The little spirit beasts immediately gathered around and rubbed against Soryang's cheeks as if acting spoiled. He burst into delighted laughter. "So you guys are working hard to protect me too. They feel far softer and warmer than I imagined. This is seriously relaxing and comfortable." Suddenly, one of them stared directly at Soryang. Before anyone realized it, he had already fallen asleep with drool hanging down while the beasts could only stare at him in complete confusion. One of them used all its strength to shake Soryang's body violently. For a child with Soryang's physique, resisting sleepiness was truly not an easy task. Yeondu crawled out from inside his clothes. Suddenly, he jolted awake in complete panic. Soryang hurriedly forced himself fully awake, pretending to stay alert while immediately defending himself. "Dad is still totally awake here. I was not sleeping at all." Suddenly, a figure standing outside the stone cave called out, "Soryang." The beast looked at that person with fierce hostility. It turned out to be Seolpayo. He called back, "Seolpayo, you are here." Soryang stood up and explained, "It is okay, kids, that is my big sister." "Seolpayo, why did you suddenly come here?" She softly replied, "Listen carefully and try not to be too shocked. We already captured that thief." He clenched his fists excitedly and asked in surprise, "Really, big sister?" "That is right. Everyone is escorting him to the clan head right now. Let us hurry and go take a look." The two of them immediately ran out of the cave. He got captured that quickly. Dawn has not even arrived yet. Truly, one fierce tiger cannot fight an entire pack forever after all. After running for a while, Seolpayo pointed ahead. "This way." She intentionally let Soryang walk in front. "I am honestly curious what that thief's face actually looks like." Suddenly, she launched a move from behind him. Soryang instantly collapsed onto the ground. She calmly explained, "I struck his paralysis point, so he will not be able to move for a short while. I truly have no bad intentions, so I hope you can understand." He looked upward helplessly. "What? This is not Seolpayo. This person is that thief." And this person was none other than Yeonryeon in disguise. Very impressive indeed, worthy of being young hero Soryang. Before someone discovers us, let us quickly leave this place. Soryang thought to himself, is there seriously nobody coming to save me? I really do not want to get kidnapped here. Suddenly, something inside his clothes began sparkling brightly. It turned out to be Sha. The moment it crawled out from his clothes, it bit the little girl's hand. Yeonryeon's eyes widened in panic. What is this? All he could do was lie there helplessly. Yeondu, do not tell me that is poison. A few seconds later, the little girl collapsed right on top of Soryang. In a situation like this, he had no idea what to do. He could barely breathe. Yeondu, calm down, this person is not a bad person. Thankfully, Yeondu's venom only caused mild paralysis. It seemed this person merely fainted temporarily. Later on, I absolutely need to teach it a lesson. It cannot just randomly bite people like this anymore. Still, we finally managed to catch the thief in the end. The process did not exactly go according to the original plan, but well. Come to think of it, I once heard about a martial art capable of changing someone's voice and appearance at will. I never expected this person could disguise herself as Seolpayo. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted near his nose. Where is this faint fragrance coming from? Does this thief seriously even use perfume? Yeondu quickly removed Yeonryeon's mask. Soryang instantly snapped fully awake, his eyes widening in shock the moment he saw the little girl's face. He froze in disbelief and blurted out, "What is going on here? This thief is actually a girl." And just like that, Soryang accidentally ended up letting another girl rest her head on his lap. Scene transitioned to early morning at the guest hall of the Sichuan Tang clan. Inside the room, everyone stood surrounding Yeonryeon as she lay unconscious on the bed. Soryang stared at the little girl before speaking. So this young lady is the new thief god. Honestly, she just looks like an ordinary girl to me. Museong, standing beside him, explained, it seems that strange old man thief god has officially passed down the title to his disciple, because every clue confirms this girl is the current successor. Soryong flinched in shock. So this young lady really is the thief god of this era. He continued speaking. Did you not notice the heavenly silkworm thread wrapped around her wrist? That is the sect's treasured heirloom of the thief god lineage. That alone proves she is definitely the current thief god. Xiao Pio immediately shouted furiously. If that is really true, then even better. How dare she paralyze me and strip off all my clothes? Just wait until I wake her up. I will definitely fight her in a life or death duel. The reason Xiao Pio was furious to that extent was because not only had she been stripped by the thief god while unconscious, but even the clothes left behind did not fit her at all, leaving her unable to walk out from the forest properly. Huiyun quietly glanced sideways before asking carefully, let us put that matter aside for now. Why did the new thief god specifically try to kidnap Soryong? Could it be she secretly fell for you already? Come on, stop joking around like that. I have never even met her before. Still, it is possible for someone to become fascinated with a man or woman from afar and suddenly develop kidnapping intentions. Thinking about it carefully, was Yeon-do not exactly the same way too? He panicked and blamed himself internally. Soryong suddenly felt incredibly guilty. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside the door. Young master, you must come outside immediately, Soryong asked back in confusion. Did something happen, head steward? The man scratched his head and stammered awkwardly. Well, an uninvited guest has just appeared. Hearing that, he immediately asked again, who is it? Scene transition outside. At that exact moment at the main gate of the Tang clan, someone leisurely nibbled on a pastry while calmly eating it. Beggar Emperor shook his head and sighed. These kids work way too slowly. The area outside the tower remained completely silent. Suddenly, Soryong and Huiyun were seen sprinting outside at full speed. While running, she cheerfully called out, Senior Beggar Emperor, it has been a long time since we last met. Has everyone been safe and sound? Soryong stepped forward awkwardly and respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Senior, what kind wind brought you all the way to the Tang clan? Could it be the guards outside acted disrespectfully while receiving you? The old man happily replied, nothing like that happened. Thanks to all of you, I am currently enjoying a luxurious life instead. I came here immediately after hearing that you captured the disciple of the thief god. Hearing that, Soryong flinched and asked back, how did you obtain the information so quickly? From atop the bushes, Jai-ho mockingly spoke up. Hey old man, how long are you planning to hide there? Did you not come here to bring your disciple home? He gritted his teeth in frustration. A moment later, Jai-ho quickly moved down to where the three of them stood. Scratching his head awkwardly, he introduced himself. This is my first time visiting this place, so I feel a little shy. It is an honor to meet you, young hero. I am the thief god, Gal Jai Hong. Soryong still looked confused and unable to process the situation. It is an honor to meet you, senior. This junior is named Soryong. Beggar Emperor immediately got to the main point. The thief god is my sworn brother. I sent his disciple in my place because I wanted to help you, but before I could inform you, your people had already captured the girl. I originally wanted to repay the favor you did for me previously, so this became the perfect opportunity. I am certain these 3 gifts will help you greatly. Hey, wait a second, that old man never told me anything about this. Jai-ho scratched his head again and reluctantly accepted it. Well, forget it, the girl already got caught anyway, there is nothing more I can change now. But say, was the girl captured by that old man 1,000 poisons? Did she get injured? If he attacked her because he mistook her for me then? Soryong spoke up and explained. Actually, grandfather was not the one who captured the young lady. Wait, if not him then who was it? Suddenly Soryong loudly called out, everyone. Jai-ho's expression slightly changed. Suddenly the spirit beasts flew out all around them. Jai-ho asked in confusion, what are these strange little creatures? Soryong grinned brightly and said, this junior captured your disciple together with these little guys. Hearing that, Jai-ho nearly jumped in shock. What? That news left Jai-ho with no choice but to slowly turn and stare at Beggar Emperor. His voice rang out in complete disbelief. That girl is still alive. She is actually still alive, the thief god asked in stunned astonishment. Scene transition inside the room. A short while later, Yong-ryeon cried bitterly in grievance. Master, I am sorry, Jai-ho awkwardly explained. It would be stranger if you had not been captured while facing those bizarre tricks. Heck, even I am not confident I could escape from them myself. Soryong looked at Beggar Emperor curiously. Senior, you mentioned earlier that the heavenly silkworms refuse to eat anything. That is correct. I thought perhaps you might understand something about it since you are knowledgeable about silkworms. The old man rested his chin on his hand and pondered deeply. For generations, the thief god lineage has passed down the silkworm threads to the successor, but if all the newly hatched silkworms die from starvation, that would truly become a catastrophe. Kang Jai-ho stood up and added, since you captured Yong Ryon, besides fulfilling my promise, I will also grant you 3 more favors. I only ask one thing of you, please help me resolve this problem. I guarantee I will reward you properly. Soryong rested his chin on his hand while thinking alone, carefully considering everything he had just heard. Silkworms, so they are not ordinary creatures, they are spirit creatures too. Very well then, Senior Thief God, may I ask exactly how many eggs remain right now? I estimate there are only around 3 eggs left at most. If that is the case, could Senior allow this Junior to inspect the remaining eggs first? I would like to examine them beforehand. So you truly agree to help me? Yes, this Junior will do his best to help Senior fulfill your wish. However, this Junior will take possession of all the celestial spider eggs. Hearing that, Jai-ho instantly flared up in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? You want me to hand over the celestial spider eggs to you? Exactly, did Senior not promise to grant any request this Junior makes? Beggar Emperor standing beside them immediately bared his teeth in a grin. He burst into hearty laughter. I heard rumors that you are obsessed with poisonous eggs, but this ambition of yours is truly no joke at all. Who would have thought the greatest thief in the Central Plains would one day get robbed in return like this? Jai-ho gritted his teeth and explained, are you messing with this old man right now? Without those eggs, how am I supposed to obtain what I need? As I already explained, they are extremely important to me. Soryong immediately changed his expression. This Junior is completely serious, I am not joking at all. I do not know how much Senior understands about celestial spiders and silkworms, but there is one obvious truth you are unintentionally overlooking. What truth? Let me hear it. Once silk extraction begins from the silkworms, they will definitely die. Silkworm cultivation has existed as a traditional profession since ancient times. Even after countless centuries, the techniques themselves have barely changed. Right before transforming into cocoons, the silkworms release silk from the silk glands beneath their mouths to wrap around their own bodies. The threads harvested from that process are what people call silk. However, to obtain those threads, people are forced to place the cocoons into boiling water and stir them around. During that process, the death of the silkworm inside is completely unavoidable. After hearing that, Jai-ho nodded and asked further, that is true, I also heard weavers mention this before. If they are not killed, there is no way to obtain the silk. So what exactly do you want me to do? The core problem is that only 3 eggs remain right now. Even if this Junior finds a way to help the silkworms eat normally again, with only 3 of them, there is no guarantee we can harvest enough silk to weave a new thread, let alone leave behind a legacy for the next generation of the thief god lineage. In other words, the urgent matter right now is not immediately extracting silk, but carefully raising them until they transform into celestial spiders, then allowing them to reproduce and create more eggs. Those words caused Jai-ho to sink into serious thought. Indeed, that was absolutely true. Soryong excitedly continued speaking. Senior, have you ever heard the term specialist before? Specialist. It is a word created from the concepts of uniqueness, expertise, and family innovation. The term refers to a clan or individual who dedicates their entire life to researching one specific field until they reach the highest realm possible. Our Tang clan are specialists in poison and at the same time specialists in poisonous creatures as well. This Junior confidently declares that across the entire Central Plains, we are the only people capable of carrying this responsibility. Yong Ryon, sitting on the bed, quietly called out, Master. He was still deeply lost in thought. I never expected this young hero to possess such determination and confidence. Jai-ho immediately asked once more, can you truly accomplish this? But Soryong still maintained a firm attitude. Does Senior still doubt this Junior? Afterward, he clasped both hands together respectfully. Soryong spoke with a completely serious voice. Please trust this matter to this Junior. Scene transitioned to the guest room they had been discussing in earlier. Jai-ho pushed a mysterious wooden box forward. Here you go, these are the eggs of the silkworm species. The box sitting right before Soryong left him utterly shocked. This is unbelievable. Why is it so ridiculously huge? With an egg this massive, once it matures it will probably be as big as a human head. Jai-ho pointed at it and continued speaking. Very well, this time I will place my trust in you. The future fate of the thief god lineage is now practically resting in your hands. Soryang hesitated before replying, "This junior will absolutely do his best. By the way, senior, could you also give me the corpse of the dead silkworm? It would make things easier for researching what kind of species it truly is." "Ah, here you go." The moment Soryang received the pouch, he flinched in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. "What is this? Is this a scent gland?" Scent glands are horn-like organs found in certain butterfly larvae species. A small organ pops out and releases a foul odor whenever it gets touched. It is extremely strange for a silkworm larva to possess something like this. Suddenly, Museong quietly called out, "Soryang, now that I think about it, we need the thief god's help with several matters, so tell him that at the moment I cannot assist him personally." Soryang asked in confusion, "Grandfather, why is that?" Museong spoke while subtly glancing around. "We need to head to the Murem Alliance immediately. Were we not delayed because of him in the first place? Therefore, he must take responsibility. The thief god is also part of the martial world, so if we explain the full situation clearly, he will definitely help us." Jai-ho, who stood nearby, spoke up and asked, "All right then, have you discovered any clues yet? The truth is, that is something this junior will continue researching gradually, but I fear it will be difficult to help you right away." Hearing that, Jai-ho angrily shouted, "What exactly does that mean? I handed the silkworms over to you exactly as requested, and now you are backing out on me." Soryang tried to explain himself. Because of the letter senior sent, this junior ended up missing an extremely important meeting. Jai-ho stared blankly before asking back, "An important meeting?" Soryang smiled and explained, "To be honest, after that I briefly recounted all the incidents that occurred in Yunnan." After hearing the story, Beggar Emperor smiled with relief. "So such terrible events actually happened?" "Yes, which is why we are currently preparing to depart for Wuhan, where the headquarters of the Murem Alliance is located." Beggar Emperor smacked Jai-ho hard on the shoulder and angrily spoke. "Exactly, which means this is not the time to waste energy on this matter. Prepare to leave as soon as possible." "Ow, that hurts, you know." Jai-ho could only scratch his head while grumbling. "Were they not delayed because of you in the first place? That means you should take responsibility and escort them to Wuhan. Seriously, this really is." Fine, if it concerns the martial world, I cannot just stand by and watch. I guarantee I will bring all of you to Wuhan within 3 days, so do not worry. Only 3 days. Of course, did you think one of the 5 emperors only carried an empty title? I can easily carry someone like you there within such a short amount of time. Soryang hesitantly called out, "Senior thief god. It is not just this junior, Xiao Pio and Huiyan also need to come along as well." The moment they heard that, both women showed confused expressions. "What? 3 people is pushing it too far already. If they were men, it would still be manageable, but carrying 2 women on my back is a bit much. Besides, Yongryon has not reached the level where she can fly around while carrying 2 people yet." Xiao Pio, sitting nearby, angrily said, "I do not even want that woman carrying me anyway. I can walk by myself." Yongryon also spoke up. "I already apologized for what happened that day, okay?" She could not hold it in anymore and angrily shouted, "And what exactly does your apology solve? Do you even know how humiliating it feels to get stripped naked? But nobody even saw anything though. You saw everything with your own eyes, did you not?" Soryang quickly stepped in to stop them. "All right, enough already, stop right there. Anyway, there are obvious limits to carrying people around, if only there were some other method." Suddenly, it seemed like he thought of something. "If that is the case, Senior Thief God, do you happen to know about kite flying?" "Kite flying?" "Yes, a kite that is slightly larger and longer than usual." A little while later, Soryang looked incredibly excited about the new trick he had just invented. "If we do it this way, nobody can complain anymore, right?" The solution was to tie Xiao Pio up with a rope and drag her around exactly like flying a kite. I shall name this technique Giant Centipede Flying Kite Carrying Style. This is simply the most efficient solution so all of us can travel together. Jai-ho clicked his tongue and added, "Since the troublesome issue has been resolved, let us depart immediately." Huiyan hurriedly spoke up, "Wait a moment, Senior Thief God. But Soryang, are you really certain everything will be all right? I am a little worried about the children staying behind." He reassured her, "Everything will be fine. Thanks to Senior Thief God's help, we saved an enormous amount of travel time, so we will definitely return in time for ice and snow's breeding season." Yondu, however, seemed completely emotionless, probably because it had not formed much attachment yet. But the biggest problem of all was naturally that little one over there, right? Soryang awkwardly pleaded, "Yoa, you just need to endure for another 10 days. Dad will come back soon, all right." Jai-ho merely watched the scene and already felt helpless. This situation truly was ridiculously troublesome. Suddenly, Yong Ryon came up with an idea. "Young Master Soryang, please stop for a moment. Could you give me a piece of the string you used for flying the kite?" Young Lady Yong Ryon. The little girl continued explaining, "Could you stretch your hand out for me a little?" Yoa slowly extended its arm as well. Before long, Yong Ryon loudly announced, "Done. What exactly is this?" Huion, standing nearby, excitedly spoke up. "It is a red string. A red string. There is an ancient legend saying that if two people tie a red string around each other's ankles, they will never separate and will become soulmates forever." The little girl patiently continued explaining, "Since we tied this string around both of your wrists, it can be considered a token of promise that you will definitely return. So, what do you think? Is this enough to let him leave now?" Soryang stared blankly at Yoa in confusion. Suddenly, Yoa blushed bright red, making both of them instantly realize something at the same time. Jai Ho, standing behind them, asked curiously, "Hey, does that creature not seem a little strange all of a sudden?" Soryang stubbornly insisted, "I already said that I truly treasure and care deeply about poisonous creatures. That part is absolutely true. But this is starting to go a little too far, you know." However, Yoa no longer had the mental capacity to listen to Soryang at all. It merely lowered its head shyly while blushing furiously. Soryang's face darkened. "No way, right?" Xiao Pio suddenly interrupted and hurriedly urged them onward. "All right already, let us depart." And just like that, putting aside this absurd situation for the moment, they began their journey toward Wuhan. 3 days later at the Muram Alliance. The moment we arrived at the Muram Alliance, we immediately gave a detailed report about everything that had happened while also delivering the letter Elder Peng entrusted to the Emperor of Fists. One man slammed his hand onto the table and declared, "I understand everything now." So all of them sacrificed themselves heroically after all. Jekyll, who spoke while blaming himself. Chang Ryang, Bong, and Du Ryang are currently receiving treatment at the Beast Palace. I heard all 3 suffered severe injuries and require more than 3 months of secluded recovery. I should have dispatched far more experts from the start. All of this is my fault. Yoonghak seriously replied, "This is not the time to assign blame. The Tang clan joining forces alongside the Beast Palace has strengthened the Muram alliance. Are these not all good pieces of news? Our only duty now is to make sure their sacrifice does not become meaningless. The Muram Alliance has once again received invaluable assistance from you. It seems I will need to prepare another reward for you soon." Soryang scratched his head awkwardly. "It is nothing that important. As long as I can help the Muram Alliance, I am already satisfied." He spoke up again, "You all must be exhausted after traveling such a long distance. Go and eat first. I will order the finest and most respectful hospitality to be prepared for all of you. Thank you very much, Senior Venerable Emperor." The sound of steady footsteps echoed nearby. Soryang cheerfully said, "I was worried we might arrive too late, but thankfully everything went smoothly. Right, we also need to send a special envoy to Sichuan to announce that the Beast Palace has officially joined." Suddenly, someone called out Huiyen's name. She flinched the moment she heard it. Standing before her was a handsome young man. She hesitated before speaking. "Jai Ryang, it has been a long time." Huiyen. Huiyen quickly introduced them. "Soryang, this is Earth Dragon, one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Jai Ryang, this is Soryang from the Beast Palace, and he is also my fiancé. It is an honor to meet you, young master. I am Jekyll Yongchen, known by the title Jai Ryang. Strategist Jekyll, who of the Muram Alliance, is my uncle." Huiyen frowned slightly and curiously asked a few more questions. "By the way, what wind brought you here?" he replied. "Actually, I have been very eager to hear news about Du Ryang, Chang Ryang, and Bong. Uncle mentioned earlier that Huiyen seems to have brought information about them. I cannot reveal too many details, but they are all still safe for now, so please do not worry too much." Jai Ryang smiled faintly. "I understand. Very well then, I shall take my leave here." And just like that, the two walked off in opposite directions. "Let us go. Soryang, Senior Thief God, and Xiao Pio are probably waiting for us already." Soryang's eyes darted around in confusion. What kind of weird atmosphere is going on here? They are not secretly in some complicated love triangle drama, are they? Under the bright golden afternoon sunlight, later on while everyone was eating at the guest hall. Inside the room, Jai Ho enthusiastically invited them. "Come on, try some of this. This is Sheoxing liquor that has been aged for a full 10 years. Wait, was this also stolen? Of course. Did you really think a thief would spend money buying things? I will pass on that." Right at that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. "Young master." Seeing Gathu, Soryang immediately asked, "Strategist, what happened? Why are you running here in such a panic? The man hurriedly spoke. Can you save him? What exactly do you need this junior to help with? My nephew Yangchen suddenly collapsed unconscious just moments ago. The instant they heard that, Huiyan and Soryang both froze in shock. Jai Ryang, how could something like that happen? Jegal, who bitterly recounted the situation. I am not entirely certain what happened, but it seems somebody poisoned him. Scene transitioned to Jai Ryang's resting chamber. Inside the guest residence of the Muram Alliance, eyes filled with pain stared at Yangchen. Huiyan forcefully pushed open the door and shouted, Bong. Huiyan. Bong could not hide her emotions and desperately pleaded, please save Chang Ryang. Calm down first. Soryang stood there in confusion and asked, Chang Ryang? Huiyan explained further. Chang Ryang is the affectionate nickname Bong uses for Jai Ryang. Bong is also one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, and she and Jai Ryang are lovers as well. Let me first perform a basic examination of his condition. Soryang is knowledgeable about poisons too. Could you help me inspect him together? He quickly replied, of course, Huiyan. Let us see now. Soryang stood beside them observing quietly while thinking to himself, ever since our first meeting, I already noticed his complexion was unnaturally pale. Even though he was poisoned, there are no obvious external signs visible at all. It seems he used pressure point techniques and opened his meridians to slow down the circulation of his blood. At first, I thought he merely had an ordinary illness, but even a divine physician specializing in poisons told me it looked like he had been poisoned. One Jiu, standing behind them, greeted politely. Young lady, it has been a long time. I am one Jiu. I wonder if you still remember me. She continued speaking. You are the divine physician from the main family whom the Muram Alliance sent earlier, correct? That is right. As someone from the Tang clan, after examining him, I can confirm that he has definitely been poisoned. Before using pressure point techniques, I noticed symptoms of stuttering speech and severe convulsions, but because my poison arts are still lacking, I could not determine what type of poison it was. That is enough information already. Let me personally inspect his pressure points. Huiyan immediately began examining the poison symptoms. She soon voiced her conclusion. Just as I suspected, he really was poisoned. Is this red mercury? Soryang silently speculated to himself. If it is red mercury, could it actually be mercury poison? Young lady Bong, is there any possibility Jai Ryang previously consumed medicine containing red mercury ingredients or used precious medicinal herbs over a long period of time? Absolutely not. At least from everything I know, definitely not. Huiyan also frowned in confusion. How strange, because it seems his body has been absorbing poison little by little over a very long period. Soryang rested his chin on his hand and thought deeply. Back when I studied poisons at the Tang clan, I heard about red mercury before. Red mercury is created by burning cinnabar, right? I also heard at the Namgung clan previously that cinnabar is what turns geckos red and dramatically increases their toxicity. Suddenly, something clicked inside his head. Wait a second, turning red. Could it be? Soryang turned and whispered quietly. Huiyan, I once learned at the Tang clan that the main ingredient of red mercury is cinnabar. If someone swallows cinnabar, the resulting toxicity will resemble red mercury poisoning, correct? That is correct. Since cinnabar is the primary ingredient of red mercury, it causes reactions almost identical to red mercury poisoning. The moment he finished asking, Soryang already seemed to have the answer, just as I thought. Did you discover some kind of clue already? He stood up and began explaining. Although things are still not completely clear yet, I think I finally understand who the real culprit is and where the true cause of all this originated. The instant Jegal who heard that, he was completely shocked. Really? Huiyan quickly pressed him further. You already know who the culprit is. Who is it? Hurry and tell us immediately. Before revealing anything, Soryang calmly spoke up. Strategist, could you please ask everyone except yourself, Bong, and my companions to step outside for a moment? Jegal who frowned suspiciously. Why? Is it because of the status of the person you are about to mention? It seems you are still too naive regarding the Muram world. You are a member of the Tang clan, and furthermore our Namgung clan will support you, so stop worrying and just say it already. Soryang awkwardly scratched his head. It is not like that. How should I put this? Doing that feels more like protecting the culprit's dignity somehow. Protecting the culprit's dignity? Are you trying to shield that person? Ah, young lady Bong, do you happen to have the lipstick case you are currently using? Lipstick, you mean this one? She handed the lipstick case over to him. Soryang moved closer and quietly whispered, Huiyan, please check how much cinnabar was mixed into this. The moment she heard that, she flinched in shock. Could that really be true? What exactly do you mean by that? Soryang continued explaining, because this situation was caused by both of them, both young lady Bong and Jai Ryang. Jegal, who also reacted in disbelief. Bong and Jai Ryang. Bong, what exactly happened here? Bong clenched her fists tightly, feeling so wronged that her voice trembled. Young hero, what exactly are you talking about? Are you implying that I had something to do with Jai Ryang harming himself? No, that is not what I mean at all. Jegal, who standing behind them, continued speaking. There must be a reason behind this. Explain it clearly so I can understand. I genuinely cannot keep up with this conversation anymore. I understand. Young lady Bong, please calm down first and listen to me carefully. The red mercury poison inside Jai Ryang's body is originally created by burning cinnabar. Once burned, it releases extremely toxic smoke. Anyone who inhales it will become poisoned and may even lose their life. However, even without direct contact or inhaling the smoke, people can still become poisoned. That happens when someone swallows cinnabar itself, the primary ingredient used to create red mercury poison. And the lipstick boxes women commonly use all contain cinnabar as an ingredient. Although its toxicity is weaker than pure red mercury poison, if consumed repeatedly over time, it can still gradually trigger the poison. That cannot be right. How could Jai Ryang possibly swallow cinnabar continuously like that? Right in the middle of speaking, both men slowly turned their heads toward Bong. She awkwardly explained in embarrassment. Through kissing, it was probably because Jai Ryang and young lady Bong constantly had their lips touching each other. Jegal, who froze completely in shock. What kissing? Huyen cheerfully spoke up. Soryang was correct, this lipstick really does contain cinnabar. He solved the problem already. Actually, during the last Dragon Phoenix tournament, I accidentally caught the two of them kissing. I fear they have been continuously absorbing cinnabar into their bodies since then. If only I had realized it earlier. Soryang suddenly understood everything internally. So this is why she acted so cold toward Jai Ryang back then. Huyen really is unusually sensitive about these kinds of things. Jegal, whose face filled with horror and disbelief. It is not that I do not understand, but did you not say cinnabar only has mild toxicity? Then just how often would they have to do this for the poison to build up to such a degree? Bong clumsily explained in embarrassment. Well, we probably did it morning and night. Bong, even that still would not be enough for the poison to accumulate to this extent. To properly treat him, I need to know exactly how frequently he was exposed to the poison. Both of them widened their eyes in panic. All the time, constantly, so often that even counting the number of times became impossible anymore. Jegal, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. At this rate, it seems we must urgently arrange a marriage for the two of them. Otherwise, if some accident happens, my future great-grandchild might arrive before the two families even officially become in-laws. That is not what I meant. Aside from kissing, we absolutely never crossed the line even once. Jegal, who immediately asked back, and what exactly does crossing the line mean? Bong shyly tried to explain herself. That is not what happened, it was because. She became so embarrassed, she nearly exploded and directly charged at Yangchen to beat him up. Watching the entire scene unfold, Soryang could only force out an awkward laugh. It seems I managed to save one person, but another one looks like she is about to die from embarrassment instead. Young lady Bong, please calm down first, otherwise you two might ascend to the heavens together at this rate. And just like that, the mysterious poisoning case was officially concluded, with the verdict of severe injury caused by excessive intimacy. The punishment for this couple was an immediate forced wedding ceremony. Scene transition, several days later, thanks to the help of the thief god, Jai Ryang quickly recovered and safely escorted my grandfather back as well. The 5 Venoms also arrived here extremely quickly. Thanks to that, Jai Ryang rapidly regained his health, while young lady Bong also successfully expelled the red mercury poison from her body at the same time. Soryang cheerfully asked, how does your body feel now? I feel much better already. Thank you so much, young hero. Without you, not only my life but even Bong would likely have been in danger as well. You truly are my great benefactor. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Hey, Jai Ryang. A group of smiling people stood outside the door. The first person there was Kwon Ryang. Jeonbong and even Gungbong came too. Kwon Ryang spoke up with concern. I heard the treatment was finally completed, so I purposely came here to check on your condition. Our little Byok-ho almost lost his life. As a good brother, how could I possibly not worry? So young hero little dragon of the Tang clan is here as well. It is an honor to meet you for the first time. Byok-ho. Jeonbong further explained, that is Jai Ryang's new nickname. It is honestly hard to believe that someone praised as a dragon phoenix could be foolish enough to consume the cinnabar loved by geckos until his body ended up poisoned to this level. Yimbong instantly blushed bright red and suddenly used her flute technique. The moment the two men heard it, they became dizzy. Why does my head suddenly feel? Soryang watched the scene in absolute horror. He stammered in confusion. What just happened? Why did the two of them suddenly collapse asleep like that? That is Yimbong's sound art. Her flute music transmits internal energy that vibrates the air itself, disrupting the opponent's true energy flow. It is a sound art capable of putting enemies to sleep or completely paralyzing their meridians. I merely taught those loose-tongued idiots a tiny lesson. So this is the martial art that completely surpassed the tiger wind roar technique from before, and it even hard counters it too. Yimbong lowered her head and quietly asked, by the way, that cinnabar lipstick box is unusable now, right? Do not worry, I will buy you a brand new one made from roses instead. Suddenly Soryang's eyes sparkled brightly. Young Lady Yimbong, if you do not mind, could this junior ask you for a favor later? I truly need assistance from young Lady Yimbong's martial art technique formula. Is it really that serious? Yangchen glanced sideways and spoke. Hey little brother, grabbing the hand of another man's woman without permission is a bit too much, you know, if that is the case. Soryang excitedly continued, then as repayment, I will personally create a type of lipstick that allows the two of you to kiss as much as you want without causing any harm anymore. The two of them instantly turned completely red in the face after hearing that. We can freely kiss as much as we want. The couple immediately became extremely interested and tempted by Soryang's proposal. Scene transition outside, Huiyan shyly asked again, really? You are planning to create lipstick that allows people to comfortably kiss each other? Soryang turned toward her and explained, I already made an agreement that Yimbong would help us later when we hunt the strange fox demon in return. More accurately, it is not just a cinnabar container. It should be called an entirely new lipstick formula instead. It will not contain deadly toxins like red flower poison or mixed cinnabar at all. I plan to create a lipstick that is both beautiful and safe. Although it is not some miraculous healing medicine, it can still be considered a preventive spiritual remedy with useful effects. Huiyan frowned slightly and cautiously spoke up. Well, it definitely sounds like something both of them desperately need right now. Soryang laughed and replied without hesitation, because feelings between men and women are not something people can suppress all the time. But Soryang, this place is the Murim Alliance. How exactly are you planning to create lipstick here? As long as I have enough medicinal ingredients, I can make it. The strategist already permitted me to use the medicine hall anyway. After walking for a while, Soryang looked ahead and said, we have arrived. The two of them slowly stopped in front of the medicine hall of the Murim Alliance. Afterward, both stepped inside and called out, is anyone here? One Jiayu cheerfully greeted them. Young lady, young master Soryang, what wind brought the two of you here? Soryang casually replied, I plan to make lipstick. Ah no, I mean prepare some spiritual medicine for Jai Ryang. One Jiayu enthusiastically patted his chest. Then please tell me whatever ingredients you require, young master. I shall prepare them immediately. Soryang rested his chin on his hand and thought with half-closed eyes. Let me see now. Pearls and earthworms plus a little honey and cinnamon should be enough. Also lend me a mortar for grinding the ingredients too. Looking at those materials, it seems young master intends to make an external medicinal ointment, correct? Understood, please wait here for a moment. Huiyan widened her eyes suspiciously. Soryang, pearls and earthworms too, those ingredients are far stranger than I expected. Soryang explained each ingredient one by one. That is right, pearls will make the lipstick shimmer beautifully, while earthworm essence has excellent moisturizing properties. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. So basically, you are using Jai Ryang to cure Jai Ryang. Now that you put it that way, it really does sound exactly like that. One Jiayu carried out a huge jar and loudly called, young master Soryang, here are the ingredients you requested. Thank you very much, one Jiayu. Soryang hugged the jar and excitedly gestured toward Huiyan. Alright Huiyan, shall we go find the final ingredient now? Huiyan tilted her head curiously. The final ingredient? Soryang continued speaking. Because we are still missing the most important thing needed to create the lipstick's red color. She looked up at him excitedly and asked, now that I think about it, have you figured out what to use yet? Ingredients capable of creating red color are extremely difficult to find. Safflower is not in season yet, and you definitely are not planning to use cinnabar again. The corner of Soryang's mouth curled upward confidently. Of course not. I will use cochineal. Huiyan asked back in surprise. Cochineal. His eyes sparkled brightly with confidence. That is the most suitable ingredient possible for an insect specialist like me. Solving every problem with insects, that is the true path of an insect master. Scene transitioned to dawn the following morning at the rear garden of the Murim Alliance. The two stood in the middle of the forest while searching all around them. She looked around before turning to ask, Saryang, does something called cochineal really exist in a place like this? Yes, although people here may call it by a different name. But suddenly Saryang froze in place. His eyes instantly widened as he shouted joyfully, found it. This is it. I only see a withered tree that turned completely white. Huiyan, take a closer look at those little white spots. Huiyan carefully observed the tree. Then she awkwardly asked back, this is cochineal, the female of the scale insect species, also known by another name, mealybug. Although on the outside they look like fluffy white cotton balls, inside they contain carminic acid that creates a vivid red color. The dye extracted from their bodily fluids is called cochineal color, an incredibly precious red coloring ingredient since ancient times. He continued explaining, as you can see, they usually cling together in clusters on tree branches like this. Some people even call them blood lumps. Hearing that, Huiyan shuddered and questioned him. Saryang, do not tell me you are seriously planning to make lipstick from these insects. Of course, I absolutely have to. Saryang crossed his arms while sinking into thought. Although the idea of putting insects onto someone's face might sound horrifying at first, these insects have been used for an incredibly long time. Even in my previous world, they were used in countless foods. Furthermore, they are completely harmless to humans, to the point where people could even eat them raw if they wanted. Compared to safflower or cinnabar, there is no better ingredient than this. You yourself enjoyed eating golden powder bugs before too. That is true, but still. Alright, now that we finally gathered all the ingredients, let us hurry back. I still need to urgently prepare this for Bong and Jai Ryang. A genuine lipstick carefully crafted from cochineal. As the sun slowly began to rise, scene transition. That same morning inside Jai Ryang's chamber, Saryang confidently spoke up. It is finally complete. This is the lipstick I poured my entire heart and soul into creating. Bong accepted it and hesitantly said, this is... Saryang continued explaining, from now on, whenever the two of you kiss, as long as you use this, there will not be any problems anymore. It is completely harmless, and on top of that, it has a sweet flavor too, quite enjoyable even. Yangchen quickly urged her, Bong, hurry and try it once. She stared at the lipstick while softly murmuring, let me see. Bong slowly applied the lipstick onto her lips. Suddenly, all three people widened their eyes in shock and stared at her. She shyly asked, how does it look? Saryang and Yangchen immediately showered her with praise. It suits you perfectly, young lady. Bong, you truly look beautiful. This is seriously incredible. Who would have thought a tiny lipstick alone could create such a radiant aura? Really? Yangchen turned towards Saryang and spoke. Young hero, thank you so much. It feels like you saved my life twice already. Next time, you absolutely must help me again if I ask. Suddenly, Huiyan stood behind the doorway with puffed cheeks and a resentful gaze. She coldly reminded him, Saryang, we should leave now. Did we not still have matters concerning Senior Thief God? Right. Our business at the Murim Alliance is already complete, and we still have urgent matters to handle, so we must return to the Sichuan Tang clan first. I see. Travel safely then. Once my treatment fully ends, I will definitely visit the Sichuan Tang clan personally. It was truly an honor meeting all of you. Please take good care of your health. And just like that, they stepped out of the room. Saryang watched her walking figure with confusion filling his heart. Why is Huiyan acting like that? It feels like she is secretly upset about something. Suddenly, Huiyan stopped walking and called out, Saryang. He jumped in surprise and answered, what is it? Saryang's face looked completely confused, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, Huiyan tilted her head slightly, her voice soft like falling flower petals. Could I have a little lipstick too? Hearing that, Saryang immediately panicked. Lipstick, she hurriedly explained. Do not misunderstand, I just want something to moisturize my lips a little. Inside Saryang's mind, an unbearably awkward scene instantly appeared. Could it really be? Next time I will definitely make one specially for you. Saryang felt his heart pounding and his legs trembling, almost as if he had just been struck by deadly mercury poison itself. Scene transition, several days passed since we left the Murim Alliance. Saryang spread his arms wide and loudly called out, Yowa. The moment we returned to the Sichuan Tang clan, Yowa's non-stop complaining immediately rang beside my ears. It seems it failed to absorb even a tiny bit of yang energy from anyone at all until I finally returned. Saryang staggered when Yowa tightly hugged him, I was busy saving people, that is why I came back late. Please forgive me. Young Master Soryang, you have returned. Soryang stood up and asked, Great Lord, what happened regarding Ban Ah? About that. The man scratched his head while speaking. We searched the entire mountain of the Sichuan Tang clan upside down, but we still could not find even the slightest trace of it. Soryang rested his chin on his hand and pondered deeply. Just like Xiao Pio said, perhaps it really is sleeping somewhere, but where exactly did it disappear to? Suddenly, the Great Lord's expression became slightly surprised as he hesitantly called out, Young Master Soryang. Everyone immediately gathered around in worry. Soryang. Brother Soryang, what suddenly happened to you? Someone screamed loudly, quickly call a physician here right now. Soryang's eyes suddenly widened. This feeling is. It felt as though an enormous flame erupted violently, burning down an entire forest. In the middle of the sea of flames, a beast still stood firmly without moving. The entire group froze in shock as his body began undergoing changes. Beast heart. Drops of blood suddenly splattered onto the ground. Everyone around him instantly panicked. Soryang stared in shock at the blood flowing down from his nose. Xiao Pio quickly supported him. Soryang, what suddenly happened to you? Huiyan also anxiously spoke up. Soryang, hurry to the medicine hall, you are bleeding way too much. Soryang coughed violently while Xiao Pio hurriedly said, Wait a second, let me examine the situation first. Huiyan looked surprised. Xiao Pio placed her hand on his pulse. Her face instantly turned pale with shock. This is the beast heart, the beast heart. Tang Museong broke into cold sweat. You mean the same thing that caused Soryang to collapse unconscious back when Soryang transformed into the flying centipede? She answered immediately. That is right, there is absolutely no mistake. Tang Museong frowned in confusion. But why would the beast heart suddenly activate now? What exactly happened? Xiao Pio also looked uncertain. Although I still do not know the exact reason, this is definitely backlash caused by the beast heart. Soryang felt unbearably hot inside, to the point where it almost seemed like smoke was coming out of his breath. He collapsed in agony while Duongvo Tin panicked. Soryang. Huiyan supported him and laid his head onto her lap. Soryang fainted because of the beast heart again. Do you know anything about this? Xiao Pio looked towards Soryang with deep unease in her eyes. Unlike last time, this does not seem to be caused by Soryang. I cannot sense even the slightest beast heart aura coming from Soryang's body. Huiyan also looked anxious. There does not seem to be any change happening on Hyung Ah's side either. Tang Museong slowly closed his eyes. If that is the case, then it must be because of that child. Xiao Pio turned around in shock. That child? Who are you talking about? He raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully. Soryang did not only use the beast heart to connect with Soryang and Hyung Ah alone. Soryang's face turned completely red in pain as he fell into unconsciousness. Huiyan stared at him with trembling eyes. Soryang had already fallen into a hallucination, wandering inside a forest where a gigantic glowing worm slowly crawled through the darkness. Could it be Ben? Soryang wandered aimlessly into a cave filled with blurry illusions. He curiously looked around the surroundings. Where is this place? This feeling is similar to the snake cave I fell into before. He recalled the moment when the beast heart connected with Soryang. My soul was dragged deep down like this back then too, but the atmosphere now feels completely different from that time. He wandered around exploring. When I inherited the beast heart's legacy, I heard that if you form a bond with a powerful spiritual beast like Soryang, your mind could end up being devoured. Could it be that my consciousness has already been swallowed by Soryang's mind? Suddenly, he stopped in place as a girl stepped out from within the blazing red light. There's someone here. Soryang froze in shock. Bin stepped forward with a calm expression, yet the aura surrounding her was incredibly gloomy and ominous. Soryang slowly approached her. Who is this? Such a dark aura is radiating from her entire body. Could it be that Soryang has gone completely evil now? Suddenly, she spread her arms wide open, then joyfully leaped straight into Soryang's embrace. Soryang panicked. You. She radiated happiness and dazzling light while Soryang still looked uncertain. Is this really Bin? Meanwhile, the other three people were anxiously calling out. Soryang, have you finally awakened? Soryang suddenly sat upright. Huiyan gently spoke. Rest for now, you just fainted because of the beast heart. Soryang looked completely shocked. Bin, I just met Bin inside my consciousness. See. Soryang worriedly asked whether Bin had returned yet. Not at all, there is still no sign of it. Xiao Pio firmly declared, just as expected, your collapse this time really was caused by Bin. Soryang replayed the image of Bin in his mind. That was really strange, but I am certain that feeling definitely belonged to Bin. He stared distantly toward the gate ahead. Behind that gate, a massive pursuit was taking place. Stop it quickly, it is charging toward Gujin Gate. A black centipede dragon was desperately smashing apart rocks and dirt while forcing its way out through the gate. The creature finally emerged outside with sparkling eyes and an excited face while Soryang joyfully shouted, "Bin! Bin!" Soryang lifted it high into the air. Meanwhile, the three people behind him stared in disbelief. Soryang, what did you just say? You mean that black centipede is actually Bin? Tang Museong looked utterly shocked. That appearance, could it possibly be Hyun? He frowned deeply. All martial artists step back immediately. There is somewhere we all need to go together. The people behind him instantly obeyed the order. Bin still had not calmed down from happiness and continued rubbing affectionately against Soryang. A little while later, Tang Museong returned carrying a book. Soryang, take this. He clasped his hands seriously. This is the Tang clan secret manual I have always wanted you to read. Soryang looked confused. This thing is. He held the book titled Secret Poison Creature Records in his hands. Soryang opened the book to read while Tang Museong frowned and pointed toward a specific page. Could you look at this section? The page revealed a creature whose appearance resembled Bin from earlier. Hyun, one of the 24 supreme poisons, the black ink ghost centipede. As he turned the next page, Soryang's eyes instantly lit up. Hyun, ranked third among the 24 supreme poisons. It possesses unbelievably sensitive hearing capable of detecting every sound in the world, to the point where even rocks can shatter whenever it expands its body. It is nicknamed the Black Ghost, and its true name is the Ink Black Ghost Centipede. Soryang proudly looked toward Bin. So our Bin is actually the Ink Black Ghost Centipede, ranked among the 24 supreme poisons? Amazing work, Bin. You returned looking this beautiful, truly worthy of being my child. While Bin was shyly smiling with sparkling eyes, Soryang flew over with a displeased expression. It clearly showed jealousy toward Bin, yet Soryang turned and asked, "So Ryang, you are happy that Bin returned too, right?" Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the two arguing. Father said that I am far prettier than you. Bin puffed up proudly. Was it not father who said I am even prettier than big sister? So Ryang scoffed. Do you actually believe that? How naive. Meanwhile, Soryang stood there with his mouth hanging open. What in the world is going on here? He still could not believe what he had just heard. I can actually hear what those two are saying to each other. Could this telepathy-like ability have evolved as well? Soryang became so excited he nearly jumped around while Ryang and Bin floated above him looking downward. Father. The two proudly showed themselves off. Between the two of us, who is prettier? Soryang awkwardly tried to dodge the question. What are you two even talking about? Father does not understand a single thing. The two became furious enough to practically smoke from anger. Father, Hyung-ah let out a deep sigh, and just like that, Bin's grand return ended in such a ridiculous fashion. Scene transition, the following day, inside a remote forest on the outskirts of Sichuan. Jai-ho, together with Soryang and the others, guarded the forest to finally complete the long-standing request of Senior Thief God, and we arrived at the Spirit Beast Hall where the Silkworm Masters were currently staying. Soryang deliberately coughed awkwardly. Honestly speaking, I am a little worried. He fell into thought once again. That thing attached to the silkworm corpse I saw back then was definitely a scent gland. Normally, that defensive organ only appears on swallowtail butterfly larvae, not ordinary silkworms. Jai-ho in front loudly called out, "What are you thinking about?" Soryang flinched. "It is nothing." Jai-ho's eyes shone brightly. "Well, it is only natural for you to feel uneasy. After all, even the most famous silkworm masters across the Central Plains could not solve this problem." He jokingly laughed, but strangely enough, I have this feeling that if it is you, you will definitely succeed. Leave it to me. Humans simply need to keep walking firmly along the path they have chosen. Soryang respectfully replied, "This junior understands, Senior Thief God." While walking, Soryang continued thinking. That is right, first I need to slowly examine every step of the problem before me. There is a saying, a journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step. Jai-ho suddenly stopped in his track. He pointed toward a simple house. This is the place. Soryang pressed his lips together in anticipation. All right then, if that is the case. His face suddenly brightened with excitement. Let us go inside and take a look. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Excuse my rudeness, let us simply follow the natural flow of things. Time rewound through Jai-ho's memories as his hands slammed heavily onto the table. Not long ago, within the Taoist temple of the venerable thief god, Jai-ho looked absolutely furious. Another failure again. He pointed toward the creature lying on the table. If this situation continues, things will become truly disastrous. I must personally go to the Tang clan and invite the young hero mentioned previously by Beggar Emperor. My apologies everyone, but please remain here and continue your research for a while longer. Ga carried a basket full of leaves and respectfully answered, "We obey your command." Senior thief god, people throughout the martial world always say that anyone who devotes themselves to serving the earth-stealing thief god will receive rare treasures worth many times more than their efforts. That reputation has long spread throughout the artisan circles of Jianghu. The man standing beside him showed absolute determination, yet repeated failures clung to them like a cursed shadow, even though they were masters who had devoted their entire lives to the art of silkworm breeding. This was no longer a simple request for help, it had become a brutal challenge tied to their honor itself. The three men burned with united fighting spirit. "Everyone, hold firmly onto your faith. This time we will absolutely succeed." The fire of passion once again ignited fiercely within their hearts. Afterward, Jai Ho led everyone to the house, but the moment they arrived, all of them were shocked. And precisely at that moment, Soryang stepped inside and saw members of the Peng clan together with two others absent-mindedly chewing leaves from baskets like completely broken people. The instant Soryang pushed open the doors of the Taoist temple, the only thing before his eyes were the miserable appearances of the exhausted artisans, shriveled up like piles of white ash. Ga's eyes widened in shock. "So you have finally arrived, senior thief god. Are you truly the talented young hero that senior has spoken about all this time?" Jai Ho anxiously asked. "Can all of you even continue holding on any longer?" Ga stood properly and respectfully greeted him. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Ga." Soryang clasped his hands politely. "And this one is called Soryang." Soryang felt slightly frightened seeing the deep dark circles around Ga's eyes. "Everyone's condition looks absolutely terrible. It seems you all forgot to rest for many days already." Ga explained. "That is because we have been desperately searching day and night through mountains and rivers for food sources for those larvae without daring to stop even for a moment." Ga suddenly knelt down and lowered his head while everyone else hurriedly waved their hands in panic. "We earnestly beg young hero to help us. You are said to be the greatest insect master in all the Central Plains. Please help release us from the frustration weighing heavily on our hearts for so long." Soryang turned pale after hearing that. "The frustration everyone speaks of? Please stand up first. I will do everything I can to examine the situation carefully." Soryang calmed himself down. "First, could everyone list for me exactly what foods you have already tried feeding them?" Ga suddenly looked alert again. "Their food," he bitterly explained. "There is probably not a single plant left in this world that we have not already placed before them. From mulberry leaves, dry branches, to tree roots, every herb existing throughout the Central Plains has already been tested by us." He and the other two men covered their faces while crying bitterly. "Yet the result remains a perfect zero. We truly cannot understand where the problem even lies anymore." Soryang thought silently, so regardless of what kind of plant it is, they absolutely refuse to eat anything at all. Suddenly, Soryang seemed to realize something. "That is it," Jai Ho curiously asked. "What is it, Soryang?" Soryang immediately shared his idea. "I just came up with a very promising hypothesis." Ga instantly focused his attention. "A good method?" Soryang smiled brightly. "It is the reverse deduction method commonly used in modern biology." Soryang continued analyzing. "If it is truly this type of silkworm, then it will definitely allow us to see the root of the problem clearly. This is a method for locating the source of life itself rather than directly searching for the food." While speaking, he imagined the process in his mind. Before transforming into cocoons, mature silkworm larvae release silk threads to form protective cocoons around themselves. Although the primary purpose is self-defense and hiding from predators, the silk of these silkworms is harder than refined steel itself, to the point where even sword energy can barely pierce through it. If you say this level of durability exists merely for hiding purposes, then its toughness has already exceeded all normal necessity by an absurd amount. Soryang frowned with complete concentration. The sharp golden horn on the silkworm larvae's head carries the same implication. That is clearly a defensive organ which only appears when they feel threatened. Everyone listened with absolute focus. In other words, within the habitat where these silkworms live, there must definitely exist something that constantly threatens them with danger. Once we accurately identify the source of that threat, discovering their food source will become incredibly simple. Ga looked as if enlightenment had struck him. "That is correct. Young hero's analysis truly makes perfect sense. Logically speaking, the place they choose to form cocoons must certainly be the location with the richest supply of food. Soryang's face brightened with excitement. Senior thief god, do you know where these celestial silkworms were originally discovered? Jai-ho seemed hesitant regarding that matter. He explained further. It was within a dangerous rocky mountain region filled with sharp stone formations called the Crimson Stone Forest. I personally traveled there before hopping to find more of their eggs. However, all I managed to collect were empty cocoons and at best a few scattered silkworm eggs. I never once saw a mature silkworm with my own eyes, nor did I encounter any major threats there. The place was merely a barren mountain wasteland so lifeless that not even a single blade of grass could survive. Hearing his words, Yongryon subconsciously glanced down at the cloth wrapped around her hand while Jai-ho continued. I used those abandoned cocoons I gathered back then to create the celestial silkworm thread I currently use. Soryang immediately understood. If that is truly the case, then we can already confirm it. The simultaneous existence of both cocoons and eggs there proves that place is definitely their habitat. Jai-ho continued speaking. To be even more certain, I think we should personally go there and verify it ourselves. If young hero has already made up his mind like that, then I fully agree. Jai-ho secretly glanced toward the three craftsmen. As for these weavers, what should I do with them? If they still have value, I will keep them here, otherwise I will immediately send them home. Soryang offered his opinion. They have already suffered enough hardships. Why not simply let them return home? I alone am more than enough to handle the rest. Jai-ho handed over a large pouch of silver. Take this, it is merely a small token of my gratitude. Thank you all for accompanying my selfish request all this time. The three men panicked and waved their hands. Senior. They accepted the money pouch while tears streamed down their faces. No, we are the ones who should apologize for being unable to help you at all. We truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Senior. Soryang smiled in satisfaction. I honestly thought Senior Thief God had kidnapped all of you here by force. Yet for grown men, why are you all crying like this? Judging from their expressions, it seems he treated them extremely kindly during all this time. Jai-ho finished settling everything. All right then, Soryang, let us depart. Soryang quickly waved his hands, but before leaving, he cautiously asked, is this Crimson Stone Forest located very far away from here? Jai-ho looked puzzled. Why ask something like that? Soryang awkwardly explained. The thing is, if the destination is too far away, I am worried Soryang will not allow me to go. Jai-ho slowly nodded. I see now. He suggested then we should return to the Tang clan first and ask for permission properly. I also need to inform that old man about this matter. Ah no, I mean report it to the 10,000 poisons. Soryang laughed loudly. Yes, I understand. Just as everyone was discussing their departure, Beek-ga suddenly called out, wait a moment, please stop. Young hero, the craftsman beside him loudly said, could you perhaps allow us to examine that silk thread for a moment? Soryang looked confused. Why do all of you want to inspect this silk thread? The three craftsmen widened their eyes in amazement. Heavens above. The three men could hardly believe their own eyes. It is both slender and lightweight, yet unbelievably durable, and on top of that it possesses extraordinary elasticity. This thread is honestly even more brilliant and lustrous than the finest premium silks woven from 7 or 8 ordinary layers of thread. Throughout our entire lives in this profession, we have never personally witnessed silk this perfect. Beek-ga urgently asked, young hero, what exactly is this thread? Soryang awkwardly hesitated. To be honest, explaining that this silk comes from one of the 10 great poisonous creatures currently being raised would probably be rather difficult to properly explain. Beek-ga hurriedly grabbed onto Soryang's sleeve. With eyes filled with longing, Beek-ga earnestly pleaded, young hero, please show us mercy and allow us to use these threads to weave silk fabric. Soryang froze in shock. Silk fabric? Beek-ga firmly declared, absolutely. It will certainly become the most exquisite silk in existence, something unmatched by anything else in this world. Beek-ga sincerely confessed, I have devoted more than half a century to the art of weaving. If I encounter supreme quality thread like this yet die before weaving it into fabric even once, then even if I descend into the Yellow Springs, I will never be able to rest in peace. Another craftsman standing nearby also agreed. That is right, we are willing to risk even the lives Senior Thief God saved, all for the chance to personally weave it ourselves. Soryang awkwardly smiled. You people really are. Looking at the excitement in the craftsman's eyes, Soryang silently understood. I get it now, they feel exactly the same way I do. Those are the eyes of people utterly obsessed with their craft. Soryang happily agreed. Very well then. But in exchange, you must promise to weave the most magnificent and supreme silk under heaven. We are deeply grateful, young hero. Outside, Soryang and Bin happily played around while Beek-ga rejoiced excitedly. We swear upon our lives that we will fulfill this wish. And so the story continued. Together, we began the journey back to the Tang clan, accompanied by those 3 talented weaving masters. Everyone had already gathered before the hall of the Tang clan leader when Sichuan arrived riding Bin, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Jialsin joyfully came forward to greet them. Saryang, you even brought silk weavers back with you this time? Saryang respectfully replied, yes, because they deeply wish to weave using Yowa's silk thread. Please consider allowing them to do so. The madam also looked delighted. If they truly are veteran weaving masters, then are they not rare talents within the industry? Jialsin also agreed. The madam speaks correctly. I thought my son-in-law only possessed talent for taming poisonous creatures, yet who would have imagined he is equally gifted at recruiting talented people too? The 3 weavers trembled in fear. Young hero, beneath your feet there is a spider. What kind of terrifying monster is that? Saryang lightly laughed. There are no monsters here. Yowa is merely a special spider species known as the human-faced spider. Saryang chuckled softly. It can understand human speech, and if you need silk, it will provide as much as you want. Right, Yowa? Yowa angrily turned its face away, leaving Saryang embarrassed. Well, the madam hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. It seems Yowa is unhappy because it just returned only to immediately prepare for another journey, not to mention having to continuously spin silk for complete strangers too, right? Saryang coaxed it gently while it still sulked. Yowa, please do this for my sake just this once, alright? Saryang sighed internally. Looks like this situation will be rather difficult to handle. Then again, that is not surprising. While I was away, Yowa refused to accept yang energy from anyone else at all. His words suddenly caused Yowa to freeze in place. I understand now, Yowa. Saryang continued sweet-talking it. If Yowa obediently spins silk to help them. He confidently pointed forward. Then I promise I will absolutely bring Yowa along on the upcoming journey too. Yowa's eyes instantly widened after hearing that. Saryang closed his eyes in satisfaction. Good then. Huiyan looked at Yowa and explained, that expression clearly means it is saying everyone can leave the silk spinning completely to it. Wonderful. Meanwhile, Saryang quietly grinned to himself. Looks like the negotiation ended in perfect success. The 3 weavers nervously stood there timidly. About this, young hero, Saryang turned around. Is there another problem? Bika looked toward the thread wrapped around Huiyan's wrist. This humble one dares to ask, could the thread wrapped around young lady Yowa's wrist possibly be the same kind as the thread young hero is holding? Saryang answered, that is correct. I merely wrapped it there as proof of a promise. The 3 craftsmen immediately whispered among themselves. A promise, you see. I told you my judgment was not wrong. Bika cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. He cupped his hands respectfully. We will always respect every decision and preference of young hero. His next words left Saryang utterly confused. Every person has different tastes, and that is precisely what creates diversity in this world. Isn't that right? Saryang hurriedly waved his hands. No, everyone has misunderstood. This is a pet, not my lover. A pet, all right? The weaver calmly replied, this humble one completely understands. Truthfully, I myself am rather fond of those kinds of activities too. Saryang's face turned pale. What kind of activities are you even talking about? What nonsense are you all spouting? Yowa quietly smiled. No one knew what it was thinking, but its face suddenly flushed red with excitement. The atmosphere became incredibly peaceful, and from that moment onward, Yowa officially became the newest member of the traveling group. A fresh new vitality blew through the party, guiding them toward their next destination, the Red Rock Forest. Yowa proudly led the entire group from the front. Beneath the clear blue sky and warm sunlight, it happily walked ahead while holding a stick. Half a day after entering the Red Rock Forest, Huiyan worriedly asked, Hey Saryang, is it really alright to bring all the children along like this? Saryang awkwardly replied, Things have already turned out this way, so there is not much we can do now. Saryang looked at Yowa happily playing with the children. Once he decided to let Yowa travel with them as promised, the children immediately followed after as well. The secret plan to quietly travel together with Senior Thief God had completely fallen apart. However, since the Red Rock Forest was not too far away, and if the celestial silkworm truly had natural predators, then things could become dangerous, so having everyone travel together was not necessarily a bad idea. Jaiho pointed ahead. This is the place. Saryang's face completely froze after seeing the sight before him. In front of them stretched endless rocky mountains, the Red Rock Forest. The group walked inside while chatting excitedly. The name truly fits perfectly. These crimson stone mountains are such a magnificent sight. Who would have thought the celestial silkworms lived somewhere like this? Jaiho placed his hands behind his back and confirmed, that is correct. I discovered eggs and cocoons around here before. They were simply scattered across the ground. Both back then and now, there truly is nothing around here at all. Huiyan curiously asked, Saryang, I do not know much about insects or poisonous creatures like you do, but this place does not seem to have anything the celestial silkworms could possibly eat. Saryang explained, even so, if Senior Thief God said this is the destination, then let us carefully search the area first. Saryang smiled brightly. Children, can you help father and mother for a bit? Let us search around here together for round eggs or anything that looks like an animal, all right. Everyone immediately split up, and so the great search officially began. Yoa happily picked up some strange object. Saryang pointed at it. Yoa, I already told you that is just a pebble. Huiyan discussed the situation. Saryang, we have been searching for several hours already and found nothing except these rocks. Xiaopao also spoke up. Saryang, if this keeps going then nightfall will arrive soon. I cannot find a single clue anywhere. Jaiho also grew restless. It seems this search is proving more difficult than I expected. Saryang rubbed his chin while thinking deeply. What exactly is going on here? I truly did not expect us to find absolutely no clues at all. The sound of Hyung chewing suddenly caught Saryang's attention. Its cheeks puffed up while it chewed enthusiastically. Hyung, what is that thing inside your mouth? It suddenly spat out some kind of creature. Everyone stared in shock. That is. Saryang widened his eyes while staring at the creature lying on the ground, a termite. Huiyan looked surprised. Saryang, this is a giant white ant. Saryang picked it up. There is not even a single tree around here. Then where exactly did it get something like this from? Saryang crouched down. Hyung, where did you find this thing? It happily replied, there are tons of them over there. Hyung saw them first. Huiyan looked at Saryang nervously. Saryang, what is wrong? Saryang could hardly believe he had just been ambushed by overwhelming cuteness again. This beast heart truly might be a martial art dangerous to the heart. Hyung pointed excitedly. Father, over here, over here. It waved him toward a hole. There are so many here, see. Saryang was shocked to discover there truly was a termite nest hidden beneath the rock. Hyung proudly puffed up. See, Hyung found it first. Saryang became even more surprised. Wait a second, did Hyung crawl into the termite nest and catch these one by one? Tower termites, scientifically known as Nasopterms triodii. They are native to the deserts of Australia. They are called tower termites because they can build towering nests that resemble giant temples. Saryang stared at them for a long while in confusion. But why would a species like this appear in a place like this? Saryang stood frozen there while staring at the termites surrounding Hyung in confusion. Normally, nests built by these 6mm tower termites can reach up to 6 meters tall, but look at this. These ones are only slightly smaller than Hyung. While analyzing the situation, Saryang suddenly looked upward. That means. His gaze stretched far into the distance. All of these towering mountains scattered throughout the red rock forest are actually their nests. Huiyan curiously asked, Saryang, did you discover something? Saryang awkwardly replied, well, the thing is. Saryang fell deep into thought. The term tower temple does not even exist in the Central Plains, so how am I supposed to explain this? Let me think. Saryang explained these creatures are called Buddha tower termites. Again, Nhi tilted her head. Buddha tower termites. The more Saryang explained, the more enlightened Huiyan became. They are called that because they build nests resembling Buddha towers. Every single mountain in the red rock forest is actually a nest built by them. Endless termite nests, all of this entire place. Good heavens. Jaiho looked worried. Then are these creatures the natural enemies threatening the celestial silkworms? Saryang reached into his robe. That is exactly what we need to verify right now. Saryang pulled out something. Huiyan, could you inject a little inner energy into this celestial silkworm egg? She blinked in surprise. Into the egg itself. She poured her energy into the egg, and it instantly began glowing. Cracks suddenly appeared across the egg. A tiny healthy larva crawled out. She gasped in surprise. The larva hatched already, it is so adorable. Saryang gently placed it down. Now I will quietly place it near the entrance of this termite nest. The little creature cautiously crawled forward beneath the fierce gazes of the termites. The termites immediately carried it away. Everyone stood there stunned. Saryang, those termites carried away the celestial silkworm. The celestial silkworm has been kidnapped. Saryang merely smiled calmly. Exactly as I suspected. Saryang explained, this creature called the celestial silkworm seems to possess ecological traits similar to the two-tailed butterfly. Again, Nhi looked confused again. Two-tailed butterfly. Saryang continued explaining, it is a butterfly species with a rather unusual symbiotic relationship with fire ants. They usually lay their eggs near ant tunnels, and when the larvae hatch, the ants mistake them for their own and carry them into the nest. The two-tailed butterfly larva secretes sweet nectar from its tail, while the ant colony carries the larva into the nest and raises it purely in exchange for that sweet nectar. Yong-ryong cheerfully laughed. All right, make yourselves at home then. Soryang continued analyzing. This is not something to worry about, it is actually a good thing instead. I suspect the eggs and cocoons that Senior Thief God picked up merely happened to fall from a collapsed nest by coincidence. Now our mission is to explore inside this nest. Xiao Pio stared blankly. But Soryang, are we supposed to dig into that thing? I do not think it can even be dug through. We would probably need stonemasons to smash it open. Huiyan nodded. She is right, Soryang. This thing looks no different from solid rock. Can we really dig through it? Soryang crossed his arms. Senior Thief God, can you help us out with your palm technique? Jaiho awkwardly scratched his head. My specialties are lightness skills, movement techniques, and pressure point arts. My palm techniques are a little. Soryang closed his eyes in frustration. What should we do now? We already went through all the trouble of solving every mystery, so there has to be a better way. Ban suddenly flew around excitedly, causing Huiyan to pay attention. Ban, what is wrong? A blinding light suddenly flashed. The rocks and earth behind them violently trembled. Everyone panicked, the ground split open. Huiyan gasped in shock. Soryang, look over there. Yong-ryong pointed ahead. Ban drilled a hole through it. Soryang stared in disbelief. It was that easy. Ban proudly stood there while Huiyan praised it. Legends say the ink-black ghost centipede can shatter even mountains and stone, and it seems those rumors were true. Soryang also praised it enthusiastically. Amazing, great job Ban. Jai-ho inspected the opening. This gap is wide enough for us to crawl through. This nest seems much deeper than I originally imagined. Everyone entered inside. All right then, let us head in together now. The group steadily walked deeper inside. The interior space was incredibly vast. Huiyan looked delighted. There are glowing mushrooms scattered everywhere. Soryang guessed. Those are probably food for the termites, because not every termite species survives solely by chewing wood. Soryang noticed a dazzling light coming from the corner of the cave. Huiyan loudly shouted, "We found them." Jaiho froze in total shock. These are all celestial silkworm cocoons. Soryang was equally stunned. There must be dozens of them. Soryang rejoiced. Senior Thief God, with this many, we will not need to worry about celestial silkworms for a very long time. Jaiho also looked overjoyed. This is a fortune beyond imagination. Soryang knelt beside the pile of cocoons. There should also be a place nearby where they store the larvae too. After we gather all these cocoons, let us search around a little more. Suddenly Soryang froze. Silver. A large sparkling mass glittered brilliantly. The cocoon itself was glowing. Soryang picked it up, his eyes widening. What is this? Soryang could hardly believe his eyes. The cocoon emitted its own radiant aura. He carefully held it up in both hands. It was an incredibly beautiful cocoon shining with dazzling silver light. Its size was similar to a celestial silkworm cocoon, yet the material itself was completely different. Soryang still could not understand what it was. A mutant variant perhaps. After examining the cocoon more carefully, Soryang noticed a tiny hole at the bottom, clear evidence that the mature insect had already broken free from the cocoon. Even so, the silk threads remained as hard as steel. Soryang curiously asked, Senior Thief God, do you know what this thing is? A cocoon emitting silver light with completely different colors and silk material. Jaiho replied, I have no idea either. This is my first time seeing something like this. Do you think this is also a celestial silkworm cocoon? Soryang analyzed. It seems to belong to the same bloodline, but suddenly the ground violently shook. Xiao Pio panicked. What is happening? Is the termite nest about to collapse? Soryang stared in shock. Ban carried over something while calling out to Hyung-ah. It made a sound as if asking, Hyung-ah, what is this rock? Soryang froze. A rock. The termites crawling on top immediately wrinkled their faces. Soryang suddenly seemed to realize something. Could it be? He walked closer and stared at it for a long time. Is this the termite queen's egg chamber? Soryang reached out and touched the smooth oval object, flat and crimson in color. Seeing termites poking their heads out from the red holes, it was obvious that Hyung-ah had discovered the termite's egg chamber. Could this really be the place where the queen termite lays eggs? Huiyan praised excitedly. Great job, Ban-ah, you found it. She asked Ban-ah for help. Can you break it open in half? Very gently though, just enough for us to see inside. Ban bit down on it with all its strength. The force of Ban's attack was enormous. In the end, the rock finally cracked open. Yong-ryong curiously peeked inside. There is only this tiny insect inside. Soryang frowned. That looks disgusting. Xiao Pio asked curiously, Soryang, is that the termite queen? It looks a little different from the ones we saw before, right? Huiyan also chimed in. Exactly, it looks more like a larva. Soryang observed carefully. That is correct. The termite queen spends its entire life inside the egg chamber laying eggs, so its egg sac develops abnormally, causing it to resemble a larva like this. Soryang looked up at Ban. Ban, can you carry this outside and ask Yoa to wrap it tightly in silk? I think we should bring this entire egg chamber back to the Tang clan. Jaiho looked puzzled. Young hero, are you planning to bring termites back to the Tang clan? Soryang casually replied. That is right, termites are insects too after all. Since I also want to raise celestial silkworm larvae, I plan to care for them properly. Suddenly an idea flashed through Soryang's mind. Alright then, now we have found both the termites' food source and their egg chamber. Next, let us go even deeper and search for where the celestial silkworm larvae are hiding. Since the termite nest is extremely narrow and not everyone can fit inside, only young lady Yong Ryon, with her small figure and infiltration experience, will accompany me. Yong Ryon's face turned pale. Only me? What about the other young ladies? Huiyan and Xiao Pio both looked relieved. Thank goodness. Soryang explained, with their clothing it would be difficult for them to crawl inside. Do not worry too much. Hyang-ah already chased all the termites away, so things should remain safe for now. Soryang cheerfully wrapped an arm around Yong Ryon's shoulder. Come on, becoming the future thief god means enduring situations like this, right? The little girl trembled angrily. Damn it. The two of them crawled through the nest together. And so, after traveling for quite a while with young lady Yong Ryon tearfully whimpering beside him, they continued deeper into the termite nest. Soryang felt as though his horizons had suddenly expanded. The sight before them was truly magnificent. They had entered what looked like a food storage area, specifically a mushroom cultivation chamber. Yong Ryon fearfully pointed ahead. Young hero Soryang over there. Soryang looked shocked. We found it. Yong Ryon curiously asked, is that tiny creature eating termite larvae? Soryang replied, normally they exchange nutrients with each other, but when nutrients become scarce, they sometimes even eat termite larvae like this. Seeing bite marks on the surrounding mushrooms, Soryang wondered, could it be that after finishing the larvae, it also devours the mushrooms as well? Yong Ryon looked enlightened. So that is how it works. Soryang sighed heavily. Now that I think about it, this is actually a huge problem. Yong Ryon looked surprised. Why is that? Soryang began connecting the clues together while thinking deeply. If a larva immediately starts eating termite larvae as soon as it hatches, then before the termite colony we bring back can reproduce and cultivate enough mushrooms, we definitely will not be able to satisfy this creature's appetite. Soryang pondered for a very long time. The voices of the two echoed from inside the cave. I think we still cannot bring them away for now. Huiyan anxiously rushed over when the two emerged. Soryang. She urgently asked, what about the celestial silkworm larvae? Soryang hesitated. We did find them, but... Soryang began organizing the situation in his mind before explaining everything to everyone. Although it is rather unfortunate, since we first need to stabilize the termites to create a cultivation environment for the celestial silkworms, we decided to raise the remaining 2 eggs together with this new colony. Soryang turned around to leave, but still glanced back one more time. Soryang quietly thought to himself, returning 1 egg back to nature may not be a bad idea after all, but the remaining 2 eggs absolutely must become 1 male and 1 female. Everyone finally started heading back, pushing aside their lingering regrets. Together, they returned to the Tang clan. Sunlight streamed through the trees. Several days later, in the mountains behind the Tang clan, the group returned to the termite nest once again. Soryang smiled brightly. The termite colony we brought back has already been buried in the mountain behind the Tang clan. In a place filled with dead trees and withered plants, a termite nest was created within just a few short days. To help the termites grow more efficiently, we also asked the members of the 5 Venoms sect to cultivate more mushrooms. As long as they have an abundant food source, their population growth will no longer be a problem. These termites will also digest the dead trees around them, making the soil much more fertile. Afterward, we can use this land to grow medicinal herbs and they should flourish wonderfully. We truly killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Actually no, make that 3 birds instead. Jai-Ho shared his thoughts. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we managed to discover this many celestial silkworm cocoons. Once the craftsmen from the Hidden Weapons Hall finish weaving the fabric, Jai-Ho firmly declared, I will begin creating new silk threads from the celestial silkworm cocoons. Until then, Yong-ryong and I will remain here at the Tang clan. Soryang gratefully replied, I truly do not know how I could ever fully express my gratitude to everyone. Jai-ho modestly responded, it is nothing special. This was only possible because of everyone's hard work and effort. Soryang awkwardly continued, about that. As soon as I returned to the Tang clan, I immediately examined it. If we soak the cocoon in water, peel away the outer layer and reshape it, we can see its original form. At first, I thought it might be some kind of mutant species, but when comparing it to ordinary celestial silkworm cocoons, the only difference seems to be the color. Jai-ho thoughtfully muttered, that truly is strange. That cocoon gives off an extremely unusual aura. Huyen suddenly came rushing over. Soryang. She was breathing heavily, clearly in a hurry. Soryang worriedly asked, Huyen, what happened? You look completely out of breath. Huyen hurriedly held up a book. I thought perhaps I could find some clues regarding that silver celestial silkworm cocoon, so I searched through the secret poison arts records. She opened the book wide. Quick, look at this. Soryang was utterly shocked. Huyen hurried over and flipped open the book, right there on the very first pages of the book. Soryang broke into a cold sweat in confusion. One of the 10 great venomous insects appeared right before their eyes, the silver moth. The scene looked like some kind of insect breeding hall as the instructor passionately lectured. Today we shall observe the cutest insect in the entire world, a moth. The people below immediately burst into chatter. A moth is cute. This guy has clearly suffered chi deviation again. Brother, this man seriously needs a few years in the military for discipline. What a hopeless case. I always hear comments like these whenever I introduce moths on my program. The instructor pulled away the cloth covering the cage, but that is only before people witness the true appearance of a moth. Now then, please admire this tiny little creature first before speaking. An adorable creature appeared, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. What is this? How should one describe it? Its antennae resembled rabbit ears, its body and 6 legs were covered in soft, fluffy fur, and it possessed a pair of large, sparkling eyes. It flew right in front of the instructor. Although few people recognize just how cute they are, moths absolutely stand at the peak of all insects in terms of adorableness. I did not notice because of the wings, but its face really is cute. Honestly, not bad at all. Soryang slowly raised his eyes, but cold sweat still dripped down as he stared at the book. A species of moth had actually entered the ranks of the 10 great venomous creatures. A dazzling silver-winged moth, a species whose entire body shimmered with radiant silver light. Normally, it was only about half a palm in size, but once it spread its wings, the span could reach nearly 3 meters. The more Soryang read, the more excited he became. Its nature is normally gentle, but once it senses danger, it releases silver scales. Anyone who touches or inhales the powder will itch, rot apart, and eventually die. Indeed, it was a creature far more terrifying than its appearance suggested. Huyen closed the book and asked, what do you think? Soryang, do you think this record makes sense? Soryang hesitated. I cannot say with complete certainty, but he continued, all signs indicate that the celestial silkworm seems to be undergoing evolution into one of the 10 great venomous creatures, the silver-winged silk moth. Jai-ho stood there with his mouth hanging open. Evolution? Soryang showed off his knowledge. Wasn't so Ryang and Bana originally a blue-spotted centipede as well? Yet they evolved into a flying centipede and an umbral spirit centipede. The heavenly silkworm is no exception either. Depending on the environment and conditions, they can evolve into a silver-winged silk moth. Jai-ho also became curious. Just looking at those two alone, your reasoning is incredibly convincing. But how exactly are you planning to discover a method to help it evolve? Soryang suddenly grinned. I already have the perfect plan. He called out toward Bana, who was playing in the distance. Bana. Soryang shamelessly flattered it. I need to ask you something. Can you tell me where you became this beautiful? Bana lay down while thinking deeply about it. It then guided everyone toward a place deep within the dense forest. The group followed along according to Bana's directions. Thus, Bana led them to a place none of them expected at all. It stopped at a vast area where the ground was cracked apart. This place. Jai-ho muttered in realization. So this is the 10,000 Serpents Cave where young hero Soryang fell before. That's right. Soryang recalled the horrifying memory. This is exactly where I fell during my fierce battle against the blood cult elder. Jai-ho nodded in satisfaction. Who would have thought Bana would wander all the way here? Soryang, however, sensed something strange. But the aura here feels completely different from last time. I cannot sense even the slightest trace of yin energy anymore. Bana suddenly gave off a signal. It excitedly reenacted the appearance it had when transforming into a girl. As for the yin energy, I already gobbled all of it up. Soryang was stunned. Gobble it all up, even the yin energy, Bana innocently replied. Yep, then my body turned pitch black and swelled up like this. He fell into deep thought once again. So Ryang evolved after devouring the inner core of the flying serpent, while Bana evolved by absorbing the yin energy accumulated inside the 10,000 serpent cave. In that case, when the heavenly silkworm prepares to evolve into a silverwing silk moth, could it also need to consume something? I must have overlooked something. I should probably return to the forest and inspect the termite nest one more time. For now, let us head back to the Tang clan first. Soryang and Huiyan were walking through the Tang clan grounds. Tang Muxiang stood there watching the two of them. He stepped closer with concern. What is with that expression, Soryang? The boy awkwardly smiled. Grandfather. Soryang straightened his posture. Your grandson was just about to pay respects to father-in-law, but what exactly is this? This, Tang Muxiang held out a wrapped bundle. It is the thing you brought back from the forest. His tone suddenly became serious. Soryang, you have discovered quite a remarkable treasure. A treasure. He unwrapped it. I am referring to this spiritual herb. He carefully evaluated it. Although its quality is even lower than inferior grade Lingjai, it still qualifies as a spiritual herb. It seems to contain a faint trace of heaven and earth spiritual energy within it. Soryang lit up with excitement. What, really? That is incredible. Tang Muxiang continued. I do not know the exact reason, but this thing is useless to ordinary humans. However, it will probably be extremely beneficial for the venomous creatures you are raising. That is because wild beasts and venomous creatures naturally possess a greater affinity for absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy than humans like us. Huiyan voiced her opinion. Soryang, then could this spiritual herb be the food that allows the celestial silk to evolve into a silverwing silk moth? Soryang shook his head. No, if it were truly that simple, then the termites living beneath that cave would have evolved first after feeding on these herbs. Suddenly his eyes widened. Wait a second. Tang Muxiang looked curious. What is it? Soryang, what could possibly shock you this much? Soryang hesitated. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind just now. Then Soryang urgently pleaded. Grandfather, your grandson has an extremely important matter to report. Please gather all the direct disciples at the clan leader hall. Tang Muxiang was utterly confused. What in the world happened for you to request something like this? Soryang slowly smiled. He explained, throughout the long history of the Tang clan refining poisons, this discovery could very well become a groundbreaking turning point, the beginning of an entirely new era for us. The scene shifted to a grand and elegant building, the clan leader hall. All the prestigious figures of the Tang clan were seated there. Chialson spoke first. All right then, Soryang, what exactly is going on? Why did you suddenly summon everyone here? Soryang stood properly and bowed respectfully, because I have just discovered a truth so shocking it could shake the heavens themselves. Chialson looked startled. A heaven-shaking truth? Soryang smiled faintly. He began explaining, once a spirit creature absorbs a massive amount of spiritual energy, it evolves into an entirely different realm of existence. Tang Muxiang was stunned. Evolution? Soryang calmly replied, exactly. Just like martial artists cleansing their marrow and reforging their bones, they too break past their own limits. Chialson questioned him, what basis do you have for making such a claim? Soryang answered firmly, I reflected on the cases of Soryang and Bana. Soryang devoured the inner core of the flying serpent, something that had accumulated decades of cultivation. Bana entered the 10,000 serpent cave, absorbed all the gathered yin energy, and transformed into the black umbral spirit centipede. Both of them share one common trait, they absorbed an enormous source of power. Am I right? Therefore, I believe the celestial silk must also consume something in order to evolve into the silverwing silk moth, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and the secret lies within this spiritual herb. Tang Muxiang asked again, Soryang, did you not just say earlier that this spiritual herb? Soryang confidently replied, yes, that is correct. As I said before, this herb alone does not contain enough spiritual energy for the celestial silk to evolve, nor is it the sole deciding factor in its evolution. Madame and Huiyan listened carefully to Soryang's explanation. However, what would happen if those termites survived underground for over 50 years while feeding on this spiritual herb every single day, and then a celestial silk larva devoured that termite queen? Tang Muxiang made an observation. That celestial silk larva would actually devour the termite queen? Soryang nodded. Yes. He continued explaining. Normally, they only feed on weaker prey such as bodily fluids, larvae, or the eggs of the termite queen. but in rare situations, for example when the ecology inside the nest collapses or the defenses surrounding the termite queen weaken. Such exceptional circumstances can absolutely occur. Only when every heavenly condition and earthly opportunity aligns together can the silverwing silk moth, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, finally descend upon the world. Huiyan interrupted him. All right, Saryang, but from what I know, each termite colony only has a single queen. If it was devoured like you said, then the termite nest should have been empty when we broke it open. But inside the nest Bana brought back, the queen was still alive. Saryang chuckled playfully. Snowy really is smart, just as expected of Huiyan. The ancients once said, when husband sings, wife follows. It seems our hearts are becoming more and more connected. Huiyan immediately blushed in embarrassment. What are you implying? Saryang continued his explanation. The structure of that termite colony is rather unusual. Even if the queen dies, there are always reserve individuals prepared to immediately ascend and replace her. A new termite queen must have inherited the position so the colony would not descend into chaos. Chialson stroked his chin. What a truly peculiar species of insect. If this is true, then our Tang clan may soon possess another one of the 10 great venomous creatures. If what you say is true, Saryang, then the Tang clan will become the first sect in the Central Plains to raise one of the 10 great venomous creatures. How confident are you? Saryang pulled out a small box from inside his robe. I am completely certain. Father-in-law, I still possess the 2 celestial silk eggs that the thief god bestowed upon me. He gently placed the box onto the table. Therefore, I will absolutely succeed in raising one of the 10 great venomous creatures, the silverwing silk moth. Saryang's group continued their journey, and the next day we returned to the silver moth nest to find the termite queen and prove my hypothesis. Saryang carried a pile of termite nests. After that, we collapsed several more stone pillars, found additional breeding chambers of the termite queens, captured 2 termite queens, and brought them back to the Tang clan. He brought them back. Now all we need to do is feed them to the celestial silk. Saryang happily stood there watching the celestial silk eat. They eat far better than I expected. Right after being born, they already get to feast on rare delicacies. Naturally, their spiritual energy will flourish. Inside the box Saryang took out earlier were these 2 heavenly silkworms. Suddenly, they both froze in place. The 2 creatures emitted a dazzling light. Yong-Ryeon blinked in shock. They have started glowing. Tang Museong added, this spiritual aura is identical to the one during evolution. Saryang stood there stunned as he watched the 2 heavenly silkworms successfully evolve. They evolved. Even Saryang was shocked. These are silver silkworms. Ngan Nhi could not believe her eyes. The scales on their bodies looked as though they had been coated with a layer of silver powder. Saryang stretched out his hand and spoke to them. Hey, would you 2 like to come over here for a bit? The 2 understood immediately and jumped onto his body to play around, making him blush in delight. Too adorable. Yong-Ryeon rejoiced. Now if we continue raising them until adulthood, they will transform into silver silkworms, one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the martial world. Tang Museong congratulated him. You succeeded, Saryang. Saryang fell into deep thought once again. Meanwhile, Hyang seemed to dislike the 2 heavenly silkworms. Yong-Ryeon looked worried. Saryang, what is troubling you? Your expression looks very serious. Saryang explained, the thing is. He hesitated awkwardly. I accidentally forgot something extremely important. Huiyan looked confused. Something important. Saryang rested his chin on his hand. I was too focused on the termite queens and neglected the most basic thing of all. Why did I only remember it now? Chialson became uneasy. Did something go wrong? Saryang frowned deeply. His expression looked absolutely miserable. I still have not given these little fellows names yet. He suddenly remembered. I should have figured that out before they broke out of their cocoons. Little silver, little silkworm. No, they definitely need names that sound more majestic. Saryang continued struggling endlessly with numbing ideas. What should I do? Meanwhile, Tang Museong had already stepped outside. Let us go have a meal. And just like that, Saryang's numbing dilemma continued late into the night. The scene shifted to a house deep in the mountains. Several days later, at the Venomous Creature Pavilion, Tang Museong and Chialson widened their eyes. Grandfather and father-in-law had come to inspect the condition of the silver silkworms. Saryang enthusiastically introduced everything. And this right here is their breeding nest. He pointed toward the nest. I crushed several stones taken from the forest and used them to coat and reinforce this box. If they are going to live here, then we should recreate their natural habitat as perfectly as possible. And after several days of observation, I discovered a few secrets that were never recorded in the Venomous Creature Chronicles. Chialson became curious. New secrets. Soryang gently pressed his finger against the heavenly silkworm's cheek. Please take a look at this. It started glowing. Tears rolled down its face as Tang Museong exclaimed. Its ears just turned black. Soryang gently rubbed its head. On the contrary, whenever we pet them, these ears emit light. Chialson looked puzzled. But what exactly does that mean? Soryang explained, these spirit insects carry both pure energy and toxic energy within them. Because these two streams of qi coexist without rejecting one another, their bodies radiate this silver glow. That is not all either. Try holding one and circulating your qi through it. Chialson picked up the heavenly silkworm, and a soft light immediately spread outward. Tang Museong stood frozen in place. My internal energy is recovering on its own. Soryang pointed at the heavenly silkworm. When we release pure qi, they can assist in opening the meridians and restoring internal energy. Chialson was astonished. Unbelievable, yin and yang qi can truly unite as one. Soryang hugged the heavenly silkworm again. I also discovered a few more things. Just like Bana and Hyang'a, they seem to have started living by absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy. After evolving into silver silkworms, they no longer eat demon leaves or lingjai mushrooms. Since the food problem has been solved, I intended to bring the first offspring back. However, because it stayed in the wild for too long, it became extremely ferocious and emitted incredibly dense toxic energy. Perhaps because these little fellows hatched through my internal energy, they behave rather gently toward humans. As for how the pure qi and toxic qi will change once they mature, along with other aspects, we still need to observe further. They are still only larvae. The most important thing now is to raise them properly. That is everything I have discovered. Chialson slowly closed his eyes in amazement. Remarkable. Soryang grinned brightly. Well, they are one of the 10 great venomous creatures after all, so even from a young age. Tang Museong interrupted him. No, I am talking about you. Soryang, did you not uncover countless secrets about these spirit insects in merely a few short days? It seems your intelligence and knowledge are truly extraordinary. For the future of the Tang clan, this knowledge absolutely must be passed down to later generations. Chialson stretched out his hand. Father, about this. Soryang looked curious. Are you planning to entrust something to me? Tang Museong handed him a book. Take this, Soryang. Soryang held it in his hands. This is a manuscript. Chialson spoke seriously. Soryang, what do you think about personally compiling your own venomous creature chronicle? Tang Museong added, the current ancient texts are not only lacking information, but they are also far too outdated. But if you personally write it, with the knowledge you already possess and all the insights you will gain in the future, you will undoubtedly create a legendary book far surpassing the original. Of course, that is only if you're willing to do it. Soryang beamed with excitement. I am willing. As the son-in-law of the Tang clan, how could I possibly refuse? I will definitely complete it, my very own venomous creature chronicle. Chialson smiled in satisfaction. I knew you would say that. The two elders chuckled happily. Our son-in-law truly is impressive after all. Soryang carefully wrote stroke after stroke into the book, and just like that, I received a blood-bound manuscript woven from silkworm threads. Then I finally began writing down the title that had long been prepared in my mind. Soryang laughed loudly. Soryang's Venomous Creature Chronicle. Since I carry the title of insect specialist, I ought to properly write an insect chronicle worthy of the name. The scene shifted elsewhere, at the same time within the Muram Alliance. A pair of trembling hands nearly dropped the teapot in shock. Yonghak and the beggar emperor were seated there together. The servant holding the tea panicked. What? Two of the three exalted ones are gathered here together. What in the world is going on? The beggar emperor spoke first. Has something happened? Even the Muram Alliance personally came looking for me. Yonghak crossed his arms. Actually, we have a request. The beggar emperor calmly lifted his teacup and listened. Yonghak handed over a sheet of paper. The imperial court has just issued an order restricting all military activity of the Muram Alliance. The beggar emperor remained calm. Did the imperial court and the martial world not establish a mutual non-interference pact long ago? Yonghak replied, this is most likely a warning because recently we mobilized too many forces to suppress the blood cult. However, during this critical time, a mysterious series of deaths has occurred in Yuyang. They proposed a condition. If we solve this case, the military restriction order will be lifted. He slowly placed the teacup down. But the source of the incident appears to be connected to venomous parasite. What do you think? How about entrusting this mission to that young boy? Meanwhile, Soryang was sleeping soundly together with the two heavenly silkworms. The daytime sky looked exceptionally clear and blue. On the morning several days later, Soryang was still sleeping deeply. He sat up and saw Soryang yawning while flying over. Did you sleep well? Big Thumb and Little Pinky, you two are doing well too, right? Soryang glanced over at the two heavenly silkworms sleeping peacefully. I named these two silver silkworms Big Thumb and Little Pinky because whenever they crawl onto my hand, they always cling to my thumb and pinky finger for support. Aside from their adorable appearance, Big Thumb and Little Pinky are also among the 10 great venomous creatures of the world, and they possess the ability to restore internal energy. I originally thought they would become an enormous help to the Tang clan. But the elders said they are still too young, and since communication with them remains difficult, their innate abilities cannot be activated freely yet. Furthermore, because their healing ability is currently limited to only one person at a time, their true usefulness still remains rather unclear for now. He stood up and paced around the room. But does any of that even matter? Just being this adorable and fluffy is already more than enough. As for those innate abilities, can't we just patiently raise them until they mature and observe them later? Hurry up and grow into beautiful moths already. Suddenly, someone's voice called out from the doorway. Soryang. Huiyan stepped in from outside. Huiyan. Her face was glowing brightly. Good morning, Soryang. He looked confused. What brings you here so early? Huiyan replied. We have guests visiting the Tang clan, so I brought them here. He tilted his head in confusion. Guests. Soryang looked slightly surprised. Before he could even figure things out, the beggar emperor had already spoken up. Have you been well lately? Soryang respectfully greeted him. What brings you here this early? Did you already run out of imperial worm powder? The beggar emperor's face stiffened. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I only drag myself to the Tang clan whenever I need imperial worm powder? He cleared his throat. Actually, I came to deliver a mission from the Murim Alliance to you. Huiyan blinked in surprise. A mission. The beggar emperor's eyes turned sharp. That's right. Soryang was utterly shocked after hearing it all. A strange species of insect has appeared in Yuyang. Huiyan asked worriedly, Yuyang, isn't Yuyang a strategic stronghold, the crossroads of the Central Plains land and water trade routes? The beggar emperor stroked his beard and replied, that is correct. It is also not too far from Wuhan. He continued explaining. Right now, the entire Yuyang region is being overrun by an unknown species of black insects. They gather in such massive swarms that people reportedly faint from being unable to breathe. The whole city is on the verge of paralysis. Soryang looked bewildered. Black insects. The beggar emperor rubbed his chin. What do you think? A bizarre insect-related incident with an unknown origin. Isn't that exactly your specialty? The scene shifted elsewhere, a little later inside an inn. The beggar emperor and Soryang sat facing each other. The leader of the beggars sect began explaining the entire situation in detail, along with the official secret letter from the Murim Alliance. He spoke gravely. Right now, the Murim Alliance is being restrained by interference from the imperial court. Soryang hesitated slightly. Interference from the imperial court. The beggar emperor continued. Ever since the blood cult disaster, the imperial court has been strictly monitoring all major movements of the martial world factions. Even though both sides maintain a mutual non-interference agreement, the alliance received a secret decree and cannot act freely. During that time, an unexpected guest came to meet Yonghak. Minister Jiang Yong respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. A pair of elegant female footsteps slowly descended from the carriage. Princess Jillian. Yonghak spoke politely. What an unexpected honor to receive a visit from a royal princess at the Murim Alliance. Jillian replied, Elder Yonghak, please do not stand so heavily on formalities today. I came here as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion as a fellow martial artist. Yonghak burst into laughter. He crossed his arms over his chest. As a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, I wonder whether I even possess the qualifications to receive a princess. Are you certain about this? Jillian smiled along with him. Elder, you truly have a way with jokes. She continued speaking. I understand your concerns, but once you hear about the gift I brought, I believe your opinion will change. Yonghak looked curious. A gift, you say? Jillian smiled faintly. Yonghak's expression grew serious after hearing her words. It concerns the military mobilization of the Murim Alliance. I can assist you with that matter. In exchange, would the Murim Alliance be willing to accept one request from me? Meanwhile, the beggar emperor explained everything again to Soryang. The condition Princess Jillian proposed is this. If the Murim Alliance resolves the insect disaster surrounding Yuyang, then as a princess, I will personally petition the Emperor to grant the Alliance leader the authority to mobilize troops. With the Murim Alliance currently tied hand and foot, there was simply no reason to refuse. Soryang looked stunned, but why would the princess want to interfere in the affairs of Yuyang? The beggar emperor answered seriously. because she is the wife of the prefect of Yueyang. He continued explaining their relationship. People say the man was only recently appointed as the young prefect of Yueyang, so this insect disaster has thrown the hearts of the citizens into utter chaos. Xiao Bin Ak was originally an unimpressive student at the Imperial Academy, but after marrying the princess, his status soared like a kite riding the wind, and he became the prefect of Yueyang. Tell me then, how could she possibly sit still while her husband faces the fury of the people? Saryang widened his eyes. I understand now. He got straight to the point. So in short, you want me to go to Yueyang to uncover the source of those black insects or find a way to deal with them? The beggar emperor nodded. Exactly, you've grasped the core of it. Saryang fell into deep thought once again. He crossed his arms with a serious expression. Since this is a mission from the Murim Alliance, of course I should lend a hand, but the beggar emperor looked confused. Is there a problem? Saryang sighed sadly. Actually, when I helped the thief god, I brought the 2 silver silkworms with me. They're the kind that release poison if separated from me for too long, so it's difficult for me to travel far for extended periods. I also still have several snow divine lizard eggs that are about to hatch, and the others don't want to leave my side either, so if I go, I'll have to bring everyone along. I'm worried moving around with such a huge group might become troublesome. The beggar emperor stroked his beard. If that's what worries you, then put your mind at ease. The general has just sent one of the huge clan's ships for you. I heard you saved the general's son last time, is that true? As repayment, he decided to gift you one of the fastest ships on the Yangtze River. Saryang looked so happy he practically wanted to leap into the sky. That means you won't have to part ways with your precious poisonous creatures anymore. And do you think that's all? If you resolve this matter smoothly, this won't just be a chance to gain favor with the Murim Alliance, but also with someone from the imperial family. Who knows, maybe in the future the 3 saints of the Central Plains might become the 4 saints instead. Little Dragon cupped his fists respectfully as he sprang to his feet. I, Saryang of the Sichuan Tang clan, hereby accept the mission from the Murim Alliance. The beggar emperor smiled happily as well, reliable as always. Saryang bowed politely while still looking worried. But now that I think about it, these black insects, I wonder what kind of creatures they actually are. Normally, insects that multiply in swarms and harm people are things like flies, mosquitoes, cockroaches, or locusts. Just imagining it already makes my skin crawl. Hurried footsteps echoed in panic. Jai Ho and Huiyan rushed over in alarm. Saryang, young master Saryang. The 2 of them shoved the door open and rushed inside. Huiyan and even the sect master too. What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry? Jai Ho panted heavily. Elder beggar emperor, please forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but this matter is truly urgent. May I borrow Saryang for a moment? Saryang looked worried. Me, the beggar emperor also frowned. What exactly happened? Huiyan stammered nervously. It's happening. Saryang blinked in confusion. What's happening? Huiyan spoke with a grave expression. Snow is giving birth. Saryang panicked instantly. What? Snow is writhing in pain from labor. Huiyan glanced over and saw Snow's entire body trembling violently.